Chapter 1. The 12 Ancestor Witches number 13, offering advice right from the start. Quickly report to the Ancestor Witches. There's unusual movement in the blood pool. Suspected infiltration by spies from other tribes. Run. Faster. Urgent shouts echoed within a colossal blood-red palace. One of the 8 Great Witches, Great Witch Shuang, was anxiously calling to the lesser witches beside him to hurry to the Panga Shrine and summon the Ancestor Witches. Bang bang. Before the group of lesser witches could reach the Panga Shrine, many Ancestor Witches, who had already sensed the abnormality of the blood pool, had stepped forward with heavy strides, appearing outside the blood pool Great Hall. What's going on? Shuang, what is happening? The strongest among the 12 Ancestor Witches, and the first to be born, Jiang. At this moment, he was staring at the blood pool, which was emanating strange radiance, with a face full of suspicion. The other Ancestor Witches around him were equally perplexed. Now was the time of the Dragon and Han initial catastrophe. In the world, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xilan tribes stood tall amidst the wilderness. Even so, countless beings from various tribes, numbering in the billions, had already begun to thrive. Since the 12 Ancestor Witches transformed at the foot of the Buzhou Mountain hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had used their own bloodlines to create a vast blood pool. Aiming to give birth to the witch tribe connected to their bloodline, they sought to establish their identity as the true descendants of Pangu in this expansive wilderness. However, today, this blood pool, originally meant to create members of the witch tribe, inexplicably erupted with strange divine lights. The brilliance within overflowed, revealing an obscure and profound aura of the Tao. This left Great Witch Shuang, who was guarding the place, momentarily unable to make a decision, prompting him to call for the Ancestor Witches. Unexpectedly, the Ancestor Witches had already arrived at this moment. But this wasn't surprising since their birth. The Ancestor Witches had all possessed the cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After hundreds of thousands of years, each of them had reached at least the late stage of Great Luo. Jiang had even reached the peak of Great Luo, gazing towards deeper paths ahead. Yet, even Jiang, at the peak of Great Luo, couldn't discern what was happening with the strange divine light in the blood pool. At the same time, within that mysterious light, a voice of astonishment suddenly rang out. Then he looked around, his eyes filled with shock. Each of those massive figures, as large as mountains, was enveloped in a thick, black malevolent aura. A heavy sense of ferocity added a fierce touch to their presence. Oh no, where the hell am I? Is this still my home? The voice in the divine light let out another terrified shout. He only remembered that he was a delicate university student, just stepping out of school, preparing to face the harsh realities of society and become an excellent worker. Who would have thought that halfway through, he would be hit by a dump truck and end up here? What to do? He was panicking. Where the hell am I? Shuang's heart was filled with confusion. What's this feeling? My head itches. Why do I feel like I'm about to gain some brains? However, at that moment, strange memories suddenly emerged in Shuang's mind. Which tribe? Wilderness? Damn it, I've crossed over. Shuang, astonished by the memories flooding into his mind, which originated from the bloodline inheritance of the witch tribe, quickly realized he had crossed over. He immediately furiously exclaimed. Sure enough, a dump truck and a crossover are the standard match. Shuang gritted his teeth in anger. Then he looked up at the many towering figures around him. According to the bloodline inheritance memories in his mind, he recognized that these were the 12 Ancestor Witches of the witch tribe. But why were they looking at him with such expressions? Why did it feel like they wanted to swallow him alive? What to do? Shuang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Brother, in my opinion, it's better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one go. The witch soldiers in that divine light must be spies from other tribes. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. As one of the Ancestor Witches, Zhu Rong unhesitatingly sentenced Shuang to death. Upon hearing this, Shuang instantly felt unwell. Damn it, is this the wilderness? It's indeed extremely dangerous. I haven't even been born yet, and these Ancestor Witches want to eliminate me first? No way. Must it be like this? A strong desire to survive made Shuang feel a strange sensation in his heart. It was as if his consciousness could extend in all directions, omnipresent. What is this? Primordial spirit. The many Ancestor Witches suddenly looked astonished. They stared at Shuang, their expressions filled with disbelief. Soon after, the radiant light faded. A man, not particularly tall, but muscular, with a face that wasn't handsome, yet somehow very pleasing to the eye, appeared before everyone as soon as he was born. Wu Shuang quickly bowed and greeted the 12 Ancestor Witches. Wu Shuang, I pay my respects to the Ancestor Witches. Evidently, Wu Shuang's preemptive bow left the surrounding Ancestor Witches dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does this witch soldier seem smarter than the others? Indeed, the other witch soldiers had just been born and couldn't even speak, let alone possess normal consciousness. It's obvious. This is because he has a primordial spirit. Wu Shuang, right? Brothers, I do not sense any aura of foreign tribes on him. In other words, our witch tribe has finally given birth to a member with a primordial spirit. Ho Tu excitedly said, the birth of a primordial spirit in the witch tribe. This was something they had been eagerly anticipating for countless years. After all, they were born with a deficiency, lacking a primordial spirit, thus being weaker than other tribes in certain aspects. The existence of a primordial spirit in a witch tribe member meant something that was naturally self-evident. Good, Di Jiang exclaimed. Then he raised his hand and placed it on Wu Shuang's head. After a moment, he exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it possesses a primordial spirit. Wu Shuang, you are the first in our witch tribe to possess a primordial spirit. From now on, he shall be the 13th ancestor witch of our witch tribe. Perhaps due to Wu Shuang's unique birth, Di Jiang held great expectations for him. Thus, he directly made him the 13th ancestor witch of the witch tribe. Wow, this status just changed dramatically. Well, at least it's not a disastrous start. Wu Shuang did not want to cross over and then struggle from being a mere witch soldier. That would be too miserable. Thinking of this, Wu Shuang bowed. Thank you, brothers. As soon as Wu Shuang finished speaking, Ho Tu sighed. Alas, although our witch tribe finally has its first member with a primordial spirit, it's a pity. The current witch tribe is still too weak. Upon hearing this, the other ancestor witches nodded in agreement. Indeed, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin tribes are too strong, causing our witch tribe to be confined here. It's truly frustrating. Zhu Rong clenched his fists, his expression unwilling. The other ancestor witches felt the same. If it were just like this, it would be fine, but the three tribes are constantly at war, resulting in countless casualties and the emergence of a large amount of evil energy, filthy energy, and resentment in the world. After being contaminated, the members of our witch tribe undergo a drastic change in temperament, becoming extremely irritable and uncontrollable in meaningless slaughter, ultimately perishing. And our witch tribe, being born with a flaw, lacks a primordial spirit, so these fallen clan members perish in vain. Sigh. Amidst the sighs, Wu Shuang also felt that the current situation of the witch tribe was obstructed and difficult. However, evil energy? Filthy energy? Resentment? Wu Shuang suddenly had a flash of inspiration that I have a plan, brothers, that might resolve the issue of our witch tribe's dwindling numbers and the disturbances caused by that evil energy, filthy energy, and resentment. The many ancestral witches, who were originally sighing, suddenly brightened their eyes upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, revealing a different kind of brilliance. Oh, 13th brother, what is your plan? Emperor Jiang asked with an expectant and slightly excited gaze. Sure enough, having a primordial spirit makes a difference. This 13th brother of mine is clearly a clever one. Chapter 2, don't hesitate. Just do it, 13th brother. Huh. Wu Shuang was slightly taken aback. This title was quite nice that, as everyone knows, there are 13 ancestral witches in total, so it makes sense. Although he was still far from being an ancestral witch, whether in terms of bloodline strength or cultivation. But these were not problems. The first step is to strengthen the power of the witch tribe. Help the witch tribe establish a foothold in the vast wilderness. Next, we will defeat the demon tribe, crush the three pure ones, ascend to the peak of witchhood. Having lived a second life, Wu Shuang was filled with anticipation for the future. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his body slightly trembling. Brothers, since evil energy, filthy energy, and resentment have become a calamity in the vast wilderness, and if our witch tribe can resolve this calamity, wouldn't that be a tremendous merit? Such an act of benefiting the beings of the vast wilderness will surely attract the blessing of the way of heaven, granting our witch tribe a supreme power to protect ourselves. Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches, including 9 phoenix, couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Indeed, this is truly a great deed of merit. 9 Phoenix nodded slowly. The first recorded great deed of merit in the vast wilderness was when Ancestor Hongjun led many innate deities to seal the beast emperor Shun Ni, resolving the chaos of ferocious beasts that ate that time. Sacred rain fell from the heavens, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and countless extraordinary phenomena manifested, with purple energy coming from the east. For thousands of miles, the way of heaven bestowed vast merit, granting it to many innate deities. Because of this, these innate deities became protected by the merit of the way of heaven, becoming top-tier existences in the vast wilderness. Each of them was at least at the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. However, what should our witch tribe do? Ximing looked at Shuang with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. In my opinion, our witch tribe has a strong physical body, making us the best vessel to bear this filthy energy. As long as our witch tribe bears it for the beings of the vast wilderness, we can achieve this tremendous merit. Shuang said with a serious expression. Impossible. However, as soon as he said this, Emperor Jiang was the first to refute. How can this work? Although our witch tribe's physical bodies can indeed bear a large amount of filthy energy, once our witch tribe is contaminated with this filthy energy, we will inevitably lose our rationality and fall into uncontrollable rage. If that happens, although we may gain the merit of the way of heaven, we will have to pay a huge price. Isn't that a loss? Yes, that's right. What the elder brother said is very true. Shuang, while your method does have its merits, the cost is too great. The ancestral witches shook their heads and sighed. Sigh. I haven't finished my words yet. If living people can't do it, then what about the dead? Even after falling, our witch tribe members still possess strong physical bodies. And because they have contributed to the vast wilderness, after gaining the merit of the way of heaven, these fallen clan members might even have the possibility of being revived. In that case, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And even if they can't be revived, they can still contribute their last strength to our witch tribe. Isn't that wonderful? Boom! As soon as Shuang finished speaking, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their minds exploding. They froze in place, feeling their scalps go numb. His .9 Phoenix gasped. Her face even twisted a bit. If it weren't for her having personally seen Shuang emerge from the blood pool, indeed a member of the witch tribe, she might be doubting whether Shuang was a spy from another tribe at this moment. No, 13th brother. You actually won't spare the corpses of fallen clan members? The witch tribe values burial. Although they have no primordial spirit, their consciousness will quickly dissipate after falling. Unlike other tribes, as long as they retain their primordial spirit, they have the possibility of reshaping their bodies and being revived. But still, even if the witch tribe is facing difficulties, they wouldn't resort to such a deranged and heartless act. What's wrong with that? Our witch tribe members, after falling, have no primordial spirit and cannot be revived, so it's better to let them burn their last drop of blood for our witch tribe. Shuang was quite invigorated at this moment. He spoke with righteous indignation, word for word. Today, countless powerful beings exist in the world. Great Luo Golden Immortals walk everywhere, and Tai Golden Immortals are as common as dogs. If we follow the rules, when will we prosper? When will we dominate the vast wilderness? When will we achieve the grand aspiration of emulating our Father God and creating the heavens and the earth? After saying this, Shuang raised his right hand, pointing at everyone. With a vigorous attitude, he said excitedly, 1 sentence, don't hesitate. Just do it. People die and birds ascend to the heavens. They won't die for millions of years. There's no cost to losing. What's there to hesitate about? The many ancestral witches looked stunned, clearly not fully understanding Shuang's words. However, looking at his excited expression and vigorous demeanor, damn, why does it seem a bit igniting? Although this plan is extremely toxic, it can even be said to be deranged, utterly inhumane. However, being touched by Shuang's bold speech, many ancestral witches inexplicably felt a stirring in their hearts. Well, indeed, even if it doesn't work, it seems we won't suffer any losses. But will our tribe's people have any objections to this? Emperor Jiang couldn't help but voice his concerns. Upon hearing this, 9 Phoenix smiled and said, the ancestral, which is overthinking. Our witch tribe has always feared neither heaven nor earth. We don't even fear death. It's just sacrificing our physical bodies after death to absorb the filthy, evil energy. Upon careful consideration, it seems quite feasible. Nine Phoenix's eyes sparkled with excitement. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this plan was viable. Yes, Nine Phoenix, you understand well. Our witch tribe does not revere heaven or fear earth. It's just a physical body. What's there to fear? If this matter is accomplished, then our witch clan will definitely see a surge in strength. Moreover, if those fallen clan members can be resurrected under the power of the heavenly Tao's merit, wouldn't that be a blessing? Wu Shuang's words echoed in the ears of many ancestral witches like a haunting melody. The witch clan, what they seek is precisely this fearless momentum. What kind of witch clan fears the unknown? Di Jiang and the others looked at Wu Shuang and slowly nodded. Indeed, the 13th brother is truly one of our witch clan. This bold and reckless idea, while somewhat insane, I like it. Indeed, I also believe that what the 13th brother said is correct, although this plan is quite ruthless. Well, although the 13th brother's thoughts are somewhat sinister, it is indeed feasible. The ancestral witches spoke in a flurry. Wu Shuang found himself somewhat speechless. Is this plan ruthless? This is just the beginning. Chapter 3. The Penga Temple and the Blood of the Ancestor Witch. Not long after, in a battlefield of the three clans near Mount Buzhou, Jiufeng, Wu Shuang, and a group of ancestor witches arrived with the bodies of the witch clan members. It was evident that this place was originally a beautiful mountain range with rich spiritual energy, but due to the war among the three clans, it had been flattened to the ground. Now, it had turned into a savage battlefield filled with endless malice, filth, and resentment. Looking around, one could see corpses strewn across the ground, with countless souls and malevolent spirits roaring incessantly. Anyone who dared to approach this place would be swallowed by the filthy malice, ultimately turning into mindless beasts. The desolation, wailing, and the countless seas of blood and mountains of corpses piled up in this place were overwhelming. Just a glance sent chills down Wu Shuang's spine. Indeed, the wilderness of Honghuang was extremely perilous. Wu Shuang sighed and turned his gaze to the many ancestor witches. He saw Zhu Meng wielding a large knife, fiercely chopping down at a certain spot in the mountain range. With a loud bang, the massive mountain body was instantly cleaved apart, creating a gaping chasm thousands of miles long. Within it, a golden underground dragon vein, resembling a winding dragon, emerged before everyone's eyes. The so-called underground dragon vein was the spiritual vein beneath the entire Honghuang world, where the spiritual energy of all directions depended on the endless spiritual energy of the underground dragon vein for sustenance. Moreover, the underground dragon vein was closely related to the luck of the living beings in this area, which is why it often transformed into a luck golden dragon. Of course, this dragon was not of the dragon clan, but a tremendous creation born from the luck of all living beings in the world. Indeed, although this battlefield was not very large, the filthy malice had already affected the underground dragon vein. With a sigh, Zhu Meng buried 2 large witch clan corpses underground. It could be seen that within the golden underground dragon vein, thick malice permeated downwards, polluting the entire dragon vein. As a result, black mist began to rise, making it impossible for any living being to approach this place. If it were not for the strong physical bodies of the many ancestor witches, they would likely suffer greatly from even the slightest contact. All right, the task is complete. Now, we can just wait and see how it unfolds. After burying the bodies, Zhu Meng returned to the side of the ancestor witches and spoke up. Let us first experiment with this. If it works, we can bury a large number of our clansmen's bodies underground to absorb this filthy malice. For now, all we can do is wait. I really hope this plan works. If it does, the strength of our witch clan will surely skyrocket. Di Jiang said slowly. The other ancestor witches, including Jiufeng, nodded in agreement, all looking quite expectant. Then, as if recalling something, Di Jiang said to Wu Shuang, by the way, 13th brother, you have yet to visit the Penga Temple to pay respects to our Father God. Let's take you back. After saying this, Di Jiang and the others directly led Wu Shuang away from the battlefield. Before long, Wu Shuang arrived at the Penga Temple with the many ancestor witches. He saw that the grand and magnificent temple seemed to be forged entirely from black iron, towering and immense, stretching for millions of miles. Standing before this gigantic temple Shuang felt as small as an ant. However, unexpectedly, a sense of familiarity and magnificent pressure from Pangu continuously emanated from within the temple, filling Shuang with reverence. As everyone slowly stepped into the main hall, they found that the interior of the Pangu temple was completely different from the outside world. It formed a separate space, vast and boundless, extending for billions of miles. With the endless pressure of Pangu lurking within like a slumbering giant beast. In the center of the hall stood a colossal statue with a powerful expression and ancient face, holding a giant axe towards the sky, with the sun, moon, and stars above its head, and its feet planted on the earth. It was indeed the statue of the great god Pangu. Shuang, pay respects to Father God. Shuang almost instinctively bowed towards the statue of the great god Pangu. Immediately, the surrounding Pangu pressure seemed to respond to him, radiating profound light. The many ancestor witches around, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but nod and smile, feeling quite approving. It should be noted that this hall could only be entered by true members of the witch clan. Without the bloodline of Pangu, one would inevitably be crushed into dust by the Pangu pressure. Now, since Shuang could safely enter and pay respects to Father God, receiving a response from the Pangu pressure, it undoubtedly indicated his existence had gained recognition from that pressure. Truly worthy of being my recognized 13th brother. It's just a pity that it seems 13th brother does not possess the inheritance of the innate great Tao laws, making his current physique somewhat weak. Di Jiang gazed intently at Shuang, unable to hide his disappointment. Each of the 12 ancestor witches, at the moment of their birth, received the inheritance of the innate great Tao laws within their bloodline. For example, Di Jiang, as the ancestor witch of space and speed, naturally possessed the inheritance of the Tao of space. Likewise, Zhu Meng, as the ancestor witch of the eastern wood, also possessed the inheritance of the innate Tao of wood. The same went for the other ancestor witches. Although the witch clan lacked a primordial spirit and could not cultivate divine powers, they inherently possessed these great Tao laws, using them as easily as their own fingers. Now that Shuang had become the 13th ancestor witch, if his strength was too weak, it would indeed be somewhat unreasonable. Thinking of this, Di Jiang raised his hand to activate his bloodline, dropping a drop of ancestor witch's essence blood before Shuang. 13th brother, in order to help you enhance your strength and soon match the title of the 13th ancestor witch, today I shall grant you my essence blood. Help you boost your strength. Come, quickly refine it. Upon seeing this, Shuang couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. The witch clan was indeed somewhat barbaric and synonymous with power, but they truly cared for their own. They were willing to give him this incredibly precious essence blood. In an instant, Shuang felt warmth in his heart, developing a sense of belonging to the witch clan. Thank you, brother. Shuang cupped his hands in salute, then held the essence blood in his hand. Immediately, he felt the witch clan bloodline within him boiling, as if it were desperately craving it. It began to wildly absorb that drop of ancestor witch's essence blood. With a buzzing sound, Shuang suddenly sensed that within that blood, there seemed to be a unique cultivation method hidden. Naturally, he began to operate according to that peculiar cultivation method, rapidly entering a state of cultivation. And this cultivation lasted for a full 100 years. Finally, after a century, a muffled sound seemed to come from within Shuang's body. Following that, his cultivation began to rapidly rise. Mid-stage, Earth Immortal. Late stage, Earth Immortal. Peak Earth Immortal. Boom. Heavenly Immortal Realm. Just from a drop of Ancestor Witch's essence blood. Shuang's cultivation directly broke through 4 realms, stepping into the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Moreover, Shuang could feel that he had not completely refined that drop of essence blood. At the same time, Shuang opened his eyes. Upon focusing, he saw that around him, there were continuous resonances of the laws of the Great Tao, with countless principles seemingly evolving into a supreme, Great Tao law. Upon witnessing this scene, Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches widened their eyes in shock, revealing expressions of astonishment. This is, eldest brother, this is actually your. Chapter 4. Condensing the innate Tao seal. Hope for the entire witch clan? The expressions of all the ancestor witches were filled with surprise as they stared intently at the innate great Tao laws surrounding Shuang. A mysterious and obscure law pattern was being inscribed all over his body, transforming into numerous dense and complex powers of law. The ancestral witches recognized it immediately after a single glance. This was actually the space law pattern of Big Brother Emperor Jiang. Could it be that the 13th brother can accommodate our innate laws? A hint of surprise flashed in the beautiful eyes of Hutu. She couldn't help but speculate. All the ancestral witches were now staring intently at Wu Shuang with expressions of immense excitement. As for Wu Shuang, he had just broken through and felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with the fervent gazes of the ancestral witches. "No, brothers, why are all of you looking at me like that?" Wu Shuang felt a shiver run through him. It was quite strange. "13th brother, how are you feeling now? Is there something special within you?" Emperor Jiang asked anxiously, as if eager for an answer to a question. "Well, indeed, it seems that a mysterious imprint of the law has appeared in my spirit platform. It seems I can control the space law," Wu Shuang said. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, an innate imprint of the law manifested before him. Wasn't that exactly Emperor Jiang's innate imprint? Each of the 12 ancestral witches possessed a unique innate law, and none could impart their laws to the others. But now, the situation had changed. The 13th ancestral witch of the Wu clan, Wu Shuang, could actually accept the innate imprints of other ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang's expression turned serious, trembling all over, with an uncontrollable joy in his eyes. Perhaps it was because the 13th brother was born with a primordial spirit. Although he didn't have the inheritance of an innate law himself, he could accommodate our innate laws. If that's the case, Jumong, give 13th brother a drop of your essence blood. Upon hearing this, Jumong expressed concern. "It can be done, but 13th brother, do you feel you can still absorb my essence blood?" The essence blood of the ancestral witches contains immense vitality and the power of innate laws, making it extremely difficult for ordinary members of the Wu clan to absorb even a trace of it. Moreover, because the innate laws among the 12 ancestral witches differ. If two ancestral witches with different laws were to simultaneously accept each other's essence blood, it could potentially lead to a clash of laws, resulting in death. However, after hearing this, Wu Shuang nodded. "Absorbing is not a problem. Although I have obtained this innate imprint, I have not fully refined the power of the essence blood, and it has not posed any danger to me. It is simply stored in my dantian, quite stable." Jumong nodded. Without hesitation, he forced out a drop of essence blood and handed it to Wu Shuang, then said with a serious expression, "In any case, be careful when refining it. If there is a clash of laws, stop immediately." After all, Wu Shuang was now a treasure of the Wu clan. If anything happened to him, the Wu clan would suffer greatly. Wu Shuang accepted the essence blood, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jumong." Slap. Emperor Jiang slapped Wu Shuang hard on the back. With a speechless expression, he scolded, "What s with the thanks? We are brothers. There is no need to be so formal." Wu Shuang felt his blood surge from the slap, his head buzzing, and he felt dizzy all over. Wow, the people of the Wu clan really treated him well. The precious essence blood was given so freely, but the way they did it was quite heavy-handed. A brute, truly a brute. Well, in the Wu clan, this was quite normal. However, Wu Shuang felt a strange sense of belonging to the Wu clan, which had suddenly increased. "Got it, Big Brother Emperor Jiang." Wu Shuang suppressed his nausea and shook his head irritably. He then began to operate the extremely special cultivation method he had just sensed, starting to refine the drop of essence blood. As the power within that drop of essence blood merged into his body, Wu Shuang could clearly feel a powerful vitality washing over him once again. Waves of formless law powers gathered into his spirit platform. He could sense that his vitality was becoming increasingly thick and robust. At the same time, within that essence blood, it seemed that some memories of innate inheritance were gradually merging into his mind, further improving his cultivation method. Buzzing, roaring sounds echoed continuously within Wu Shuang's body. A mysterious feeling filled his entire being. Wu Shuang could feel an abundance of power within him, as if he could smash a divine mountain with a single punch. At the same time, his physical body was increasingly filled with desire, crazily absorbing an endless stream of vital power. The many ancestral witches were intensely focused on Shuang, and instead of feeling bored, their expressions grew even more excited. Thus, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, one day, Shuang finally felt he had reached his limit. The second drop of ancestral witch essence blood also had not been refined much and directly merged into his dantian. Simultaneously, the second innate imprint of the law appeared once more in his spirit platform. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Shuang's body. Immediately afterward, his cultivation began to surge rapidly. Mid-stage, celestial immortal. Late-stage, celestial immortal. Peak celestial immortal. True immortal realm. In an instant, he broke through 4 realms. His body was filled with abundant vitality, and his primordial spirit contained boundless law rhythms. A green imprint of the law, radiating vitality, slowly floated out at this moment, manifesting before Shuang's body. It was indeed the innate imprint of Jumong, the ancestral witch of wood. It's done. Good boy. You're really amazing. Emperor Zhang's expression was excited, wearing a look of I knew it. The surrounding ancestral witches, after a moment of silence, erupted into astonishing roars. 13th brother truly lived up to everyone's expectations. Good. This is simply too good. I can't believe he can actually accommodate multiple innate laws. Ha ha ha. The great rise of our Wu clan is just around the corner. Waves of thunderous laughter echoed continuously in the vast Panga Divine Hall. The sound was like a mountain flood, shaking the heart. It even made Shuang, who had just broken through, feel his scalp tingle. Looking at the incredibly excited expressions of the ancestral witches, Shuang's gaze gradually became strange. For a moment, Shuang even felt that he had become the hope of the entire Wu clan. Was it really that exciting to have merged just 2 innate imprints? I feel like I might be able to merge more, Shuang said with a puzzled expression. However, as soon as he spoke, all the ancestral witches present were left stunned in place. They felt their scalps tingling. What? What did you say? Chapter 5, 12 Law Imprints. 9 Transformations of Yuan Gong. Originally, they thought Shuang merging 2 law imprints was already impressive, but it turned out his potential was far beyond that. The ancestral witches were all in disbelief. Come on with 2 more. No, for more. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Rushou, Hotu, all of you give 13th brother a drop of essence blood. Emperor Zhang's expression was filled with excitement. The surrounding ancestral witches were equally moved. This is 2 against the heavens. Although the essence blood among the ancestral witches can be refined together, it can only refine the vitality power within, and they cannot comprehend the laws contained within. But strangely, Shuang, who possessed a primordial spirit, could do just that. How could this not make them feel extremely excited? Well, I also think it should be worth a try. Shuang slowly nodded, feeling that the more ancestral which blood he fused, the more he could complete something, although he still couldn't figure out what that was. There was no doubt that it originated from the incredible inheritance of the Pangu great god. Good. Zhu Rong spoke in a deep voice, and then forced out a drop of his own essence blood. At the same time, the other 3 ancestral witches also forced out a drop of their own essence blood, presenting it to Shuang. Adding to the previous drop of Jiuyin essence blood, the 5 innate laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were gathered together. This way, even if Shuang absorbed and fused them all, he could achieve a harmonious balance of the 5 elements. Shuang didn't hesitate. He directly took the essence blood from the 4 of them. Immediately, a powerful suction force within him rapidly drew the essence blood of the 4 ancestral witches into his body in an instant. Buzz! The sound of roaring echoed within Shuang's body. Following that, a surging power of vitality continuously washed over him. Shuang's aura grew even stronger. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed. Boom! A muffled sound. He directly broke through to the mid-stage true immortal. A fiery red, innate Tao mark suddenly appeared on his body. After another several decades, as his cultivation broke through again, he reached the late stage of true immortal peak. The continuous breakthroughs in cultivation, accompanied by the increasing innate Tao marks, repeatedly impacted the spirits of the many ancestral witches. It's done. He has absorbed the innate laws of the 5 ancestral witches. Wait a minute. He has absorbed them all. Why hasn't he stopped? Could be. Di Jiang's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, as if he thought of something, a look of shock appeared on his face. Immediately, Di Jiang turned to look at the remaining ancestral witches. Xian Ming, Chong Liang, Zhu Jiuyin, Tian Wu, Shi Bai Shi Zi, and many other ancestral witches all exchanged glances, and then, as if they had a telepathic connection, they each summoned a drop of their own essence blood. 13th brother. Catch it. 13th brother. Be careful. If 13th brother can gather all the innate laws of the ancestral witches, then he will be the strongest ancestral witch of our Wu clan. Di Jiang danced with excitement, shouting loudly. His voice, like a bell, shook the entire Pangu Divine Hall. The other ancestral witches were also excited, each offering their essence blood to Wu Shuang. With a whoosh, as each drop of essence blood appeared beside Wu Shuang, it was immediately drawn into his body by a tremendous suction force. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, until all the ancestral witches had contributed a drop of essence blood to Wu Shuang. Finally, a loud sound suddenly came from Wu Tian's body. Following that, a vast shadow emerged from behind him. It could be seen that it was a giant holding a divine axe of creation, stepping on the chaotic blue lotus. Above the vast starry river, it called out, "I want to create the world." Boom! At the moment the shadow appeared, all the ancestral witches showed expressions of shock. Immediately, they were all overwhelmed with excitement and tears. Father God, that is actually the shadow of Father God. Truly miraculous. The many ancestral witches never expected that the process of Wu Shuang absorbing their essence blood would bring about such a phenomenon. Even a shadow of Pangu appeared at this moment due to the fusion of 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. What is the shadow of Father God going to do? Suddenly, Di Jiang's expression shook, and he realized that the shadow of the Pangu great god was rising as if to support the heavens and the earth. And upon his body, mysterious and unfathomable methods of cultivation appeared. Various laws, obscure and difficult to understand, resonated around, as if they were evolving into supreme paths, containing infinite mysteries. Gradually, as those laws intertwined, they transformed into the embodiment of the laws, Tao patterns. And those Tao patterns revealed 4 glaring, large characters. 9 turns Yuan Gong. It is indeed the 9 turns Yuan Gong of Father God. The ancestral witches were greatly shocked. They never expected that their essence blood contained the body refining divine skill of the Pangu great god. 9 turns Yuan Gong. It should be known that the Pangu great goddess technique is called Pangu Yuan Gong, divided into the cultivation of the primordial spirit, 9 turns profound Gong, and the cultivation of the physical body, 9 turns Yuan Gong. And what was presented in that shadow was precisely the 9 turns Yuan Gong of the Pangu great god. Everyone, we must not waste such a great opportunity. Quickly comprehend the 9 turns Yuan Gong of Father God. This time, 13th brother has made a great contribution. Di Jiang's expression was serious, and his words were excited. The other ancestral witches also nodded in agreement. Then they sat up straight, diligently memorizing every law and every method of operation in that shadow. Unknowingly, another several hundred years passed. During this time, Wu Shuang felt that the thing within him that had not been completed was finally complete. He recognized that it was a body refining divine skill. Named 9 turns Yuan Gong. It was the body refining divine skill of the Pangu great god. Over these several hundred years, Wu Shuang continuously absorbed the tremendous vitality from the essence blood of the many ancestral witches while operating the 9 turns Yuan Gong. After operating through countless cycles, his cultivation finally broke into the golden immortal realm. Boom! A wave of intense vitality erupted from Wu Shuang's body. In an instant, it dyed the surrounding world red. It was a surge of overwhelming vitality, and his cultivation was still rapidly increasing. Mid-stage, golden immortal. Late stage, golden immortal. Peak golden immortal. Until he broke through to the peak of golden immortal, Wu Shuang's breakthrough finally stabilized. Of course, this was not because he had absorbed all the essence blood. It was just that he needed to slowly settle down now. He could not break through rapidly anymore. But this was enough. Wu Shuang suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, golden light flashed, and boundless vitality roared around him like thunder. 12 innate Tao marks surrounded him, representing 12 types of innate laws under his control. This feeling was very strong. A hint of joy passed through Wu Shuang's eyes. Then, he looked around and saw that the gazes of the many ancestral witches toward him were becoming more and more fervent, even to the point of making him feel a bit nauseous. Brothers and sisters, what are you all doing? Wu Shuang inexplicably felt a little uneasy. We found a treasure. Ha! Our Wu clan has found a treasure. After an odd exclamation, the uproarious laughter of the ancestral witches rang out. However, little did they know that another monumental joy awaited them. Chapter 6: The Birth of the Zombie Clan. Two great ancestors. 13th brother. You have actually uncovered the inheritance of Father God, the 9 turns Yuan Gong, that is contained in our bloodline for our Wu clan. This is truly a great achievement. Ha! With a slap, Di Jiang excitedly patted Wu Shuang's shoulder. Although he didn't use much strength, and now Wu Shuang's cultivation and physical body had reached a rather formidable level, he was still shaken to the point of his head buzzing. The way ancestral witches express their happiness is so straightforward. So it turns out that the brothers and sisters have already obtained the 9 turns Yuan Gong. So I need to teach it again. I didn't expect that within the bloodline of my brothers, there would be such an inheritance from Father God. Wu Shuang nodded and said. In fact, he had another thought in his mind. If there is a legacy of the Pangu great god within the bloodline, then with the 12 capital celestial gods and the supreme divine abilities of the Pangu great god, the 3 techniques of opening the heavens also exist within the bloodline. Currently, I have not yet fully refined the 12 drops of essence blood. If I refine them all, will I be able to gain these 2 great legacies? Thinking of this, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Wu Shuang's eyes. The future is indeed promising. Ha! With the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, how can our Wu clan not prosper? How can we not dominate the Honghuang? Indeed, this Honghuang world was created by the Father God, and it should be governed by us. With the 13th brother achieving such great merit, in the future, we 13 ancestral witches will be able to walk freely in this Honghuang. The ancestral witches exclaimed excitedly. However, upon hearing this, Wu Shuang shook his head and said, Brothers and sisters, in my opinion, it is better for us not to call ourselves the 13 ancestral witches, and still refer to ourselves as the 12 ancestral witches. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang was momentarily stunned, then asked, 13th brother, what do you mean by that? A radiant expression appeared in Wu Shuang's eyes, and he smiled. There are 13 of us in total among the 12 ancestral witches. This way, when we encounter strong enemies, not only will we not completely reveal the full strength of our Wu clan, but we can also catch the opponent off guard at critical moments. Although Wu Shuang said this, in his heart, he actually thought that the strength of the many ancestral witches had already reached the great Luo, while he was only at the pinnacle of the golden immortal, so it was better to be cautious. However, his words left the other ancestral witches stunned. They gasped in surprise, saying, No, this is too sinister. There are 13 people among the 12 ancestral witches. Is this reasonable? It's too reasonable. A strange light flickered in Xianming's eyes, and his expression became quite cruel. If we encounter a strong enemy and reveal our names, the only ones the opponent will pay attention to are the 12 ancestral witches, who would know that our only 13th brother, who has mastered the 12 innate laws, might be the strongest one? Exactly. As long as the 13th brother completely refines the essence blood, he will undoubtedly become the strongest among our 12 ancestral witches. Ha! There are 13 people among the 12 ancestral witches. Reasonable. It's so damn reasonable. Wu Shuang was taken aback. Although he wanted to say that wasn't what he meant, it seemed that his sinister and treacherous label had been thoroughly established. The strategy he had previously devised was indeed quite poisonous. The current proposal was also quite sinister. If others knew the details, they would have to exclaim, Oh no, has the Wu clan produced a 6th child? Sigh. Forget it, 6th child is fine. What's wrong with being a 6th child? Wu Shuang shook his head and stopped thinking too much. However, at that moment, outside the Panga temple, someone suddenly barged in. 9 Phoenix greets the ancestral witches. The visitor was none other than Jiao Feng, the leader of the 8 great witches. Upon seeing them, her beautiful eyes were filled with intense joy, and she reverently said, ancestral witches, it has worked. The fellow clansmen's corpses that were buried earlier have come back to life. Oh, upon hearing this, everyone became spirited. It actually worked? Let's go. 13th brother, let's go take a look. After saying this, Di Jiang, like picking up a little chick, directly carried Wu Shuang away. In no time, they arrived at the battlefield of the three clans. The ancestral witches and Jiufeng arrived at the location. They saw that the area, which was previously filled with murderous, foul, and resentful energy, had now restored its former vitality. Moreover, within that ground vein, two corpses of the Wu clan had already begun to exhibit waves of consciousness. Boom! Suddenly, as if sensing the arrival of the many ancestral witches, the ground vein exploded. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying murderous aura spread all around. Two figures, resembling gods and demons, appeared before the ancestral witches. Salute the ancestral witches. Seeing this scene, Di Jiang's face was filled with joy, and the wise look in his eyes revealed an expression of as I expected. Ha ha ha. Everything is as I predicted. I told you. 13th brother's plan would definitely succeed. Wu Shuang looked at the two Wu clan members who had been reborn due to absorbing the murderous, foul, and resentful energy of the world, and his pupils constricted. Green-faced and sharp-toothed, with a terrifying aura. Zombies? I accidentally created zombies? Wu Shuang was instantly stunned. To be precise, the two people before him had already become the two ancestral zombies of the Honghuang world. They had just been born in the world and immediately attracted dark clouds from all directions, shrouded in endless murderous energy. The atmosphere was eerie and terrifying. But strangely, deep within their spiritual platforms, there existed two paths of heavenly merit. It was precisely because of this that they could gain intelligence and maintain rationality. Furthermore, due to their bloodline connection with the ancestral witches, they directly worshipped the many ancestral witches. It seems that this is perfect, not bad, just born, and already at the level of Wu gods. Xianming couldn't help but sigh. It should be noted that the strength classification of the Wu clan is as follows: Wu soldier, Wu general, Wu commander, Wu god, minor Wu, major Wu, ancestral Wu. To reach the Wu god level means they can already rival cultivators at the levels of Xianxian and even Jingxian. Not to mention, the two of them now have thick blood and an extremely fierce aura. A regular Xianxian cultivator would probably not be their match, even if they brought dozens. Since we have been reborn, we ask the ancestral witches to bestow names upon us. At this moment, the male Wu clan member spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches turned their gazes to Wu Shuang. Me? There was no way around it. Such brainstorming matters were really not suitable for them. Wu Shuang let out then looked at the two and said, "If that's the case, then today I will bestow you names. Although you come from our Wu clan, you are already different from our Wu clan. Therefore, I bestow upon you the clan name, Zombie Clan. I bestow you as the Zombie Ancestor, Jiang Chun. I bestow you as the Zombie Ancestress, Han Ba." Boom! As soon as Wu Shuang's words fell, the heavens and the earth suddenly changed color, as if the world was responding to Wu Shuang's words. Chapter 7. Ancestral Witch. Why is my head itchy? Time to grow a brain. A heavenly phenomenon. Does this not mean that the zombie clan was destined to come into being? Good gracious! 13th brother's words seemed to reach the heavens. The ancestral witches were taken aback upon witnessing this scene. Seeing this, Wu Shuang nodded and said, "Since that's the case, the zombie clan should absorb all the filthy energy for the beings of the Honghuang world. Whether it is murderous energy, resentful energy, or foul energy, all should be absorbed by the zombie clan. The zombie clan shall have this great merit. Today I, the 13th Ancestral Witch, Wu Shuang, command you too to make a great vow, to absorb all the filthy energy for the beings of the Honghuang world." At this moment, Jiang Chun and Han Ba felt a sense of inexplicable resonance upon hearing these words. "We obey the command of the 13th Ancestral Witch." After saying this, the two zombie ancestors immediately faced the sky and shouted, "Today, we Jiang Chun, we Han Ba, for the Wu clan branch, the zombie tribe, we, the zombie tribe, are willing to absorb all the filthy energy for the beings of the Honghuang world." to purify the world for the beings of the Shuang world. Zombie clan, rise. Boom. As the voices of the two zombie ancestors fell, suddenly the wind and clouds changed color, and the earth resounded with a roar like the apocalypse, echoing in all directions. In the next moment, a radiant light enveloped everything. An endless five-colored brilliance illuminated the heavens. Pure white, sacred rain fell. Countless auspicious signs appeared. Golden lotuses surged from the ground, and celestial flowers rained down. From the horizon, a wave of purple energy rolled in from 90,000 miles to the east, carrying streams of profound merit and auspicious clouds, descending upon this place. In an instant, all corners of the primal chaos trembled. In the vast universe, countless powerful beings were shocked. On Jade Capital Mountain, an old man in bare feet and a coarse robe, with a jade plate hanging above his head, focused his gaze on the primal chaos, revealing a hint of astonishment. The merit of the heavenly Tao. After so many years, it was unexpected that the merit of the heavenly Tao would descend for the second time, due to the Wu clan. After speaking, he couldn't help but calculate with his fingers. His eyes became increasingly perplexed. Strange. The Wu clan shouldn't have such blessings, so why? A hint of surprise flashed across his face, but soon he regained his composure. Well, now that the calamity is approaching, with calamity energy rampant, it's impossible to calculate this heavenly secret. What's important is still the matters of this poor Taoist. The Wu clan, how interesting. After saying this, the old man said no more and devoted himself to contemplating the jade plate above his head. The Wu clan actually has such great merit? What about the zombie clan? They actually dare to provoke the polluted energy of this world? Oof. They haven't suffered enough. They have already been born with congenital defects due to the polluted energy of this world, losing their primordial spirits, yet they still dare to absorb the polluted energy? It seems that the Wu clan won't go far in the future. On the Sun Star, Emperor Jun, who was refining the Sun Divine Fire with his brother Tai Yi, witnessed this event happening in the primal chaos. He couldn't help but let out a series of cold laughs. Yet in his eyes, envy and jealousy were difficult to conceal. The merit of the heavenly Tao. After so many years, there hasn't been any merit of the heavenly Tao appearing in the primal chaos. But unexpectedly, today, it was obtained by the Wu clan. On Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian, dressed in a black robe, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oof. Just transformed from the blood of the Father God. They call themselves the authentic Pangu, a group of fraudsters claiming to be descendants of the Father God. Do they deserve this merit of the heavenly Tao? Just a joke. On the side, Yuan Shi looked at this with disdain. As for Tai Shang, he slowly frowned. Then he said, Buzhou Mountain, the Wu clan? Speaking of Buzhou Mountain, I almost forgot. Buzhou Mountain is transformed from the spine of the Father God. With the pressure of the Father God existing all year round, there must be countless opportunities and creations within. Second brother, third brother, don't worry about the Wu clan. Let's quickly head to Buzhou Mountain to seize the opportunities and creations above Buzhou Mountain. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Wu clan has no primordial spirit and cannot use spirit treasures. They must have no interest in the many innate spirit treasures nurtured above Buzhou Mountain. So this benefits us. Let's go. Time is of the essence. After saying this, the three departed from Kunlun Mountain. In the primal chaos, all the innate great beings sensed something. Some sighed, some were jealous, some looked down upon it. But without a doubt, that glaring 90,000 miles of merit auspicious clouds truly made people envious. Eyes turned towards it, all filled with envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the three clans, Di Jiang and others discovered that among the 90,000 miles of merit auspicious clouds, a full 20% fell upon Wu Shuang. The rest were divided among the two great zombie ancestors, each taking 30%, with the remaining 20% falling upon all members of the Wu clan. In an instant, all the ancestral witches present felt an extreme sense of elevation. Their consciousness became much stronger. In a vague sense, it felt like something was about to grow in their minds. Strange. Why is my head itching? Zhu Rong said in a deep voice. The power of merit fused into them, surprisingly stabilizing the innate polluted energy they had been tainted with. Deep within their spiritual platforms, streams of innate pure energy emerged. It seemed like they were about to grow brains. 13th brother, you are the smartest. You are the second smartest in the entire Wu clan after me. What do you think this is about? Di Jiang asked with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang looked at Di Jiang with a speechless expression. Smart? Second to you? No, you bunch of fools are really connected by the same brain, right? But looking at the current situation, it seems that this merit of the heavenly Tao has the effect of stimulating the Wu clan to give birth to primordial spirits. This is natural. The primordial spirit is a product formed from innate pure energy. All living beings have primordial spirits, except for the Wu clan. When the Wu clan was born, they were tainted by innate polluted energy, causing the evil energy to conflict with the innate pure energy in their spiritual platforms. Naturally, this erased the primordial spirits they were supposed to give birth to in the cradle. Now that the merit of the heavenly Tao has descended, many ancestral witches' minds have actually produced a bit of innate pure energy. What does this mean? Doesn't it mean that all members of the Wu clan have the possibility of giving birth to primordial spirits? It should be noted that the Wu clan can already rival any cultivator in the world with their strong physical bodies. Moreover, within the same realm, once a member of the Wu clan gets close to a cultivator, it is a guaranteed victory. Now, if the Wu clan can accumulate merit continuously and completely control the polluted energy within their bodies, then they might be able to give birth to primordial spirits. With primordial spirits, there will be many more things they can do. By the time, if they're able to resurrect after the physical body falls, they can also cultivate various methods for refining primordial spirits and the laws of heaven and earth. They can practice all kinds of powerful divine abilities and use various powerful spirit treasures. At that time, everyone in the Wu clan will cultivate both life and spirit. Everyone will be overflowing with energy and blood, with high damage while gaining strength. That would truly be against the heavens. The merit of the heavenly Tao is indeed a good thing. It seems that the next goal is to earn more merit of the heavenly Tao for our Wu clan, striving to allow the entire Wu clan to control their own polluted energy and give birth to primordial spirits as soon as possible. At this moment, Wu Shuang already had a preliminary goal. After all, no matter what, the ancestral witches were truly good to him from the bottom of their hearts. It should be known that every drop of blood from the ancestral witches is incredibly precious, yet they freely offered it. Regardless, since he is a member of the Wu clan, he must do something. Everyone, this is actually because we now have the power of merit, so we can gradually control the innate polluted energy within our bodies. This also means that everyone has the possibility of giving birth to primordial spirits in the future. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang immediately thought, So, my wisdom can improve even further? As expected of me. Looking at Di Jiang's wise expression, Wu Shuang could only show an awkward yet polite smile in response to his excitement. As for the other ancestral witches, they were all overjoyed. So, is it possible for us to give birth to a primordial spirit? Next to them, Jiang Chun and Han Ba couldn't help but ask, You, the zombie clan, have your own responsibilities. If it weren't for the immense merit, perhaps you wouldn't be able to give birth to a primordial spirit. However, in return, you have gained innate laws, and your physical bodies have become even stronger. This can be considered a trade-off. Wu Shuang merely glanced at the two of them and saw that deep within their spiritual platforms, each possessed an innate Tao imprint. They were like the ancestral shaman, embodying the existence of innate laws. However, they had awakened their innate Tao imprints due to the blessings of merit from heaven. In other words, both of them now possessed an innate law. Jiang Chun had the law of life and death, while Han Ba had the law of fire. Jiang Chun was surrounded by the aura of life and death, capable of controlling the withering and flourishing of all things with a flip of his hand. Han Ba, on the other hand, was enveloped in dry land for miles, with an overwhelming aura of fire. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor Shaman. The two bowed to Wu Shuang, their eyes showing some disappointment. Unless they achieved immense merit, it would be difficult to give birth to a primordial spirit. This felt somewhat unfair. However, they bore the burden of all the filthy air for the beings of the primordial world. As they absorbed more filthy air in the future, their merit would increase. One day, it would not be impossible for them to give birth to a primordial spirit. However, zombies are born from the resentment and filth of the world. Immortal and indestructible, cast aside by the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, wandering aimlessly, feeding on resentment and blood in the mortal world. Except for these two ancestral zombies and other members of the shaman clan protected by merit, the ordinary zombies transformed from them would likely not be able to maintain their consciousness. But this wasn't a big issue. After all, those zombies transformed from other clansmen could not be considered members of the shaman clan. 13th brother, since this matter is completed, our fallen clansmen can rely on this method to be reborn in the future. This task will be entrusted to Jiao Feng. At this moment, Di Jiang looked at Wu Shuang and said. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang nodded. He then led the two of them back to the shaman clan's territory. After returning, the 12 ancestral shamans began to teach the many members of the shaman clan the 9 turns yuan skill, including the 2 ancestral zombies. Now, in the primordial world, the 3 clans frequently engaged in battles. The pressure from Panga Mountain was immense, and very few people from the 3 clans dared to come here. Therefore, the many members of the shaman clan were able to have a stable period of development. After about a few hundred years, with the help of the 9 turns yuan skill, the overall strength of the shaman clan had qualitatively improved. Subsequently, zombies buried in the earth's veins began to emerge one after another. There were a total of tens of thousands of zombies. However, because they were later born zombies, they did not absorb as much merit power as Jiang Chun and Han Ba, so their strength was far inferior to theirs. They could only be considered second-generation zombies. Even so, this group of zombies had reached the level of shaman generals and even shaman commanders. In addition to refining their blood and energy to enhance their strength, they could also absorb filthy air to boost their power. At the same time, while absorbing filthy air, they would also gain corresponding merit. The 12 ancestral shamans watched as the strength of the shaman clan members grew stronger and were quite satisfied. However, as the number of clan members increased, the territory began to expand. From initially being shrunk at the foot of Panga Mountain, the shaman clan gradually began to expand outward until it touched the territory of the 3 clans. One branch of the dragon clan, the Panlong clan, repeatedly clashed with the shaman clan. As these conflicts escalated, Di Jiang summoned many ancestral shamans at the Panga temple to discuss the matter. The Panlong clan has been too arrogant, relying on their few great Luo golden immortals. They do not put our shaman clan in their eyes. Therefore, today I have decided to counterattack the Panlong clan and completely erase them from the primordial world. After saying this, he looked at Wu Shuang and said, 13th brother, over the years, the zombie clan has been managed directly by you. Now it's time for them to test their strength. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang also became interested. It was time for a real battle. In the process of cultivating both life and death, he had gained significant strength. Let those who specialize in primordial spirits witness the power of our shaman clan. Chapter 9. The Zombie Clan Strikes. Kill them all. Jiang Chun, Han Ba, heed the command. Lead the zombie clan and strike with me. Outside the Panga temple, the zombie clan, which had long been waiting, lined up neatly and majestically under Wu Shuang's orders. The entire zombie clan exuded a terrifying aura, with green faces and sharp teeth, especially the 2 ancestral zombies at the forefront, who were imbued with innate laws and had a fierce aura. Above them, dark clouds loomed perpetually. Jiang Chun, Han Ba, obeying the ancestor shaman's orders. With a loud shout, Jiang Chun and Han Ba immediately began to arrange their forces and organize them. 13th brother, I leave this place to you. The Panlong clan has a few ignorant great Luo golden immortals. I will go deal with them first. Di Jiang snorted coldly, and then led many ancestral shamans to strike. Wu Shuang stayed behind, leading the zombie clan to march slowly. Although the zombie clan was incredibly fierce, fortunately, every one of them possessed merit and retained their rationality. Therefore, even though they appeared as walking disasters with overwhelming murderous intent, they remained orderly. Only Wu Shuang commanded. Soon after, Wu Shuang led the many members of the zombie clan to the territory of the Panlong clan. They saw that the vast territory of the Panlong clan had already begun a great battle. Dozens of great Luo golden immortals were fighting fiercely in the void against many ancestral shamans. However, it was evident that the ancestral shamans who had acquired the 9-turns-yuan skill were far stronger than the great Luo golden immortals of the Panlong clan. They were almost overwhelming their opponents. This caused the more than 10 great Luo golden immortals of the Panlong clan to cry out in frustration. The ordinary members of the Panlong clan below were the enemies Shuang needed to face. Please, Ancestor Shaman, give the order. At this moment, Jiang Chun knelt on one knee, requesting Shuang to give the order to attack. In response, Shuang revealed a meaningful smile and said, I have a plan. You zombie clan can release your filthy air to surround the entire Panlong clan with a heavenly net, trapping them within. Once they lose their consciousness, we can kill them all together. This way, not only can we let them kill each other, but we can also minimize our zombie clan's losses. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Let them kill each other? This plan was indeed ruthless. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. The Panlong clan has repeatedly invaded our shaman clan's territory. Their crimes deserve punishment. Today, let them witness the power of our zombie clan. Jiang Chun, you must not disappoint me. After hearing this, Jiang Chun was greatly encouraged. He immediately nodded solemnly and said, We will obey the ancestor shaman's orders. We will not let you down. After speaking, he turned to look at the many members of the zombie clan behind him. He commanded, Split into 3 routes. Surround the horn, release the foul air, and leave no one alive. Kill. Amidst a thunderous shout, the many members of the zombie clan were invigorated and responded in unison. Kill. 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 The overwhelming momentum surged forth like a tidal wave. The members of the zombie clan split into 3 routes and soared into the air, completely surrounding the entire Panlong clan. Immediately, waves of foul air transformed into rolling black smoke, sweeping in as if a great calamity was approaching. Fear engulfed the hearts of the entire Panlong clan. Who are they? When did the Witch clan have so many ferocious beings appear? Such terrifying killing intent. Damn it. I only absorbed a trace of killing intent, and I can't control my emotions. Get away. I can't suppress my murderous intent anymore. Kill. Under the onslaught of the terrifying killing intent, even the Panlongs at the Earth Immortal Realm and those at the Golden Immortal Realm were unable to contain their violent killing intent. The terrifying sounds of battle erupted among the members of the Panlong clan. But they were not killing members of the zombie clan. They were attacking indiscriminately, even if the person in front of them was their own. Under the influence of the foul air, any member of the Panlong clan could not control their own frenzied killing intent. Their eyes turned blood red, and they reached out to attack everyone nearby. Damn Witch clan! How dare they play such tricks? Deep within the Panlong clan, a member with a dragon head and human body, dressed in luxurious clothing, could not help but curse angrily. Young clan leader, this order comes from that peak golden immortal of the Witch clan. For what they said, it seems to be the ancestral witch. Upon hearing this, the young clan leader was momentarily stunned. Ancestral witch? Aren't there only 12 ancestral witches? When did a 13th one appear? However, seeing the many clan members around him killing each other, as the young clan leader, he naturally could not stand by. Everyone kill out with me. As the saying goes, capture the thief first, capture the king. We will kill that ancestral witch, and the witch army will surely collapse without a fight. As you command. After saying this, the young clan leader brought along 2 other Panlong clan warriors, both at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, and charged towards Shuang. Upon seeing this, Shuang revealed a smile. Oh, not choosing to run, but actively coming closer? Interesting. 3 early-stage Tai Golden Immortals, I can give a try. Now that I have dual cultivation of life and death, I not only possess cultivation, but also have an extremely powerful physical body. Although the 3 early-stage Tai Golden Immortals have a much higher cultivation level than me, with my 12 innate laws, I might still be able to handle it. With this thought, Shuang flew towards the 3 without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he activated the Space Law Seal. Buzz! A series of thunderous sounds echoed, and a mysterious wave of law enveloped Shuang. In the next moment, Shuang, who was still in sight, instantly transformed into an afterimage. He teleported tens of thousands of miles away, appearing right in front of the three Tai golden immortals. What? The young clan leader's face changed in shock. Instant teleportation? What kind of joke is this? The space law is not the signature law of Di Jiang. How can this so-called ancestral, which also use it? No matter. Young clan leader, we three Tai golden immortals are afraid we can't defeat a peak golden immortal? One the other two Tai golden immortals bravely said. Hearing this, the young clan leader gained a bit more confidence. This is true, even if he possesses innate laws. So what? Some of the wind and rain. The young clan leader coldly snorted and immediately activated his magical formula, chanting incantations. Suddenly, the surrounding heaven and earth changed color, and gusts of wind and torrential rain swept in. Upon seeing this, Shuang merely raised his hand indifferently. Ice come. Buzz. Another innate law was activated. Instantly, the ice law belonging to the ancestral, which Xianming roared to life, completely freezing the torrential winds and rains into a flurry of snowflakes and ice balls falling to the ground. This, another type of innate law. How is this possible? At this moment, the three finally felt that something was off. Chapter 10, Time Stops. Instant kill of three Tai. Isn't it said that each ancestral, which only masters one innate law? Why does he have two? What's going on? The young clan leader of the Panlong clan looked exasperated, almost furious as he scolded his two subordinates beside him. I don't know either. Young clan leader. This ancestral, which is too strange. The two beside him felt their scalps tingle. To possess two types of innate laws? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention an ancestral witch. Even in the entire Hong Wong, such a thing is extremely rare. Innate laws are called innate precisely because of their uniqueness. They are inheritances obtained at the very beginning of a being's existence. Just like Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Jin Yuanzi, which one does not possess one innate law sufficient to stand firm in the Hong Wong world? Even to dominate a region? Just one is already incredibly powerful, let alone two. Oh, you all naively thought this was all I could do. Very well, let me show you my means. Shuang smiled lightly. He then raised his hand to deliver a powerful shock. Time-space blockade. As he spoke, the space law seal belonging to Di Jiang and the time law seal belonging to Zhu Juyin simultaneously erupted with powerful innate law power. In an instant, the three found that the time and space around them were completely sealed by Shuang. The three were not only unable to move, but even their thoughts came to a standstill. It was as if true time had stopped. Seeing the three being frozen, Shuang did not hesitate to activate the 9 turns Yuan Gong, causing his blood energy to explode instantly, transforming into a towering red mist of blood. Then, he became a red afterimage and appeared before the three. He raised his right fist without any fancy moves, and in an instant, he struck down fiercely with 3 punches. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, 3 sounds of breaking through the air echoed. The 3 Tai golden immortals were instantly killed by Shuang. With just 3 punches, he shattered the bodies of the 3 Tai golden immortal members of the Panlong clan. From start to finish, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. My son. In the void, the leader of the Panlong clan, who was battling Di Jiang, saw Shuang kill his son with a single punch. Immediately, his face turned furious, and he raised his massive tail, which was 1,000,000 miles long, and fiercely swatted away Di Jiang. Then, without hesitation, he charged towards Shuang. Dare to kill my son. Today, I will make you pay with blood for blood. The leader of the Panlong clan's eyes were practically bloodshot with rage. With overwhelming killing intent, he charged towards Shuang with his enormous body. Upon seeing this, Shuang smiled lightly. Not only was there no fear, but he also revealed a playful smile. Do you really think I don't exist? Ancestral, which true body? It is evident that Di Jiang, above the void, watched as the leader of the Panlong clan dared to turn his back on him. He even had the audacity to attack his most valued 13th brother. That was simply touching Di Jiang's reverse scales. It compelled him to directly use the ultimate weapon of the Ancestor Witches, the true form of the Ancestor Witch. Each Ancestor Witch is born as a massive divine and demonic figure. However, for convenience, they typically do not reveal themselves. But today, seeing that the opponent was about to harm Shuang, he did not hesitate to summon his true form. In the void, murderous intent surged. Amidst the rolling black clouds, a colossal creature with a face like a yellow pouch, red as fire, 6 legs and 4 wings, with no discernible features, appeared as if it were an ancient god or demon. Its massive body, though enormous, moved with incredible speed. Di Jiang coldly snorted and instantly activated the laws of space. He transformed into a shadow and appeared before the leader of the Panlong clan in an instant. Then, with a terrifying force of blood and energy, he brutally suppressed the leader of the Panlong clan. Roar! In the heavens and earth, the dragons roared. Many members of the Panlong clan witnessed their leader and young leader perish here. They immediately let out heartbreaking wails. Meanwhile, those members of the Panlong clan, surrounded by the murky air, were even more tragic. Before they could even engage with the many members of the zombie clan, they lost their reason and slaughtered most of their own kin. At this moment, the people of the Panlong clan gradually began to feel despair. This, a mere witch clan, why do they have a right? Where did those murderous beings come from? Could it be that they are the zombie clan established by the witch clan before? A zombie clan? How could such a terrifying and murderous clan exist? The Panlong clan members who still retained some rationality were completely in despair. They looked at Shuang, who seemed to tower over them like a king, with despair in their eyes. Jiang Chun, Honbo, the time has come, kill for me. With this command, many members of the zombie clan responded. Roar! A series of terrifying roars erupted in the heavens and earth. Numerous members of the zombie clan opened their massive mouths and lunged at every member of the Panlong clan. They not only possessed overwhelming blood energy, but also exuded a murderous aura that no one dared to approach. It was as if they were devouring their prey alive, swiftly defeating the remaining members of the Panlong clan like a whirlwind. Moreover, after the zombie clan members devoured the Panlong bloodline, their aura became even more terrifying. They also practiced the 9 transformations of primordial energy, coupled with their zombie bodies, which had the characteristic of being able to devour flesh to enhance themselves. They grew stronger with each battle, especially Jiangchun and Hanba. One invoked the laws of life and death, wiping out thousands of Panlongs with a flip of his hand, while the other conjured blazing flames that scorched the earth for thousands of miles. The battle soon calmed down. It can almost be said that it was achieved without any effort. Reporting to the Ancestor Witch, the Panlong clan has been completely eradicated. Our clan suffered 0 casualties. After the battle ended, Jiangchun and Hanba proudly approached Shuang to report the situation. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy also appeared in Shuang's eyes. 0 casualties? So fierce? But this was reasonable. The zombie clan was inherently fearless of death, and with the ability to devour the bloodlines of other clans to restore themselves. Even if their bodies were shattered, they could recover by devouring a few bites of flesh. They were simply unkillable little cockroaches. How could they possibly fight against such enemies? Heaven knows why the members of the Panlong clan were so arrogant before and insisted on invading the territory of the witch clan. It was truly seeking death. 13th brother. Impressive. 3 punches to kill 3 Tai golden immortals? Truly worthy of being the 13th brother that I value. You have truly showcased the might of our witch clan. With a loud clap, Di Jiang, restored to his human form, joyfully patted Shuang's shoulder, his face filled with ecstasy. Shuang, another familiar feeling, another familiar dizziness. Looking again, both Di Jiang and the other Ancestor Witches seemed to have seen a surge in their blood energy. It turned out that they had also refined a portion of the dragon bloodline and gained a power boost. Cough, brother, now that the great battle is over, it's time to reap the rewards. Rewards? What rewards? A hint of confusion appeared in Di Jiang's wise eyes. Shuang immediately shot him an annoyed glance. Then, he looked towards the depths of the Panlong clan's territory. Spiritual roots. The aura of spiritual treasures. Chapter 11. The innate spiritual treasure, the Panlong Pearl. And the endless zombie clan. Spiritual roots? Spiritual treasures? What does our witch clan want with those? Jiang continued his usual behavior. This undoubtedly filled Wu Shuang with speechlessness. Heaven's gifts not taken are met with disaster. When the time comes, calamities will follow. The Panlong clan had occupied this place for many years and possessed many spiritual roots and treasures, which was only reasonable. Although our witch clan cannot use them now, it does not mean we won't need them in the future. Wu Shuang's words reminded Jiang. Oh, if our witch clan gains merits in the future, perhaps we can use this to condense our primordial spirits. By then, these spiritual treasures will have their uses. Wu Shuang nodded. Moreover, those spiritual roots contain immense spiritual energy. Our witch clan can refine the bloodlines of living beings. Can't we refine these spiritual roots as well? All right, brother, let's quickly gather the rewards. Jiang slowly nodded, showing a look of as expected of you. Then, he called to the other ancestor witches and the zombie clan members to search together. A few days later, everyone returned in great victory. Not only did they bring back many spiritual roots and treasures, but they also returned with hundreds of thousands of Panlong clan corpses. These corpses were thrown into the Ancestor Witch blood pool by the Ancestor Witches for the members of the Witch clan to refine. Ha ha ha! With these Panlong clan bloodlines, our Witch clan sons will be able to enhance their strength once again. Jiang looked at the increasingly rich blood energy in the blood pool with a face full of joy, wishing he could jump in and absorb it right away. However, the Ancestor Witches, had slain more than a dozen Deluo golden immortal level Panlongs, so they wouldn't compete with the ordinary Witch clan members for it. As for Wu Shuang, he found a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasures are extremely precious in any era. Although the three clans are fighting fiercely, the Panlong clan, as a branch of the Dragon clan, still has a limited number. The Panlong Pearl, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, can summon the Panlong avatar to fight and can also be used as a protective shield by placing it above one's head. It is indeed a good item that combines offense and defense. Wu Shuang refined this spiritual treasure slightly and immediately understood its origin and function from the innate principles within. This item is considered the clan treasure of the Panlong clan, obtained when the Panlong clan established their lineage in the world, capable of carrying their clan's fortune. In the chaotic world, all clans can establish themselves and gain recognition and protection from heaven and earth. Any clan that comes into being can receive some benefits. Having obtained this treasure, Wu Shuang naturally kept it well. In addition to the spiritual treasure, he also acquired some inherited immortal techniques and divine powers from the Panlong clan. This allows me to slightly enhance my methods. As for these spiritual roots, they can also be refined to improve my cultivation. Wu Shuang looked at the various postnatal spiritual treasures and roots filling the Wu clan's treasury and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Although these postnatal spiritual treasures are not strong, they can serve as a resource reserve for the Wu clan in the future. As for the spiritual roots, they can be used at any time to enhance one's cultivation. After assessing the results of the battle, Wu Shuang, along with the other ancestral witches, returned to the Panga temple to continue their cultivation. As the saying goes, time in the wilderness is not recorded. In Shumi, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this millennium, the conflicts among the three clans became increasingly frequent, leading to a wilderness filled with corpses and blood. This provided the Wu clan with an opportunity to quietly enhance their strength. A large number of bloodlines from the three clans were brought back to the Wu clan by the zombie clan members, providing many Wu clan members with resources for cultivation. The strength of the entire Wu clan also grew stronger day by day. One day, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from within the Panga temple. Following that, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around began to gather towards it like a whale sucking in water, all of it being absorbed by Wu Shuang. He achieved the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. After 1,000 years of refining and cultivation, Wu Shuang successfully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Just awakening from his cultivation, Wu Shuang looked around and was surprised to find that he was the first to finish his training. Well, I'll go out for a stroll first. He concealed his aura and left the Panga temple without concerning himself with the other 12 ancestral witches. Then, he arrived at the territory of the zombie clan. Greetings, Ancestral Witch. I didn't expect you to come today. What urgent matter do you have? Upon seeing Wu Shuang's arrival, Jiang Chun and Han Ba both came to greet him. Their strengths had also received a boost, roughly equivalent to the peak of the Golden Immortal realm, but in reality, even a Tai Golden Immortal might not be their match. I have come today to discuss a major matter with you, Wu Shuang said. Jiang Chun and Han Ba, you have collected the corpses of the 3 clans. Bring a few over. I have a plan. It can increase the strength of your zombie clan several times, even dozens of times. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and Han Ba were greatly shocked. Such a brilliant plan? Ancestral Witch, please wait, I'll be right back. Jiang Chun said, immediately rushing off to find a few dragon corpses. He placed them in front of Wu Shuang. Judging by their aura, these were corpses of dragons with cultivation no higher than the profound immortal realm, and they were quite fresh, likely having died not long ago. Brought back by the zombie clan members. Jiang Chun, you can control all the foul air in the world. Have you ever thought about using your bloodline as a guide, with the foul air as an aid, to control these corpses and turn them into zombies? Jiang Chun and Han Ba were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Wen Ti thought of this. This was to be expected. After all, the concept of a zombie ancestor controlling small zombies was something only Wu Shuang, as a later generation, could know. Jiang Chun and Han Ba had been zombies for 1,000 years and usually refined the corpses of the 3 clans directly. How could they think of turning them into zombies? Well, you can give it a try. If it works, then in the future, the more people die on the battlefield, the stronger your power will become. The enemies who fall can also be turned into your own, and when your own people fall, you can control their corpses to stand up again. Endless and inexhaustible. In this way, there will be no one in the wilderness who can stand against you. With just a few words, Jiang Chun and Han Ba were filled with imagination. This idea is simply too fierce. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled, feeling a chill upon further reflection. And after killing the enemy, I can make their corpses stand up to serve me? This is too vicious. This scheme is simply both cunning and ruthless. It can be called a masterstroke. Ancestral Witch, I will try it now. With a sense of anticipation, Jiang Chun and Han Ba began to experiment. Chapter 12. The Zombie Slave Army, the 3 Pure Ones attack. It could be seen that Jiang Chun forced out a trace of his bloodline, which then dripped onto the already completely dead dragon corpse. The next second, a feeling of bloodline connection surged into Jiang Chun's heart. It worked. It really worked. With a thought from Jiang Chun, the originally fallen dragon corpse actually came back to life. It slowly opened its eyes, and a terrifying murderous aura burst forth from its dragon eyes. Then, it stammered and bowed to Jiang Chun, saying, "Greetings, Ancestor." It could actually retain a certain level of intelligence. This was an unexpected gain. Wu Shuang couldn't help but feel joy. Although he had thought that the zombies assimilated through the zombie bloodline would definitely be able to come back to life, he had not expected that the assimilated zombies would have consciousness. However, since Jiang Chun was the zombie ancestor, his bloodline was powerful. So the zombies he assimilated must also be quite strong. Therefore, it was only natural that they could possess intelligence. Thinking of this, Wu Shuang nodded slowly and said, "Jiang Chun, Han Ba, from now on, these zombies transformed by your bloodline shall be called zombie slaves. They are not of our clan, but they can be used by our clan. In the future, your zombie clan can use this method to expand a zombie slave army, of course. It requires powerful beings before their death. When the time comes on the battlefield, they can become the strongest vanguard." Wu Shuang initially just wanted to create a cannon fodder team. Unexpectedly, the zombie slaves before him not only had intelligence, but also retained their cultivation and physical strength from when they were alive, although they had long since died once. Lacking a primordial spirit and unable to use magical powers or techniques, just relying on their cultivation and physical strength was already a considerable combat power. "As you command, Ancestor." After saying this, Jiang Chun and Han Ba began to assimilate powerful beings from various clans according to Wu Shuang's instructions. Unknowingly, several decades passed. One day, within the Panga Temple, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches awakened from their cultivation. 9 transformations of primordial energy. 7 transformations realm. It worked. Ha ha ha. My current physical strength is already not weaker than any great Luo golden immortal. Plus, with my mastery of laws, I can even withstand multiple great Luos without losing ground. Listening to Di Zhang's words, Zhurong beside him proudly said, "Not only that, I feel that even if a Hunyuan golden immortal comes, they may not be my opponent." "You keep boasting." Di Zhang chuckled lightly and didn't say much. However, the next second, he seemed to sense something and suddenly frowned. "What's going on?" It seems that there is a foreign bloodline aura appearing in the direction of the zombie clan. "Oh no, could it be an invasion by foreign tribes?" "Everyone, follow me to take a look." Suddenly, sensing the appearance of foreign bloodlines, Di Zhang hurriedly led many ancestral witches towards the territory of the zombie clan. However, when they arrived, they were shocked to find that within the territory of the zombie clan, a large number of powerful dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and other beings had appeared out of nowhere. "What is this?" Di Zhang's pupils widened. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Wu Shuang arriving. "Brothers and sisters, you have finally awakened. Look, this is the vanguard army I have created for the Witch Clan. It is called the Zombie Slave Army." "The Zombie Slave Army? Are they related to the Zombie Clan?" "Yes. Their bloodline aura, although it belongs to outsiders, carries the essence of the Zombie Clan." "How is this possible?" Di Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. "Greetings, esteemed ancestors." At this moment, Jiang Chun and Han Ba arrived to pay their respects. They then informed everyone about Wu Shuang's previous plan. "Are you saying that your zombie clan's bloodline can assimilate other beings, turning them into zombies? And these zombies can be controlled by your bloodline, becoming your zombie slaves?" The many ancestors widened their eyes, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt this plan was brilliant. With a loud clap, Di Zhang slapped Wu Shuang's shoulder hard. Then, he exclaimed with joy, "Ha ha, 13th brother, your method is too powerful. If that's the case, then in the future, when beings from other clans fall, won't they all be usable by our witch clan?" "Ha ha." Wu Shuang felt a buzzing in his head as he looked at the excited expressions of the ancestors. He awkwardly but politely smiled. In fact, this method is not without flaws. For example, those with cultivation higher than Jiang Chun and Han Ba cannot be assimilated. Additionally, the number of zombie slaves that can be assimilated by the zombie clan is also limited. The limits for Jiang Chun and Han Ba are 100,000 under their own cultivation level, while ordinary zombie clan members can only assimilate a few thousand. Of course, this will increase with their cultivation level. Report. Just as the many ancestors were filled with joy, suddenly a giant with a spiky head, 2 horns, a voice like thunder, and a stature as mighty as a mountain was rushing towards them. Reporting to the esteemed ancestors, "Outsiders have invaded our witch clan's territory. Not only have they injured our Chi-Yu tribe members, but they also claim to be the 3 pure ones, the true orthodoxy of Pangu. We ask the esteemed ancestors to take action and eliminate these evil thieves." Chi-Yu said through gritted teeth, his face filled with anger. However, upon hearing this, Wu Shuang was slightly taken aback. "The 3 pure ones? They have come. What do they want?" "Umph. The 3 pure ones? Aren't they the 3 guys who transformed on Mount Kunlun tens of thousands of years ago and arrogantly declared a heaven and earth?" Di Zhang snorted coldly. He had some impression of the 3 pure ones. When they transformed, they declared to heaven and earth and had a great merit of opening the heavens, causing countless phenomena and creating a sensation. Although the Witch Clan also had a share of the merit of opening the heavens, it was far less than what they received. It is said that the 3 pure ones are the incarnations of the Father God's primordial spirit, and logically speaking, they are also descendants of the Father God. Yet, they would dare to attack our witch clan? Truly despicable. Beside him, Gong Gong said with a face full of rage. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang showed no emotional fluctuation. "The 3 pure ones have always looked down on the witch clan. Although we are all descendants of Pangu, we despise each other. Today, they have injured the Chi-Yu tribe's members, and they must have their own motives. Chi-Yu, where have the 3 pure ones gone? Quickly tell me." Wu Shuang looked at Chi-Yu and said seriously. Reporting to the ancestors, they headed towards Buzhou Mountain. It was because they wanted to offend the god of Buzhou Mountain that our Chi-Yu tribe intervened, but who would have thought? Yu's face was filled with despair after losing the battle. However, upon hearing this news, Shuang was delighted. The three pure ones are going to Buzhou Mountain? That is a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 13. I have a plan to rob the three pure ones. Huh? 13th brother, what are you laughing about? The three pure ones are bullying our witch clan, and you still have mood to laugh? Beside him, Zhu Rong questioned with dissatisfaction. Shuang noticed that Zhu Rong misunderstood and quickly explained, Brother, do not worry. I have thought of a method that can not only teach the three pure ones a severe lesson, but also allow our witch clan to gain benefits. Upon hearing this, the many ancestors became restless. 13th brother, what is your method? Quickly tell us. Di Jiang asked anxiously. Shuang nodded, then replied, The three pure ones are indeed descendants of the Father God, and they possess immense fortune, protected by the merit of the Father God. Therefore, it is unrealistic to think of killing them. However, I believe their purpose in coming to Buzhou Mountain must be to obtain the many spiritual treasures and roots that have been nurtured in Buzhou Mountain for millions of years. Although our witch clan does not need them, we cannot let them benefit. For beings with such great fortune, they can sense the existence of opportunities. Since that is the case, we can take advantage of them and find all the treasures atop Buzhou Mountain through their hands. Brothers, let us head to Buzhou Mountain and follow the three pure ones. For every treasure they obtain, we will come out and rob them. Offending our witch clan while seeking opportunities? They are dreaming. When the ancestors heard this, they immediately smiled broadly, secretly delighted. What a good plan. In that case, the opportunities of the three pure ones will become the opportunities of our witch clan. Although we have no immediate use for those spiritual treasures, we absolutely cannot let them benefit. Everyone, let's set off. First, let us find those three ignorant fellows. Di Jiang raised his arm and called for the many ancestors to head towards Buzhou Mountain together. Not long after, on Buzhou Mountain, the pressure of the Father God must have been set to leave us with these opportunities. Thank you, Father God. Yuan sure worshipped Buzhou Mountain, his eyes filled with gratitude. However, the witch clan at the foot of the mountain actually possesses the bloodline aura of the Father God. Just a group of filthy and ferocious beings. How do they deserve to have the bloodline of the Father God? Yuan sure spoke of the witch clan with evident disgust. Similarly, the two beside him, Tai Shang and Tong Tian, naturally looked down on the witch clan. Just a bunch of ants, not worth paying attention to. Second brother, third brother. There are three supreme postnatal spiritual roots here, one for each of us. After we take them, we can search further up the mountain. Tai Shang pointed to the three radiant and spiritually rich postnatal spiritual roots in front of him, smiling. Buzhou Mountain is indeed full of opportunities. They had just arrived and had already obtained three postnatal supreme spiritual roots. Such treasures would cause those to Luo Jingxian to fight over them outside. However, just as they were about to take the spiritual roots, suddenly, a terrifying aura of blood and qi, accompanied by a sky full of ferocity, descended. With a loud bang, 13 extraordinary figures suddenly appeared before the three of them. Among them, the one with the weakest cultivation stepped out from the crowd, looked indifferently at the three pure ones, and said, This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some road money. The one speaking was none other than Shuang. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were clearly taken aback. Then their expressions changed slightly, and they angrily scolded. 12 ancestors? What are you? How dare you covet the opportunities of the three pure ones? You seek death. After saying this, the three of them directly took action. Oh, not only do you not run away, but you dare to come forward? Brothers, sisters, let us do it. Shuang chuckled and retreated to the background. You're called the three clear ones, right? With a roar, the 12 ancestor witches pounced towards the three clear ones like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. A flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger. A cacophony of clanging and hammering. The three clear ones suddenly found it hard to defend themselves. No way, these guys are all great Luo golden immortals, and their vitality is terrifyingly strong. Second brother, third brother, run. Tai Shang quickly summoned the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Tower to protect the other two and rushed towards a mountain peak. Seeing them escape, Shuang was too lazy to pursue. After all, he remembered their auras. Finding them would be as easy as pie. Shuang happily collected 3 postnatal spiritual roots. Then, he and the many ancestor witches vanished into the mist. Finally shaken off, how could the 12 ancestor witches be so terrifying? Some of them had even reached the peak of Great Luo. Tong Tian, who had barely escaped, was panting and said with a face full of reluctance. Tai Shang slowly frowned and then said, "No worries. Although the ancestor witches have powerful physical bodies, they lack primordial spirits and cannot use divine abilities. If we can't defeat them, we can still escape, right? Our main goal this time is to seek opportunities on Mount Buzhou. Let us hurry up the mountain." Although Tai Shang was also unwilling, he was not reckless. Naturally, seeking opportunities was a priority. The 3 nodded and continued their ascent. Not long after, they suddenly saw a mysterious light enveloping them. In a cave, a brilliant light of thousands of rays of relics erupted. The 3 were overjoyed. After searching the cave, they indeed saw a spiritual treasure emerging. From the aura, this is a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. A good item. Yuan Shi showed a delighted expression and was about to take action to collect it. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of vitality rushed in. Immediately after, 13 ghostly figures reappeared. "This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass this road, leave behind some toll." The familiar formula. The familiar taste. Upon hearing these words, the 3 clear ones immediately felt unwell. Coming again? Second brother, third brother, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Shang directly took Yuan Shi and Tong Tian and fled. Why are they like ghosts? Relentlessly haunting us? How infuriating, my innate spiritual treasure. Yuan Shi said angrily, filled with reluctance. Forget it, it's just a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. What kind of treasure is that? There are better things ahead. Tai Shang continued to comfort the 2. Encouraged by him, the 3 pressed on. Thanks to their great fortune, they soon sensed the presence of the next opportunity. However, when they found the opportunity for the first time, Shuang's demonic voice echoed again. Once, twice, 3 times finally, after being robbed 7 times in a row, Yuan Shi could no longer hold back. 7 times. A full 7 times. I can't take it anymore. Big brother, don't stop me. I'm going to fight them. Yuan Shi glared with fury, clearly on the verge of losing his mind. Chapter 14. Innate Supreme Treasure. Creation Green Lotus. Tong Tian beside him was also on the verge of tears. All along the way, they had seen innate spiritual treasures appear. Just when they were about to seize a good opportunity, those 13 ghostly things suddenly popped up. The key was that the opponent was incredibly fierce. They couldn't fight back, only flee. Once they escaped, the remaining spiritual treasures would belong to them. At this moment, Tai Shang furrowed his brow as he looked at the several postnatal spiritual treasures in his hands, falling into deep thought. What exactly are we here for on Mount Buzhou? After searching for so long, we've only obtained a few postnatal spiritual treasures, and these were the ones that the ancestor witches didn't want. So infuriating. Tai Shang gritted his teeth, finally unable to hold back his anger. These ancestor witches are simply inhuman. Second brother, third brother, we must think of a way to completely shake them off. Tai Shang said through clenched teeth. Tong Tian nodded and then said in surprise, logically speaking, the witch clan lacks primordial spirits and should have no way to track our whereabouts. But since they have been able to find us repeatedly, it is clear that they have been closely following us. If that is the case, we might as well go far away, completely shake them off, and then seek opportunities. How about it? Tong Tian's idea was quite reasonable. Yes, since they lack primordial spirits, they must closely follow us to keep track. Very well. Second brother, third brother, let us use our escape techniques. Quickly evade them. After saying that, the 3 directly began to use their escape techniques, swiftly flying towards a mountain peak. At the same time, on the side of the 13 Ancestor Witches, it was bad. They used escape techniques and ran away. If we don't catch up now, we might not be able to. The many Ancestor Witches were counting their numerous gains. Besides the initial 3 postnatal top-grade spiritual roots, everything they obtained later was innate items, such as innate spiritual roots, innate spiritual treasures, all kinds of things. It could be said that they had gained a lot. After all, innate spiritual treasures or innate spiritual roots, if taken outside, could make any great Luo golden immortal go crazy for them. Not to mention, among their gains, there was even a top-grade innate spiritual root. No worries, I can use a celestial technique to track their whereabouts. Shuang was already prepared for this. He waved his hand and directly took out a drop of blood essence. That was a drop of blood belonging to Tong Tian. Although the 3 of them had not sustained any serious injuries during the battle, they had coughed up some blood. And Shuang had harvested many celestial techniques and divine abilities in the territory of the Panlong clan. While cultivating, he had also practiced several practical celestial techniques. Heaven and earth boundless, blood spirit tracking. With Shuang using Tong Tian's blood as a guide, he formed a hand seal and recited the incantation. In an instant, that drop of blood transformed into a small blood dragon, rushing towards Tong Tian's direction. Over here, chase. As soon as he finished speaking, the many ancestor witches rushed in the direction where the 3 clear ones were. In the blink of an eye, over a decade passed. Big brother, we have already escaped billions of miles. They should not be able to catch up now, right? Yuan sure stopped, looking serious. Taishang formed a hand seal, recited the incantation, and used a probing celestial technique. Only then did he feel at ease. We've shaken them off. Next, we can calmly seek opportunities. Taishang's voice contained an excitement that was hard to suppress. All the way here, they had been robbed a full 7 times. They finally shook them off. For a moment, the 3, who had originally been in a depressed mood, also perked up. Then, after several months of searching, the 3 suddenly saw a dazzling treasure light appearing on a cliff near the mountain peak. That is, Taishang was startled. And then he took Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to the cliff. They saw a blue lotus slowly blooming before them. Countless laws of creation surrounded it, intertwining thousands of principles. The blue lotus radiated extraordinary light, manifesting a brilliance of 10,000 rays. With just a glance, Taishang recognized the origin of this treasure. This is actually an innate supreme treasure. Ha ha ha. The heavens do not treat me poorly. Second brother, third brother, this is a tremendous opportunity. The joy is evident on their faces. The chaotic green lotus. It is actually the chaotic green lotus. Yuan Shi used a probing method, and with just one glance, he recognized the origin of this treasure. The chaotic green lotus is transformed from the only mature lotus seed of the chaotic blue lotus, its flower blooming in 24 varieties, embodying the laws of creation. It can be said that besides the 3 treasures of opening the sky, the chaos bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga banner, this treasure is the most precious and powerful. However, there is only one such treasure. How will my brothers and I divide it? At this moment, Tong Tian seemed to be in a bit of a predicament. No worries, since it has been obtained by the 3 of us brothers. Let us divide it into 3 parts. Shall we? Taishang smiled and said. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both nodded in agreement. What the elder brother said is absolutely right. After saying this, the 3 were about to divide it into 3. If they were truly to divide it, the chaotic green lotus would become a symbol of the friendship of the 3 pure ones, alongside the Panlong crutch, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword. There's also a poem that says, red flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves, the 3 teachings were originally one family. This poem speaks of the opportunity when the 3 pure ones obtained the chaotic green lotus and divided it into 3. Although after being divided, it would no longer be a primordial treasure, it would still be 3 top-grade primordial spiritual treasures. This treasure, once divided, would symbolize the bond of friendship among the 3 pure ones. Taishang smiled and was about to take the red flower. Just at that moment, a spatial rift tore open, and 13 figures stepped out from within. Stop! This is truly wasteful. A dignified primordial treasure, a top-tier existence among the spiritual treasures of the wilderness. You actually want to divide it into 3 and treat it as a symbol of your friendship? Haha, if your friendship were truly deep, you wouldn't fight over such trivial benefits. A familiar voice rang in the ears of the three. The next second, the three pure ones all gasped. "It's you again? This is bad." The three pure ones were completely paralyzed. "It has been over 10 years, and you are still chasing us? Are you even human?" "Oh, they were never human. They are Wu. Indeed, it is us. Brothers and sisters, let us make our move. If we drive them away, this treasure will belong to our Wu clan." Without further ado, the ancestral witches chuckled, their faces revealing a sinister expression. Then they cracked their knuckles ominously, slowly approaching the three pure ones like lambs to the slaughter. "Don't come any closer." The faces of the three pure ones displayed a kaleidoscope of emotions. Their expressions changed repeatedly, sometimes red, sometimes green, but their eyes were filled with fear. With a sharp scream, it seemed they were completely broken. And then there was no more. Even if they had the merit of opening the sky, protecting their bodies, it would only prevent their deaths. Under the combined force of the 12 ancestral witches, the three pure ones were beaten until their skin was torn and flesh was bruised. If it weren't for relying on the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, they would have probably suffered even more. In the end, Shuang, unable to contain his anger, uttered a few harsh words and fled from Buzhou Mountain with Yuan Shi and Tantian, who were also bloodied. When they looked back, they realized that Buzhou Mountain was not their blessed land at all. It was simply their perilous place. "Beasts! A bunch of beasts!" Yuan Shi's angry voice echoed through the sky. But he was left with nothing but impotent rage. Chapter 15. Breakthrough Hunyuan. The War of the Three Clans erupts. Watching as the three pure ones were driven away, Shuang finally turned to look at the chaotic green lotus. The treasure lotus radiated boundless Tao rhythm, its brilliance overflowing. Even just a glance felt like peering into the true essence of the Tao of creation. Although the many ancestral witches felt nothing of it, Shuang, who possessed a primordial spirit, could sense the terrifying pressure and immense creation of this primordial treasure with just one look. A primordial treasure, the pinnacle of wilderness spiritual treasures. His excited heart and trembling hands. Such a top-tier spiritual treasure was indeed something that many cultivators might never see in their lifetime. It should be noted that wilderness spiritual treasures are classified from top to bottom into several categories: primordial treasures, primordial spiritual treasures, and postnatal spiritual treasures. Additionally, there is a special category of merit spiritual treasures, which are either postnatal or primordial treasures that have gained the blessing of the heavenly Tao's merits. Of course, merit spiritual treasures are not commonly seen. The remaining primordial treasures are now the pinnacle level of spiritual treasures in the wilderness. Each one is an extraordinary existence. At this moment, Shuang reached out to touch the chaotic green lotus, but immediately felt a powerful repulsive force. As expected, it was not easy to take away such a spiritual treasure. Shuang frowned and then activated the 9 turns primordial skill, using various powers of the laws. After exhausting all his efforts and consuming a lot of time, he finally managed to barely store this treasure away. Having obtained the treasure, Shuang left Buzhou Mountain together with the many ancestral witches. Upon returning to the Panga Divine Hall, Shuang carefully examined the many treasures he had acquired, almost all of which were primordial items. This trip was indeed a great fortune, Shuang said excitedly. 13th brother, although this chaotic green lotus is quite good, in our Wu clan, only you can use spiritual treasures. The chaotic green lotus shall be entrusted to you. The many ancestral witches exchanged glances and then said, quite seriously, "How can I accept this?" Shuang felt a bit shy and couldn't help but be polite. After all, this is a primordial treasure comparable to the 3 treasures of opening the sky. If I really took it away, it would be truly taking a great advantage. What nonsense! Take it if I give it to you. Dijiang looked at Shuang's somewhat hesitant demeanor and directly shoved the chaotic green lotus into his hands. 13th brother, you are the strategist of our Wu clan. Having more treasures on you is not a problem. Relying solely on our physical bodies, we are stronger than you. That's right. 13th brother, you are still too weak. You must work harder. Spiritual treasures? Spiritual treasures are merely external objects. Which one of us is not stronger than you? Just say it. It's just a spiritual treasure. What is there to fuss about? Hey, hey, hey. Although the words of the many ancestral witches were quite impolite and even somewhat condescending towards Shuang, he understood that they were saying this to allow him to accept the chaotic green lotus without guilt. Compared to the plastic brotherhood of the three pure ones, Shuang suddenly felt that the 12 ancestral witches were truly heartfelt towards him. His heart warmed, and he nodded in respect, saying, "Well, thank you, brothers and sisters. Then I will accept it." Shuang stored the chaotic green lotus and then reached out to pick 13 fruits from that top-grade primordial spiritual root. This spiritual root, the top-grade primordial spiritual root, is the enlightenment ancient tea tree, and these 13 enlightenment spiritual fruits are the top-tier spiritual fruits born from the creation of heaven and earth. Once consumed, they can draw upon primordial spiritual energy, enhance oneself, and greatly aid in comprehending the laws. Brothers and sisters, let us each take one and consume it to enhance our cultivation. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches slowly nodded. Yes, that works. After saying this, the many ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Each took a spiritual fruit, consumed it, and began to enter closed-door cultivation. On the other side, the three pure ones, who had barely escaped, were now gasping for breath in a valley. Damn ancestral witches. If I don't avenge this, I, Yuan Shi, vow not to be human. With a loud bang, the extremely angry Yuan Shi smashed a mountain, his face filled with fury. These ancestral witches are simply too inhumane. They repeatedly attack us. How are they able to do this? Isn't it said that the witch tribe members have no primordial spirits? Tong Tian is also perplexed. In any case, this grudge must be avenged. Second brother, third brother, I observe that the calamity energy in this world is becoming increasingly strong. I fear a great war among the three tribes is imminent. It is not suitable to stay here for long. We should return to Kunlun Mountain and enhance our cultivation. In the future, we will settle this score. The three of them are all innate holy spirits, destined to become great powers in the future. Naturally, they can see the many mysteries between heaven and earth. At this moment, Taishang observes the calamity energy gathering in the world, with dark clouds covering the sky, resembling a great calamity approaching. Unsurprisingly, the three dare not linger and immediately leave this place, returning to Kunlun Mountain. From then on, the world fell into a dead silence. The friction between the three tribes suddenly calmed down. However, all innate great powers who have achieved success in their cultivation know that this is merely the last tranquility before the storm. The primal chaos of the world is stirring. The final battle is likely approaching. As the saying goes, the primal chaos does not keep track of years. Unknowingly, 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. One day, within the Pangu temple, a tremendous rumbling sound erupted, as if the heavens were opening. Above Dijong's head, a mysterious Tao fruit manifested. 9-turn primordial skill, 8-turn realm. Hun Yuan, golden immortal. He has succeeded. Ha 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 ha. Waves of ecstatic laughter echoed within the Pangu temple. Dijiang, as the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, relying on the innate energy of the supreme, innate spiritual fruit along with the effects of enlightenment, finally succeeded in breaking through to the early stage of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal. Congratulations, elder brother. Your strength has advanced further, and we have also gained considerable rewards. Our 13 ancestral witches have now increased in strength. It seems that our wish to dominate the primal chaos and take over the realm left by our father is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. All the ancestral witches displayed joy. Apart from Dijiang, the other ancestral witches had already reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As for Shuang, during these 1,000 years, he had also cultivated the 9-turn primordial skill to the 6-turn realm, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. At this moment, as they were filled with joy, Shuang and many ancestral witches couldn't help but look up at the heavens. Immediately, they revealed a look of horror. The calamity energy has reached its peak. What is this? Boom! A tremendous rumbling sound resounded through the heavens and earth, stretching for millions of miles. Countless spatial cracks appeared on the central land. Beings from the three tribes surged out at this moment. The The final battle has finally erupted. Great powers from all corners of the world also noticed this matter. It seems that this final battle is inevitable. In such a great calamity, although there are countless dangers, it also hides opportunities. We must not miss this. It is time to emerge from seclusion. All great powers emerge from their seclusion to seek benefits in this chaotic world. On the central land, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and beginning Shuang, the three great ancestral spirits, led the countless armies of the primal chaos water tribe. Primal chaos flying birds and primal chaos terrestrial beasts continuously emerging from the spatial cracks. Fierce light erupted on the ground, and the killing intent was overwhelming. As the ancestral dragon was the first to strike, tearing apart the void of millions of miles, awakening the four primordial spirits of earth, fire, wind, and water, and killing millions of phoenix and Shuang beings, the great battle finally began. This battle lasted for a long time and was incredibly brutal. Every minute and second, countless beings fell within it. It was like a massive meat grinder, greedily devouring all living beings in the world. Seeing this, the many ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain frowned. 13th brother, the battle among the three tribes has erupted. What do you think about this? As soon as the words fell, all the ancestral witches focused their gaze on Shuang. Chapter 16, Waiting for the Opportunity. Heavenly Karma, what do you all think, brothers and sisters? After all, this is a vast calamity sweeping across the entire primal chaos. Even though Shuang already had some thoughts in his heart, he still planned to inquire about the opinions of the many ancestral witches first. In my opinion, although this calamity is extremely dangerous, it is indeed a great opportunity. Our witch tribe can take this chance to acquire the bloodlines of the three tribes and strengthen our witch tribe's power. Zhu Meng calmly pondered for a moment and directly presented his view. That's not right. Regardless of the circumstances, this calamity sweeps across the entire primal chaos. With the pressure of our Father God protecting us in Buzhou Mountain, we can remain unharmed, but if we go out, it is hard to say. Xianming opposed. Among us, only elder brother Di Jiang has the early stage of Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, while those beings from the three tribes outside are all at least Hunyuan golden immortal, not to mention the three great ancestral spirits who are at the peak of Hunyuan. If we go out now, it would be like risking our lives. Xianming has always sought to win steadily. Her view was also supported by ancestral witches such as Hutu, Zhu Jiuyin, and Tianwu. I think Xianming is right. If our witch tribe goes out carelessly, we will inevitably encounter powerful opponents, and a small mistake could lead to dire consequences. Hearing this, the main battle faction, Zhu Rong, looked dissatisfied and said, "Why be so afraid? Don't be timid. Just do it. If we can find one or two five-clawed golden dragons or beings from the Phoenix or Qilan tribes of the Hunyuan level, that would be a huge gain." I also agree with what Zhu Rong said. We're the main battle. In an instant, the ancestral witches were divided into two factions. Although the ancestral witches are warlike, they are not fools. They are well aware of the dangers outside. After going back and forth, everyone ultimately looked at Shuang. 13th brother, you're the most intelligent among us. What do you say? Should we go for the main battle or seek stability? That's right. 13th brother, it's your turn to speak now. Shuang was also very hesitant. The calamity is extremely dangerous. Even the aftermath of a battle from those peak ancestral spirits could kill countless great Luo golden immortals. It would be too dangerous for them to go out. However, the bloodlines of the five-clawed golden dragon tribe, as well as those of the Phoenix and Qilan tribes that fall on the battlefield, are great opportunities for the witch tribe. It can be said that this calamity has risks proportional to its rewards. After pondering for a moment, Shuang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but grin and say, "I almost forgot. Brothers and sisters, do you remember that there are many people of great fortune in the primal chaos? Even if they encounter great dangers, they may turn misfortune into fortune. The most obvious example is the three clear ones. The last time they were besieged by us, they still had the fortune to escape. What does this indicate? It indicates that we not only need to go out to seek benefits. At the same time, as long as we follow these fortunate people, we can avoid disasters and by taking advantage of the situation, seize the opportunities that originally belonged to them, thereby strengthening our witch tribe. Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches immediately brightened up. Good. This method is great. Although this method is somewhat inappropriate, there is no doubt that it is the best choice. What 13th brother said is very good. We can certainly follow behind those fortunate beings, avoiding the possibility of disaster while taking the opportunity to seize their chances. Haha. Regarding Wu Shuang's proposal, the ancestral shamans not only felt there was nothing wrong with it, but rather thought it was a great plan. Although it means they would be playing the role of the underdog, so what? Being the underdog feels great. Not to mention, this is a group of ancestral shamans with terrifying strength, all playing the underdog together. I'll let you be my cannon fodder to avoid danger. And yet, I will take all the benefits for myself. Sunshine. It truly is bright sunshine. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. We will move out now. Di Jiang was excited and wanted to call everyone to join him. However, Wu Shuang calmly said, "No rush. The timing is not right yet. Brothers, I have another plan that can bring tremendous merit to our Wu clan." Another plan? Isn't going to be the underdog enough? Do you have any more devious schemes? The ancestral shamans dared not think too deeply. Given Wu Shuang's character, what more sinister schemes could he come up with? 13th brother, speak plainly. Wu Shuang smiled, but kept them in suspense. Once this matter is spoken, it will lose its effectiveness. In any case, I ask my brothers and sisters to follow my lead. The ancestral shamans were naturally reassured by Wu Shuang. Moreover, now that they had the merit protecting them, their vitality was surging, and they were incredibly fierce, along with the brilliant merit blessing. If all the ancestral shamans simultaneously invoked the merit to protect themselves, the scene would surely astonish a group of powerful beings in the wilderness. Well then, we will follow your arrangements. The ancestral shamans nodded. They waited for the right moment alongside Wu Shuang. Boom! Rumble! The earth and sky echoed with continuous loud sounds. On the central land, the battle was shaking heaven and earth. The fight between the three great ancestral spirits had reached its final moments. Each of them was severely injured, on the brink of collapse. Just at this moment, a wave of calamity energy surged. Transforming into boundless karma, it descended upon them. Suddenly, the three great ancestral spirits were further trapped by this karma, making their injuries irreparable. At this time, they looked around at their nearly extinct kin, who were still wailing in endless slaughter. They instantly felt extreme regret. We fought for the position of supreme ruler of heaven and earth, but caused our kin to suffer such hardships, and in the end, even heaven and earth could not bear to see it, descending murderous karma upon us. The ancestral dragon howled. The entire dragon clan's fortune plummeted due to the murderous karma. Without fortune, their dragon clan was destined to perish between heaven and earth, ultimately turning into a mere grain of sand in the vast river of time, with no possibility of continuation. Similarly, it was not only the dragon clan. The Phoenix clan and Qilin clan were in the same situation. The great battle is about to end. It is time for us to take action. In the heavens and earth, many beings of great fortune were also accumulating strength, ready to reap the benefits from the three clans at any moment to strengthen themselves. As the tribes faced complete annihilation, Yuan Feng let out a mournful cry. Alas, the three clans once had such glorious times, but now they find themselves in such a desperate situation. The three of them deeply regretted their choices. However, just at this moment, a space suddenly tore open. Immediately, huge figures filled with vitality appeared at this moment. Who are they? The 12 ancestral shamans? What are they doing here? Upon seeing the ancestral shamans appear, many beings of great fortune waiting for the right moment could not help but show puzzled expressions. Chapter 17. The three clans swear an oath. Millions of acres of merit celebration. All the powerful beings were quite astonished. The ancestral shamans were usually seen as powerful but mindless. What intentions could they have in appearing? Could these guys think that with the three great ancestral spirits in such decline, they could take the opportunity to kill them and obtain their ancestral bodies? What a joke. As the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If they dare to entertain such thoughts, They aren't afraid of being counterattacked while on the brink of death. A bunch of mindless beings. No need to pay attention. In the clouds, many powerful beings express their sarcasm, showing no concern for the intentions of the ancestral shamans. 13th brother, it's time. The next part is up to you, Di Jiang said. And then, along with many ancestral shamans, they protected Wu Shuang's safety. Even though this place was incredibly dangerous, with nearly 100 Hunyuan golden immortals present, they still showed no fear. This is the ancestral shaman, fearless of heaven and earth. If provoked, even a saint would dare to confront them head-on. Thank you, brother. Wu Shuang nodded. He then looked at the 3 great ancestral spirits. I have met the 3 seniors. I am Wu Shuang from the Wu clan. I have come today to help you 3 seniors seize a glimmer of hope. Seize a glimmer of hope? The ancestral spirits, Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, were all stunned. They were indeed facing a life-and-death crisis. But they knew better than anyone that they were beyond help and bound to die. What hope could they possibly have? Oomph. The ancestral dragon snorted coldly, and even as he was about to fall, he still exuded unmatched pressure. Just a single dragon's roar shook the many ancestral shamans present, causing their bodies to crackle. Even so, the ancestral shamans remained steadfast, operating the 9 turns Yuan Gong without fear, staring unflinchingly at the ancestral dragon. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. My intention is to seize a glimmer of hope for your dragon clan, Phoenix clan, and Qilin clan. Originally, the 3 great ancestral spirits had no intention of engaging in conversation with the 12 ancestral shamans. After all, the gap in strength was too great, and they did not take them seriously. But Wu Shuang's words could not be ignored. What did you say? The 3 great ancestral spirits, who had not looked directly at them before, suddenly gasped in shock. They stared intently at Wu Shuang. How did he know? Karma is formless. Only those who bear the karma know that the fortunes of the 3 clans have declined to the extreme. They're not far from extinction. But to others, they only appear to be engaged in a brutal battle. No one could see that the fortunes of the 3 clans had declined to the point of extinction. After all, there were no saints in the wilderness who could know everything about the past and future. There were very few who could glimpse the heavenly secrets. Interesting. This person from the Wu clan can actually see that the 3 clans are about to perish? In this vast world there truly are wonders. Deep in the clouds, several powerful beings expressed their surprise. Seniors, don't worry about how I know. I only ask you, do you want to save the 3 clans from extinction? Wu Shuang faced the terrifying pressure of the 3 great ancestral spirits, his expression calm as he questioned. This statement undoubtedly deeply moved the hearts of the 3. Indeed, the 3 clans are on the verge of extinction. Who has the power to turn the tide and save them from disaster? This seemingly weak young man from the Wu clan possesses the ability to glimpse heavenly secrets. This could not help but make the 3 take him seriously. What do you want? After all, the 3 were not fools. If the other party was willing to help them, there had to be a motive behind it. To this, Wu Shuang simply smiled and said, I seek merit. If I can benefit the beings of the wilderness and obtain tremendous merit, that would be sufficient reward for my Wu clan. Upon hearing this, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. Damn it! This kid is here to cut off our last hope, taking advantage of the crisis of our 3 clans to gain merit, although he's indeed saving their 3 clans. Isn't your timing a bit too precise? The 3 ancestral spirits had complex expressions, yet they couldn't find any fault. After all, if Wu Shuang asked for nothing, their suspicions would be even greater. Good. This deity agrees to you. If you can help my dragon clan seize a glimmer of hope, then feel free to seek merit however you wish. My Phoenix clan is the same. My Qilin clan as well. Let's go for broke. The 3 ancestral spirits knew that under this circumstance, they had no choice. Rather than watching their clansmen perish, they might as well take a gamble. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang smiled slightly. Then, he used a method to transmit sound directly into the ears of the 3 ancestral spirits, saying a single sentence to each. After hearing it, the 3 ancestral spirits were momentarily stunned. Wonderful. What clever idea. Wu Shuang, if you were not a member of the Witch clan, but one of my dragon clan, how can my dragon clan have come to this? The ancestral dragon heard Wu Shuang's method and couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin felt the same. However, the powerful beings around them were all stunned by this scene. What? What did he say? The three ancestral spirits actually believed it? No way. Is this still the witch clan that is all brawn and no brain? How did this guy emerge? The powerful beings couldn't help but express their astonishment. All right, three seniors, it's time. If we delay any longer, we might not be able to recover. At this moment, Wu Shuang also reminded them. Upon hearing this, the three no longer hesitated. They all looked up to the heavens and declared to the world, establishing a great oath. The so-called Great Oath is a vow witnessed by heaven and earth, and once made, it must be fulfilled in later generations. The two figures of Jin and Junti made 48 great vows to the heavens, gaining the merit of the heavenly way to become saints, which is this great oath. At this moment, the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin all shouted to the heavens, Today, I, ancestral dragon, establish a great oath with my dragon clan. I vow to guard the boundless sea for all beings in the chaotic world, to bring clouds and rain, nourishing all things. May heaven and earth bear witness. Today, I, Yuan Feng, establish a great oath with my Phoenix clan. I vow to guard the immortal volcano for all beings in the chaotic world, to prevent all beings from suffering harm. May heaven and earth bear witness. Today, Qilin, establish a great oath with my Qilin clan. I vow to manifest auspicious signs for all beings in the chaotic world. Wherever my clan is present, there will surely be auspicious signs. May heaven and earth bear witness. Boom! As soon as the voices of the three ancestral spirits fell, the colors of heaven and earth changed. Boundless radiant light surged, and countless purple gases rose. With boundless mysterious light illuminating the heavens, countless auspicious phenomena manifested at this moment. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and heavenly flowers fell like rain. Millions of acres of merit celebration clouds descended at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Heavenly merit? There is more heavenly merit? Could it be that the witch clan's method is to have the three clans create merit in exchange for a glimmer of hope? No way. How did he think of this? With a boom, the powerful beings felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, their heads buzzed. The four characters of creating merit sound simple, but to actually achieve, it is harder than ascending to the heavens. But who knew? He just said a few words, and surprisingly helped the three clans create such immense merit. Damn it, how can it be so ridiculous? Chapter 18, Harvesting Merit. Tandarab, our clan, there's hope. The ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilin looked up at the sky, their eyes finally revealing a hint of hopeful expression. At this moment, they were all emotionally shaken, unable to stop trembling. Thank you, young friend, for seizing a glimmer of hope for our clan. Yuan Feng looked down at Wu Shuang, and although she was covered in wounds, she still bowed to Wu Shuang as if paying respects. Then, she forced out a drop of her essence blood with great effort, dropping it in front of Wu Shuang, saying weakly, This is a drop of my origin essence blood, the last drop. Young friend Wu Shuang, this is the gift from my Phoenix clan for your help. After saying this, Yuan Feng let out a sorrowful cry and immediately fled. The ancestral dragon and Shi Qilin saw this scene and also nodded slowly. They followed Yuan Feng's example and gave their last drop of origin essence blood to Wu Shuang. In the future, this chaotic world will be your world. Young friend Wu Shuang, I hope your witch clan can replace my dragon clan and dominate the chaos. Even on the brink of death, the ancestral dragon remained imposing. After saying this, he also fled. The ancestral dragon spoke correctly, but you witch clan must not follow in the footsteps of my three clans. Shi Qilin's words were a piece of advice. For this, Wu Shuang was also touched. Indeed, what difference is there between the final fate of the witch clan and the three clans? Triggering the witch and demon calamity, battling against the demon clan. In the end, the heavenly pillar, Mount Buzhou, collapsed, and heaven and earth were overturned. Chaos swept through the wilderness, and the witch clan perished from then on. What heavenly overlord? What use is that? Wu Shuang slowly nodded, watching the three ancestral spirits flee. He then clenched the 3 drops of essence blood and said with a smile, "Brothers and sisters, the time to harvest merit has come." As his words fell, the 1,000,000 acres of merit celebration clouds descended from the sky, with 80% landing on the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The remaining 20% all poured into Wu Shuang's body from the 9 heavens like a beam of light. Buzz! In an instant, the heavens shone brightly. Boundless golden light sparkled. Within that dazzling brilliance, the immense transformative heavenly merit surged into Wu Shuang's spirit platform like a whale absorbing water. At this moment, all the great powers of the chaotic world were envious, their eyes turning red. So much heavenly merit. Aren't you afraid it will burst him? Oomph. Just by taking shortcuts, saying a few words, you can exchange for such immense merit? It's truly despicable. In the world, countless mocking voices came continuously. But to Wu Shuang, it was merely the jealous words of those who couldn't reach the grapes and said they were sour. At this moment, Wu Shuang was protected by heavenly merit. His whole body shone with endless golden light, as if he were the most sacred and majestic existence in the world. Every move contained immense power. However, Wu Shuang did not keep it to himself. Instead, like the 12 Ancestral Witches had given him essence blood back then, he divided this 20% of merit power and gave it to the other 12 Ancestral Witches. Brothers and sisters, take this merit. You will have the opportunity to give birth to your primordial spirit. Wu Shuang's words fell into their ears, making many Ancestral Witches feel a bit embarrassed. 13th brother, this is the heavenly merit you obtained. How can you give it to us? Wu Shuang had long known they would refuse, and immediately smiled. Since we are all brothers, why say more? Just accept it. Hearing Wu Shuang say this, the many Ancestral Witches felt it awkward to refuse. After all, polite words are not what the witch clan is about. All right, then we will accept it. Ha ha ha. 13th brother, you are truly something. With this heavenly merit, we can perfectly control the turbid energy within our bodies. Ha ha ha. Waves of hearty laughter echoed around. This further infuriated the powerful beings of all heavens. But aside from their impotent rage, it seemed they could do nothing. Instead, the many Ancestral Witches, because they controlled the turbid energy in their bodies, found their blood energy becoming more refined and abundant. In the midst of it all, the Ancestral Witches felt their own blood and energy power had grown several times stronger. It seemed as if the great power within the bloodline of the Pangu Father God was being awakened. Each Ancestral Witch was enveloped in golden light, their blood surging like a tidal wave. While incredibly powerful, they also faintly exuded strands of innate pure energy that slowly emerged from their spiritual platforms. Boom! In the west at Mount Shumi, amidst a violent rumbling, the Pangu seal beneath Mount Shumi was completely shattered by Luo Ho using the bloodlines of the 3 clans. Boundless fierce sword energy surged out from within. The sword array of extermination. The 4 swords of extermination, finally obtained by the true self. I desire to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and annihilate all beings. To kill is a proof of the Tao. Ha ha ha. A series of piercing, maniacal laughter erupted from Luo Ho's mouth. The sword array of extermination, when later controlled by the Master of Heaven, was said to be unbreakable except by the 4 saints. It was the first killing array of the primordial age. At the same time, this array was originally used by the great god Pangu after the creation of the world, when he encountered the invasion of the 3,000 outer heavenly demons who sought to plunder his achievements. He utilized the broken chaos treasure, the earth-splitting axe, absorbing the essence and blood of the 3,000 Taoist demons. The great god Pangu used this array to slay the 3,000 outer heavenly demons. After achieving his goal, he sealed the array beneath Mount Shumi. For countless eons, Luo Ho was the first to retrieve it. Good. Just as Luo Ho was about to kill to prove the Tao, a loud shout resounded from the void. At this moment, Hong Jun appeared with many powerful beings from the primordial age. The battle between Tao and demon erupted at this moment. Meanwhile, after the Ancestral Witches absorbed the merit of the heavenly Tao provided by Wu Shuang, they felt a tingling sensation in their heads, as if they were about to grow brains. At the same time, The feeling of their physical bodies growing stronger and the potential of the Panga bloodline being activated made them feel utterly relaxed. Awesome, Di Jiang shouted, unable to contain his laughter. Who would have thought that by expelling the impurities from our bloodlines, the inherited bloodline of the Father God would actually unleash power several times greater than before? Right now, I feel like I can punch through the crystalline walls of the primordial world. What is breaking the crystalline walls of heaven and earth? I feel like I can tear apart the void and shatter chaos. Enough, just keep bragging. Ha ha ha. Joyful laughter echoed among the ancestral witches. Shuang looked at the ancestral witches whose strength had improved and who had begun to produce strands of innate pure energy in their spiritual platforms, secretly pleased. The goal had finally been achieved. It seemed that the brothers and sisters were not far from giving birth to their primordial spirits. The ancestral witches only had self-awareness, merging with their physical bodies. At the same time, the physical body was the foundation for the birth of the primordial spirit. If the physical body was impure and contained impurities, it naturally could not give rise to innate pure energy. The primordial spirit was formed by the innate pure energy rising and combining with the consciousness of the beings in the spiritual platform. Now that the impurities within the ancestral witches' bodies were controlled, they could naturally give birth to primordial spirits. However, what needed to be done now was not to dwell on the primordial spirits. Brothers and sisters, now is not the time to be happy. It's time to rob. Shuang's gaze turned to the many fortunate beings, his eyes gleaming with greed as if he saw a mountain of gold. Chapter 19. You recover a bit. I still prefer your unruly demeanor. After the battle ended and powerful figures entered the scene, it wasn't long before they made significant gains. The great calamity of heaven and earth? Indeed, it is a great opportunity for the two of us brothers. On the battlefield of the three clans, Dijun and Tai Yi, relying on their own true solar fire and the top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, as well as the innate treasure, the chaos bell, began to loot treasures everywhere. After a spree of looting, they collected several dragon corpses at the level of the primordial golden immortal and obtained dozens of spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and other items. The two were overjoyed. The battle of the three clans had ended, and the battlefield was filled with opportunities. The two of them transformed from the sun star, inherently possessing this supreme divine fire, the true solar fire. They also created the golden crow transformation technique, making their strength extraordinary. Thus, it is evident how exceptional Dijun and Tai Yi are. Although their cultivation was only at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, when they teamed up, even some ordinary early-stage primordial golden immortals were far from their match. All right, let's put away these gains and head west. The west has erupted into a great battle. I've heard that powerful beings like the five elements, inversion, and yin-yang have fallen there, and they possess top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. After counting their gains, Dijun and Tai Yi were about to leave the central land and head west. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly tore open. Then, 13 figures shone with brilliant golden light, resembling giant golden generals, appearing at this moment. Following that, a voice that was incredibly familiar fell into the ears of the two. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some toll. Upon hearing this, the two were clearly stunned. Huh? Is there actually someone who dares to intercept us brothers? Interesting. Dijun was taken aback at first, then looked at the many ancestral witches with a face full of arrogance, boldly declaring, Ancestral witches? Hee, a bunch of opportunists. Come at us together. My brother and I are in a hurry. Shuang, the ancestral witches. I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen such arrogance. Brothers and sisters. Charge. Let's deal with them. Without waiting for Shuang to issue orders, the ancestral witches could no longer endure Dijun's incredibly pretentious demeanor and rushed forward. Dijun, seeing this, was not flustered. He was indeed arrogant, but he had the capital to be so. Who were they? The first two three-legged golden crows in the world. Plus, they had two great accompanying spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, as well as the chaos bell. They also wielded one of the 10 great divine fires of the primordial world, the true solar fire. Why would they be afraid of a guy at the early stage of the primordial golden immortal, along with 10 or so at the peak of the great Luo? Tai, let us take action, capture them, and then we can go. Before Di Jun could finish speaking, Di Jiang directly traversed space, appearing before Di Jun, and delivered a huge blow to his face. He immediately left Di Jun with a painful expression. You, no martial ethics, coming to deceive, to ambush. Di Jun angrily cursed, activating the true solar fire, which instantly surged with the might of burning heaven and boiling sea. The momentum was extraordinary. However, at first, he was very arrogant. Later, he was in a dire state. After being warmly greeted by the many ancestral witches, both Di Jun and Tai Yi were left with bruised faces, searching for their teeth on the ground. Stop! Stop it! Fellow Taoists, why don't we take a step back? Let us not offend each other, all right? Unable to withstand the beating from the ancestral witches, Di Jun and Tai Yi hurriedly summoned the Chaos Bell to defend themselves, barely withstanding the onslaught. At this moment, Shuang looked at Di Jun, who was changing colors in various ways, and couldn't he help but laugh. You're begging for mercy so quickly? Hee. I'm not quite used to it. How about this? You take a moment to recover. I still prefer your unruly demeanor from earlier. After being mocked by Shuang like this, Di Jun could no longer hold it together. The internal injuries combined with the mental attack caused his blood to surge, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. A rain of blood fell from the void. Di Jun gritted his teeth and glared at Shuang. In the end, with a pale face, he angrily said, You are ruthless. Blocking the way, huh? All right, we will give it to you. After saying this, the two of them threw down all the spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and the dragon corpse of the Hunyuan golden immortal that they had just collected. As the many ancestor witches went to collect them, they hurriedly used the golden crow transformation technique to escape far away. Seeing them run away, Emperor Jiang was suddenly at a loss, realizing that they had been so focused on collecting treasures that they had let them escape. Looking at Emperor Jiang's anxious expression, Shuang smiled and said, Brother, it's no big deal. They are destined to have great fortune. With a threat of life, we can't kill them. Besides, why rush to kill them? They're like leeks, meant to be harvested repeatedly. Hearing Shuang's implication, it seems he still wants to trouble these two unfortunate souls in the future, and not just once, but to harvest them repeatedly? No. How can your hot mouth say such cold words? Are you even human, or rather a witch? However, the ancestor witches had somewhat adapted to Shuang's sick behavior, mostly just sighing in their hearts without giving it much thought. After counting their gains, Shuang nodded and said, All right, brothers and sisters, it's time to look for the next unfortunate soul. The ancestor witches slowly nodded and followed Shuang as they fled far away. Not long after, on this vast central land, one unfortunate soul after another appeared. The familiar chant, This mountain is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind some road money, gradually spread in the ears of many cultivators. Meanwhile, the reputation of the ancestor witches could only be described as infamous, almost making everyone fear them. At the same time, on the other side in the Western Land, this battle between Tao and Demon, although earth-shattering, was also extremely brutal. Many innate powers, such as the Yin-Yang Ancestor, the Five-Elements Ancestor, and the Reversal Ancestor, all fell in the extermination sword formation. Fortunately, in the end, Hong Jun and Yang Mei, relying on the sacrifices of others, successfully broke the extermination sword formation of Luo Ho. Of course, this was also because Luo Ho had just obtained the 4 extermination swords and had not fully refined them, unable to unleash the full power of this primordial killing formation, leading to his ultimate failure. In the end, he detonated 90% of the dragon veins in the West, self-destructing, and before dying, he established the demon path in the primordial world. Following this, his primordial spirit transformed into an outer celestial demon and fled far away. It was at this moment that a space crack appeared, seemingly right on cue, bringing with it 13 figures that appeared in this Western land. Chapter 20. 2 great treasures are enough, and there are still opportunities? 13th brother, we are here. What should we do next? The Ancestor Witches almost completely acted according to Wu Shuang's intentions. But there was no way around it. After all, Wu Shuang could lead them to great wealth. Initially, the Ancestor Witches had some resistance to the idea of being the sixth to block the way. But following the continuous harvest of various treasures and seeing their gradually growing wealth, the Ancestor Witches immediately expressed, "This is really fragrant. Why go through the trouble of searching for opportunities? It's dangerous and easy to encounter those powerful three tribes. They could just directly follow behind those with great fortune, wait for them to collect enough, and then come out for a good beating." Anyway, the powerful beings at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level had all gone to the west. Among the remaining group of the Luo Golden Immortals, none could match the Ancestor Witches. Among those robbed the Luo Golden Immortals, there was one called Mingi, who boasted that he was also the true lineage of Pangu, transformed from Pangu's polluted blood, but ended up being taught a lesson by the Ancestor Witches, cursing and shouting that he would return, before fleeing in embarrassment. It must be said this trip was truly worth it. Just the corpses of the three tribes at the Hunyuan level netted them dozens. As for other De Luo Golden Immortal level divine beasts and ancient exotic beasts, there were even more than they could count. Bringing back these corpses of powerful bloodlines would surely enhance the strength of the Witch clan. Wouldn't it be delightful? At this moment, Wu Shuang carefully observed the battlefield. He sensed that the demon ancestor Luo Ho had been defeated, which is why he dared to step into this dangerous place. Looking around, the entire western land seemed to have been turned inside out, with almost 1/3 of the land turned into powder, and even 90% of the dragon veins exploded. It was a chaotic and desolate scene. This was truly tragic. Suddenly, a sound like a piercing rainbow caught Wu Shuang's attention. Without hesitation, he activated the laws of time and space, shouting, "Time and space restraint." As he spoke, the time and space around that rainbow were immediately fixed by Wu Shuang. However, to his surprise, Wu Shuang suddenly realized that the celestial power within him was being consumed rapidly. What is this thing? Why is it so difficult to control? The time and space restraint was a celestial technique Wu Shuang created by combining the laws of time and space. Naturally, it required consuming Wu Shuang's celestial power. Moreover, the stronger the object to be controlled, the more celestial power was needed. Previously, when Wu Shuang fixed the Tai Golden Immortal of the Panlong clan, it only consumed 1% of his celestial power. But now, controlling this suddenly flying object drained a full 10% of his celestial power, and it was consuming 10% every second. This was quite terrifying. "Brothers and sisters, quickly stop this thing. I can't hold it much longer," he exclaimed. The many Ancestor Witches nodded in unison and all took action. Each performed their divine abilities. Buzz! That object manifested a fierce and evil aura. Its entire body resembled a blood-colored light group, struggling continuously in the hands of the Ancestor Witches. Fortunately, with the merit protecting their bodies, the many Ancestor Witches were now immensely powerful, with overflowing vitality. Just moments later, that blood-colored light group stopped moving. But when Wu Shuang looked again, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss! It turned out to be these two treasures. On the other side, Hongjun and Yang Mei looked around at the world and couldn't help but sigh. How tragic. In this great battle, although we gained the merits of the heavenly Tao, many friends have fallen. Alas, my friend Hongjun, I'm severely injured now, so I won't stay long. Farewell. Yang Mei sighed and hurriedly left the west, returning to his own Taoist abode. Although Hongjun was also seriously injured, he focused his attention on the place where Luo Ho fell. The extermination sword formation. After searching, he finally found the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram. Indeed, they are good treasures. He sighed, but then slowly frowned. However, where is Luo Ho's accompanying spiritual treasure? No matter. This place is not suitable for long stays. I feel the will of the heavens in my heart. Perhaps soon, I will gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. After saying this, he turned and left, no longer lingering. 13th brother, what exactly are these treasures? Why are you making such a fuss? Emperor Jiang looked at Wu Shuang in confusion and asked, Brother, you don't know. These two treasures are the accompanying spiritual treasures of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. One is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus. The other is an innate supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear. Another top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and an innate supreme treasure. Damn, what a joke. How could we have stumbled upon such supreme treasures again? Emperor Jiang and the others controlled the two great treasures with their own vitality. I don't even dare to touch it, because on that God-slaying spear, there are terrifying killing powers. And even a light touch would result in being harmed by its murderous force. Even an existence as strong as Di Jiang, a Hunyuan golden immortal, was easily torn apart. No wonder these two supreme treasures require the 12 ancestral witches to work together to control them. It turns out to be an innate supreme treasure and an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. And this is still an ownerless item. Once a spiritual treasure becomes ownerless, it cannot fully exert its power. This means that these two supreme treasures have only displayed a small fraction of their might. Yet it requires the 12 ancestral witches to suppress them. Truly formidable. Shuang licked his dry lips, and his heart raced. If the primal chaos Blue Lotus contains the true meaning of all creation laws, providing immense benefits in understanding those laws, then the God-slaying spear and the world-destroying Black Lotus have an extraordinary effect in terms of killing. You must know that if the God-slaying spear is used by a saint, it can even break the saint's Tao body, a treasure that can harm saints. Its value is evident. Moreover, the origin of this treasure is somewhat related to the birth of the ancestral witches. This treasure is a chaos supreme treasure, the stem of the chaos Blue Lotus combined with the fierce and evil aura of the world. And the ancestral witches, at the time of their birth, were also tainted by the fierce and evil aura of the world. Therefore, the ancestral witches do not have primordial spirits. Yet, because of this treasure can be suppressed and used by the ancestral witches. This treasure must be carefully stored. Brothers and sisters, if this treasure is used properly, it can become a treasure of our witch clan. Shuang asserted immediately. Upon hearing this, many ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Yes, I feel the same way. Such an ultimate killing treasure, if used properly, will surely help our witch clan deal with all powerful enemies. After saying this, they joined forces, using their own bloodlines combined with the merits of the heavenly Tao to seal these two supreme treasures. Soon after, the ancestral witches said, having obtained these two supreme treasures, it is time to leave. 13th brother, let us go home. Originally, the ancestral witches thought this harvest was sufficient and were preparing to leave. But the next second, Shuang slowly shook his head and said, No, there are still opportunities waiting for us, and they belong solely to our witch clan. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. There are still opportunities, and they are exclusively for the witch clan. Chapter 21. The old path of virtue not matching position. The witch clan must perish? 13th brother, please elaborate. The ancestral witches leaned in excitedly to ask. In response, Shuang did not hide anything. Didn't you brothers notice that there is the aura of the Father God within Mount Shumi? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone trembled. That's right. Previously, when Luo Ho obtained the 4 swords of extermination, they sensed it. Though very faintly, it was indeed the aura of the great god Pangu. 13th brother, do you mean? Shuang nodded and said directly, I'm just guessing, perhaps there are the remnants of the Father God within Mount Shumi. That said, Shuang actually had 2 purposes. One was the restriction left by the great god Pangu. If found, it might help in comprehending the laws of power of the great god Pangu. The second was the bloodlines of the 3 clans left by Luo Ho in Mount Shumi. This matter, of course, Shuang could not reveal. After all, not everyone is like him. Having opened the god's perspective and knowing that Luo Ho opened the restrictions of the great god Pangu using the bloodlines of the 3 clans. Therefore, Shuang used the aura of the great god Pangu as an excuse to lead the many ancestral witches to search together. Hopefully, the restrictions left by the Father God have not been completely obliterated. With great anticipation, Shuang, along with the ancestral witches, immediately headed for Mount Shumi. Meanwhile, at Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun sensed something and sat in the Taoist temple, unable to hide his joy. Finally, I have gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. I have the opportunity to reach a higher level. After years of plotting, I can finally touch the heavenly Tao. As he spoke, profound Tao rhythms emerged around him. Faintly, purple energy rose, and brilliant light burst forth, as if something significant was happening. It's here. Such a rich aura of blood and energy. On the other side, the ancestral witches arrived at the foot of Mount Shumi. They entered the interior of Mount Shumi through a massive crack. Inside Mount Shumi, a gigantic blood pool filled with countless mysterious Tao patterns appeared. Within the blood pool, the sounds of countless dragon roars, phoenix cries, and Qilin howls rose to the sky, astonishing the ancestral witches. This place has gathered an unimaginable amount of bloodlines from the 3 clans. What has the demon ancestor Luo Ho done? Di Jiang said, astonished. Meanwhile, the usually clever Ho Tu and Xian Ming also noticed something amiss. Sister Xian Ming, perhaps this war among the 3 clans was secretly instigated by Luo Ho. Ho Tu said with a serious expression. Exactly. It must be him. He instigated the war among the 3 clans, leading to years of slaughter and the countless lives lost, which became the tools for him to break the restrictions of the Father God in this place. After a bit of analysis, everyone gradually realized that this great calamity in the primordial world was indeed being pushed from behind. No wonder. Previously, a message spread in the world that whoever dominates the primordial world could obtain the luck of all living beings, thereby achieving supreme Tao fruits and stepping into an even higher realm after becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal. But now it seems this matter is likely false. It must be said, when the ancestral witches first heard this news, they were also extremely excited. They had once thought about dominating the primordial world like the 3 clans. However, in the end, the fate of the 3 clans made them feel somewhat touched. In response, Wu Shuang slowly shook his head. I don't think this news is necessarily false. It's just that the 3 clans' approach was wrong. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches were also surprised. Not false? 13th brother, do you mean that if our witch clan dominates the primordial world, we can indeed receive the luck of all living beings? Wu Shuang nodded slowly. Then he said, of course, if our witch clan dominates the primordial world, wouldn't the luck of all living beings be bestowed upon us? What is so strange about that? Even if we dominate a single clan, the luck of that clan can also be used by us, right? That is true. The luck of all beings in the witch clan is borne by the many ancestral witches. After all, the witch clan was created by them. But why did the people of the 3 clans fail? If they could succeed, how could they end up in such a situation? For a moment, Ho Tu's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, and she couldn't help but ask. In response, Wu Shuang provided his explanation. In my view, it boils down to 8 words. Virtue, not matching position, must suffer its consequences. You must know, the Beast Emperor Shun and I of the Beast Dynasty truly dominated the primordial world. He had the luck of all living beings. Yet how could he still be defeated by Hong Jun and other great beings? It was nothing but the excessive creation of slaughter, leading to insufficient merits, increasing karma, and ultimately being burdened by karma. Wu Shuang said these words with his own selfish motives and purposes, regardless of the outcome. The future of the witch clan is destined to embark on the path of dominating the primordial world. By that time, it is very likely that they will tread the old path once again, entering the witch-lich calamity, ultimately leading to the destruction of the witch clan. This outcome is something Wu Shuang absolutely does not wish to see. Therefore, he must now give all the ancestral witches a warning. He must tell them that the path to dominate the primordial world can be taken, but how to walk it is a big problem. Those who lack virtue will suffer calamity. Well said. We did not realize this before, but now that we possess the power of merit, we are gradually sensing the witch clan's luck stabilizing and continuously strengthening. It is clear that if the witch clan receives overwhelming luck but cannot handle it, it will be a burden. I feel the same way. Today, the 13th brother has reminded us. It seems that the future development policy of our witch clan still needs to be considered carefully. Seeing the serious expressions of many ancestral witches, Shuang knew that his purpose had been achieved. That was enough. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, there is only one person who has dominated it and firmly secured that position. That person is the Heavenly Emperor. He has endured a total of 750 calamities in his lifetime, with each calamity taking 129,600 years. Through this, he has accumulated immeasurable merit, which allows him to sit firmly on the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, ruling the three realms without being overthrown. In other words, if the witch clan wants to dominate the primordial world, they can, but they must also accumulate immeasurable merit worthy of this position of dominion over the world. Well, it is already quite rare that you brothers and sisters can see this point. This Dragonhan calamity has also served as a wake-up call for us. Our witch clan absolutely cannot follow in their footsteps. Shuang's words made many ancestral witches nod in agreement. Indeed, we must learn from the lessons. Dominating the primordial world and taking over the realm left by the Father God is indeed our witch clan's long-cherished wish. But it must be done with caution. After saying so much, Shuang looked at the massive blood pool before him and said, "All right, let us discuss this matter further when we return. For now, let us seize this opportunity and take this blood pool away." All the ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Although the blood pool had consumed a vast amount of bloodline power and was already reduced to a tenth, it still possessed immense bloodline strength. After refining it upon returning, it would surely greatly enhance the strength of the entire witch clan. At this moment, the ancestral witches divided the blood pool into 12 parts and stored them in their own Dantian spaces. Then Shuang looked deep into Mount Shumi. As the blood pool vanished, a breath connected to his own bloodline suddenly emerged. Seeing this, Shuang couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The aura of the Father God. Indeed, the restrictions left by the Father God have not been completely erased. Brothers and sisters, let us hurry. After saying this, they advanced deeper into Mount Shumi. The path ahead could be described as a wasteland. The interior of Mount Shumi had been violently shattered for billions of miles. After many ancestral witches continuously cleared away the broken rocks, they finally discovered the seal restriction of the Great Pangu on a broken platform. Shuang focused his gaze and saw countless seals crafted from mysterious Tao patterns scattered across a massive broken platform. Although the central part had already been destroyed by the 4 swords of extermination, the surrounding fragments of the restrictions were very intact, truly worthy of being the seal left by the Father God. Even if it was broken, its fragments remained complete. Shuang's face showed a look of wild joy. Among the crowd, only he, who possessed a primordial spirit, could see the various mysteries of these profound restrictions. What a pity! We do not have primordial spirits and cannot comprehend the principles within. Otherwise, we would truly want to glimpse the supreme power of the Father God. The many ancestral witches couldn't help but express their regrets. However, Shuang smiled and said, "There is no need to worry, brothers and sisters. Now that you have the innate pure chi born deep in your spiritual platforms, as long as you diligently cultivate, perhaps your primordial spirits will soon be born. I will take these fragments of the restrictions and bring them back to the Father God's temple for deep comprehension. This is the opportunity that belongs solely to our witch clan." Hearing Shuang's words, the ancestral witches couldn't help but feel surges of excitement. The birth of primordial spirits, the Panga restrictions, the future situation of the witch clan looks very promising. Soon after, the many ancestral witches returned together to Mount Buzhou. They first extracted and refined the blood pool using the 9 turns Yuan skill, transforming it into pure chi and blood power, which was then placed in the Panga temple. At the same time, Di Jiang and others also integrated dozens of corpses of the 3 clans at the Hunyuan level into the blood pool, turning it into a pure blood pool filled with immense chi and blood power. As for the other corpses of the 3 clans below the Hunyuan golden immortal level, they were handed over to the 8 great witches to be sent into the ancestral witch blood pool for the many witch clan members to cultivate. At this moment, inside the Panga temple, Wu Shuang pieced together the numerous fragments of the Pangu restrictions one by one. Finally, a huge circular restriction was formed. After 100 years, it was finally completed. Wu Shuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. Although these fragments were broken, they were as complete as ever. Even the smallest fragment was in a complete state. In total, there were over 100 million fragments. Wu Shuang spent so much time painstakingly piecing them together. He then looked at the giant restriction and frowned. Strange. Why is there no movement at all? Logically speaking, if the restriction is complete, there should be a powerful fluctuation. Yet, even after being pieced together, these restrictions remained as still as a stagnant pool of water. 13th brother, could it be that the internal activation force is lacking? At this moment, Xian Ming pointed out the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang immediately nodded. It should be just like that. But what kind of force should be used to activate it? Wu Shuang, puzzled, input his celestial power. However, the restriction did not absorb it at all. No. In my view, this is a restriction left by the Father God, and it should be activated by the Father God's power. Ho-Tu keenly sensed the issue at hand. Immediately, she forced out a drop of her own blood and let it fall onto the restriction. Sure enough, as the blood dropped, there was a loud humming sound. The entire restriction suddenly resonated with a booming sound, erupting with a tremendous suction force. Buzzing. The Pangu restriction began to continuously absorb the chi and blood power of everyone present. This stunned all the ancestral witches. Wow, what a fierce suction. Quickly operate the 9 turns Yuan skill. Absorb the chi and blood from the blood pool. Supply chi and blood to the restriction. Under Dizhong's command, everyone hurriedly began to continuously absorb the power of the blood pool while infusing their own transformed chi and blood into the restriction. As for Wu Shuang, he already had 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood within him, just in time to take this opportunity to begin refining continuously. The booming sounds echoed throughout the vast Pangu temple. In the midst of Shumi, another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, on a certain day, the entire blood pool had absorbed nearly 1/3 of the vital energy. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang had refined all 12 drops of essence blood and broke through to the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm. The Pangu seal finally received enough power. With a hum, a tremendous force manifested from the colossal seal, transforming into intricate, mysterious patterns that triggered a resonance of infinite laws between heaven and earth. At the same time, everyone present witnessed an incredible scene. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the booming sounds, everyone seemed to see a giant supporting the heavens stepping out from the vast starry river. As soon as it appeared, its aura directly tore through billions of miles of chaotic void. That was the Father God. It was indeed the Father God Pangu. All the ancestral witches present were left dumbfounded, then revealed expressions of immense excitement, almost weeping. They all bowed to the great deity Pangu, but only Wu Shuang, with shock in his eyes, looked at the giant, feeling an inexplicable tremor in his heart, as if a profound understanding surged within him. Chapter 22. Great Luo, breaking free from the shackles of the past. Today, I know I am me. It seemed that a unique principle of the law surged into my mind. Wu Shuang fixed his gaze on the figure of the great deity Pangu. Every move and the changes in the laws around him were etched into Wu Shuang's mind as if carved by knife and chisel. Wait, the spectacle presented within this Pangu seal was actually evolving into an unparalleled divine power. As Wu Shuang observed carefully, he realized that this Pangu seal was inscribed with a kind of supreme divine power of the great deity Pangu. However, the many ancestral witches beside him did not have this reaction. They only worshipped the great deity Pangu with excited expressions. Of course, this was also because they lacked primordial spirits and could not comprehend the principles within. If the Sanxing were present, they would similarly see many principles just like Wu Shuang. What a marvelous divine power. It was as if the power was utilized to the utmost. Not only was it the power of the self, but it also mobilized all surrounding powers and laws. The more Wu Shuang looked closely, the more he felt it was extraordinary. In the next moment, the figure of the great deity Pangu, gazing at the vast chaos, revealed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. There is no heaven and earth. I shall create it. Axe come. The great deity Pangu bellowed dominantly. At once, an ancient supreme axe filled with the breath of the primal wilderness appeared amidst the torn chaos. Then, he tightened his grip on the giant axe and swung it down towards the vast chaos. Heaven and earth opened. With a roar, the vast chaos was cleaved open to reveal a gap. It then continuously pushed apart, and the enormous expanse of chaos was split into a realm of heaven and earth. The filthy substances sank, transforming into boundless land. The pure air rose, transforming into a vast sky. Between this heaven and earth, the great deity Pangu used just one axe to completely split the world open. The power of the Father God, indeed a sovereign existence throughout the ages. Just this one axe, throughout the annals of time, no one could compare. The many ancestral witches looked on in immense excitement, feeling hot all over, dancing in worship of Pangu, their eyes filled with awe. However, in Shuang's view, the power of this axe was even more terrifying, because that axe not only split the chaos, separating the pure from the turbid, but it also cleaved open a long stretch of time and space that was born the moment the axe moved. Under this axe, whether it was the laws of all things or the space of time, they were all cleaved apart. From within, a kind of primordial law, a primordial time and space, was born, and that was truly terrifying. In other words, this axe seemed destructive, but in reality, it contained immense creation. With just one axe, it established the order of all things in heaven and earth, including opening the timeline and space of the primordial world. So terrifying. Could this be the first of the three styles of Pangu's opening of heaven? The three styles of opening heaven are nothing but the first style, heaven and earth open. The second style, gods and demons extinguished, and the third style, all things born. And the spectacle I just saw was undoubtedly the first style among the three styles of opening heaven. Heaven and earth open. At this moment, as the spectacle evolved to completion, the entire Pangu seal fell into silence. Even after the spectacle disappeared, the ancestral witches were still reminiscing. Meanwhile, Shuang felt that many principles intertwined in his spiritual platform due to this insight. These principles were constantly being deduced and comprehended, gradually coalescing into patterns. The so-called patterns were the embodiment of the laws. Only when a cultivator comprehended the laws would they be born. At this moment, the pattern that Shuang had coalesced undoubtedly contained the essence of the first style of the three styles of opening heaven. Of course, he had not fully comprehended it, only grasped some superficial aspects. But even so, Shuang, through his insights, slowly operated the 9 turns Yuan Gong. Then he raised his right hand, using the power of his vital energy to transform it into a blood axe, and instinctively swung it out towards the surrounding space. Heaven and earth open. With the shout, a terrifying roar resounded. In the vast and boundless cosmic space within this Pangu temple, Shuang cleaved open a rift spanning hundreds of millions of miles with one axe. The force was so immense that it could even rival the full power of a peak Great Luo. What the hell? 13th brother, you. The many ancestral witches around were immediately taken aback. 13th brother, you actually learned the divine power of the Father God? Although the ancestral witches could not comprehend the principles of this divine power, they could see that this was indeed the three styles of opening heaven from the great deity Pangu. At this moment, they looked at Shuang, who was merely at the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm, and were astonished that he could unleash a terrifying strike that would only be possible for a peak Great Luo through such divine power. Instantly, all the ancestral witches present were left dumbfounded. Cough, cough, I just had a slight insight and learned some superficial aspects. It's nothing much. Shuang said somewhat awkwardly. Although the space within the Pangu temple repaired itself after this axe, he had indeed acted recklessly by striking within the temple, almost cleaving it open. It was somewhat impulsive. Superficial? It's nothing? Don't you know that your strike directly crossed an entire major realm? Xuanming's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Exactly. I'm so envious. With such powerful means, if it were given to me, I could fight against not only the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but even the mid and late stages. This guy Zhu Rong said with a face full of envy. 13th brother, how did you learn this? Can you teach me, sister? As for Hutu, her eyes sparkled like little stars, unable to help but ask. Oh, Sister Hutu, you actually have some admiration for me? Oh dear, what should I do about this? Shuang also felt a headache. Brothers and sisters, do not worry. Once you have refined your primordial spirit, I will definitely teach you. The urgent matter now is to absorb the blood and vitality in the blood pool, raise our cultivation level, and quickly refine our primordial spirit. The primordial spirit. It is still the primordial spirit blocking our way. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. They immediately expressed, we will begin our closed-door cultivation right away. I don't believe we can't condense the primordial spirit, the three styles of opening heaven, Father's supreme divine power. I must comprehend it. The ancestral witches were also practical. Under the temptation of the three styles of opening heaven, they immediately began their cultivation. At this moment, Di Jiang placed the blood pool, which still had 2/3 of its vitality left, in the center. The other ancestral witches, including Wu Shuang, surrounded it and began to absorb the vitality, continuously operating the 9 revolutions primordial skill. As for the Panga restrictions, they were temporarily left in the Panga temple. After all, there would be plenty of time to comprehend them later. Wu Shuang was not in a hurry either. His current cultivation was still too weak. He needed to strive for a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible. He had already completely refined the 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. The immense energy within the ancestral witch essence blood had filled Wu Shuang's body with abundant power. Coupled with the vitality from the blood pool, Wu Shuang's cultivation was incredibly smooth. Soon, with his continuous operation, 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, gradually, his 9 revolutions primordial skill began to break through continuously. 9 revolutions primordial skill. First turn Earth Immortal. Second turn Heaven Immortal. Third turn True Immortal. Fourth turn Xian Immortal. Fifth turn Golden Immortal. Sixth turn Tai. Seventh turn Great Luo. Currently, Wu Shuang had already cultivated the 9 revolutions primordial skill to the 6th turn. He was only 1 step away from the 7th turn. However, often this 1 step has blocked countless prehistoric cultivators. After all, there is a watershed between Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Below Great Luo, one could say that all are like ants. Only upon reaching Great Luo Golden Immortal and condensing the top 3 flowers can one truly become a great power. Moreover, currently in the prehistoric world, due to the 3-clan war and the Dalamo war, the Hunyuan powers had almost all perished. Therefore, the Great Luo Golden Immortal had directly become the backbone of the prehistoric world. Furthermore, after Great Luo, the essence, chi, and spirit of the cultivator merged into one. The celestial power also transformed into celestial essence. The so-called celestial power is the magical power cultivated by the cultivator from the absorbed spiritual energy. However, after reaching Great Luo, due to the merging of essence, chi, and spirit, a higher level of celestial essence is obtained. The difference between the two is like the difference between clouds and mud. After all, cultivators below Great Luo, when activating their celestial power, are using the magical power they have painstakingly cultivated. But what about Great Luo? Every move of Great Luo can stir the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for their own use. Therefore, the power of celestial essence only requires a very small portion to mobilize several times or even dozens of times the previous celestial power. Thus, Tai and Great Luo are completely different. Now, Wu Shuang sat in the Pangu Temple for a full 1,000 years. 1,000 years of hard cultivation, combined with the continuous support of vitality. Finally, on a certain day after 1,000 years, Wu Shuang finally felt the 5 qi in his chest and found the path to ascend to the spiritual platform. In the next moment, he activated all the power within him and shouted, 5 qi Chao Yuan, 3 flowers gather at the top. Boom! As soon as he spoke, Wu Shuang's Dantian spiritual sea instantly connected with the spiritual platform. In the next second, essence, qi, and spirit merged into one. His whole body became unblocked. A mysterious meaning also arose spontaneously. Above his head, 3 radiant golden lotus petals slowly condensed. At that moment, Shuang felt as if he had been reborn, and his perception of the world became entirely different. It was as if he had broken free from the old shackles and realized today that he was himself. 3 flowers gathered at the top. Great Luo, golden immortal. Success. As he spoke, Shuang's expression became solemn, and his aura became increasingly unfathomable. It felt as if he were ascending to the platform, overlooking the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, and the youthful innocence in his eyes faded away, leaving only a trace of calm and tranquility. He seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth. Success. Ha! Congratulations, 13th brother. Congratulations, 13th brother. Little brother, you have finally become a great Luo golden immortal. Just as Shuang completed his breakthrough and opened his eyes, he was blinded by the 12 golden figures, their magnificent appearances shining so brightly that he could hardly open his eyes. Wait, brothers and sisters, what are you all doing? Hearing this, Jiang, who was a bit slow to react, said, "Oh, while you were in closed-door cultivation, we discussed and decided to first share some merit power with Sister Hudu. She has the least amount of filth within her, so she has the best chance to condense her primordial spirit. We let her try to condense the primordial spirit first. Look, it worked." Following Jiang's, Shuang was surprised to see that on Hutu's head, a small figure had appeared out of nowhere. The little figure looked just like Hutu and was somewhat shy, holding onto Hutu's hairpin with a curious expression, staring at Shuang. Hutu's primordial spirit was quite cute. With a rosy face, plus her stunning beauty, she looked like a beautiful girl, and her somewhat timid appearance made people unable to help but feel affectionate. Oh, Sister Hutu's primordial spirit is quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Hutu's face instantly turned red. She hurriedly retracted the primordial spirit. The golden light covering her body also receded. Little brother, you are so bad. Oomph. I won't pay attention to you anymore, Hutu said with a shy expression. Hearing this, Shuang smiled and said, "Not paying attention to me? But doesn't that mean you still want me to teach you the 3 styles of opening heaven? What? Don't you want any more?" Seeing Hutu's shy appearance, Shuang couldn't help but tease her. You okay. Little brother, I'm not angry anymore. Quickly teach me, good brother." Hutu became a bit anxious. She hurriedly ran over and hugged Shuang's right arm, shaking it while looking at him with a pleading expression. Feeling the warmth from her arm, Shuang's blood surged, and he couldn't help but blush. Sister Hutu, let go of me first." "Oomph. If you don't agree to me, I won't let go." Okay, I promise you, I promise." Shuang helplessly agreed. Meanwhile, the many ancestral witches around looked at the two with a hint of amusement, unable to resist teasing. "Hee, 13th brother, you know. Our witch clan has always used this ancestral witch blood pool to give birth to beings, which doesn't seem very good. Why not try other methods?" Hearing this, Shuang immediately revealed a face full of black lines. After all, this is the prehistoric world, and it seems not impossible between siblings. Cough, brothers. If you keep joking about me, I might not teach you the 3 styles of opening heaven anymore." Shaking his head, Shuang didn't plan to think too much. Now that the Dragonhan initial calamity has just ended, the witch demon calamity is about to arrive. Time is tight. How can I have so much time to think nonsense? Wouldn't that only delay my speed of becoming stronger? Therefore, Shuang also unhesitatingly turned the tables on everyone. Cough, 13th brother, look, I'm not joking with you. Just why so serious? Haha, don't you think so? The crowd laughed awkwardly yet politely. Shuang looked at everyone and shook his head helplessly. The calamity of the Lich. The road ahead is still very long. Chapter 23. The Shaman's Divine Ability. The Panga Divine Fist. However, Hutu now possesses a primordial spirit, which is of crucial benefit to future plans. After all, Hutu is destined to be a reincarnated person. Back then, she did not have a primordial spirit and was trapped in the underworld after her reincarnation, although she later gained immeasurable merits and was reborn with a primordial spirit. That reborn self is, strictly speaking, just a reincarnation of the person known as Pingxin Yang with Hutu's memories. Because the consciousness of the shaman clan and the physical body are integrated. Once the physical body dies, it is truly fallen. The reason she changed her name to Pingxin is simply because her past self has already fallen. The reborn her is not a complete Hutu. At most, she is a new consciousness born from Hutu's corpse. At the same time, this reincarnation of Hutu is also the calculation of the heavenly Tao. However, these are all matters for later. Now that Hutu has a primordial spirit, Shuang did not hesitate to impart all the principles of the first style of the Panga Divine Fist to her. After more than 100 years of comprehension, Hutu has also grasped many principles of the first style. Indeed, it is the supreme divine ability of the Father God. Even mastering just a bit still possesses extremely terrifying power. Now, aside from having a primordial spirit, Hutu's cultivation has also reached the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Once she activates the Panga Divine Fist, she has the ability to challenge higher realms. Although this Panga Divine Fist is indeed good, it seems that in some aspects, it is not suitable for us, 13th brother. After some contemplation, Hutu reached this conclusion. Shuang nodded. He had discovered this long ago. Naturally, the Panga Divine Fist is the supreme divine ability used by the Father God to create the world. The subtleties within it are not something we can master at this moment. Regarding this, I already have an idea. Having said that, Shuang raised his hand and pointed to the enormous Panga restriction. Then he said, "Next, we need Sister Hutu to comprehend this Panga restriction with me. Once we understand the many principles within it, we can use the legacy of the Father God to create a divine ability that is more suitable for us." Upon hearing this, the ancestral shamans were slightly taken aback. "Good lad, are you going to create your own divine ability?" The ability to create one's own divine ability can begin once one reaches the great Luo Golden Immortal and comprehends the laws of heaven and earth. Currently, among the shaman clan, there are only Hutu and Shuang who possess primordial spirits. Thus, they naturally have the conditions to create divine abilities. That's right. Not only do I want to create a divine ability, but this divine ability must also allow all members of the shaman clan to cultivate. Shuang's idea is very simple. Among the many martial arts in his past life, there exists a special entity. In the hands of martial arts masters, it can be a killing technique, while in the hands of ordinary people, it can become an exercise for nurturing life. And this martial art is Tai Chi, with the mindset of Tai Chi to create a divine ability suitable for all members of the shaman clan to cultivate. In this way, from the ancestral shamans to the shaman soldiers, everyone would have the ability to practice this divine ability. The overall strength of the shaman clan would surely receive a tremendous boost. Little brother means to let this divine ability not rely on spiritual energy, but directly use blood chi to activate it and to modify it as much as possible so that everyone can easily learn it. Hutu immediately saw through Shuang's intentions. Sister Hutu is absolutely right. Shuang nodded heavily. Then he said, "Although our shaman clan now has shamanic laws, the power of shamanic laws is often not strong. Now that we have the first style of the Father God's Panga Divine Fist in our hands, we can use this to strengthen the shaman clan's power. I believe that all of my brothers and sisters will not oppose this, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you kidding? Oppose? Who dares to oppose me? 13th brother, there's no time to waste. You and Sister Hutu should start now. We will provide protection for both of you." The ancestral shamans were extremely excited. Shuang's proposal also meant that they could use the divine abilities left by the Panga God without even needing a primordial spirit. Currently, they had given a large amount of merit power to Hutu, allowing her to first cultivate a primordial spirit. Although others could also cultivate a primordial spirit, the time required was not short. Now the chaotic world of Honghuang is surging, and they do not have that much time to waste. "Well, Sister Hutu, let's begin." After saying that, Shuang and Hutu sat down together and began to comprehend the many principles within the Panga restriction. "Today, I, Yinshan, report to heaven and earth. Establish the Spirit Leopard Clan. Today, I, Jingxiu, report to heaven and earth. Establish the Flying Tiger Clan. Today, in the chaotic world, after the decline of the three clans, all the tribes began to announce to heaven and earth, establishing their own clans. They sought the recognition of heaven and earth to officially gain the protection of heaven and earth. And this is also a stark contrast to the later generations of Hongwon. All tribes that establish themselves and gain the recognition of heaven and earth can receive the protection of heaven and earth and gain a share of fortune. Of course, the fortunes each tribe receives are different and often linked to their future fates. At this moment, by the East Sea, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi declared to heaven and earth, wanting to establish the demon clan. However, after they announced to heaven and earth, they did not receive the recognition of heaven and earth. Why can't we establish the demon clan? Why is this? Beside the two, many ancient divine beasts had gathered, such as Bai Zhe, Jiaoying, Kuanpeng, and others. Originally, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi thought that gathering a group of powerful ancient divine beasts would be enough to establish the demon clan. The so-called demons are different. They are all beings that are not human-shaped in heaven and earth. Human-shaped beings are the form of the Panga god from ancient times, and the chaotic world was created by the Panga god. These human-shaped beings are often powerful innate gods and innate beings, because they possess the image of the Panga god. They find it easier to cultivate and attain the Tao, and are born with the protection of heaven and earth. Among these beings, figures like the three pure ones, Jin Yuanzi and Dong Wanggong, are all like this. In addition, there are also some transformed beings that can also be classified as human-shaped beings, such as Randang and Dui. But aside from them, there are also a large number of non-human-shaped beings. These beings cannot receive the protection of heaven and earth, and because they are not human-shaped, cultivation is quite difficult. Therefore, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi wanted to target these non-human beings. Thus, they wanted to establish the demon clan. Their ambition was great. They wanted to include all non-human beings in the realm of demons, in order to gain a tremendous fortune. But unfortunately, this attempt failed. At this moment, the divine beast Bai Zhe calmly said, "Your Excellency, we are currently weak and without a large number of strange beings joining us. It is normal for the demon clan to be unable to be established, now that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have not yet ascended to the throne. The divine beasts following them naturally refer to them as Your Excellency to show respect." At this moment, Tai Yi frowned and said, "How difficult it is to attract a large number of strange beings. This indeed requires a tremendous cost, and, at the same time, enough reputation. What attracts others is often benefits or fame. Although the two of them have a small reputation in this vast world, it is not enough to gather a large number of extraordinary beings. Tai Yi, in fact, may not be without a way." At this moment, Dijuan seemed to remember something and smiled as he said, "In the past, the beast emperor Shun Ni established the 33 heavens, which was the ancient heavenly court. If we can find the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, refine and control it, and obtain the legacy of the ancient fierce beast dynasty, then you and I can become renowned throughout the vast world. At that time, countless extraordinary spirit races will recognize us and come under our command." Upon hearing this, the many divine beasts around them also showed joy. What the master said is absolutely right. In that case, we can head to the chaos and search thoroughly. The 33 heavens was a supreme treasure created by the beast emperor Shun Ni to dominate the vast world. It is a special celestial domain. Mastering the 33 heavens means mastering the entire operation of the vast world and restoring the stars of the heavens. At that time, it would be a tremendous merit. After all, the current vast world has chaotic star patterns, and the tides of all things are unstable. Only by restoring the stars of the heavens can the vast world be perfected. Buzhou Mountain, the Panga Divine Temple. Under the insights of Shuang and Hutu, nearly 1,000 years passed. Finally, after a millennium of comprehension, the two of them fully grasped all the laws within the Panga restrictions. Then, before them, lines of Tao patterns containing supreme power continuously emerged. Within them were countless profound secrets, obscure and difficult to comprehend. However, in the next second, those complex Tao patterns merged into one, transforming into a brilliant light. Finally, it solidified into the two characters, Open Heaven The open heaven divine fist. It has finally been completed. Shuang showed a joyful expression, and Hutu, though tired, also had a hint of ecstasy in her expression. Brothers, we did it. This is the divine ability suitable for our witch race. The open heaven divine fist. While Hutu spoke, she used her divine mind to continuously integrate the many laws of the open heaven divine fist into the spiritual platforms of the many ancestral witches. After this transmission, many ancestral witches sensed the myriad laws within, which were extremely complex. The open heaven divine fist is divided into 9 layers. Cultivating to the extreme allows one to open the heavens with power, such an unparalleled divine ability. It is indeed extremely powerful. The many ancestral witches only slightly comprehended 1 or 2 of the laws within, and they were astonished by the power of the open heaven divine fist. This divine ability does not require the use of the primordial spirit for the first 3 layers, nor does it require the use of spiritual energy. It only needs to mobilize the thick blood of the witch race within their bodies to launch directly. However, for the later layers 4 to 6, it requires the witch race to possess a primordial spirit to unleash all its power. This is also a choice made to enhance the power of this divine ability as much as possible. Similarly, the many ancestral witches can only cultivate the first 3 layers for now. However, in the future, as they gradually condense their primordial spirits, they will naturally be able to cultivate to the extreme. What a great divine ability! With such a divine ability, the members of our witch race have a powerful trump card. Afterwards, I will pass on the first 3 layers of the open heaven divine fist to many of the great witches, so they can teach it to the members of the witch race for cultivation. Xianming showed a joyful expression and said with a smile. The other ancestral witches were also secretly ecstatic. Each layer of the open heaven divine fist can exceed one's own limits and unleash 10 times their own strength. In other words, the second layer alone can unleash a power that exceeds one's own limits by 100 times. The third layer reaches a terrifying 1,000 times. Just imagine, a primordial witch with overwhelming blood power using a punch with 1,000 times their own limit. What a terrifying scene that would be. Just one strike could probably tear apart 1 billion miles of void, piercing through the crystal wall of the vast world. Right? In the future, if one can cultivate to the 4th layer, it will be even more terrifying, because after the 4th layer, one begins to draw upon the powers of heaven and earth to empower oneself, exceeding their own limits by 10,000 times. That is a price that the physical body cannot bear. Therefore, one needs to borrow the power of heaven and earth. At the level of the 4th layer, just one punch might severely injure a Hunyuan power, and this is only the 4th layer. If it reaches the 5th, 6th, 7th, or even the 9th layer, that terrifying increase in power could reach the limits of the vast world, annihilating everything with a single punch, recreating the universe and the vast world. Of course, this is also an unparalleled divine ability that can only be created with the laws of the Pangu great god. Many things only exist in theory. Whether they can cultivate to the 4th layer and beyond is still to be verified, because after the 4th layer, it completely involves the application of the laws of power. In this regard, Shuang is quite confident. After all, they're the witch race. They inherit the bloodline of Pangu. What Pangu great god can do, how could they not be able to do? All right, since the matter of the divine ability has been completed, the next step is to have a good discussion. I have decided to declare to the heavens and establish the witch race, to gain the recognition of the vast world. At this moment, everyone had just calmed down from their excitement when Dijuan announced such a major event. Declare to the heavens. Establish the race. Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches around them nodded and said, "Indeed, it is time to establish the race. We are the descendants of the Father God, so we can naturally gain the recognition of the world created by the Father God. I wonder how much fortune our witch race will receive. It's truly exciting. Ha ha ha." The ancestral witches were all speaking with excitement. But at this time, Shuang furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of worry. "Huh, 13th brother, what is wrong with you?" The others noticed Shuang's unusual expression and asked with puzzled looks. "Brothers and sisters, In my opinion, it is better for our witch race not to establish a race. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Why? Why? Our witch race is the legacy of the Father God, and establishing a race in the world he created is only natural, right? Many ancestral witches showed puzzled expressions and found it hard to follow Shuang's line of thinking. Establishing a race is mostly a good thing. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilan races have all become extinct. Why don't we establish a race and dominate the vast world? What are we waiting for? Shuang nodded and then explained. When the dragon, phoenix, and Qilan races established their races in the past, did they ever think that they would later fall into the danger of extinction? Moreover, while they received the recognition of heaven and earth, they also became subject to the control of heaven and earth, destined to enter the calamity and unable to escape. Brothers and sisters, establishing a race is a trap. Once we establish a race, we will inevitably fall into the cage of the heavenly Tao, and in the future, we will become pawns in the calamity, destined for destruction. Shuang's words, if he hadn't spoken, would have shocked everyone. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches felt their heads buzz, reflecting on the fate of the three races. The more they thought about it, the more cold sweat they broke out. Upon careful consideration, it really is like that. But why is this? Why must the witch clan become pawns in the Great Tribulation? This is unfair. Zhu Rong widened his round eyes, his whole body bursting forth like a great sun, manifesting boundless flames. The numerous ancestral witches around him also expressed their unwillingness, saying, "This world was left behind by the Father God. So why must it fall under the control of the heavenly Tao?" We are not convinced. The ancestral witches shouted in anger. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to resonate with thunder, as if they had offended the heavenly might. Yet, they did not dare to take action against them. Look at this. This is the witch clan. This is the ancestral witches, the true lineage of Pangu, fearless of heaven and earth, even uttering such blasphemous words against the heavenly might. The heavenly Tao does not dare to do anything to them. Of course, this is only the case for now. If the witch clan truly falls into the calamity of the witch and demon, then they will be doomed. Brothers and sisters, the spiritual energy in this primal world is limited. Even though all beings absorb the spiritual energy of the world and cultivate, gaining endless longevity, the establishment of the clan, while it can have fortune to protect, ultimately incurs a great cause and effect with the heavenly Tao. The cause of today is destined to become the fruit of the future. Look at the dragon, phoenix, and Qilan clans, how prosperous they once were. They ruled the primal world, commanding countless beasts, aquatic beings, and birds under their command, numbering in the billions. Yet even they could not escape this great calamity. Great calamity. The many ancestral witches fell into deep thought. They may be reckless, but they are not fools. How could they not see through the mysteries of the events happening in the world? Are we really just going to accept it? Let the heavenly Tao control the world left by the Father God? The ancestral witches were all unconvinced. The primal world was created by the great deity Pangu. It was not created by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is merely an existence left behind by Pangu to maintain the order of the world. Why should it have such power? Shuang sighed and spoke. Alas, this is also the fault of the incomplete primal world. Up until now, the entire primal world is still lacking in laws, order, and even the world itself is incomplete. After the Father God created the world, he fell shortly after. The primal world he left behind has not yet been fully completed. Therefore, the spiritual energy in the primal world is limited, and any being can absorb the spiritual energy to cultivate and gain longevity. If this continues, when the last bit of spiritual energy is absorbed by the beings, the primal world will lose its vitality. The heavenly Tao is merciless, but it is ultimately just an order. If the heavenly Tao did not bring down calamities to extinguish beings and replenish the spiritual energy in the world, the primal world would have perished long ago. In the midst of this conversation, Shuang raised another question, the fundamental reason for the calamity. It is simply because the primal world itself is incomplete. The spiritual energy is limited. The resources for cultivation are finite. If everyone cultivates, and everyone becomes immortal, absorbing all the spiritual energy. Will there still be vitality in the world? Of course not. Wait, 13th brother. I think I understand your meaning. Ha ha ha. As expected of you. At this moment, Di Jiang suddenly revealed a look of realization. He praised Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Huh? What did I say? You figured it out? You mean that you want our witch clan to not establish a clan, but instead to complete this primal world, completely eliminate the calamities. By doing so, we can also gain merits and strengthen our witch clan. In this way, even if our witch clan does not establish a clan, we can still obtain great fortune and immeasurable merit. With this, we could dominate the primal world, right? This. Wu Shuang smiled awkwardly yet politely. I hadn't thought that far yet. How did you come up with that? However, what Di Jiang said did remind Wu Shuang, completing the primal world, exchanging for merit and fortune. This is indeed another way to strengthen the witch clan besides establishing a clan. Moreover, as long as the witch clan does not establish a clan, it will not owe the heavenly Tao any cause and effect. In the future, the witch clan can do whatever it wants. It will not be reduced to pawns in the calamity by the heavenly Tao. Perfect. This is simply too perfect. Wu Shuang's heart was stirred, and he thought of a brilliant plan. I have a plan. It can allow our witch clan to gain immense merit and fortune while also significantly curbing the calamities in the world, even ultimately achieving a complete resolution. As soon as these words were spoken, the many ancestral witches couldn't help but smile. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. The witch clan has a genius. This is wonderful. 13th brother, why not speak plainly? The ancestral witches all showed expressions of anticipation, looking at Wu Shuang. Then, he did not hesitate to lay out his entire plan. My plan is called Borrowing Heaven to Transform Calamity. Borrowing Heaven to Transform Calamity? Sounds interesting. The ancestral witches' eyes lit up as they continued to listen to Wu Shuang. The so-called calamity is nothing more than the beings of heaven and earth absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, ultimately leading to a shortage of spiritual energy and damaging the vitality of the world. Therefore, those who cultivate are actually harming the existence of the heavenly Tao. Since that is the case, those who absorb spiritual energy and cultivate the laws of the primordial spirit are all benefiting themselves at the expense of the world, easily becoming immortals. In today's primal world, the Deluo golden immortals are as numerous as dogs, and the Tai golden immortals are everywhere. What kind of order is this? In my view, instead of establishing a clan, our witch clan should directly supplement the heavenly Tao. Make a great vow to the heavenly Tao of the primal world to supplement the calamities. Establish the great calamities of various realms, divided into 4 disasters and 3 calamities. The 4 disasters are earth disaster, fire disaster, wind disaster, water disaster. The 3 calamities are thunder calamity, heart calamity, body calamity. All cultivators must face calamities. Only by overcoming them can they continue to enjoy longevity. Even after becoming immortals, they must continually overcome the calamity of decline in exchange for longevity. In this way, we can transform immortals into mortals and also replenish the spiritual energy of the primal world. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if thunder had struck the heads of the many ancestral witches, completely shocking them. Astonished. This kind of scheme is simply terrifying. Everyone present was already a Hunyuan golden immortal, and with their cultivation, they could slightly deduce and glimpse what kind of predicament the beings of the primal world would fall into under the 4 disasters and 3 calamities. Immortals facing tribulations. This is something that has never happened since the opening of the primal world. But upon careful thought, this plan is indeed very feasible. Rather than allowing the calamity to directly destroy a large number of beings in the primal world, it is better to use these 4 disasters and 3 calamities to gradually wear down those powerful cultivators. The incompetent and talentless individuals, even if they enjoy a lifespan of 10,000 years, will inevitably fall slowly in the future tribulations. In the later generations, who absorb spiritual energy to become immortals will face thousands of calamities. After enduring countless hardships, they will ultimately become powerful beings, yet they will still have to face this calamity of decline. Survive if they pass, die if they fail. In this way, the calamities will surely be extended infinitely. Of course, this plan is quite ambitious. It is a calculation aimed at the heavenly Tao. Even if it really succeeds, the members of the Witch clan will still have to face tribulations. However, the many ancestral witches do not see anything wrong with it. The Witch clan does not nurture waste. Those who cannot survive the heavenly tribulation, if they fall, then so be it. There is nothing more to say. As for them, the ancestral witches, they are even less afraid of heavenly tribulations. Their physical bodies are strong. Even if the heavenly tribulation does indeed descend, it will only be a test for them. Instead of a test, it is more of an exciting challenge for the ancestor witches. Brilliant! This plan is truly clever. Not to mention, it has practically cut off the cultivation paths of countless beings. Poisonous. Too toxic. Our Witch clan has powerful physical bodies, and most of our kin can survive the heavenly tribulation. Even if they can't make it, it's no big deal. They can transform into the zombie clan. Then they can go through the tribulation again, and the zombie clan absorbs the turbid energy of the primordial world. They have their own merits to protect them. How could they not survive the heavenly tribulation? Huh? Wait a minute. 13th brother, have you been plotting this from the very beginning? The zombie clan and the heavenly tribulation have formed a perfect closed loop. The ancestor witches said with some late realization. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Good boy. Your mind is simply divine. You have plotted against all the cultivators in the primordial world, and yet you have already laid down a perfect closed loop for our Witch clan. Impressive, 13th brother." Ha ha ha. Looking at the ecstatic expressions of the ancestor witches, Shuang felt a bit embarrassed. To be honest, he really hadn't thought that much. But the current situation indeed puts the Witch clan at a significant advantage under this heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the people of the zombie clan originally absorb the power of blood and turbid energy to improve their cultivation. They do not absorb spiritual energy. The many ancestor witches also cultivate by absorbing blood energy. If this continues, the calamity of witches and demons will inevitably be postponed indefinitely. With time, he will be able to find a way to make the primordial spiritual energy surge. All right, brothers and sisters, there's no time to waste. In my opinion, we should handle this matter immediately. Shuang suddenly thought of something and immediately proposed to the ancestor witches. After the initial calamity of Long Han, next comes this sanctification of Hongjun, right? Once he becomes a saint, he can intervene in the order of the heavenly Tao. By that time, if they want to plot against the heavenly Tao, it won't be that simple. Right now, there's still a chance to complement the heavenly tribulation. After all, the current heavenly Tao is impartial. Even plotting against the beings of the primordial world and initiating calamities is only to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. Speaking from the perspective of the heavenly Tao, it has no faults at all. So anxious? But that's good. There's no better time than now. Let us begin now. After saying this, the many ancestor witches also sat up and began to discuss the specific order of the heavenly tribulation. Soon, after a discussion among everyone, they finally confirmed the specific order of the heavenly tribulation. Then, the many ancestor witches also walked out of the Panga temple and looked towards the primordial world. They then made a solemn vow. Today, our Witch clan makes a solemn vow. We are willing to complement the order of the heavenly Tao for the primordial world. Therefore, we hereby establish the order of the heavenly tribulation, testing all beings in heaven and earth, all who cultivate in heaven and earth. They will inevitably face 4 disasters and 3 tribulations. The 4 disasters are earth disaster, fire disaster, wind disaster, water disaster. The 3 tribulations are thunder tribulation, heart tribulation, body tribulation. All cultivators will face the test of the heavenly tribulation. All who become earth immortals, celestial immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and great unity golden immortals. Each major realm must endure the thunder tribulation. All who become great Luo golden immortals must endure the thunder tribulation and the heart demon tribulation. Any great Luo golden immortal who does not break through every 10,000 years must endure the body tribulation to continue their longevity. All Hunyuan golden immortals must endure the thunder tribulation, heart demon tribulation, and body tribulation. Any Hunyuan golden immortal who does not break through every 129, 600 years must endure the disaster of decline, which includes earth disaster, fire disaster, wind disaster, and water disaster. With this order of heavenly tribulation, we perfect the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. May heaven and earth witness this. The order of the heavenly tribulation is established, accompanied by the voices of many ancestor witches. This order of the heavenly tribulation was established in the primordial world. In the next moment, a tremendous roar resounded throughout the vast primordial world. Rolling purple energy came from the east. Boundless rosy light manifested above the heavenly dome. An indescribable and unviewable majestic existence appeared. In the eyes of different people, that magnificent object took on different forms. It could be 10,000 zhang of rosy light, or infinite celestial palaces, or a Tao ancestor, or any grand existence one could imagine. At this moment, around that majestic existence, countless powerful supreme orders were continuously being birthed, transforming into numerous laws of order, manifesting above the heavens. And that majestic existence is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao manifests. This can't be real, right? Jade Capital Mountain. At this moment, Hong Jun, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly sensed the stir of the heavenly Tao. He immediately widened his eyes and stared fixedly at the heavenly Tao that appeared above the heavenly dome. He was utterly stunned. Complimenting the order of the heavenly tribulation? What has this witch clan done? They dared to plot against the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun felt as if everything was falling apart. Just as he was about to become the first saint of the heavenly Tao, taking charge of the order of the heavenly Tao. How come at this moment? Someone suddenly intervened. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Using the heavenly tribulation to test the beings of the primordial world? Isn't that directly putting all beings on the fire to roast? Hong Jun expressed that if the ancestor witches fail, it would be one thing. But at this moment, the heavenly Tao is manifesting and is continuously birthing the order of the heavenly tribulation. What a joke. Is there really someone who can plot against the heavenly Tao? Hong Jun widened his eyes, feeling utterly broken. This is crazy. Chapter 25. Di Jiang condenses Yuan Shun, opens the third layer of the heaven, opening divine fist. As the order of the heavenly Tao was completed, on the vast primordial heavenly dome, 100,000 acres of merit clouds fell upon Buzhou Mountain. In an instant, the vast primordial world was filled with a chorus of sharp curses. You damned witch clan. Damn ancestor witches. What are you doing? Cutting off my path to immortality. Ancestor witches, you deserve to die. Beasts. Damn beasts. In the primordial world, there was a wailing sound. Both cultivators and non-cultivators were dumbfounded. This operation is simply against the heavens. Complementing the order of the heavenly tribulation, is the heavenly Tao your witch clan's heavenly Tao? You say you can complete it just like that? This would be fine, but the key is that they actually succeeded? Who do we complain to about this? The cultivators of the primordial world expressed that we were cultivating well by absorbing spiritual energy, and suddenly a heavenly tribulation fell. Boom. Gone. Our lives are gone. Cultivation? What cultivation? If one has better aptitude or isn't afraid of death, they can continue to cultivate. But if one has poor aptitude and is afraid of death, what is there to cultivate? Even so, those who have already cultivated to great Luo golden immortal, those who have achieved success, are even more unfortunate. For example, at this moment, on Kunlu Mountain, big brother, second brother, I finally broke through to the peak of Great Luo. In less than 10,000 years, I can break through again and become a Hunyuan golden immortal. By that time, my three brothers can kill the witch clan and make those ancestor witches pay the price. At this moment, Tong Tian, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation, was excitedly reporting good news to Taishang and Yuan Shi. But unfortunately, The two were looking at him with an incredibly strange expression. Huh? Big brother, second brother, what is going on with you? Taishan looked at the oblivious Tong Tian and couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, you see for yourself. After saying this, with a loud rumble, a heavenly tribulation descended from the clouds. Moreover, that heavenly tribulation emitted a terrifying aura that locked onto Tong Tian in an instant. It was evident that it was coming for him. Upon seeing this, Tong Tian immediately felt like everything was falling apart. Heavenly tribulation? What is going on here? I am Tong Tian, the true disciple of Pangu. I am a person blessed by heaven and earth with great fortune. With my foundation, why should I undergo tribulation? Tong Tian was dumbfounded. He had just broken through, and a heavenly tribulation had descended? Third brother, you may not know, but while you were in seclusion, the ancestral shaman completed the order of heavenly tribulations, and now, in the primordial world, there are actually heavenly tribulations. From now on, if we want to continue breaking through, we must endure this heavenly tribulation at every level. At this moment, Tong Tian looked at the heavenly tribulation above his head and was completely stunned. What a beast! Meanwhile, between the heavens and earth of the primordial world, many cultivators and powerful beings who had just broken through were overjoyed, but they were being tormented by the incessantly falling heavenly tribulations, struck by thunder tribulations and heart demon tribulations, wishing for death. Most of them didn't even know where this heavenly tribulation came from. They were directly reduced to dust right after breaking through. And those who survived were only those with extraordinary foundations or those possessing spiritual treasures. At the very moment when the order of heavenly tribulations was perfected, countless cultivators fell under the heavenly tribulations. Soon, the entire primordial world was greatly replenished as a result. It became more vibrant and filled with spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Shuang understood that he had achieved his goal, completing the order of heavenly tribulations and exterminating all unprepared or weakly founded cultivators. There were simply too many cultivators in the primordial world. Rather than waiting until the spiritual energy was exhausted and the vitality of the world faded, leading to a catastrophe sweeping the entire primordial world, it was better to establish the order early and let these lofty immortals contribute to the primordial world. So much merit. Such a huge wave of merit was truly thanks to the 13th brother. Compared to Shuang, the other ancestral shamans were more focused on the gains at hand. Merit clouds are often rare. Only when great merits occur will they descend. Unlike the heavenly merits obtained by the undead clan, merit clouds are a combination of heavenly merits and heavenly bestowed fortunes. It was indeed the arrival of 1,000,000 acres of purple chi from the east, manifesting boundless auspicious signs. A wave of merit descended, divided into 13 parts, each infused into the bodies of the 13 ancestral shamans. At this moment, Shuang felt a great comfort throughout his body, as if he had received immense fortune, and even his cultivation realm felt a bit loosened. Moreover, in the unseen parts of him, an immense fortune was bestowed upon him. In the dark, his fortune was becoming increasingly solid. It even gave rise to some signs. Within him, there seemed to be the shadow of a Qilin howling and the sound of dragons and phoenixes mingling. This was the symbol of great fortune. Wonderful. Shuang clapped and smiled. Now that the order of heavenly tribulations was perfected, the subsequent calamity of the witch and demon could be greatly postponed. By then, he would have enough time to completely end this calamity or find a way for the witch clan to avoid it. 13th brother, now that we have obtained this heavenly merit, it is time to condense our primordial spirits. Let's go back first. At this moment, Dijiang beside him also spoke up. Upon hearing this, Shuang nodded. All right. After saying that, the many ancestral shamans turned around and returned to the Pangu temple to begin attempting to condense their primordial spirits. This time, the merit was sufficient. There was no need to allocate everyone's merits to one person. Therefore, all the ancestral shamans had the opportunity to condense their primordial spirits. Of course, this also depended on their personal comprehension. After all, condensing a primordial spirit requires time. Unconsciously, another 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this 1,000 years, Countless cultivators who were insufficient in training and lacking in Tao failed to survive the tribulations, thus replenishing the spiritual energy of the primordial world. Because of the appearance of heavenly tribulations, gradually, the primordial world began to become more chaotic. In the past, a low-grade postnatal spiritual root might not have attracted anyone's attention. But now, it became a treasure everyone scrambled for. A top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, which originally wouldn't have been worth competing for among the great Luo golden immortals, became a target due to the appearance of heavenly tribulations. Even a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure could provoke great Luo golden immortals to act. The primordial world was thrown into chaos. Killings erupted, but the vitality of the world became increasingly vigorous. The calamity of the tribulation showed no signs of brewing. The entire primordial world began to enter a virtuous cycle, although for many cultivators, it indeed became increasingly cruel. At the same time, beneath Mount Buzhou within the Panga Temple, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Open heaven divine fist!" Wu Shuang shouted fiercely. Immediately, he mobilized all the power within him and struck a punch towards the vast small world. With a loud bang, the enormous small world was forcefully opened up with a massive crack, spanning billions of miles. It should be noted that the space within the Panga Temple is a complete space at the level of a great thousand worlds. Such a stable space also possesses self-repairing abilities. Yet even so, it was still shattered by Wu Shuang's punch. "Little brother, it has only been 1,000 years, and you have actually cultivated the open heaven divine fist to the 3rd level?" Hutu's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of shock. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wu Shuang chuckled and replied, "What can I say? My comprehension is high. 1,000 years may not be long, but it's enough for me to reach the 3rd level." Hearing this, Hutu showed a look of speechlessness. "Who can compare with you? Oof. I have only reached the 2nd level, and you're already at the 3rd. I refuse to accept it. If you have the ability, let us compete," Hutu exclaimed, striking a pose, ready to compete with Wu Shuang. Upon hearing this, he was instantly a bit scared. No, Hutu's sister. You are now in the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and you still want to compete with me? Haven't you bullied me enough already? Over the past 1,000 years. Wu Shuang's rapid progress was entirely due to having Hutu, this powerful ancestral shaman, as a sparring partner. She frequently challenged him to compete. Under such high-intensity training, Wu Shuang was able to cultivate the open heaven divine fist to the 3rd level. Of course, reaching the 3rd level already represented the limit of physical body cultivation. To progress further, one would need to comprehend the true essence of the laws. It wouldn't be so simple to break through again. "Huh, 13th brother. You can be scared too." A hearty laugh rang out at this moment. Wu Shuang and Hutu were slightly taken aback. When they looked again, they saw many ancestral shamans had appeared. "Dijiang, big brother, what level have you reached?" Hutu asked with a puzzled expression. Due to having sufficient heavenly merit, Dijiang had already condensed his primordial spirit 800 years ago. After all, he was the earliest to emerge among the ancestral shamans and was also the strongest. As for the others, they were much slower, especially Zhu Rong and Gonggong, who were the 2 most reckless. They seemed not very smart, but in reality, they were the 2 heavily influenced by the innate turbid air, making it the most difficult for them to condense their primordial spirits. Among others, the one who condensed his primordial spirit the fastest, with the highest comprehension and the strongest power, was Dijiang. Now, we have all cultivated the open heaven divine fist to the 2nd realm. However, trying its power in this small world is indeed inappropriate. If we accidentally collapse the Panga Temple, that would be a problem. How about this? Let's all go to the chaos. Let's see the power of the open heaven divine fist. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang also nodded. That sounds good. To be honest, the punch I just threw didn't use my full strength. But even so, it almost shattered this small world. Now it's time to go out and test our results. After speaking, everyone directly tore apart the space and stepped into the vast chaos. The Hunyuan Golden Immortals all have the ability to tear apart space for long-distance movement. At this moment, Wu Shuang, who had arrived in the boundless chaos, looked around and saw countless chaotic winds and spatial turbulence. A gust of strong wind merely brushing against his body brought a slight stinging sensation. Of course, if this wind were to blow on ordinary Deluo golden immortals, they would probably be torn apart instantly. Only the powerful physical bodies of the ancestral witches could withstand the might of this chaotic wind. But even so, the ancestral witches did not dare to traverse casually in this chaos. After all, there were spatial turbulence around them at any time, leading to unknown destinations. If one accidentally fell into it, they might be transported to another world or torn to pieces by the violent spatial turbulence. At this moment, many ancestral witches took their stances and began to operate the 9 Revolutions primordial skill. The Open Heaven Divine Fist is a supernatural power that pairs perfectly with the 9 Revolutions primordial skill. From its inception, it has been perfectly integrated with the 9 Revolutions primordial skill. Now, many ancestral witches gathered all their blood and power, preparing to unleash a powerful blow. Open Heaven Divine Fist. Boom! The first to strike were Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. They glowed with a red hue all over their bodies. With a punch, they unleashed the powers of water and fire together. With just this one punch, they forcibly tore apart a billion miles of chaos. They directly ripped apart a piece of nebula, turning it into countless particles. Countless large stars were obliterated within. After taking a deep breath, the two felt a huge drain. The Open Heaven Divine Fist, once fully activated, would exhaust all their blood and energy. Fortunately, they carried some spiritual fruits for replenishing blood energy. They immediately swallowed 1 or 2, recovering a lot. How about it? Aren't we impressive? After just showing off, the two smiled proudly. Hearing this, Di Jiang chuckled. What is this? Watch me. After saying that, he also began to operate his supernatural power. With a roar, Open Heaven Divine Fist. Boom! This punch actually pierced through countless stars. It forcibly tore apart the vast wilderness for billions of miles. The immense chaos was blasted open into a huge void. A whole galaxy cluster was utterly destroyed. This is so fierce. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. Everyone exclaimed in awe. 13th brother, why don't you give a try? At this moment, Xianming looked at Wu Shuang with great interest, smiling expectantly. If it's Wu Shuang, with the power of the 3-realm Open Heaven Divine Fist, how powerful could it be? Everyone was quite curious. All right, then I'll show my ineptitude. Wu Shuang had no objections to this. He immediately stepped forward, circulating his blood energy while also mobilizing the 12 types of law powers he mastered. The Open Heaven Divine Fist not only utilizes all of a person's blood energy, but can also mobilize all the power within their body, including the law powers. When Wu Shuang activated the Open Heaven Divine Fist, before even moving, the surrounding space already showed signs of cracking. This, before even striking, just the residual force was enough to tear apart the space. No way. The power of the 3-realm Open Heaven Divine Fist actually reached this level? Everyone was secretly shocked. Chapter 26. Blocking the door at Zhixiao Palace, leaving others no way out. Wu Shuang, after all, possessed a primordial spirit, able to comprehend the laws of force contained within the Pangu restrictions. The so-called laws of force are not just the application of a single law power, but also the application of all law powers. For example, Di Zhang's spatial power and Ho Tu's earth power. All 12 ancestral witch laws converged in Wu Shuang's body. For him, the 12 laws represented 12 types of law powers. When all unleashed, they were naturally terrifying. Similarly, many surrounding ancestral witches also sensed this. Is this the law of force from the Father God? Ho Tu keenly sensed that at Wu Shuang's fist tip, there was already a terrifying aura of the law of force. Still far from enough, merely able to use some superficial aspects. Wu Shuang said calmly, but there was a hint of excitement in his expression. Merely using some superficial aspects had already resulted in such power. If he could utilize it perfectly, it would be even more terrifying. Open Heaven Divine Fist. As Wu Shuang activated the 3-realm Open Heaven Divine Fist, the power within him was instantly amplified 1,000-fold. In an instant, Wu Shuang's right arm, from a fist to the entire arm behind it, was violently torn apart by that powerful force. With this punch, even Wu Shuang himself would have to pay a considerable price. Boom! A sound like the collapse of heaven and earth echoed through the air. Following that, a massive void appeared. No, a void as vast as billions of miles. 13th brother, your punch is comparable to my two-realm, open-heaven divine fist. Dezhong's eyelids twitched a few times. He watched an entire galaxy cluster turn to dust before him. This is just the power exhibited by a cultivator at the early stage of the Luo. How can it compare to my power at the early stage of Hunyuan? What a joke. This kid, does he have to be so fierce? Too powerful, right? This punch, not to mention dealing with others, even I, as an ancestral witch, may not be able to withstand it. Zhu Rong swallowed hard, his mouth agape, unable to come to terms with it for a long time. Ha ha ha. 13th brother is indeed fierce. I like this kind of tough guy. Xianming slapped Wu Shuang's thigh hard from behind, instantly making Wu Shuang's face flush. Xianming's sister, please don't joke with me. Xianming was warm and passionate, and with a devilish figure and a lowly-like face. If it were someone else, they would have likely fainted under her skirt. But Wu Shuang, on the other hand, couldn't he handle it? After all, this stunning beauty could punch a Hunyuan golden immortal to death. Wu Shuang expressed that he preferred more demure girls. At this moment, Wu Shuang took a few spiritual fruits to recover some celestial power. He also circulated his blood energy to restore his severed right arm. He couldn't help but sigh. My Qilin arm is indeed quite fierce. A punch at full strength can actually compare to Big Brother Dezhong. The law of force from the Father God is truly powerful. Naturally, the law of force is the foremost of the four supreme laws. It is indeed the number one existence among the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. In addition to having extreme destructive power, it also possesses the ability to create and evolve everything in the universe. All powers of the laws can be utilized by the law of force. Whether it is creation, time and space, fate, or cause and effect, they can all be used by the law of force. And this is the most perverse aspect of the law of force. Simply put, the law of force is the convergence of all the powers of the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao into one. To possess the law of force is to possess the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao. At this moment, many of the ancestral witches are also testing their current strength and means, all filled with joy. However, it is precisely at this time that a powerful sacred might suddenly emanate from the vast chaos. In an instant, the many ancestral witches feel as if they are facing a great enemy. Today I, Hongjun, have achieved the status of a saint, having cultivated the virtues of heaven and earth to create the evolution of all worlds. My merits are complete, and I have become a saint. To express my gratitude for the benevolence of the heavens, I will preach in the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace after 1,000 years. Anyone with fate can come to listen. Buzz! As soon as Hongjuan's voice fell, the heavens and the earth changed color, revealing boundless auspicious omens and a magnificent purple aura. Heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses surged from the ground, with countless pure, sacred rains pouring down upon the wilderness. In an instant, under the nourishment of that sacred rain, countless beings took shape, and countless cultivators broke through. At that moment, the sound of gratitude and worship resounded from all directions. Thank you, Saint, for the bestowed opportunity. Congratulations to Ancestor Hongjun on achieving sainthood. The voices echoed across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, silently gathering a wave of merit and creation for Hongjun. Seeing this, Wu Shuang slowly narrowed his eyes. Hongjun has become a saint. So fast. Goodness. This guy must have been plotting to become a saint since the era of the Beast Kings, right? However, Hongjun preaching is indeed a good opportunity. A saint? What kind of status is that? Could it be above the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Isn't it the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal above the Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Hearing Hongjuan's words, all the ancestral witches felt inexplicably confused. However, Wu Shuang, Hutu, and Emperor Jiang sensed the terror of the saint. This status of a saint must have already mastered the order of heaven and earth. With just a single word from Hongjun, there was supreme power capable of manifesting the law and turning the void into reality. Emperor Jiang's expression was serious, and he said in astonishment, upon hearing this, All the surrounding ancestral witches widened their eyes in amazement. Such great power! It seems that saints are indeed on the same level as the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Since the opening of the heavens, the path to enlightenment that has been passed down includes Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Xian Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, de Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. This is the path to enlightenment that existed before the opening of the heavens. Now, however, Hongjuan's status as a saint is evidently completely different. Moreover, only Shuang knows how against the heavens a saint is. A saint is the embodiment of the order of heaven and earth, enduring through countless tribulations, living forever. Even if they fall, they can rely on their true spirit, which has returned to the Tao, to reappear in the world. Simply put, this is a mechanism monster. As long as the order of the wilderness exists, the saint is an indestructible existence. Furthermore, a saint can deduce and know everything about their past and future. This is quite tricky. Fortunately, the ancestral witches are descendants of Pangu, bearing the cause and effect of Pangu's opening of the heavens. With such immense causality, even a saint cannot deduce their detailed future. At most, they can only know a general direction. Everyone, what do you think about the preaching of the old Taoist Hongjun? Shall we go or not? At this moment, Emperor Jiang hesitated and asked everyone. Hearing this, everyone hesitated for a moment. Some thought it would be good to listen, while others questioned the need to go. However, in the end, the decision still rested in Wu Shuang's hands. 13th brother, what do you think we should do? Wu Shuang smiled, and suddenly a crafty idea popped into his head. Brothers and sisters, I have a plan. Oh, everyone's eyes brightened, and they laughed. Quick, tell us. Wu Shuang nodded and then analyzed. Old Taoist Hongjun has set the preaching ground in the chaos, which is essentially a test. Only those with extraordinary backgrounds among the great powers of the wilderness can go to the Purple Cloud Palace. Since it is a test, there must be rewards. The first to arrive will surely gain a great opportunity. Thus, since we ancestral witches are already in this chaos, why not head to the Purple Cloud Palace early and block the entrance to his preaching ground? Let later arrivals not seize the opportunity. And we can take advantage of this chance to seize the opportunity first. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the many ancestral witches glimmered with excitement. What a great idea! Block the door first. Who cares about anything else? Let us grab the opportunity first. If later arrivals want to argue, they must first ask whether our ancestral witches agree with their fists. After a brief contemplation, everyone unanimously agreed. Let it be as the 13th brother says. Hee little brother, you have a bit of a wicked mind. Of course, 13th brother's plan is simply devious. Walking others' paths, making others unable to walk. Blocking others' doors, making others unable to enter. 13th brother, impressive. Good. It seems that all the ancestral witches have been led astray by me. I said we were a bunch of reckless people, didn't I? How come now? Each one is more cunning than the last. When it comes to doing unscrupulous things, each one is more adept than the last. Indeed, being the 6th brother is addictive. Big brother, the saint is preaching. We cannot miss it. In just 1,000 years, we must hurry to the chaos. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones and others discussed and also headed to the chaos. Why do I feel that this time going might bring a great opportunity? Daoish and Yuan, why don't we go listen to? At Wuzhuang Temple, Hong Yun began his journey of self-destruction. Everyone, this trip will surely bring immense creation. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of seeking the 33 heavens and go listen first. In the chaos, Emperor Jun also led many ancient divine beasts towards the Purple Cloud Palace. As the saying goes, the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their powers. Although the chaos is quite dangerous, with boundless chaotic winds and terrifying chaotic primordial forces, even the time and space being chaotic, the great powers who have reached the De Luo Golden Immortal Realm can each avoid danger with their own abilities. As for the many ancestral witches, in less than 500 years, they had already arrived outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Is this the Purple Cloud Palace? Emperor Jiang looked up and saw a magnificent Taoist temple standing in the vast chaos. Within, pavilions and towers were arranged in order, boundless, auspicious air rising, and 10,000 rays of sunset glow swirling. Behind it, there was an ancient divine mountain, manifesting boundless dragon pulse energy, magnificent and grand, occupying countless miles of chaos. Among the wilderness, only the Tianju Buzhou mountain-esque grandeur can compare to it. The saints' preaching ground is indeed extraordinary, but now the main door is tightly closed. Calculating the time, there's still about 500 years left. Let's wait here patiently. After the ancestral witches said this, they sat down in front of the door. The 12 ancestral witches, towering in stature and extraordinary in might, manifested immeasurable merit, shining with dazzling golden light. That aura could be seen from miles away. They were all overwhelmed by their aura. As the saying goes, the primordial chaos does not keep track of time. 500 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Before the Zixiao Palace, the first to arrive here was the Taoist of the Three Pure Ones. The sage's dojo is indeed extraordinary. Why are there golden-armored giants guarding the entrance? Such a strong momentum. Wait a minute. Yuan Shi looked at the many ancestral witches sitting in front of the Zixiao Palace. He originally thought they were Hongjuan's golden-armored giants, but upon closer inspection, he saw those faces that gave them some psychological shadows. Ancestral witches. When did they arrive? How did they seize the initiative? The Three Pure Ones are extremely wise. Even if they thought with their feet, they could guess that there must be opportunities under Hongjuan's test. Therefore, they exerted all their strength to rush here, just to be the first to occupy the front row. For this, they spent quite a few immortal pills and spiritual fruits to speed up their journey. But who would have thought that despite the great cost, others had already taken the lead? What a joke. These guys are not easy to deal with. Second brother. Third brother, let's not provoke them. Even though Shuang has a great feud with many ancestral witches, he made a very rational choice to retreat. After all, enduring for a moment brings peace, and retreating a step opens up the sea and sky. However, while the Three Pure Ones have such composure, the other two do not. Eldest brother, we have finally arrived. Listening to the sage's teachings must bring opportunities. Otherwise, why would the sage choose to place the dojo in this chaos? This is clearly a test. Not far away, Tai looked happily at the enormous Zixiao Palace. Behind him followed numerous ancient divine beasts, all future demon clan saints. Each of them had an extraordinary background and high cultivation. Well, this is not false. Although we spent some time, fortunately, we have not fallen too far behind others. After saying this, Dijuan and Tai Yi, along with many ancient divine beasts, arrived in front of the Zixiao Palace. Upon closer inspection, Dijuan's head suddenly buzzed. Ancestral witches? How do they block the entrance? Damn it, if they are blocking here, how can we seize the initiative? Remembering the last time on the battlefield of the three clans, when they were dealt with by many ancestral witches, Dijuan's heart was filled with rage. Although they couldn't win last time, this time they are not just two people, but a group of people. Moreover, each of these individuals is at the late or even peak stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, with extraordinary backgrounds, all from ancient divine beast bloodlines. This time, I will take back everything I lost. Everyone, we must not let these ancestral witches seize the initiative. Attack! They only have one Hunyuan. The rest are just a Luo Golden Immortals. After saying this, Dijuan and Tai Yi, along with many ancient divine beasts, charged forward. It was clear that a great battle was about to break out. Chapter 27. Zixiao Palace sells meditation cushions. Highest bidder wins. Unfortunately, Dijuan forgot one thing. The cultivation of the ancestral witches has already reached the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Originally, there was only one Hunyuan in the early stage, Dijiang, but now only Shuang remains as a Luo Golden Immortal. As soon as the many ancient divine beasts approached the ancestral witches, they saw Dijiang suddenly widen his eyes and roar angrily. Get lost! With this utterance, a terrifying aura and blood pressure erupted, shocking the many ancient divine beasts present. However, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they coldly responded, "There is only one Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and you dare to be our enemy?" Seeking death, the first to charge was Kunpeng. He waved his arm and transformed into a massive rock that blocked the sun, flapping his wings and unleashing boundless fierce winds. The other demon clan members also revealed their true forms. Almost every one of them was a giant with a body size of millions of miles, standing tall in the vast chaos, like gods and demons descending from the heavens, exuding immense power. Many powerful demon clan members unleashed various killing techniques. In front of the Xiao Palace, countless magical powers transformed into long rainbows, rushing forward. Seeing this, the ancestral witches merely snorted coldly. Immediately, golden light erupted around them. Boundless merit transformed into dazzling golden light, quickly calming various magical powers. Since you insist on seeking death, we have no need to hold back. At this moment, the many ancestral witches did not even reveal their true forms. Relying solely on their human forms, they unleashed overwhelming blood power. Following this, everyone activated the 9 turns Yuan Gong, gathering terrifying auras in their hands. Heavenly opening divine fist. With a loud roar, each of the 12 ancestral witches struck out with a punch that surpassed their own limits by 10 times, fiercely hitting the void. In an instant, countless miles of void shattered. Countless star rivers trembled. Originally, there were more than 100 ancient divine beasts in the demon clan, but in an instant, half of them were wiped out. Only those Luo golden immortals with extraordinary backgrounds could withstand 1 or 2, but even they couldn't escape a heavily injured fate. Even Dijuan and Tai Yi summoned the chaos spell, but they were also shaken to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of reverse blood. Hiss! In that instant, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. How is this possible? 12 Hunyuan golden immortals? Are you kidding? When did this happen? At this moment, the 3 pure ones looked at the many demon clan members who had been annihilated by half and felt their scalps tingle. Fortunately, we did not provoke them. Damn it. How has the strength of these ancestral witches increased so much? Now, Dijuan and the others have suffered a huge loss. These demon clan members, all from ancient divine beast bloodlines, are quite extraordinary, but even so, they could not withstand a single combined punch. Truly terrifying. The 3 pure ones were filled with shock, their eyes wide open, staring at the scene before them. Then, they consciously took a few steps back, not daring to approach the Xiao Palace gate any further. Are you kidding? Who could withstand that punch? It directly obliterated a massive nebula. If that punch were unleashed in the primordial chaos, it would be enough to shatter the crystal walls of heaven and earth. Of course, the crystal walls of heaven and earth in the primordial chaos have strong recovery abilities. Even if shattered, they would immediately restore. Unless significant damage is caused, it is unlikely to remain unrepaired. At this moment, Dijuan and Tai Yi furrowed their brows tightly, their hatred even more intense. They had worked hard to rally various ancient divine beasts to join their demon clan, but now, half of them are dead. Among them are also more than 10 Luo golden immortals. This is a huge loss. Do they still want to fight? Dijong slightly raised his gaze, looking down at everyone with overwhelming dominance. His expression was as cold as if he were looking at a group of ants. This cold gaze made them dare not act rashly. You are ruthless. Let's go. After saying this, Dijuan, Tai Yi, and others retreated. They dared not contend with them any longer. Although they really wanted to fight the ancestral witches to the death, even if they lost, it wouldn't be embarrassing. But right now, listening to the sages' teachings is more important. They had to suppress the anger in their hearts. This incident became a small appetizer before the Xiao Palace opened. In the following years, a steady stream of cultivators and powerful beings gradually arrived here. At first, there were indeed a few who were not long-sighted, trying to challenge the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. But unfortunately, each of them turned into a wisp of ash in the chaos. Gradually, the fame of the ancestors spread far and wide. The guests of the purple clouds and red dust all feared and trembled. Thus, they finally awaited the day when the purple clouds palace would open. With a buzzing sound accompanied by a series of roars, it resounded in front of the purple clouds palace. Soon after, 2 fair-skinned, delicate-looking boys stepped out from the palace. 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy had a dragon-like appearance, and despite his young age, he exuded an aura of authority without anger. The girl had a face like a peach blossom. Even the many powerful beings present, who had seen so-called national beauties, felt somewhat inferior in her presence. As the two stepped out, they respectfully bowed to everyone. Today, the saint will preach, and we are here to await you. The time has come. Please enter. After saying this, they opened the Purple Cloud's palace to welcome the many powerful beings. Upon seeing this, Shuang smiled. These two are the future rulers of the heavenly court? Indeed, they possess extraordinary fortune. Shuang raised his eyes and performed a divination technique, seeing a dragon and phoenix aura behind the two. Furthermore, these two little children were indeed charming and adorable. Shuang felt a surge of affection and immediately took out two innate spirit fruits, tossing them into their hands, smiling and saying, "You two are waiting here. It must be hard work. I am the ancestor Shuang. I bestow you two with immortal fruits, establishing a good relationship with you." Shuang had his own motives. Although traditionally the saints of the heavens looked down on Haotian, Shuang knew that Haotian had gone to the lower realms to cultivate hard after the preaching in the Purple Cloud's palace. He had endured 1,750 tribulations, each lasting 129,600 years. Through this arduous cultivation, he amassed immeasurable merit and fortune, enabling him to become the ruler of the heavenly court, the Emperor Haotian. Just based on his hard cultivation, he was indeed worthy of the position of the ruler of the heavenly court. Establishing a good relationship with him now would surely lead to a favorable connection in the future. At this moment, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, having received Shuang's gift, were also filled with joy. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." The two porcelain-like little ones bowed respectfully to Shuang and then retreated. Subsequently, the many ancestors of witchcraft entered the Purple Cloud's palace. Looking around, the grand Purple Cloud's palace seemed to form a vast world of its own, majestic and boundless. It contained countless dimensional worlds. Within, the stars were scattered like a vast universe. Stepping out slowly, they strolled above the starry river. The scale of this place was comparable to that of the Pangu Divine Hall. Truly worthy of a saint, this venue was so impressive. Clapping his hands with a smile, Shuang began to search around. Soon, he saw 6 cushions placed in front of a chaotic platform. "Brothers, those 6 cushions are distinctly different from the others. They must be the opportunity. Hurry and seize them." Shuang communicated the importance of the cushions through the witch clan's bloodline. After all, this was the saint's venue, and the communication among the ancestors of witchcraft was through bloodlines. They did not dare to speak directly. However, upon hearing Shuang's words, the many ancestors rushed forward without hesitation, occupying the 6 cushions before anyone else could. "Huh, they're gone just like that?" "No. Didn't these ancestors claim that the witch clan was strong but brainless? Why is it that today, the many cultivators seem completely dazed? Although anyone with eyes could see that the 6 cushions were extraordinary, they never expected to be snatched away right away. Moreover, it was done by the ancestors of witchcraft, who were known for their strength and lack of intellect. This is quite perplexing. 13th brother, now that the cushions have been seized, but there are only 6. This is hard to divide. Di Jiang scratched his wise head, suddenly feeling that things are getting complicated. Hearing this, Shuang looked speechless and casually transmitted, "I feel we cannot take those cushions." Shuang had long known that if they sat on the cushions, they would incur great karma from Hongjun. Although they could obtain a wisp of primordial purple energy, that thing was not easily taken. Once taken, they would bear the karma of becoming saints under Hongjun. With such immense karma, would they not have to obey Hongjun in the future? Why bother? "Oh, what do you mean by that? 13th brother, do you have some shady trick up your sleeve? Shady trick? Goodness, is this how you all see me, Shuang? Am I that kind of person? Hee, you really know how to read people. Those cushions probably carry some great karma. If we take them, we will likely incur Hongjun's karma. Our witch clan already bears the opening karma of our father Pangu, establishing a foundation for ruling the primordial world. If we incur Hongjun's karma, he could use that to control the order of the primordial world without having to repay the opening karma of Father Pangu. Therefore, we definitely cannot take those cushions. However, although we cannot take them, the many cultivators below are certainly envious. I have a plan. Since we cannot take the cushions, why not sell them? Let the various cultivators bid for them. The highest bidder wins. I don't believe that these 6 cushions cannot be exchanged for some innate spiritual treasures or innate spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, the many ancestors of witchcraft showed expressions of sudden realization. So that is how it is. That was close. They almost fell into Hongjun's trap. Goodness, this Hongjun is exceedingly cunning. Although it's only a possibility, such a thing must not happen. Luckily, 13th brother thought it through. Very good, very good. Then let us start the auction directly. Although the ancestors did not understand what auction meant, they understood from Shuang's words that it meant the highest bidder wins. Ahem, listen up. My witch clan has no primordial spirit. Even if we obtain these cushions, we are afraid we cannot enjoy them. So, unfortunately, these 6 cushions will be given to you. As Shuang slowly spoke, the many powerful beings present instantly erupted in excitement. Huh? You're giving them to us? Wait, then why were you blocking the door just now? Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite nice. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, fellow Taoists. As they spoke, they wanted to rush up to seize the cushions. But as Di Jiang and others glared, releasing terrifying pressure, the crowd hesitated. What is the rush? Although we said we would give them to you, you can't just take them without any price, right? This is an opportunity granted by the saint. It might be some extraordinary spiritual treasure. Shuang feigned ignorance and began to auction. Now starting. The first auction in the primordial world. The so-called auction means the highest bidder wins. These 6 pieces of saintly opportunity, those who bid high can take them. Boom. As soon as this was said, many people began to curse. The highest bidder wins? What a joke. We have traveled for 1,000 years, facing countless dangers along the way. Do you know that? Now you still want us to pay a price to obtain this saintly opportunity? You are too ruthless. I'm dying. Clearly, we could just seize them. But you all are making an auction. Various sarcastic and mocking voices rang out continuously. But Shuang and the others did not care at all. After all, those who spoke up are not their targets. At this moment, the 3 pure ones, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Kuan Peng, Jinyuan Zinhua, and other innate powers were all lost in thought. Especially the 3 pure ones and Di Jun, who couldn't help but smirk to themselves. Hee, this ancestral, which is clueless. How could the opportunity of a sage be merely a spiritual treasure? These 6 mats clearly hold immense fortune, perhaps even related to the chance of becoming a saint. Taishang spoke indifferently to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian beside him. Yes, what Big Brother said is absolutely right. We must not miss out on these mats. No matter the cost, the 3 of us must secure them. After saying this, Taishang immediately said, Fellow Taoists, I have a low-grade innate spiritual root here. I wonder if I can exchange it for a mat. Once someone spoke up, others began to compete. Just a low-grade innate spiritual root. And you want to gain a sage's opportunity? I'll offer 2. Di Jun sneered and immediately made his bid. I'm not that talented, but I do like to give it a try. 3 roots, I do have some. Jin Yuan Zi clapped and laughed as he stepped out of the crowd. I'll offer 4 roots. I'll offer 5 roots. I'll offer a middle-grade innate spiritual root. The bids are getting higher. As the auction began, the crowd of cultivators started to bid against each other. The position of a single mat skyrocketed from a low-grade innate spiritual root to a high-grade innate spiritual root. Moreover, the price of this auction continued to rise. Seeing this scene, the ancestral witches were overjoyed. Did they really think I didn't know the trick? I'm just fooling you. Keep competing. The more fiercely you bid, the more we ancestral witches will profit. In the Zixiao Palace, Shuang showed a delighted expression as he watched the powerful beings of the Honghuang era scramble for the mats, feeling increasingly proud. Chapter 28. Hongjun is confused. This script isn't written this way. In the midst of the many great powers vying for the mats, it was ultimately Taishang who made a bid that most people could not match. I will offer a top-grade innate spiritual treasure in exchange for a mat. Once this was said, everyone present gasped in shock. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure? Are you crazy? This is just a mat. This kind of auction is truly something we dare not participate in. You even brought out a top-grade innate spiritual treasure? What a joke. At this moment, everyone took a few steps back, their expressions filled with shock. That is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Even if all the people present combined, they might not be able to find 10. But now, it's actually being used to exchange for a mere mat. Everyone present was not foolish. They could all see that the mat must hold great fortune, but could not possibly be compared to a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures are rare even in the entire Hongwang world. Alas, forget it. I originally wanted to take a gamble, but now it seems there is no chance. Well then, let us give it to Shuang. The group of cultivators all stepped back. Seeing this, Shuang smiled and clapped his hands. Shuang, what a generous offer. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure is indeed rare. Since that is the case, if you bring out the spiritual treasure, the mat position will belong to you. Hearing this, Shuang's face turned red with frustration. Damn it, this is too much. The auction operates on a high bidder wins basis, and anyone can make a bid. Although he didn't want to pay such a hefty price, he was ultimately raised by others. Sai, this is the Southern Li Di Yan Guang flag, one of the 5 directions flags of the innate realm. Fellow Taoist, take it. After saying this, he raised his hand to take out a flag that shone with treasure light, emanating waves of innate energy. It was indeed the Southern Li Di Yan Guang flag. It turned out to be one of the 5 directions flags of the innate realm. This is a good treasure. Shuang's eyes sparkled with joy, and he immediately accepted this treasure, giving Shuang 1 mat position. At the same time, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also took out their own flags. Since Big Brother has acquired a mat position with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, can we also exchange for one? Upon hearing this, Shuang slowly nodded. Of course. Then, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, revealing a trace of helplessness in their eyes. This is the Central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag. This is the Book of Heavenly Secrets. These 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures are given to you, fellow Taoist. The 2 reluctantly handed over the 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, only to obtain a mat position in return. As they sat down, their expressions fluctuated, clearly feeling they had lost out. But since Shuang had paid such a high price, how could they not follow? All right, the auction continues, Shuang said with a smile, and the atmosphere of the scene became lively again. I'll offer a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. I'll offer 2 high-grade, innate spiritual roots. A crowd of people once again fell into a frenzy of bidding. This time, they actually started with a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Fellow Taoist, I have a top-grade innate spiritual material here. I wonder if I can exchange for a mat position. At this moment, among the crowd, a duo with snake bodies, 1 male and 1 female, appeared in front of Shuang. Almost instinctively, Shuang asked Nuwa Fushi. Upon hearing this, the 2 were momentarily taken aback. Fellow Taoist recognizes us? Nowadays, Nuwa and Fushi are not that well known, although they possess great fortunes. They haven't traveled much in the world, so not many people know them. Cough, I've heard of you. Shuang played it off, concealing his gaffe. Nuwa, there is no need to make things too difficult for her. Fine, I can exchange with her. A top-grade innate material is naturally not comparable to a top-grade innate treasure. For example, the ginseng fruit from the ginseng fruit tree is a top-grade innate material, but it cannot compare to the ginseng fruit tree itself. However, can a single top-grade innate material be exchanged? Fellow Taoist, are you perhaps clueless? I have a top-grade innate spiritual root, the Ren Water Pan Peach from the Ren Water Pan Peach tree, a total of 32 pieces. Can I exchange for a mat position? At this time, the Queen Mother of the West, who possessed the Ren Water Pan Peach, began to bid. If that is the case, I have 42 ginseng fruits, also a top-grade innate material. I wonder if I can exchange for a mat position. Upon hearing this, Nuwa and Fushi's expressions became awkward. The 2 of them didn't have any spiritual treasures. Even this top-grade innate material was something Nuwa had obtained and had yet to refine. Alas, brother, it seems this mat position is not meant for us. Forget it. With a sigh, the 2 were about to withdraw from the auction. At this moment, Shuang spoke up. You 2 haven't presented your treasures yet. How can you say it's not possible? What if I take a liking to it? Although Shuang intended to do Nuwa a favor, He couldn't show it too obviously. He immediately pretended to be quite interested in her treasure. All right, fellow Taoist, take a look. This is my innate companion treasure, called the innate creation jade essence. If refined, it can help comprehend the true meaning of the laws of creation. Upon hearing this, Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. You can comprehend the true essence of the laws of creation. This treasure, I want it. This time, he is not pretending. He really wants it. The creation jade mica, the companion item of Niwa. Moreover, he already possesses the creation green lotus. Combined with the creation jade mica, he will definitely be able to master the laws of creation. With this thought, Shuang immediately stated, "This fourth seat on the mat shall be given to my Taoist friend Niwa." After saying this, he raised his hand to collect the creation jade mica. Following that, he gave Niwa a seat on the mat. Seeing this scene, the many ancestral witches were momentarily stunned. What? 13th brother, are you interested in her? That's not good. That Niwa has a human head and a snake body. Do you want to play with a snake? TSK. I didn't expect 13th brother actually has this taste. Watching Shuang intentionally sell a favor to Niwa, the nearby ancestral witches secretly transmitted messages and laughed. Their teasing intention was endless. Cough, brothers and sisters, you've misunderstood. Just now, I used the art of divination to observe the fortunes of these two, and they indeed possess the aura of a dragon and phoenix, clearly indicating that their future achievements are limitless. Therefore, I want to bring some capable individuals to ally with our witch clan. Moreover, I really need that creation jade mica. Don't forget, I previously obtained the creation green lotus. Hearing this, the ancestral witches simply chuckled, revealing expressions of I understand. Shuang rolled his eyes, truly uninterested in bantering with them. He simply looked calmly at Niwa. At this moment, Niwa still had a look of astonishment. Clearly, she did not expect to actually receive a seat on the mat. But upon careful thought, both of them understood. Shuang was indeed doing them a favor. I don't know why this Taoist friend wants to do us a favor, but it seems he has no malicious intent. Brother, what do you think? Niwa also privately transmitted to Fushi. Sister, you've grown up and have quite a bit of charm. I observe this person. He is handsome and possesses merit, being the true lineage of Pangu. What is wrong with you accepting this favor? Upon hearing this, Niwa's face turned red. Brother, you are teasing me again. Well, no matter what, we should still thank him properly. Fushi found this meaningless, but nodded in agreement, then respectfully bowed to Niwa and said, "Thank you, Taoist friend. This is unfair. Why? We have offered supreme, innate spiritual treasures, but she only has to offer a supreme, innate spiritual material? What is this?" At this moment, Yuanshi and Tong Tian were immediately furious and began to argue. Upon hearing this, Shuang's expression immediately turned cold. If you two are dissatisfied, you can leave. The seat on the mat will be reclaimed, and we can auction it again. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi immediately exploded. Don't you dare go too far. How can you reclaim something that has been sold? You are simply morally corrupt. Insane. This furious outburst echoed in Shuang's ears. And instead of stirring any dissatisfaction in him, it actually made him somewhat excited. What? Have I revealed my true nature? Morally corrupt? Insane? Who said I can't reclaim what I've sold? If I want to take it back, I will. What? Are you not satisfied? Yuanshi looked at the many ancestral witches behind Shuang, whose gazes seemed ready to kill. He was immediately scared to shivers. Bandits, speak. Are you satisfied or not? Shuang pressed on relentlessly, making Yuanshi's face turn red. Second brother, third brother, do not act recklessly. A moment of impulse is far less valuable than future benefits. Just endure it, and it will pass. At this moment, Taishan also hurriedly transmitted a message. This old guy is very steady, saying nothing. But to Yuanshi, this was 1,000 times more infuriating. What do you mean endure and it will pass? How to endure? It feels like a little daughter-in-law being cornered, and instead of comforting her, the people nearby are urging her to endure. What kind of talk is that? But there is no but. Quickly concede. Sigh. All right. Yuanshi gritted his teeth and begrudgingly spat out a word from between his teeth. Concede. Boom. As soon as he uttered this word, everyone present felt their heads explode. Damn, this is too much. They could have directly snatched it, and yet they kindly offered a seat on the mat. This is truly bandit behavior. Very good. Then you just sit there, don't say anything foolish, lest you lose the spiritual treasure and the seat on the mat later. Shuang spoke indifferently, his words full of dominance. It intimidated everyone present, making them not dare to speak recklessly. But almost everyone silently cursed. What a beast. All right, let the auction continue. The subsequent auction was much easier. Seeing that Yuanshi had been made so miserable, they also did not want to make things difficult for themselves. In the end, the remaining 2 seats on the mat were obtained by Emperor Jun and Dong Wanggong. During this period, there were also some interludes. Originally, Kunpeng wanted to compete as well, even putting forward all his wealth, but in the end, he was outbid by Hong Yun with 42 ginseng fruits and a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. This immediately made him resent Hong Yun. Shuang observed this scene. Indeed, the great trends of the primordial world will be corrected. The grudges between Hong Yun and Kunpeng, regardless of the circumstances, will occur. With a sigh, Shuang no longer thought too much. After all, he had already taken the benefits. The ancestral witches counted and obtained a total of 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. 1 creation jade mica, Emperor Jun's golden crow transformation technique, a supreme, innate spiritual material, solar divine fire essence, and 3 mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures. As for Dong Wanggong, he exchanged a supreme, innate spiritual material, innate pure yang jade mica, plus 5 high-grade, innate spiritual roots for a seat on the mat. In summary, Shuang made a huge profit from this. After the auction of the seats on the mat, the many ancestral witches also took their seats at the back. At this time, Jane and Juanti hurriedly ran in from the entrance. The 2 were trying to feign poverty, as usual, to seek a seat on the mat. But unfortunately, Dong Wanggong and Emperor Jun were not easygoing like Hong Yun. According to the original timeline, it should have been their turn to cry poverty, and then Hong Yun, feeling soft-hearted, would have given Jane a position. The last position should have been occupied by Kunpeng. However, because of a remark that a wet egg-laying fellow is unworthy to associate with us, he was then driven away. Hence, Kunpeng held a grudge against Hong Yun. But this time, their feigned poverty had no effect whatsoever, and instead, it only became a source of amusement. After everyone was seated, soon after, in the depths of the Purple Cloud Palace, beneath the divine wheel of heavenly laws, Hong Jun slowly awakened. The time had come. Over the years, he had been deducing everything concerning his past and future. He understood the major events of the future and realized that he would accept several disciples, establish the Shinmen, and allow the 6 saints to oversee the future trends of the primordial world, including the subsequent calamities of the Wu and Yao and the sealing of the gods. He had deduced them all. Now that the time had come, he naturally awakened from the deduction. However, just as he had awakened, suddenly, it felt a bit strange. Wait, what happened? The positions on the futon should be occupied by the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the 2 who guide and assist, right? How did Emperor Jun and Dong Wanggong also sit on the futon? What on earth is going on? Hong Jun looked shocked. He found it hard to believe. Although the ancestral witches bore the karma of Pangu, he couldn't deduce the detailed matters concerning them. However, he could calculate other situations. After a quick deduction, he understood what had happened. Auctioning the futon? What a joke. What on earth are these ancestral witches doing? Hong Jun felt dazed. The script wasn't written this way. In the future he saw, there was no scene of the ancestral witches intervening. What went wrong here? Hong Jun was puzzled. Chapter 29. Powerful beings become quasi-saints. Shuang comprehends the laws of creation. Wait, what is going on? The ancestral witches actually have primordial spirits? Until now, the other cultivators didn't know that among the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang, Hutu, and Shuang had already obtained primordial spirits. Hong Jun showed a look of doubt. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be the heavenly Tao? After all, Hong Jun hadn't yet merged with the heavenly Tao, and he knew very little about the arrangements of the heavenly Tao order. But regardless, even if the ancestral witches had primordial spirits, so what? In Hong Jun's perception, the heavenly secrets had not changed much. Well, perhaps this is just a great trend remaining unchanged, while small details can be modified. Now what matters is giving teachings. To preach to the beings of the Hongwang world and establish his own Xianmen lineage is what Hongjun prepared for merging with the heavenly Tao. In this way, he could bless future generations, passing down his own path for thousands of years. It could be said to be an immeasurable merit. With this merit, he could naturally become the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. Buzzing. At this moment, from that Chaos Tao platform, a figure suddenly materialized. It radiated a mighty, sacred aura. Though only 7 feet tall, it gave a sense of grandeur. At this moment, Hongjun sat slowly on the Chaos Tao platform with the creation jade dish above his head. He then opened his mouth. The time has come. The preaching begins. The voice, containing supreme Tao rhythms, spread across the 4 directions, causing everyone present to involuntarily quiet down. They all focused their gazes on Hongjun. It is said that the might of a saint cannot be gazed upon directly. What Hongjun manifested now was merely one of his incarnations. If he were to manifest with his saintly body, everyone present would not be able to withstand his immense power, leading to their spiritual platforms shattering and dying, losing their Tao. Thus, beneath the saint, all are but ants. Hongjun's existence was like an immense sun that could not be gazed upon directly, instilling awe in everyone present. Salute to the saint. Salute to the saint. Salute to the saint. Without any hesitation, all the cultivators bowed to Hongjun. Only the many ancestral witches did not pay their respects, merely looking at Hongjun with indifference. Seeing this, Hongjun's eyes flickered with a hint of dissatisfaction, but he did not say much. This poor Taoist preaches with the intention of benefiting all beings, passing down the Tao methods for future generations. This preaching will be divided into 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years, with a 10,000-year interval in between. Today's teaching is the path of the quasi-saint. The so-called quasi-saint path replaces the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, allowing cultivators in the world to skip countless years of arduous cultivation and achieve Tao fruits. This method requires cutting off the 3 corpses of good, evil, and self, ultimately merging the 3 corpses to achieve sainthood. As Hongjun slowly spoke, the many cultivators below showed expressions of astonishment. The quasi-saint path, and they could also skip countless years of hard cultivation. This is one thing, but they could even become saints. Such a supreme lineage would be passed down to them, just like that. Hongjun's great righteousness. In an instant, almost everyone felt a sense of gratitude towards Hongjun. Only the many ancestral witches harbored doubts, secretly communicating through their bloodlines. Quasi-saint path? And it skips countless years of hard cultivation? What a joke. If there was such a shortcut, why seek the Tao? This must have some issues. Seeing the skeptical attitude of the ancestral witches, Shuang felt relieved. After all, this quasi-saint path was not a good thing. The quasi-saint path, also known as the method of cutting the 3 corpses to become a saint, was merely a shortcut to sainthood. It involved placing the cultivator's own good, evil, and self upon a spirit treasure. Ultimately, after merging the 3 corpses, one could achieve sainthood. But unfortunately, from Shuang's understanding, in the later generations, the only one who achieved the merging of the 3 corpses was Taishang alone. However, even he could not become a saint even after merging the 3 corpses. He ultimately became a saint through merit. Although after merging the 3 corpses, one could possess countless avatars, each indistinguishable from the main body and possessing infinite magical power, this method could not lead to becoming a saint. Hongjun, this old fellow, is trying to scam people. No, or rather, this method might indeed lead to sainthood. But there must be a critical point that he did not impart to the beings of Hongwang. He must have held something back. I see this method of cutting the 3 corpses to become a quasi-saint is a bit suspicious. Brothers and sisters, we need not listen excessively. It is better to focus on our cultivation here. 3,000 years is enough for us to cultivate properly. Hearing Shuang's transmission, the many ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Then, they no longer paid attention and sat down to begin operating the 9 turns Yuan Gong for self-cultivation. At this moment, as Hongjun began to speak, his words contained infinite laws interwoven, causing the resonance of the heavenly laws and manifesting boundless phenomena. Within the Xiao Palace, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and heavenly flowers fell in a chaotic display. Countless Taoist golden lotuses manifested. The colors were brilliant, and the radiance was immense. The content of the teachings was obscure and difficult to understand, mysterious and unfathomable, leading many cultivators present to listen as if intoxicated. Of course, each cultivator had different levels of comprehension. Although those who could come to the Xiao Palace were all extraordinary, there were still differences among geniuses. For example, among the 3 pure ones and others, during the listening process, they often had moments of enlightenment, with 3 flowers manifesting above their heads and the ground beneath them blooming with lotuses. Even in the midst of continuous comprehension, they began to attempt to cut down the 3 corpses. The process was incredibly smooth, and their comprehension was astonishing. Among the 3,000 worldly guests in the Xiao Palace, the strongest in comprehension were none other than the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Jin, and Junti. Following them were Emperor Jun, Tai, Xinyuanzi, Dong Wanggong, and others. The least fortunate were those like the lamplighter, a type of innate being. As for Shuang, he took out the creation jade essence, thinking to himself, does this treasure have a connection with the creation green lotus? If I refine this while attempting to refine the creation green lotus, could it speed up the refining process? After all, the creation green lotus is a supreme innate treasure. To refine it, one would need at least 100,000 years, which is impossible without that much time. Thus, Shuang thought of refining the creation green lotus while refining the creation jade essence. Therefore, while others listened to the teachings, Shuang began refining the creation jade essence. Meanwhile, the creation green lotus in his Dantian's spiritual sea also began to absorb the source of the creation jade essence, resulting in dazzling radiance. Within that radiant light, the true essence of creation was hidden. Shuang was plunged into a mysterious meditative state, as if time had passed in an instant over the course of 3,000 years. With the sound of Hongjuan's preaching suddenly coming to a halt, a brief calm descended upon the vast Xiao Palace. The next moment, a series of booming sounds echoed. The 3 figures of Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian suddenly split into 2. Each wielded a spiritual treasure and severed their own good corpse, achieving the initial stage of quasi-saint. Marvelous! The 3 pure ones truly lived up to their origin as the Pangu's primordial spirit. Under such guidance, they could successfully sever their 3 corpses. As for the others, Hongjun looked at the 3 pure ones with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. Once the beings of the wilderness began to cultivate this quasi-saint path, they would owe him a great karmic debt. This would greatly assist him in merging with the heavenly path and governing the wilderness in the future. Another round of booming sounds followed. Soon after, figures like Niuhua, Jin, and Junti also achieved quasi-saint status. Meanwhile, figures like Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kunpeng gradually became quasi-saints over the next decade. This assembly of mighty beings experienced a transformation in power, absorbing boundless spiritual energy and converting it into immense magical power. In the vast wilderness, a trace of thin calamity aura emerged. This marked the beginning of the calamity between the witches and the demons. Hongjun displayed a joyful expression and smiled. It seemed that he had successfully allowed the great trend of the world to develop. However, it was at this moment that a green lotus of creation suddenly manifested among the ancestral witches. Following that, thousands of rays of light surged, within which were revealed countless creations of all things. At the same time, a mark of creation appeared above Shuang's head. Profound and unfathomable. What? How is it possible that this group of witches without primordial spirits could have such enlightenment? This is absurd. In just 3,000 years, this kid has comprehended the laws of creation. It's fortunate that the witch clan lacks primordial spirits. If they had primordial spirits, this level of enlightenment would be truly monstrous. Waves of astonishment echoed from all directions. Clearly, until now, they still hadn't realized that Shuang possessed a primordial spirit. After all, Shuang was only cultivating the laws and had not used any supernatural powers or spiritual treasures, so no one could see through it. Oof. So what if he has the laws of creation? P.S. Just a mere Deluo golden immortal. Nothing to fear. However, seeing this, Emperor Jun and the others were quite disdainful, even displaying a hint of killing intent in their gazes towards the numerous ancestral witches. With their cultivation having broken through and their strength skyrocketing, they naturally harbored thoughts of revenge against the ancestral witches. At this moment, Hongjun looked at Shuang, his eyes revealing a deeper meaning. This kid is somewhat interesting. However, his strength is too weak to change anything. Hongjun was completely indifferent to Shuang. After all, in his eyes, Shuang was like an ant. The preaching this time concluded perfectly, and the next preaching would be in 10,000 years. At that time, everyone could come on their own. After Hongjun said this, he vanished without a trace. At this time, Nuwa and Fushi approached Shuang, clasped their hands in salute, and smiled. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for comprehending the laws of creation. Hearing this, Shuang returned the gesture and replied calmly. It is also thanks to Taoist Nuwa's creation Jade Marrow. Although Shuang appeared calm on the surface, he was secretly overjoyed inside. This creation Jade Marrow is indeed powerful. He had not fully refined it yet, and he had already grasped the laws of creation. Moreover, he had successfully refined a part of the creation Green Lotus, and could now use this treasure to combat. Therefore, this creation Jade Marrow is not at all inferior to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Haha, that's natural. Our 13th brother has a very high level of enlightenment. With a slap, Emperor Jiang patted Shuang on the shoulder. However, this time, he did not show any reaction. Clearly, Shuang had made further progress in strength. Actually, we came here for another matter that we would like to discuss with all of you. At this moment, Nuwa frowned and said slowly. Hearing this, Shuang nodded. Taoist, please speak frankly. Nuwa nodded and then transmitted her voice to the ancestral witches. Actually, when I broke through earlier, I sense that there seems to be an opportunity belonging to me about to emerge at Buzhou Mountain. Since Buzhou Mountain is the territory of all of you, how about we join forces to seize this opportunity? After all, having previously received Shuang's favor, Nuwa also had a bit of desire to repay him. Of course, her deeper intention was to collaborate with the ancestral witches, as a primordial being like her could sense some future matters concerning herself, such as opportunities and calamities. Nuwa felt that this opportunity was significant. Furthermore, it was intertwined with both fortune and misfortune. It seemed that something not so good would happen. At that time, perhaps various great beings would join forces to seize it. She and Fushi would not be able to cope with it. Regarding this matter, the ancestral witches all looked towards Shuang and then asked, 13th brother, what do you think? Shuang did not hesitate to express, go, why not go? Calculating the time, the opportunity that Taoist Nuwa mentioned should be the innate gourd vine that emerges atop Buzhou Mountain. This innate gourd vine is a top-grade innate spiritual root. It bears 7 gourds, each of which is a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. At the same time, the gourd vine itself is also a top-tier spiritual treasure. The soil that nurtured this spiritual root is the renowned Jiutian Shirang. One can say that this opportunity is exceedingly extraordinary. Oh, why is it that when Taoist Nuwa casually mentioned it, you agreed so readily? It seems our 13th brother has also been stirred by love. Ha ha ha, no worries. Although Nuwa has a human head and a snake body, if 13th brother wants to play with snakes, we don't mind. Ha ha ha. The teasing voices of the ancestral witches continuously spread into Shuang's mind through their bloodline connection, causing him to reveal a face full of black lines. I'm not that kind of person. Since this matter concerns Buzhou Mountain, we ancestral witches have an obligation. The treasures of Buzhou Mountain belong to our witch clan. How can we allow others to meddle? Did you not hear? Taoist Nuwa is looking for help. When the spiritual treasure emerges, it will surely attract various great beings to compete for it. Won't that cause chaos? Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches suddenly became serious. Yes, 13th brother's words are not false. Our witch clan's territory cannot allow others to meddle. If they dare to come, we will dare to annihilate them. Just a bunch of insignificant characters. At this moment, Emperor Jiang directly proposed, "How about this? We can tear apart space and escape back to Buzhou Mountain, taking the initiative and see what they can use to compete with us." Hearing this, Shuang smiled and then said, "I have a plan. I ask all of you brothers and sisters to cooperate." Chapter 30. Surrounding and killing the ancestral witches. All of you become zombie slaves. Looking at Shuang as clever expression, the ancestral witches knew that this guy must have another scheme. "Oh, what plan? 13th brother, quickly tell us." The ancestral witches were quite curious and could not help but inquire. Hearing this, Shuang nodded and said, "During the previous battle of the three clans, we intercepted many individuals with great fortunes, and now they have all become quasi-saints. With their strength, they will naturally seek revenge against my Wu clan. Moreover, when we auctioned the mat earlier, we gained too many benefits, which will surely attract the covetous eyes of various factions, leading them to pursue and block us. At that time, we can turn the tables and have Brother Di Jiang return to prepare, and when we reach Mount Buzhou, we will capture them all in one net." Shuang was referring to no one else but the Sanqing and Di Jun. Furthermore, since Di Jun wanted revenge, those from the Demon Clan, regardless of their grievances with the Wu clan, would also come. These individuals are all ancient divine beasts. If we can defeat them, we will surely gain their powerful divine beast bloodlines. At the same time, seeing the powerful beings surrounding us, others will likely take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. I can imagine that there will be quite a few of them. However, once the Wu clan sets up its formation, it won't matter how many people come. Oh, this plan is great. Since they want revenge, they will surely attack in groups. In that case, I will return to summon the great army of my Wu clan. Let's encircle them in return. Hee, 13 brother, you really have a way. Di Jiang nodded. Naturally, they took advantage of the many cultivators who were still stabilizing their cultivation to leave the Zishao Palace directly. The remaining people also agreed to the requests of Nu Hua and Fu Shi and left the Zishao Palace together. It was at this moment that the Sanqing, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others had just stabilized their cultivation. Upon looking up, they immediately noticed the hurried figures of the ancestral witches leaving. Huh? Why are these ancestral witches leaving in such a hurry? Big brother, second brother, their urgency must have something to do with it. Tong Tian glanced over, his eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Tai Shang and Yuan Shi also nodded slowly and said, "Let's go. Follow them and see. If there are any benefits, we can intercept them. If they can rob us, can't we rob them?" After saying this, the Sanqing and others followed and left the Zishao Palace. At the same time, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others had similar thoughts. A group of people followed the ancestral witches out of the Zishao Palace. However, just as they left, dark clouds began to gather. In the vast chaos, boundless divine lightning struck down. Heavenly tribulation. Damn, why am I facing this heavenly tribulation even though I am not cultivating the primordial? That hateful Wu clan, they are the ones who completed this heavenly tribulation order. I have an irreconcilable feud with the Wu clan. Earlier, they were in the Zishao Palace, naturally protected by the saints, and did not immediately attract the heavenly tribulation. But now, just after leaving the Zishao Palace, they encountered this heavenly tribulation. Even though they were not cultivating primordial, there is no difference in realm between quasi-saints and primordial beings. Therefore, they still had to face the lightning. Quasi-saints or primordial cultivators need to endure the three tribulations of thunder, heart demon, and body. Each tribulation is extremely difficult. At this moment, above Nu Hua's head, vast tribulation clouds appeared. Seeing this, many ancestral witches immediately took action to help Nu Hua through the tribulation. The lightning and body tribulations were naturally passed with ease. As for the heart demon tribulation, with Nu Hua's nature, it was also easily overcome. Soon, in less than a few months, Nu Hua successfully passed the tribulation. A group of ancestral witches and Nu Hua headed towards Mount Buzhou. The various cultivators behind, seeing the ancestral witches had run away, were immediately furious. Damn Wu clan! This time, no matter what we say, we must settle the score with them. What kind of heavenly tribulation order is this? It has truly caused us suffering. The poor Taoist have an irreconcilable feud with the Wu clan. Once I pass this tribulation, I will definitely seek revenge on that Wu clan. All cultivators who had cut down good corpses in the Zishao Palace were eager to find the Wu clan for revenge. This incident has greatly aided Wu Shuang. Ha! It seems we can take our time to walk, but we must not let them fall behind. Wu Shuang smiled lightly. He then communicated with the many ancestral witches. The ancestral witches all understood and deliberately slowed their pace. Within a few months, the various cultivators gradually passed their great tribulations. Although most of them paid a considerable price, it did not hinder their desire for revenge. Although quasi-saints can tear through space and travel anywhere in the Honghuang, they had just broken through and encountered the heavenly tribulation, greatly depleting their vitality. Naturally, they could not use the space-tearing method to catch up with the ancestral witches. However, fortunately, among these vengeful cultivators, there were many powerful figures. Dijun and Tai Yi directly used the Golden Crow transformation technique. In just a few days, they found the traces of many ancestral witches. They are here. Tai Yi chase. Dijun followed closely behind. The following cultivators then followed the demon clan and marched grandly towards Mount Buzhou. During this period, the closer they got to Mount Buzhou, the more Dijun, Tai Yi, Hong Yun, the San Qing, and others could sense that there seemed to be a great opportunity awaiting them at Mount Buzhou. Good. So it turns out these ancestral witches left in such a hurry for the opportunity at Mount Buzhou. This time, we must make them suffer endlessly. Kill. In the chaos, the various cultivators pursued in great numbers. After nearly 100 years, they finally caught up with the many ancestral witches outside Mount Buzhou. They saw Wu Shuang, Nu Hua, Fu Shi, and the other 11 ancestral witches had long been waiting there. Where do you think you're going, you vile creatures? Today, I will take revenge for the grievances of the past. Dijun took the lead and came before the ancestral witches, speaking harshly. The other cultivators followed suit. You Wu clan are utterly heartless. To complete some heavenly tribulation order, you nearly caused us to perish in that heavenly tribulation. Today, we will encircle and kill you here. Besides, the San Qing at this moment also directly summoned the heavenly and earthly Xianwang Linglong treasure tower, looking indifferently at the ancestral witches and saying, "You didn't expect it, did you? The grievances from years ago at Mount Buzhou will end here at Mount Buzhou. Surrender now, for we San Qing are the true lineage of Pangu in this Honghuang." In the sky above, the various cultivators and powerful beings densely surrounded them. There were at least 200 to 300 Luo cultivators. Of course, these people were not all seeking revenge against the ancestral witches. Only the San Qing had a true grievance with them. The rest were purely looking to fish in troubled waters, hoping to see if there were any benefits to gain. After all, everyone knew that when the ancestral witches auctioned the mat at the Zishao Palace, they had many treasures. With so many top-grade spiritual treasures, they were enough to tempt many people to come. Among the surrounding cultivators, there weren't many quasi-saints, just a dozen or so. But even so, their momentum was still overwhelming. Seeing this situation, Nu Hua couldn't help but frown and said, "Fellow Taoists, I only know that your reputation is quite poor, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang looked at Nu Hua with a scrutinizing gaze and then asked, "Are you scared? Regretting joining hands with my Wu clan?" Nu Hua slowly shook her head in response. "I'm not a person who betrays trust. Since I have joined forces with you fellow Taoists, I will not regret it." Seeing her eyes as clear as spring water, Wu Shuang knew that Nu Hua was speaking the truth. It seemed that befriending Nu Hua was indeed a good choice. With this thought in mind, Wu Shuang smiled and said, "Rest assured, we have our backup plan. These guys may seem numerous, but they are merely a rabble." As soon as he spoke, it instantly provoked the wrath of the powerful beings present. "Kid, what did you just say? You're merely at the early stage of the great Luo, yet dare to despise us? Who here is not stronger than you? All right, then we'll kill you first and deal with the others later." A terrifying killing intent surged toward Wu Shuang at that moment. However, even in the face of the pressure from the powerful beings, Wu Shuang remained unperturbed. "So what? You dare to encircle and kill us today? Have you ever thought that the Wu clan might encircle and kill you as well? Wu Shuang slowly raised his gaze, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. What? Before they could react, behind them, terrifying and fierce auras suddenly emerged. Wu! 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 Amidst the solemn roars, terrifying phantoms appeared behind them. At this moment, all the cultivators present were completely dumbfounded. Dragon Clan? Phoenix Clan? No. How was there also the Qilin Clan? When did the Wu clan acquire the people of the three clans as their subordinates? The first thing that appeared before their eyes was the overwhelming army of zombie slaves. Over the years, the zombie clan had been searching for the corpses of the three clans and directly forged an army of zombie slaves numbering over 10,000. Furthermore, with the cultivation levels of the two great zombie ancestors, Jiangchun and Hanba, having reached the great Luo golden immortal stage, the zombie slaves they could control also reached the terrifying great Luo golden immortal level. Today, if you dare to come and encircle and kill my Wu clan, then don't blame my Wu clan for encircling and killing you. Wu Shuang's expression was indifferent. In his cold eyes, it was as if he were looking at a group of dead people as he gazed at the hundreds of great Luo cultivators. Although there were only a few dozen beings of great Luo golden immortal level among the zombie slave army, there were still over 10,000 slaves of other levels, such as Tai golden immortal and golden immortal. The army of over 10,000 zombie slaves transformed into a cloud of murderous aura, evoking countless wails from the heavens and earth, with gloomy winds sweeping through, resembling the underworld. Moreover, although most of the zombie slaves were far weaker than these great Luo beings, they were still part of the zombie clan, and their fierce aura had a natural restraining effect on the primordial spirits of cultivators. Therefore, even if the zombie slaves were of golden immortal or Tai golden immortal level, once their numbers increased, they were not something ordinary great Luo beings could resist. At this moment, Emperor Jiang slowly appeared, followed by many Wu clan warriors, 8 great shamans, as well as the 2 zombie ancestors, Jiangchun and Hanba. He raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, kill! How dare you encircle and kill us ancestral shamans? Oof. Let them all turn into zombie slaves. Kill!" With Emperor Jiang's command, the battle erupted immediately. The army of over 10,000 zombie slaves were all fearless warriors. Additionally, since they had once been beings of the 3 clans, their physical bodies were strong, and they could also use various powerful innate divine abilities. In just one encounter, many of the great Luo cultivators fell into agonizing struggles. Wails echoed continuously, and painful roars rang out. Meanwhile, at this time, Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi, and the Queen Mother of the West, who were neutral parties, were just slowly arriving. Alas, the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Hongshun, so many of them actually went to encircle the ancestral shamans. It's a pity they benefited too much from auctioning the futon position, and these people are envious. The kind-hearted Hong Yun couldn't help but sigh. Upon taking a closer look, he couldn't help but say, "What a brutal battle. The Wu clan's people must be wait. What is this situation? What is that?" Suddenly, Hong Yun saw that he originally thought the many ancestral shamans must be isolated and doomed, but who would have thought that upon arriving at this Buzhou mountain, he discovered that it was clearly the cultivators from all sides who were in trouble. So many Wu clan warriors, and so many from the zombie clan. They had actually been prepared long ago. On the battlefield, the 12 ancestral shamans joined forces to fight against the many quasi-saint cultivators, while Wu Shuang sat in the rear, watching this grand spectacle with great interest and smiled. How is it Taoist Niwa? How is the strength of my Wu clan? With the 12 ancestral shamans and the entire Wu clan taking action, Niwa and Fushi did not even need to move. They simply watched as the cultivators from all sides were beaten to the point of crying out for their fathers and mothers, their eyelids twitching. So ruthless. Hundreds of great Luo cultivators, in just one encounter, had already been surrounded and killed. Taoist Wu Shuang, was this all your plan? A hint of admiration flashed in Yua's eyes, as if she had guessed who the mastermind was. Hee, just a small trick, Wu Shuang replied with a calm smile, no longer saying much. As for Yua, she was greatly shocked in her heart. Just a small trick? Your scheme is a bit too ruthless. using oneself as bait to lure many cultivators to come and encircle and kill, while you had already set up the Wu clan army and instead surrounded and killed them. At this moment, Niwa suddenly felt that the Wu Shuang before her was quite extraordinary. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Perhaps befriending this Taoist, Wu Shuang, was truly the best decision I ever made. Niwa couldn't help but think, what the hell? Why are there more and more of them? What kind of trick is the zombie clan playing? On the battlefield, the great Luo Golden Immortals had a hard time killing a few zombie slaves. But in the blink of an eye, those zombie slaves had merely devoured some flesh and blood, and they charged back up again, like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. To completely annihilate them, one must crush them into powder. Only then would they completely perish. But that was not all. The most critical thing was that these zombie clan beings could directly turn the fallen comrades on their side into zombie slaves. Good news. The dead comrades have resurrected. Bad news. Those comrades have turned around to attack us. Watching this heartbreaking scene, the leaders such as the Three Purities and Emperor Jun all felt their scalps tingle. What the hell are we even fighting for? Chapter 31. The Heavenly Opportunity of the Seven Treasures Gourd Vine. Belonging to the Heavenly Book of Tong Tian, most of these great Luo Golden Immortals did not actually have enmity with the Wu clan. They merely wanted to take the opportunity to seize treasures. As the situation on the battlefield became increasingly dire, these great Luo cultivators began to flee or perish. The scene of hundreds of people besieging the 12 ancestral shamans was instantly reversed. Seeing this scene, the Three Purities and others couldn't help but angrily curse. A bunch of cowards afraid of death. It doesn't matter. Even if they are missing with our current realm, we are still not incapable of dealing with these 12 ancestral shamans. Yuan Shi glanced around. Among the quasi-saint great beings present, besides the Three Purities, there are also Di Jun, Tai Yi, Kuan Peng, Jane, Zhuan Ti, Dong Wang Gong, and others. Among them, there are also more than a dozen powerful quasi-saints. Although those ancestral witches are also mixed element powers of the same realm, they do not possess such powerful spiritual treasures. The Supreme One holds the innate first treasure of virtue, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. This tower is formed from the fusion of the mysterious yellow energy of the great Tao and the merit of Pangu opening the heavens. It has 49 layers, perfectly aligning with the number of the heavenly Tao. Essentially, it is on the same level as the three innate supreme treasures of opening the heavens. The defensive capability of this treasure is remarkably formidable. Once it is summoned, it can secure an invincible position. In Tai Yi's hands, there is also one of the three innate supreme treasures of opening the heavens, the Chaos Bell, which is transformed from the axe handle of Pangu's heavenly opening divine axe. It possesses the power to suppress chaos, reverse time and space, refine yin and yang, and reverse the universe. The mysteries are endless, and the creation is boundless. Even in a tense battle, it is still able to contend with many ancestral witches. The struggle between the two is almost evenly matched. However, it is at this moment that a brilliant, mysterious light surged from the top of Mount Buzhou. In that treasure light, a seven-colored gourd vine suddenly manifested between heaven and earth. In an instant, a series of auspicious phenomena continuously emerged. Countless innate energies enveloped it, with rays of light shining all around, illuminating the heavens. At this moment, almost everyone stopped fighting, staring intently at the direction of the spiritual treasure, revealing expressions of astonishment. A top-grade innate spiritual root has emerged. No wonder these ancestral witches left the Zhixiao Palace in such a hurry. It was for this. At this time, the neutral faction's Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What? In this treasure light, there are actually the auras of 7 innate spiritual treasures. Zheng Yuanzi looked at that treasure light and used his ability to perceive. Just one glance revealed numerous spiritual treasures within. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 gourds. And they are all top-grade innate spiritual treasures? This. Hongyan raised his hand to count and was greatly shocked. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a tremendous opportunity has emerged. Today, These seven-colored gourd vines shall belong to our Sanqing. Yuan Shi laughed wildly, then rushed towards Mount Buzhou with Tai Shang and Tong Tian. At this point, the three of them have the best chance to obtain the treasure. We must not miss this opportunity. Tai Yi, summon the Chaos Bell. Let's go. Di Jun snorted coldly and led the demon clan towards the seven-colored gourd vine. From all directions, those originally neutral mighty beings could no longer restrain themselves. After all, a top-grade innate spiritual root plus 7 top-grade innate spiritual treasures is such a terrifying opportunity that no one wants to miss. Therefore, whether it is Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, or the Queen Mother of the West, they all rushed towards the seven-colored gourd vine. Seeing this, Di Jiang smiled slightly. Brothers and sisters, the time has come. It is time to let them taste our methods. Upon hearing this, the various mighty beings were slightly taken aback, their expressions changing slightly. Could it be that they have a backup plan? This thought drifted through everyone's minds. Before they could think further, the 12 ancestral witches erupted with an extremely terrifying force of blood and energy. Boom! A torrent of blood and energy transformed into a rising momentum, sweeping through the 8 directions and shaking the 9 heavens. The blood and energy of the 12 ancestral witches were overwhelming. The most terrifying thing was that around them, a trace of the power of the law of strength faintly appeared, heavenly opening divine fist. At this moment, facing the mighty beings from all directions and many quasi-saints, the 12 ancestral witches joined forces to unleash the heavenly opening divine fist. In an instant, 12 kinds of power of laws, including their own blood and energy, all transformed into a massive hand. That hand emerged from the clouds, as if it had the supreme power to annihilate all earth, fire, wind, and water, reshaping the sun and moon of the chaotic world. That is, the aura of the Father God. The Supreme One's expression changed dramatically. He sensed that the enormous hand contained a few truths of the power of the law. It was as if the great deity Pengu, across countless eons, was delivering a heavy strike towards Mount Buzhou. Boom! When this punch fell, it instantly caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The vast chaos was torn apart for billions of miles. The crystalline walls of heaven and earth shattered. The ground trembled violently. All living beings were shaken to the core under this punch, trembling and unable to look directly. Those mighty beings facing this punch were horrified. Their expressions clearly showed a hint of fear. Death. Could it be that they were about to die? This sixth sense, filled with fear and terror, swept through everyone like an electric shock, causing them all to shudder. The next moment, the first to suffer misfortune was Yuan Shi, who was at the forefront. Even though there was the Supreme One's heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda above him, he was still shattered by this punch. With a loud boom, his body exploded like a dazzling blood-colored firework. The second unfortunate one was the Supreme One. This strike was too terrifying, directly exhausting all his magic power to activate the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda. Although it canceled out a significant portion of the punch's power, it still severely injured him and Tong Tian. The residual force directly shattered the bodies of Ming He, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others. The others, although they were not shattered, were still heavily injured on the spot. Blood rained from the sky. At this moment, all the mighty beings in the heavens paid the price in blood. Those whose bodies were shattered relied on the recently slain good corpse to block this strike. Although they did not die, their cultivation instantly plummeted to the peak of Deluo. The good corpse was destroyed, and they merely survived. Those who were heavily injured also paid a significant price, losing all fighting power. Only the recently joined neutral faction, due to their distance, suffered only minor injuries. Wow! Hong Yun spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, filled with disbelief in his eyes. Damn it! Run fast! Zhen Yuanzi said, these ancestral witches are simply terrifying. Although Zhen Yuanzi's injuries were not severe, he was not in good shape either. He nodded and immediately took Hong Yun and fled. Most others did the same. The Sanqing, Di Jun, and others quickly consumed some celestial elixirs and spiritual fruits to stabilize their breaths, glaring fiercely at the ancestral witches, cursing, "You brats! Today, We have just broken through. Our cultivation is unstable, and losing to you is purely a coincidence. Another day, we will surely avenge today's grudge." After saying that, these quasi-saint powers scattered and fled. In just a few breaths, the entire Mount Bujo was cleared. In the void above, the 12 ancestral witches could not help but let out a long sigh. Following that, their expressions began to show signs of fatigue, their breaths thin. Even the overwhelming blood and energy disappeared. This heavenly opening divine fist, if fully unleashed, requires a tremendous price. Their internal blood and energy were completely drained, and even the power of the laws could no longer be utilized. If they continued to fight, it would truly be dangerous. It doesn't matter, as long as we drove them away. At this moment, the 9 phoenixes and many great witches, along with the 2 zombie ancestors, also arrived. Your Excellencies, the collection of chi and blood is complete. There are still dozens of corpses of great Luo golden immortals, as well as various spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and spiritual fruits. Jufeng and the others have gone below to gather the spoils, especially in the blood rain that just fell, which contains several quasi-saint good corpses that were exploded. This has directly given many ancestral witches a significant boost of blood. Good. First, take them back to my witch clan's territory. You all stay here to guard, just in case. Emperor Jiang nodded. He then swallowed several spiritual fruits to replenish his chi and blood. Only then did he join the many ancestral witches on the top of Bujo Mountain. Brothers and sisters, you have finally arrived. Wu Shuang smiled faintly and then looked at the colorful gourd vine. At this moment, the mysterious light protecting the spiritual treasure slowly dissipated. 7 dazzling and resplendent treasure gourds appear before them. What a treasure! An exquisite innate spiritual root, along with 7 superior innate spiritual treasures, and a large amount of powerful chi and blood. This time, my witch clan has truly struck it rich. Although the chi and blood within them were somewhat depleted, the faces of many ancestral witches were still filled with joy. Wu Shuang looked at the colorful gourd vine, his eyes unable to suppress his excitement. You must know, this treasure is not just an exquisite innate spiritual root, plus 7 superior innate spiritual treasures. Including the soil that nurtured this spiritual root, it is also an innate item, known as Jiutian Shirong. This Jiutian Shirong, taking just a little, can reproduce infinitely. It has the effect of nurturing various exquisite spiritual roots. Bringing it back to the witch clan can open up a top-level medicinal garden for themselves. At this moment, Wu Shuang also unhesitatingly gathered many treasures. Then, he brought the many ancestral witches back to the side of Nuwa and Fushi. Dao friend Nuwa, this is your opportunity. After Wu Shuang said this, he also handed one of the purple-green gourds from the many gourds to Nuwa. This item is the purple-green demon summoning gourd. In the future, it will be refined by Nuwa into a demon summoning banner, capable of summoning all demon clans in the world. Of course, since the demon clan has not yet established itself, this treasure has not yet come into play. We did not exert ourselves this time, fearing it would be inappropriate to accept. Nuwa looked at everyone and, without thinking, refused. To this, Wu Shuang smiled and said, "No worries, just treat it as a testament to the friendship between you and my witch clan. This time's harvest is substantial, and this is just one of the 7 gourds, so please accept it, Dao friend." Wu Shuang has quite a good impression of this future mother of humanity. Moreover, it is just a superior innate spiritual treasure. They are not lacking in spiritual treasures at all. What testament? This is clearly a betrothal gift. 13th brother, your thoughts are not simple. 13th brother is grown up. Having a little thought is normal. Yes. At this moment, the ancestral witches, through bloodline communication, directly teased Wu Shuang, leaving him with a head full of black lines. Really? Are you all teasing me like this? To be honest, Dao friend Nuwa indeed has an unparalleled beauty, but I absolutely do not have those messy thoughts. Am I that kind of person? Since Dao friend is so kind, sister, just accept it. Fushi looked at Nuwa with a somewhat ant-like smile and spoke. All right, then thank you, Dao friend Wu Shuang. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Niwa accepted the purple-green demon summoning gourd. A hint of peculiarity flickered in her clear, wave-like eyes. She then bid farewell to the many ancestral witches and left Buzhou Mountain. As they watched Niwa leave, the many ancestral witches began to tease Wu Shuang again. Hee, today as kindness. I will definitely repay in the future. How will you repay? By offering yourself? Hee, 13th brother. You have quite the romantic fortune. Not long after, the group of ancestral witches returned to the Panga shrine with Wu Shuang. The many spiritual treasures were also distributed. The purple gold gourd was obtained by Wu Shuang. The purple-red 99 scatter soul gourd was obtained by Xiaming. The purple-white slaying immortal gourd still needed to be refined and was kept by Wu Shuang himself. Other treasures, such as the purple-yellow water and fire gourd, the purple-green nurturing treasure gourd, and the purple-black chaos gourd were also distributed to Hutu, Emperor Jiang, and Gumin respectively. In addition, the many treasures obtained from the previous auction were also directly distributed. The golden crow transformation technique was inherited by each ancestral witch. The exquisite innate spiritual material, sun god fire essence, was refined by Zhu Rong. Other treasures were also distributed one by one. In this wave, the ancestral witches reaped enormous rewards. With these things, our strength will surely rise to another level. There is still 10,000 years until the next sermon. Just right for us to close up and cultivate well. After discussing among themselves, the ancestral witches began their cultivation. After all, this time they had gained a large amount of powerful qi and blood. Besides distributing a portion to the many witch clan members, they still had a lot left. As for Wu Shuang, he took out the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Mechanism Book. This treasure contains supreme mysteries and is extremely complex. Moreover, it does not need to be refined, and one can comprehend its mysteries directly. Wu Shuang closed his eyes, sat upright, and suspended the Heavenly Mechanism Book above his head. After a moment of sensing, he suddenly felt the infinite profundities within the Heavenly Mechanism Book. He could see the mysteries of many divine powers, celestial techniques, and the existence of various laws and truths. Moreover, most importantly, within it were the truths regarding alchemy, artifact refining, and formation techniques. Simply put, the Heavenly Mechanism Book is like a book containing numerous miscellaneous principles. The laws within the Golden and Jade Scrolls. If all are comprehended, one can achieve a vast existence that encompasses various laws. For Wu Shuang, this is extremely useful. After all, isn't the law of comprehension precisely what requires such a supreme treasure? Chapter 32. The 12 Capitals of Heaven's Mysterious Origin, Great Formation. The Creation Tao Text. Passed down for 10,000 generations. The law of power gathers the strength of many laws. All the laws of the primordial chaos are the laws of power. No matter if it is cause and effect, fate, creation, and other supreme laws, they all originate from the laws of power. It can be said to be no different from the Pangu great God opening up the heavens and the earth. The law of power is the source of laws. Without the law of power, laws would only exist in principle, without the ability to manifest the power of laws. Currently, Wu Shuang, due to his comprehension of the Pangu restrictions, has already gained some insights into the law of power. Simply put, the path he is currently taking is to have as many laws as possible. The more laws he possesses, the more power of laws he can grasp. The more the power of laws, the more he can comprehend the true meaning of the law of power. The root of all things is nothing but the word power. Just like the origin of the universe, which exploded from a single point into a vast universe. Without the push of power, it would be impossible to achieve. In other words, the laws of all things are merely rules. However, power is the source that drives these laws of all things. At this moment, Wu Shuang held his breath and focused his mind, sitting above a star river. As the myriad laws from the suspended Heavenly Mechanism Book surged into his spiritual platform, many wondrous phenomena gradually manifested around him. It could be seen that lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet, and his entire body radiated with brilliance. Countless complex principles continuously surged into his mind. From the 4 foundational elements of earth, fire, wind, and water to the countless laws of the cosmic primordial chaos. Gradually, many laws of power began to faintly manifest and intertwine on Shuang's body. Although this power is still weak, it has already begun. Initially, Shuang comprehended for 1,000 years, understanding all the principles of the world and everything in it. Then he delved deeper, grasping the way of the evolution of all things. After another 1,000 years, one day, in the beginning of Shuang's dantian, a small vortex unexpectedly emerged. Its beginning and end seemed to have infinite roots, swirling upwards, while an infinite weight sank downwards. Vast amounts of pure energy slowly ascended to his spiritual platform. In an instant, he felt a sense of clarity throughout his body. With every movement, he seemed to possess an unmatched great power. This is truly marvelous, Shuang exclaimed in surprise, then immediately opened his eyes. Upon looking again, he found that he could draw upon the power of all the laws within a radius of 10,000 miles with a mere gesture. A small vortex of the law of power allowed him to access a force that seemed entirely different from any other law, possessing its own mysteries. Looking at the small vortex in his dantian, Shuang felt a sense of inspiration. The source of power is indeed the seed of the source. As he spoke, it seemed to touch the true essence of the laws, causing the surrounding Tao rhythms to roar. Amidst the unusual phenomena, Shuang clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "With this seed of the source, my comprehension of the laws will greatly improve. I might as well take this opportunity to comprehend some deeper truths of the laws." Shuang could sense that since the appearance of this seed of the source, his comprehension, physical strength, and even the intensity of the celestial essence within him had undergone a qualitative leap. Therefore, he did not waste time and continued to comprehend the many mysteries within the heavenly mechanism book. This time, after only 500 years of comprehension, he unexpectedly produced 3 types of Tao seals within himself: the Tao seal of alchemy, the Tao seal of artifact refining, and the Tao seal of formations. All 3 types of Tao seals appeared within Shuang's body, and with them came the power of the laws with numerous marvelous applications. With these 3 laws, I can now become self-taught in alchemy, artifact refining, and formations. This is the benefit of possessing Tao seals and mastering the laws. There is no need for others to teach. One can comprehend the deeper truths of the laws through sensing the laws of heaven and earth. After acquiring the 3 innate laws, Shuang immediately had a thought. Although the power of the heavenly opening divine fist is indeed formidable, it consumes all of one's strength with each use. It is akin to a glass cannon, immensely powerful, but once used, one loses the ability to fight. This is not suitable for me, the 12 Ancestor Witches. If so, I might as well combine the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong with the law of power to create a great formation. Shuang thought of the future inspiration for the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation and the idea of creating a supreme formation for the 12 Ancestral Witches. Mimicking the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, using the laws as the source of power to create a supreme formation. As Shuang began to conceive, a vast formation started to take shape in his mind. Through this deduction, 12 types of law powers continuously evolved before him. Gradually, as he continued to deduce, another 500 years passed. Finally, one day, Shuang suddenly cast out numerous Tao seals, forming a small formation before him. Within it, there were the heavens, earth, sun, moon, and all mountains and rivers, forming a complete entity. At the same time, it contained 13 types of law powers, constantly changing in unpredictable ways. Most remarkably, under this formation's activation, it could simultaneously unleash the heavenly opening divine fist using the 13 types of law powers. It could be used to trap enemies or to kill. It's done. Finally achieved. This formation is called the 12 capital heavenly profound origin formation. Shuang showed an ecstatic expression and couldn't help but cheer. What hast done? Brother 13, your sudden excitement is quite startling. At that moment, Shuang suddenly came to his senses and looked beside him, only to see many ancestral witches had already awakened from their meditative state, staring at his excited self with a bewildered expression. Cough, cough, it's nothing. I've created a great formation that can be used by my 12 ancestral witches. If this formation is activated, Even a peak Hunyuan expert may not be able to contend with us. Shuang spoke somewhat conservatively. In fact, based on his estimates, the power of this formation is likely even stronger. What formation? Upon hearing this, Shuang slowly nodded. This formation is called the 12 capital heavenly profound origin formation. If we combine our strengths to activate it, even a peak Hunyuan expert is not our opponent. The ancestral witches were immediately struck with awe upon hearing this. Empty words are useless. I will first impart this formation to all of you, brothers and sisters. After speaking, Shuang raised his hand, and numerous laws instantly surged into the minds of the ancestral witches. Subsequently, the ancestral witches fell into a state of comprehension. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, winds and clouds surged. Over the boundless sea, the Eastern King found one of the legendary 3 overseas immortal islands, Penglai Island. He established his own power, the Immortal Court, and proclaimed himself the Eastern Emperor. This Penglai Island was formed from primordial fragments, containing countless cultivation resources. With these resources, the Eastern King quickly rose to power. He gathered 36 immortal mansions and 72 immortal islands, creating a grand momentum and immense renown. Compared to the Eastern King, Emperor Jun, deep in chaos, also discovered the lost 33 heavens. When the 33 heavens reappeared in the wilderness, the order of the heavens, earth, and celestial bodies was restored. Suddenly, great merits descended from the heavens, bestowing him with vast fortune. With this, Emperor Jun declared his dominion over the wilderness, establishing the demon race and founding the demon court. He attracted various demon entities to join the demon court. Following closely, he also proclaimed himself the demon emperor and conferred titles upon Dong Huangtai, the 10 great demon saints, and so on. Needless to say, at Mount Buzhou, in the Panga Temple, the ancestral witches comprehended the 12 capital heavenly profound origin formation and were all astonished by its unpredictable changes and immense power. With such a supreme formation, the strength of our witch race has ascended to a new level. However, at this moment, the wilderness was turbulent, with the Eastern King establishing the Immortal Court and Emperor Jun setting up the demon race and founding the demon court. This was not enough. This fellow even gained immense merits and fortune for restoring the order of the heavens and celestial bodies. It seems that the demon race will be the biggest stumbling block on our witch race's path to dominance in the wilderness. Dijang, observing the events happening in the world, could not help but express his worries. Upon hearing this, many ancestral witches began to speak up, preparing to discuss future countermeasures. At this moment, however, Shuang fell into deep thought. The demon race has established the demon court. Next, the demon master Kuanpeng will begin to create demon scripts, thereby adding even more fortune to them. This matter cannot be missed. Currently, there is no written system in the wilderness. The transmission of Taoist methods is merely through verbal communication and understanding or directly through spiritual thought transmission. Various powerful Taoist methods and divine abilities exist only in the form of the most compatible Tao patterns, which are obscure and difficult to understand, often relying on verbal teaching. This has caused great obstacles to the development of the entire wilderness. But when the demon script appeared, it began to cause an explosive emergence of the text system in the primordial world. Gradually, this led to the development of later generations. Kunpeng, being the first to create a text system, had a tremendous influence on other text systems that followed. It is precisely because of this that the demon clan and the demon court gained immense fortune and merit. After careful consideration, Shuang decided to walk the path of others and leave them with no way to go. Brothers and sisters, I have a plan. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Shuang. Often at such times, Shuang could propose a decisive strategy. Although these strategies were often somewhat sinister, what did it matter? Oh, 13th brother, feel free to speak. Everyone was worried that if the demon clan and the celestial court grew stronger, the witch clan would be in trouble. They were troubled about how to suppress them, and now Shuang had a solution. Isn't this wonderful? In the current primordial world, there is no existence that can inherit the Tao methods, divine abilities, or the true principles of the laws. If our witch clan were to create such an existence first, allowing all future Tao methods, divine abilities, and true principles to be passed down according to our system. It would be an immense merit and bring boundless fortune. In the future, everyone would need to use our witch clan system, and we would gain immeasurable merits and fortunes. In this way, with the support of this fortune, how could our witch clan fear those petty individuals? Just these few words left the ancestors of the witch clan extremely excited. A transmission system? This idea is indeed very powerful. Currently, all laws of heaven and earth are passed down through Tao patterns. Since that is the case, we should create a Tao text system, using characters to inherit all laws of heaven and earth, transmitting all orders and cultures, and seeking recognition from heaven and earth, becoming the officially designated text system, upholding the heavenly decree and harmonizing with all spirits. This could bring boundless merits and fortunes. The Tao text system. Upon hearing this, the ancestors of the witch clan were all shaken, but then they began to worry. This Tao text system might be difficult to create, right? It needs to conform to the great Tao of heaven and earth and be perfect. With our brains, it might be hard to conceive. At this moment, the ancestors suddenly felt that not being very intelligent was indeed a troublesome matter. Hearing this, Shuang smiled. No worries, I will take care of it. This statement was filled with majesty and confidence. After all, this was the confidence given to Shuang by being a person of later generations. The Chinese character system originally gathered the benefits of being pictographic, profound in meaning, concise, and perfectly constructed. Using the Chinese character system to create the Tao text system could not be simpler. 13th brother, have you already thought this through? Goodness, you are really hiding it well. The others had absolute trust in Shuang. To this, Shuang smiled and said, no time to waste. I will now begin to announce to heaven and earth, seeking recognition from heaven and earth. After saying this, Shuang and the ancestors of the witch clan left the Penga temple. They then worshipped heaven and earth and made a grand vow. Today, our witch clan will establish a Tao text system to create a transmission system for all laws for the beings of the primordial world. Today, I, Shuang, respectfully announce to heaven and earth, seeking recognition. After saying this, he immediately raised his hand and waved. He created the first character. All spirits should be based on humanity. Human. As he spoke, a character representing human suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth resonated. This first character was immediately recognized by the primordial world. It echoed throughout the surroundings and illuminated the 9 heavens. All living beings in the primordial world and all powerful beings from various heavens saw that gigantic character for human. Tao text. Hiss. Is there really such a simple and fitting text in the world? Has the witch clan become enlightened? They actually possess this kind of wisdom. This could actually gain recognition from heaven and earth. All the powerful beings from the heavens looked at the character reflecting between heaven and earth, all taken aback. Immediately after, Shuang began to create the next characters. Heaven, earth, void, reality, Tao law. One character after another was continuously illuminated between heaven and earth. This continued for quite a while, and he finally derived a total of 3,600 characters. Just these 3,600 characters were enough to encompass all things in heaven and earth and transmit infinite truths. After the last character appeared, Shuang announced to heaven and earth, today, I create the Tao text system, recognized by heaven and earth. Tao text established. Boom! As this statement was made, the heavens and earth shook. Boundless auspicious signs and wonders appeared, and boundless purple energy transformed into millions of acres of merit and celebratory clouds. Coming from the 9 heavens, the powerful beings from all corners of heaven and earth were greatly shocked upon seeing this. No way. It actually succeeded. What a joke. Besides this, within the 33 heavens, Kuanpeng, who was focused on creating the demon script, suddenly raised his head in shock. What? Tao text? No. My opportunity has actually been snatched by the witch clan. Kuanpeng looked at the sky full of Tao text, suddenly feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. No, that's such a huge opportunity of mine. You all just snatched it away. Chapter 33. the 12 capital Heavenly Xian Yuan Great Formation and the Hun Yuan He Luo Great Formation Kunpeng felt as if he had swallowed a fly, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the Tao text created by the Witch Clan, then looking at his own demon script, the difference was like heaven and earth. His own demon script was like pictographs, complex and with very little meaning expressed. But theirs? Just the two characters heaven and earth actually encompass all things. How can this be compared? I'm done. No matter how I try, I'm far from being the Witch Clan's opponent. How infuriating. The Witch Clan is just a stumbling block for my demon clan to dominate the primordial world. Kunpeng angrily stood up, then went to the 33 heavens. He found Emperor Jun and respectfully said, Kunpeng greets the Demon Emperor. Greetings, Eastern Emperor. After the formalities, he got straight to the point. Demon Emperor, you saw it too. That damned Witch Clan actually snatched my demon clan's opportunity. You ordered me to create the demon script, but just as I was halfway through, the Witch Clan blocked my path. Such a massive opportunity and creation has all fallen into their hands. If this grudge is not avenged, this old minister will be unwilling. Listening to Kunpeng's words, whether it was Emperor Jun, Tai, or the many demon saints around, they all agreed. Indeed, the Witch Clan is too much. Over the years, every time our demon clan wanted to unify the primordial world, we were obstructed by the Witch Clan. Our demon clan has been killed by them more than once. Although it's only been 3,000 years, the grievances accumulated over this time are countless. These people looked indignant, but in reality, they were just overreaching and infringing on the territory of the Witch Clan. Since Shuang emerged, the Witch Clan has strictly prohibited its members from engaging in violence. In order to avoid calamities, unless provoked, the Witch Clan would never retaliate. Unfortunately, the Witch Clan is now powerful. Even when there are conflicts between the Demon Clan and the Witch Clan, most of the time, it is the Witch Clan that defeats the Demon Clan. After more than 3,000 years of repeated conflicts, the Witch and Demon clans have indeed developed a deep-seated hatred. At this moment, Emperor Jun looked solemnly at Mount Buzhou. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Now, this emperor is comprehending the Hun Yuan He Luo Great Formation, and it is at a critical moment. If it is not necessary, we cannot take action against the Witch Clan for now. This matter today has been noted by me, and once I comprehend the Hun Yuan He Luo Great Formation, I will definitely make the Witch Clan pay the price. After saying this, many demon clans nodded in agreement, strictly adhering to the decree of the Demon Emperor. At the same time, the million acres of merit clouds descended upon the entire Witch Clan. In an instant, the Witch Clan, from top to bottom, received considerable benefits, especially the many ancestors of the Witch who felt that the clear energy deep within their spiritual platforms was growing denser, as if the condensation of their primordial spirits was finally about to be completed. Wonderful! 13th Brother was indeed well prepared. The 3,600 Tao texts were completed in one breath and were fully recognized by heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! From now on, this Tao text will become the official written system that carries the true principles of heaven and earth. No one can shake the status of our Witch Clan's Tao texts. The ancestors of the Witch were overjoyed. Shuang also clapped and smiled, secretly admiring the wisdom of many sages from later generations. The Chinese character system is indeed the most suitable written system for this primal world. All right, brothers and sisters, since we have gained such great merit today, we can condense our primordial spirits and strive for all 12 of our ancestors to possess primordial spirits. After Shuang finished speaking, the ancestors of the Witch returned to the Panga Temple to begin fully condensing their primordial spirits. As for Shuang himself, he began to attempt to refine immortal pills and spiritual treasures. These two abilities can greatly enhance the strength of the Witch Clan. As the saying goes, in the primal chaos, time is not recorded. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed. Within the Panga Temple, the sound of clanging continued to echo. When looking again, Shuang was bare-chested, revealing his nearly perfect physique, holding a hammer in both hands, constantly forging a spiritual treasure. Success. With a postnatal restriction inscribed into it, this postnatal middle-grade spiritual treasure was successfully refined. Beside Shuang, The pile of postnatal spiritual treasures had already exceeded 1,000 pieces. At the same time, in this 1,000 years, he also refined over 1,000 immortal pills. His alchemy realm directly rose to the third transformation, enough to refine third transformation immortal pills, each of which could bring 500 years of cultivation. In the realm of artifact forging, Shuang reached the level of being able to refine postnatal middle-grade spiritual treasures. The scattered spiritual treasures around him were all postnatal middle-grade and lower-grade spiritual treasures. Although Shuang himself could not use them, they could be given to the members of the witch clan for use. Moreover, these spiritual treasures did not require primordial spirits. They could be activated directly using blood energy. This undoubtedly greatly strengthened the power of the witch clan, with the sound of long beards echoing within the Panga temple. The ancestors of the witch also awakened from their cultivation. Looking closely, they could see that a small primordial spirit had emerged above the heads of Xianming, Jumong, and Zhu Jioyin, among others. Among the many ancestors of the witch, only the two with the heaviest turbid energy, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, had not yet condensed their primordial spirits. As for the other 10, they all now possess primordial spirits. Is this the feeling of having a primordial spirit? It truly enhances one's comprehension and perception significantly. Very good, this feeling. We are now not only physically strong, but also possess primordial spirits, allowing us to use various divine abilities and methods, including spiritual treasures. What was that saying? Being strong while dealing high damage. Ha ha ha. 13th brother, is that what you mean? The ancestors of the witch were naturally overjoyed to have primordial spirits. Alas, you all are fine, having primordial spirits, but pity for me and Gong Gong, who still do not have primordial spirits. Zhu Rong looked at everyone, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red with envy. All right, as long as you have merit, you and Gong Gong will eventually be able to condense primordial spirits. Ha ha ha. Di Jiang patted the two of them heartily. The two were not the type to hold grudges, so they nodded in agreement and did not pay it any mind. Now, the strength of the entire witch clan was becoming increasingly powerful. Even the 8 great witches showed signs of giving birth to primordial spirits due to the repeated blessings of merit. The witch clan cultivates both life and body. Not only do they possess primordial spirit cultivation, but also body cultivation. Among cultivators of the same realm, there will be no rivals. Report to all ancestors. Our great witch Jiufeng has severely injured the demon Saint Jiu-Ing outside of Buzhou Mountain, causing the demon court to be enraged and send a large army to attack. Just as the many ancestors of the witch were envisioning the future, suddenly, outside the Panga temple, the great witch Quafu rushed in a hurry, reporting this extremely critical news to everyone. Hearing this, Shuang looked up and was shocked to see calamity energy raging through heaven and earth. The witch clan seemed to be facing a great disaster. Oof. We will not attack their 33 heavens, yet they dare to offend us. Brothers and sisters, since they dare to come, let us not let them leave. Between the witch and demon clans, a battle is inevitable. But how to fight is key. We must make them come to us. The witch clan's self-defense counterattack will not be considered indiscriminate slaughter. Naturally, there will be no killing karma affecting the witch clan. This is the principle of heaven and earth, and also the opportunity Shuang has been waiting for. Good. Quafu, issue the order to gather all parts of our witch clan and mobilize troops to confront them. Yes. Quafu received the order and immediately went to arrange it. As for the many ancestors of the witch, they also moved out one after another. Ahead was Buzhou Mountain. Big brother. Now our demon clan has the Hanyuan Hulua Great Formation, which should be able to completely eliminate that witch clan. Above the clouds, Tai, with the chaos bell suspended above his head, was followed by billions of demon troops. With a cold gaze, he confidently said, "Indeed, in this battle, we will teach the witch clan to be erased from the primal world." Dijun's expression was proud. Over the years, he has been contemplating his Hichu Luo Shu. From it, he comprehended the true principles of heaven and earth, and with the mastery of the 33 heavens, he possessed the power of the stars of the circumpolar sky to assist him. Therefore, based on the Hichu Luo Shu, He created a supreme great formation called the Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation. This formation is based on the Hichu Luo Shu, and the entire formation is designed to mimic the layout of ancient mountains and rivers in the primal world, containing myriad phenomena. If the circumpolar star formation represents the sun, moon, and stars, then the Hichu Luo Shu represents the geography of mountains and rivers, encompassing the great rivers or large streams, oceans, and skies of the primal period, evolving the changes of the ancient primal world. Moreover, the most exquisite aspect of this formation is that those within it are unaware of the passage of time, witnessing snow-covered mountains turn into oceans and the vast sea turn into mulberry fields, with the illusions on the Hichu changing millions of times, as if billions of years have passed or countless calamities have occurred. Hence the name, Hunyuan Hulua Great Formation. With such a great formation, they were naturally full of confidence. Moments later, the billions of demon troops were towering above Buzhou Mountain. Dijun manifested the three-legged golden crow form, summoning divine fire to rise into the sky. With an angry shout, "You which clan little ones dare to harm my demon Saint Shuang, today, our demon clan will lead millions of heavenly soldiers to erase you from the world." Dijun's voice was grand and resounding, attracting the attention of powerful beings from all sides. In the next second, many ancestors of the witch appeared, standing in the void, confronting them. Who do I think it is? It turns out to be the defeated underlings from years past. Back then, we annihilated the good corpses, and you dare to come again? Hee, Dijun, Tai, you really haven't learned your lesson. The ancestors of the witch were radiating with golden light, illuminating the heavens. The merit golden light illuminated the heavens and the earth, casting 13 enormous illusory shadows, as if divine demons had descended upon the world, majestic and extraordinary. At the same time, the hundreds of millions of shamanic troops in the rear, including numerous zombies and zombie slaves, appeared at this moment. Enough with the nonsense. Let's show our true strength. Celestial soldiers of the demon race, obey my command. Kill for this emperor. A command filled with murderous intent was conveyed, instantly unleashing a tidal wave of killing intent. Over 100 million demon cultivators echoed back. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the shouts that reached the sky, drums beat fiercely, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds swept through. Countless killing techniques continuously condensed and manifested at this moment. Following closely, many demon cultivators instantly engaged in battle with the shamanic army. The winds howled ominously, and the boundless aura of slaughter surged, marking the beginning of this great calamity. Good. It seems that the momentum of the world has not changed. The shaman demon calamity has arrived as scheduled. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun smiled faintly. His eyes showed indifference, clearly unmoved by the deaths and injuries of countless beings. All demon saints, set up the Hongmeng Hiluo formation with this emperor. The foot soldiers below have started fighting. Naturally, the quasi-saints of the demon race above would not miss this opportunity. The 10 great demon saints, along with Emperor Jun and Tai, jointly activated the He Tu and Luo Shu, instantly creating a vast small world in this heaven and earth. Within it, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and all things appeared. It was as if the ancient wilderness had reappeared in the world. The Hongmeng Hiluo formation? Good, dear brothers and sisters, today, let them witness the 12 capital, heavenly, mysterious Yuan formation of our shamanic race. Wu Shuang spoke indifferently, then directly summoned the creation Qinglian. The 12 capital, heavenly, mysterious Yuan formation is based on the creation Qinglian and Wu Shuang himself as the formation I, connecting the 12 ancestral witches and drawing upon the laws of the heavens and earth in all directions. It evolves into a world that inherently contains infinite creation. Soon after, many ancestral witches released their minds, allowing Wu Shuang to control their own laws. With hundreds of castes, the ancestral witches were connected by formation patterns. Following that, they realized that as they released their minds, their consciousness and innate laws directly linked with Wu Shuang. In an instant, numerous principles flooded into their minds. In just a moment, they felt they could grasp each other's laws. And this is precisely the power of the 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation. It can solidify each ancestral witch's power through the application of the laws of force, allowing everyone to share each other's laws. The 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation. Rise. As the words were spoken, boundless creation unfolded. A huge small world began to spread from Shuang at its center. In an instant, the formation was set up. The 12 ancestral witches concealed themselves within the heavens and earth. In this realm, many ancestral witches could manifest at any time and could manipulate all the changes of the mountains and rivers within. It could be said to contain boundless creation. As the enormous 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation was summoned, Emperor Jun's pupils visibly contracted. What? How could such a mysterious formation appear in the hands of the shamanic race? This is actually on par with the might of my Hongmeng Heluo formation. Emperor Jun's expression was shocked, feeling that the scene before him was utterly unbelievable. At the same time, the great powers from all directions were also amazed. The Hongmeng Heluo formation, the 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation. The shamanic and demon races both possess such formidable supreme formations. Could it be that the future wilderness will be the world of the shamanic and demon races? The powers from all directions couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Their gazes focused here, wanting to see who among the shamanic race and the demon race is stronger or weaker. Chapter 34. A punch to break the formation. Hongjuan's backup plan, but it is merely empty on the inside. The shamanic race lacks a primordial spirit. What powerful formations can they have? In my opinion, Emperor Jun's Hongmeng Heluo formation is even more formidable. Within this formation, the changes of the universe are unpredictable. Who would dare to enter? Before the battle even started, cultivators from all sides had already concluded that the 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation was far inferior to the Hongmeng Heluo formation. However, this was not surprising. The Hongmeng Heluo formation imitates the appearance of the ancient wilderness and is arranged with the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, E2 and Luo Shu as the formation I. Cultivators from all sides were still more optimistic about the demon race. But they did not know that Shuang's formation was arranged with the innate supreme treasure, creation Qinglian. The boundless creation within the formation was far stronger than the Hongmeng Heluo formation. What kind of formation did I think it was? It's merely an imitation of my Hongmeng Heluo formation. Very well, let you all witness my methods. Inside the Hongmeng Heluo formation, Emperor Jun spoke indifferently, arrogantly summoning the great formation, which directly pressed down upon the many ancestral witches. Seeing this scene, Shuang sneered coldly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The laws of force. As the words were spoken, from the vast heavens and earth, an incomprehensible supreme law emerged. In an instant, under the condensation of the power of the laws, the 12 ancestral witches, including Shuang, all summoned 13 types of law powers, coalescing into one. They manifested a giant hand in this vast world. What is that? He looked at the giant hand, feeling that it was indeed as enormous as billions of miles. It could be said to be a hand that covers the sky. With the appearance of that giant hand, the vast wilderness became incomparably dark. All beings of heaven and earth were covered in the shadow of that giant hand. The great sun did not shine, and the world was unclear. Around that giant hand, a terrifying aura condensed from the powers of 13 laws, transforming into an extremely fearsome force. The mere residual power it emitted was enough to tear apart the crystal walls of the heavens and earth. What on earth is this? Emperor Jun's pupils trembled violently. Looking at that giant hand, he couldn't help but shiver all over. A cold sweat unconsciously dripped from his forehead. An inexplicable fear surged in his heart. Open the heavens, divine fist! Within the formation, accompanied by Shuang's loud shout. Instantly, that fist slammed down towards the enormous Hongmeng Heluo formation. In an instant, within the Hongmeng Heluo formation, the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered. The ancient wilderness was instantly broken apart. He hurriedly summoned the chaos spell, wanting to resist this blow with the power of the chaos spell. But unfortunately, Under this blow, no one could withstand it. Even if he summoned the chaos bell, it was broken through in an instant. The chaos bell emitted a mournful roar, and then lost its brilliance, retreating into his body. At the same time, Tai Yi, impacted by that immense force, spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This emperor will not lose. Emperor Jun's eyes turned crimson, almost madly urging the sun god fire, desperately trying to resist this blow. Meanwhile, many other demon saints, with all his strength, he urged the celestial essence, continually unleashing waves of lethal techniques directed at that single punch. Unfortunately, beneath this punch, no one could withstand it. Even the powerful mixed Yuan He Luo great formation collapsed amidst the booming sounds. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the universe, like a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's hearts, creating a chilling, hair-raising sensation that enveloped everyone instantly. What a terrifying strike. Even the three great ancestral spirits of the past couldn't match this, could they? A formation that forced so many ancestral witches to unleash powers far beyond their own realms. If the witch clan continued to grow like this, what would happen? In the wilderness, the three pure ones, Dong Wang Gong, Ming He, and others who held grudges against the witch clan all wore grave expressions. This growth rate is simply too fast. They already possessed the strength of the pinnacle of mixed Yuan. Moreover, it was the highest tier. This blow, even if the three great ancestral spirits of the past came, or even the demon ancestor Luo Ho with the exterminate immortal sword formation, would have to avoid its edge. Strong, truly too strong. Such a formation even contained the laws of power from the Father God. How did the witch clan come to comprehend this? We refused to accept it. In the clouds, the three pure ones and others were equally shocked. That is the foremost of the 3,000 great laws. The law of power from Father God Pangu. How could it be grasped by the witch clan just like that? What on earth happened? It has only been 4,000 years since the preaching ended. How could the witch clan have gained such strength in just 4,000 years? At this moment, with the mixed Yuan He Luo great formation broken, Emperor Jun and others suffered a tremendous backlash. Coupled with the residual might of that punch, their bodies were covered in terrifying injuries. Such severe injuries would be nearly impossible to heal without paying an enormous price, let alone continue to be enemies with the witch clan. Demon Emperor Dong Huang, the situation is unfavorable. We should retreat quickly, Kunpeng said with a pale face, eagerly addressing the two. No way. If this emperor retreats today, wouldn't he be letting everyone laugh at me? Today, this emperor will fight to the death. Emperor Jun was nearly frantic, crazily urging the sun god fire, determined to fight the witch clan to the bitter end. After all, he was now the demon emperor. If he were to flee, he couldn't bear the shame. Big brother, hurry and leave. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to. At this moment, Tai Yi, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. There will be opportunities for revenge in the future. The surrounding many demon clans and demon saints also urged anxiously. Ultimately, Emperor Jun sighed deeply, revealing a strong unwillingness in his expression. He said fiercely, "You are ruthless. Once this emperor masters the power of the Zhou Tian Star Do, I will make your witch clan disappear without a trace." After uttering this harsh word, Emperor Jun and others fled from Mount Buzhou as if escaping. The many demon clans below also scattered like birds and beasts, hurriedly fleeing. However, under the hands of the zombie clan, they suffered heavy casualties. Countless demon cultivators were directly turned into zombie slaves. After a fierce battle, nearly 1/3 of the hundreds of millions of demon clans were killed or injured, leading to extreme devastation. The witch clan then gathered the corpses of the many demon clans. These were excellent materials for nurturing the witch clan's cultivation. As they looked forward to a great victory, Shuang also put away the creation Azure Lotus, and the entire formation dissipated. With a clap, Di Jiang excitedly patted Shuang's shoulder, saying with great excitement, "That was incredible. 13th brother, your formation really works well. We haven't even used our full strength yet, and they fled? They are so weak. Haha." The joy of victory brought hearty laughter from the ancestral witches. However, these words fell into the ears of the various powerful beings, causing them to feel their scalp tingle and hair stand on end, not even using full strength. No, they were this ferocious and still hadn't used their full strength. Hiss, the witch clan is bound to be formidable in the future. The various powerful beings couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Looking at the sea of corpses and rivers of blood below, they felt horrified. After this battle, the demon clan's vitality was severely wounded. They also settled down much more, no longer daring to offend the territory of the witch clan. The world thus fell into a deathly silence. After all, the entire witch clan loomed like a thick dark cloud over everyone's hearts, making them dare not take any action. As such, the world welcomed over 6,000 years of peace. During these 6,000 years, Shuang's cultivation experienced another enhancement. Due to having cultivated too many laws, every breakthrough became incredibly slow for Shuang. After cultivating for over 6,000 years, he finally broke into the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. During this period, he also underwent a heavenly tribulation. However, for Shuang, who practiced dual cultivation of life and death, this heavenly tribulation was nothing. On the contrary, he leveraged the power of the heavenly tribulation to greatly refine his physical body. When his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the strength of his physical body also received a significant boost. Soon, with the start of Hong Jun's second sermon, many ancestral witches went to the Purple Cloud Palace as always. Unlike the last time, this time everyone no longer competed for positions on the mats, but took their seats according to the previous arrangement. However, it was evident that no one dared to approach the many ancestral witches even half a step. This sermon would last a total of 3,000 years, focusing on the path to becoming a saint. After the sermon, the poor monk would announce a major event. With Hong Jun's appearance, all the cultivators in the Purple Cloud Palace were listening to his words, falling into a state of astonishment. Announcing a major event? What is the saint planning? The cultivators from various factions were filled with anticipation, calming their minds to listen attentively to the saint's sermon. However, when Hong Jun's gaze focused on the many ancestral witches, he slowly furrowed his brows. 12 ancestral witches, 10 of whom had attained primordial spirits? No, what happened? Hong Jun suddenly froze, feeling somewhat shocked. It had only been 10,000 years, and already another ancestral which had birthed a primordial spirit? This is bad. If this continues, the demon clan would find it difficult to compete with the witch clan. Fortunately, the poor monk was prepared. Hong Jun furrowed his brows, but did not dwell on it. After all, the calamity between witches and demons had already begun normally. The heavens and earth were already filled with vast calamity energy. There should be no mistakes. With this thought, he continued his sermon. What he discussed today was the path to becoming a saint. In this primordial world, there are 3 paths to becoming a saint. One is the path of merit, which requires refining the primordial purple energy. The second is to slay the 3 corpses, then merge the 3 corpses into one, directly achieving sainthood with the physical body. As for the third, it is the most difficult one, by opening up the heavens and the earth oneself. Proving the Tao with strength, one can become a saint. Of course, Shuang was quite familiar with all this, so he paid it no mind. Only then did they summon the Book of Heavenly Secrets, comprehending the true principles within by themselves. As for the other ancestral witches, they practiced the 9 turns Yuan Gong on their own. Originally, there was no need for them to come, but Shuang was concerned about the matter of dividing treasures. Although he remembered that such an event would only occur after the 3rd preaching concluded, they still decided to come just in case. Soon, 3,000 years of preaching passed in the blink of an eye. The 3,000 worldly guests of the Zixiao Palace all had their own insights. After this preaching ended, the next one would take place in 10,000 years. Now, I have a significant announcement to make, Hong Jun said, looking at the Eastern King and Western Queen. It seems that some support is needed to jointly resist the witch clan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain the balance of the world during this calamity. Hong Jun thought helplessly. The last battle between the demon clan and the witch clan exceeded his expectations. Therefore, he could only cultivate a few more backups to ensure that the calamity of witches and demons could unfold normally. Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, the Eastern King and Western Queen were both taken aback. They quickly bowed to Hongjuan, acknowledging their junior status. The current order of the Honghuang world is unstable and requires manpower to maintain the righteous path. Therefore, today I bestow upon you two the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Flag and the Phoenix Staff, two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, and I decree you as the heads of all male and female immortals in the world. You will replace me in governing the multitude of immortals in the Honghuang. As soon as this announcement was made, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Immortal heads, supreme innate spiritual treasures. Everyone was shocked. They never expected that Hongjun would announce such a significant matter. The Eastern King was overjoyed, accepting the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Flag with great reverence. However, the Western Queen seemed to sense Hongjuan's deeper intentions and did not show excessive joy. After Hongjun left, many cultivators gathered around the two. Naturally, there were plenty of flattering words. Wu Shuang, looking at the Eastern King, suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, the Eastern King's rise was due to finding one of the 3 immortal islands formed from primordial fragments. Brothers and sisters, there is only one of these 3 immortal islands left now, which the Eastern King has obtained. Just one immortal island has given him immense resources. In my view, the remaining 2 immortal islands would be better off in the hands of my witch clan. At this moment, Wu Shuang looked at the Eastern King and transmitted his thoughts. Upon hearing this, many ancestral witches immediately became interested. Seeking treasures? Interesting. If we find the remaining 2 immortal islands, we can simply move them under Mount Buzhou. Such top-tier blessed lands must belong to my witch clan. All the ancestral witches agreed with this plan. They hurriedly left the Zhixiao Palace with Wu Shuang, heading toward the boundless sea. Since the Penglai Immortal Island had appeared, the remaining 2 immortal islands should also be emerging one after another. Wu Shuang calculated the time. It should be right after this second preaching ended. Chapter 35, Eastern King, my spiritual treasure. It hasn't even warmed up yet. Since that's the case, there is no time to waste. Wu Shuang and the ancestral witches immediately left the Zhixiao Palace. Although there was no incident of dividing treasures this time, Wu Shuang also obtained another piece of information. Hongjun was starting to lay out the situation in the Honghuang. First, he made the Eastern King and Western Queen the heads of immortals. Next, he would likely promote the influence of the demon clan. If I'm not mistaken, the decree for the heavenly marriage should be coming down soon, right? I wonder if I can scheme something here. According to the original timeline of the Honghuang, the strength of the demon clan grew significantly after the addition of the 2 lunar goddesses from the Tying star. The reason was simple. The 2 lunar goddesses completed the Tying position in the great array of the stars, allowing them to possess such a supreme formation. By the later stages of the calamity between witches and demons, the peak quasi-saint cultivation of Emperor Jun could unleash power almost equivalent to that of a saint using the great array of the stars. This caused countless sentient beings to suffer, leading to immeasurable bloodshed. Here lies the boundless sea. 13th brother, where shall we start our search? At that moment, Emperor Zhang's voice interrupted Wu Shuang's train of thought. Since the Penglai Immortal Island has emerged, let's start searching around it. Wu Shuang nodded slowly, giving a suggestion. Upon hearing this, many ancestral witches also nodded in agreement. They then began to search continuously around the Penglai Immortal Island, using it as their center. Meanwhile, the Eastern King in the Zhixiao Palace was currently in high spirits. Not only had he recruited over a dozen newly ascended quasi-saints, but he also gathered several hundred Luo cultivators under his command. For a time, he was quite magnificent. When he returned to the Penglai Immortal Island, he heard from the ancestral master of Tushan about the movements of the witch clan. Reporting to the emperor, that ancestral, which left the Zhixiao Palace and unexpectedly came to our Penglai Immortal Island, not knowing what they are searching for, and they have spread out across the surrounding sea. Should we be cautious about this? Upon hearing this, the newly appointed head of immortals, the Eastern King, immediately became arrogant. A mere witch clan dares to come to my territory? No need to think. They must be here to search for the Immortal Island and the Ijo Immortal Path. This Penglai, 3 Immortal Islands, should be my opportunity. Since they dare to come, they might as well not leave. Send orders for all the cave masters and island masters to come see me. A hint of hatred flickered in the Eastern King's eyes, and a scheme formed in his heart. Before long, the various island and cave masters from the Blessed Lands arrived one after another. Most of these cultivators were to Luo Golden Immortals, and with the addition of the dozen or so quasi-saints recruited from the Zhixiao Palace, the Eastern King now had nearly 20 quasi-saints under his command. Of course, this was also because the quasi-saint realm is easier to achieve than the mixed element realm. The mixed element realm requires the comprehension of laws to advance, while for quasi-saints, one only needs to eliminate their 3 corpses, as long as they possess decent spiritual treasures. Eliminating 3 corpses is quite easy for beings of their caliber. Dear friends, the 12 ancestral witches are rampant and dare to encroach upon my immortal island and Ijo. Today, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. You are all welcome to join me in mobilizing forces to eliminate these 12 ancestral witches and avenge our previous grievances with Buzhou Mountain. Listening to the Eastern King's speech, the many powerful beings below were stunned. What? You want us to fight whom? Isn't this a joke? Even the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai, couldn't take down the Demon Clan's army. They were directly repelled. We may be numerous, but we are definitely not their match. Emperor Donghua, this matter requires careful consideration. The Witch Clan is powerful now. Facing them head-on may not be wise. Many powerful beings raised objections. Who said we need to face them head-on? Tushan Ancestor, aren't the 12 ancestral witches acting separately? If that's the case, then we can easily eliminate them one by one. The 12 ancestral witches are indeed powerful when working together. But what if we only face one ancestral witch? As the Eastern King proposed this strategy, everyone present suddenly had their eyes light up. That's right. If that's the case, then our opportunity has truly arrived. Everyone knows that the 12 ancestor witches possess great treasures. Among the many cultivators present, who isn't coveting them? Now that we have the chance to eliminate the ancestor witches, they will certainly not let it slip away. All right, in that case, my fellow Taoists, let us act together with this emperor and exterminate the 12 ancestor witches. After saying that, the hundreds of Deluo and over 20 quasi-saint powers all headed towards the infinite sea. At this moment, the many ancestor witches had indeed separated in their actions. However, their separation was based on their bloodline sensing. Even if they were separated by billions of miles, they could still communicate with each other. Moreover, all the ancestor witches were primordial powers. As long as one side was in trouble, they could instantly tear through space to come. Yet, the Eastern King and the others were completely unaware of this. Thus, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 13th brother, do you think the Fangzhong Immortal Island really exists? We've been searching for over 1,000 years. It still have no trace of it? At this moment, it was Di Jiang, who was traveling with Wu Shuang, unable to help but complain. What's the rush? Brother, such immortal islands have countless opportunities, and it's not a surprise that we can't find it right away. Just as Wu Shuang was speaking, suddenly, a chaotic, mysterious light in front of them caught their attention. This is, brother, come quickly. Ha ha ha. After searching for over 1,000 years, we've finally found it. Wu Shuang was excited, and the two raced towards it. In less than a moment, they arrived outside a massive immortal island. They could see that the entire island was surrounded by a vast chaotic primordial force. Ordinary cultivators couldn't approach it at all. The chaotic primordial force is one of the most primitive and powerful forces in chaos. A Deluo Jinxian who touches even a trace of it would instantly vanish. Quasi-saint powers also couldn't withstand this great force for long. This chaotic primordial force must have come from chaos when the immortal island fell into the wilderness. Such great power can isolate all perception, making it impossible for anyone to approach. No wonder, after so many years, this immortal island has not been discovered. Fortunately, this chaotic primordial force is about to dissipate, and the immortal island will soon emerge. Wu Shuang was excited, looking at the immortal island as the chaotic primordial force continued to dissipate. Faintly, They could see a huge stone tablet with the words Fangzhong on it. It seems this is the legendary Fangzhong Immortal Island. Good, good, good. Then I will quickly notify the others. Di Jiang looked at the treasure light bursting forth from the Immortal Island, seemingly filled with endless opportunities, and was also quite excited. He immediately prepared to call the other Ancestor Witches. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly approached from afar. Following closely, rays of rosy light descended, and many quasi-saint powers rushed out from that rosy light. Ha ha ha! At last I have found it. Di Jiang, you small fry of the Witch clan. Dare to covet this emperor's immortal island. Your crime deserves to be punished. The Eastern King looked at the Fangzhong Immortal Island not far away, his eyes filled with greed. Eastern King? Just a defeated opponent. How dare you come to offend us? Get lost. Di Jiang couldn't even be bothered to look at them directly. With a cold snort, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to change color. Oof. Today, this emperor has a total of 28 quasi-saint powers, plus several hundred Deluo cultivators. You are just 2 people. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Seeking death. The Eastern King sneered, further mocking. If the 12 Ancestor Witches were here, I would still be wary of them. But now, what can you use to fight me? Shuang looked at the rather arrogant Eastern King and immediately felt that this guy seemed a bit inflated after being conferred as the immortal head. Did he really get carried away? Fellow brothers and sisters, hurry here. This old man, Eastern King, is quite arrogant. He actually dares to challenge us Ancestor Witches. As soon as a bloodline signal was sent out, the many Ancestor Witches who were billions of miles away instantly tore through space. In the next second, the 12 Ancestor Witches gathered together. So you're the Eastern King, right? Dare to oppose us 12 Ancestor Witches. How many guts do you have? Seeing the sudden appearance of many Ancestor Witches, the Eastern King was instantly dumbfounded. No, didn't you all separate? Even if you use some method to transmit sound, it shouldn't be possible to contact each other so quickly, right? Not good. Fellow Taoists, retreat quickly. The Eastern King's pupils dilated, almost instinctively calling for everyone to escape. But unfortunately, in the next second, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin joined forces to activate the laws of time and space. With an angry shout, time and space lockdown. Instantly, the surrounding space and time were completely sealed by the 2 great laws. This was a divine ability taught to them by Shuang, and they had long since mastered it. Time and space lockdown. Damn it, these Ancestor Witches actually have such means. The Eastern King and the others were frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. They had come to encircle the Ancestor Witches, but instead, they found themselves surrounded. What kind of situation is this? Zhurong flew forward at this moment, raised his hand, and delivered a powerful slap to the Eastern King's face. Smack! A loud sound echoed, and his face instantly swelled up. So you're the Eastern King, right? Smack! You dare to deal with us, right? Smack! You dare to challenge us, right? Smack, smack, smack. After a series of slaps, the Eastern King's face swelled up like a pig's head. The other cultivators around were taken aback. Hiss, this is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. You might as well just kill him with one blow. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Smack. Let go of me if you have guts. Smack. This emperor wants to fight you all to the death. Smack, smack, smack. Woo-woo, can you stop slapping my face? The Eastern King initially remained defiant, but gradually, his tone began to tremble with a hint of tears. The surrounding crowd fell into silence instantly. How brutal. After all, this is the immortal head conferred by the Saint Hong Jun himself. How could he end up being treated like a child by you Ancestor Witches? Slapping his face? This is more humiliating than killing the Eastern King. Do you realize your mistake? Shuang looked at the Eastern King with a playful expression, speaking lightly. I refuse to accept this. Let go of this emperor. Let us have a fair fight. He was still trying to salvage his dignity. All right, I'll give you that opportunity. According to the rules of the Jianghu, let us have a duel. After saying that, Shuang gave a glance. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin immediately released the space lockdown. The freed Eastern King could hardly believe his ears. A duel? All right, there might still be a chance. At this moment, just as he was about to summon his spiritual treasure and regain some dignity, he saw the many ancestor witches slowly closing in. No, didn't you all agree to a one-on-one duel? Why are you all? Shuang chuckled and replied, it is a one-on-one duel, but not one against one, rather, you alone against all of us. Eastern King, no. Moments later, the battered Eastern King had tears of regret streaming down his face. As for the other cultivators, they quickly apologized and offered various treasures in hopes of sparing their lives. Alas, why did you offend us? Hurry up and get lost. Shuang weighed the Eastern Green Lotus treasure flag in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes. Kill the Eastern Prince? That wouldn't be good. After all, Hongjun had appointed him as the immortal sovereign, and if they killed the Eastern Prince, it would inevitably cause trouble. It would be better to loot a bit and let him go. After all, these leeks need to be harvested one crop at a time. The Eastern Prince nearly bit his teeth to pieces. But after holding back for a long time, he didn't dare to say much. He could only quickly tear open the space with the others and escape. Now, the Eastern Prince's hatred towards the many ancestral witches deepened. This emperor's top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This emperor hasn't even refined this treasure yet, and it was snatched by those bandits. It's gone. On Penglai, Immortal Island. Upon returning to his territory, the Eastern Prince couldn't help but pound his chest and stamp his feet. Regret, unwillingness, and frustration filled his heart. Meanwhile, the many ancestral witches patted their filled bags, revealing satisfied smiles. Although the benefits gained this time weren't much, even a small mosquito is still meat. But that Eastern Prince, possessing a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, was robbed by Shuang. I fear this guy will quietly cry alone tonight, right? So pitiful. But who told him to provoke them? The ancestral witches. All right, it's time to see what treasures are on this Fangzhong Immortal Island. On Fangzhong Immortal Island, chaotic primordial energy was constantly dissipating. Infinite radiance was rippling out from that treasure island. Countless strange flowers and herbs, with rare and exotic colors, were shining. Unexpectedly, this time they struck it rich. Suddenly, everyone's pupils shrank sharply, as if they had seen something incredible. On this immortal island, indeed, Chapter 36, Harvesting Treasures, 2 more top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The ancestral witches ascended Fangzhong Immortal Island. Dijiang was the first to sever a mountain range, revealing a serpentine underground dragon vein that resembled a soaring dragon. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. This dragon vein showed signs of transforming into a fortune golden dragon. The underground dragon vein is called so because it carries the fortune and spiritual energy of a region. As long as the fortune and spiritual energy of this area are thick enough, there's a possibility of transforming into a fortune golden dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon vein before them was not complete. Perhaps it needed the gathering of the 3 immortal islands to be fully complete. If that's the case, then this Fangzhong Immortal Island must be moved to our witch clan's territory. Once we gather the 3 immortal islands in the future, we can obtain a complete dragon vein, and it might even give birth to a fortune golden dragon. Hearing this, the many ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Immediately, under the joint efforts of the ancestral witches, they lifted the massive Fangzhong Immortal Island, tore open the space crack, and moved the enormous Fangzhong Immortal Island to the witch clan's territory. Meanwhile, within the witch clan's territory, many great witches, including the 2 zombie ancestors, suddenly saw a gigantic immortal island appearing in the sky above the witch clan's territory, measuring billions of miles in size. Instantly, everyone was slightly taken aback. It's the ancestral witches. They actually moved an immortal island over? Such great power is simply unbelievable. Not to mention the shock of the witch clan. On the other side, Dijiang used spatial laws to seal the enormous island in the void. Immediately, at a distance of 108,000 miles above the witch clan's territory, a dragon-shaped spiritual vein descended, penetrating the entire witch clan's territory, causing the spiritual energy within to become incredibly abundant. All right, the task is done. It's time to search for treasures. Dijiang grinned, and together with the ancestral witches, They stepped into the Immortal Island to begin searching for various immortal materials and spiritual treasures. Wu Shuang's primordial spirit was the most powerful among the ancestral witches. So he was the first to find a pool of three-color divine water. What is this? Three-light divine water? The shimmering water before him rippled with infinite vitality. This is a top-tier innate material. It is a rather special heavenly material, an earthly treasure that can revive the dead and heal severe injuries and deadly poisons with just a drop. Not to mention, there are at least tens of thousands of drops here. What a great treasure. Let's collect it all. Wu Shuang grinned, then took out the purple gold gourd, raised the gourd, and collected all the three-light divine water. Little brother, come here, what is this? At that moment, Hotu's voice suddenly reached Wu Shuang's ears. He hurried over and saw a large black flag in a hidden valley, releasing boundless treasure light, surrounded by primordial energy, with endless brilliance illuminating the heavens. It was dazzling. Wu Shuang used a probing technique, and in an instant, he knew the origin of this item. This is actually a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It is the Northern Xian Yuan controlling water flag, one of the 5 direction flags. Wu Shuang had previously wanted to collect the 5 direction flags to create an unparalleled defensive formation. Unexpectedly, he directly obtained 4 of them now. Yuan Shi obtained the Central Wuji apricot yellow flag. Taishang obtained the Southern Li Di flame light flag. And then he snatched the Eastern green lotus treasure flag from the Eastern Prince. Now he has obtained this Northern Xian Yuan controlling water flag. In total, there are 4 great flags. Only 1 flag remains to complete the collection of the 5 direction flags. Great. Now, only 1 flag is left for the 5 direction flags. I just don't know where the last Western Cloud Realm Plane flag is. Could it also be on this Fangzhong Immortal Island? Wu Shuang said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Hotu seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, little brother, if you say that, it seems Sister Xianming has found a great flag. I wonder if it's the 5 direction flag you mentioned?" "Ah, I was just saying that. There really is one?" Wu Shuang's heart stirred. He immediately went with Hotu to find Xianming. Moments later, Wu Shuang's anxious heart finally settled. It turned out to really be the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag. Great. The 5 direction flags have finally all been found. Wu Shuang was extremely excited. Although the innate 5 direction flags are generally offensive, their defensive power is extremely strong. If the 5 direction flags gather, they would be comparable to an innate supreme treasure. In terms of defensive capability, they are absolutely not weaker than Taishang's Heavenly Earth Mysterious Yellow Ling Long Treasure Pagoda, and may even be 3 parts stronger. Brothers and sisters, you all search for treasures first. I will take this 5 direction flag to go into seclusion. When I come out, I can create an unparalleled defensive formation for our witch clan. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and did not pay attention to Wu Shuang. Afterwards, Wu Shuang returned to the Panga Divine Hall and directly sat down. He communicated with the innate 5 direction flags. Although it might be a bit wasteful, to speed up the refining process, he had no choice but to do so. Wu Shuang waved his hand, and in an instant, streams of merit power poured out. This merit power is the creation of the righteous deeds of heaven and earth, with endless marvelous uses. In addition to being used for self-defense and to repel enemies, it can also absorb and transform into cultivation. Furthermore, it can accelerate the speed of refining and comprehension. It can be considered a universal resource in the Honghuang world. It is precisely because of this that the powerful beings from all corners of the Honghuang world flock to this heavenly Dao merit. But now, Wu Shuang is actually using his own merit power to speed up the refinement of the 5 directions flag. Such usage could be described as wasteful. If other cultivators saw this, they would probably scold him on the spot for being a spendthrift. But who can blame Wu Shuang for having so much merit? Currently, Wu Shuang has an abundance of merit power, buzzing with the infusion of heavenly Dao merit. In just 1,000 years, the innate 5 directions flag has been imprinted with Wu Shuang's own spiritual mark. Although it has not been completely refined, it can already be used perfectly. On another front, ever since Dong Wanggong was severely dealt with by many ancestral witches, he's been harboring resentment. One day, Dong Wanggong, along with various quasi-saints, went to the demon court and met with Di Jun Dao, friend Di Jun. The 12 Ancestral Witches are truly bullying us. Not only have they obstructed your ambition to dominate the Hong Huang, but they even dare to not spare my Sanxian Island. You tell me, if this continues, how can we stand in this Hong Huang world? They don't even regard me, the saint-designated Xian head, in their eyes, let alone you, the demon emperor of the demon court. Shouldn't we join forces to completely eradicate that witch clan? Upon hearing this, a trace of hatred flickered in Di Jun's eyes. What you say is very true, but currently, I do not have enough preparation. If we strike rashly, I fear we will not achieve any results. Hearing this, Dong Wang Gong smiled. If we can't do it openly, can we do it secretly? Last time, they plotted to ambush us at Buzhou Mountain. So let us take advantage of the absence of the 12 Ancestral Witches and eliminate their clan members. At that time, when the witch clan suffers heavy casualties, even if the 12 Ancestral Witches are powerful, they will be unable to turn the tide. Looking at the cunning and crafty eyes of Dong Wang Gong, Di Jun showed a look of appreciation. Excellent. This plan is very good. After saying this, the two began to discuss the details. The Xian court and the demon court officially began their first alliance. Buzhou Mountain. Thousands of years passed. One day, within the territory of the witch clan, for some unknown reason, countless golden lotuses manifested, infinite relic light, tremendous power, and even chaos yin and yang, reversing the 5 elements. Boundless, strange phenomena shrouded the universe, blocking the sun and the moon. In an instant, a series of continuous formations enveloped the entire territory of the witch clan. 5 flags emitting innate energy fell in the east, west, south, north, and center. The next moment, Wu Shuang's figure appeared in the void above the witch clan's territory. With a loud shout, 5 directions great formation arise. As soon as he spoke, it was as if his words were law. Boundless formation patterns vanished, and within an invisible realm, the entire territory of the witch clan was wrapped in a hazy, transparent membrane. Upon seeing this, the 12 Ancestral Witches hurriedly flew to Wu Shuang's side, looking astonished and asking, 13th brother, what have you created this time? Hearing Wu Shuang smile, he replied, this is the innate 5 directions great formation, forged from the innate 5 directions flag. As long as there is one witch clan member alive within the formation, it can ensure the formation remains unbroken, and no one can step inside. When necessary, it can help our witch clan members resist fatal attacks. It can be said that even if 1,000 great Luo beings attack together, they may not be able to break through. Upon hearing this, the 12 Ancestral Witches were all taken aback. Such power? 1,000 great Luo? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? In response to their doubts, Wu Shuang smiled and said, this formation will automatically draw upon the strength of many witch clan members within it, utilizing the laws of power, allowing the strength of numerous clan members to be harnessed. Although one person's strength is limited, gathering the strength of many can invoke the power of the heavens and the 5 directions, thus possessing incredible defenses. Initially, everyone thought Wu Shuang was exaggerating, but upon hearing the term laws of power, they immediately felt relieved. Oh, so that is how it is. That makes sense. After all, it's the Father's laws of power, and achieving such terrifying defenses isn't impossible. After all, it is the foremost of the 3,000 laws. What seems unlikely is reasonable when applied to the laws of power. Then, if that's the case, we can continue to search for that last Yingzhou Immortal Island. The last time we found the Fangzhong Immortal Island, it truly had heavenly opportunities. Indeed, there were 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. The Yingzhou Immortal Island must not be missed. After discussing for a while, the many ancestral witches immediately left the witch clan, heading towards the boundless sea. Like last time, they searched around the Penglai Immortal Island as the center. However, this allowed the Xian court personnel guarding the Penglai Immortal Island to learn about the movements of the ancestral witches. Dao friend Di Jun, the time has come. The 12 Ancestral Witches are heading to the boundless sea to search for the Yingzhou Immortal Island. This time, we can launch a large-scale attack on their witch clan territory. In the demon court within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Dong Wang Gong tore through the void and appeared, revealing a look of joy. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's expression changed, and he couldn't help but smile. Good. Very good. I have waited for this day for over 2,000 years. It is time for the Witch Clan to pay the price. Issue orders to gather the 10 great demon saints, 365 demon generals, and command my demon race's millions of heavenly soldiers to attack the Witch Clan territory. With a single command, the vast 33 heavens trembled. At the same time, Dong Gong mobilized many powerful beings from the Xian court, a total of over 20 quasi-saint powers, along with more than 100 great Luo. Other cultivators such as Xianxian, Jingxian, Tai Jingxian, and so on were countless. It could be said that the entire Xian court was nearly fully mobilized. Even ordinary cultivators were summoned. The same was true for the demon race. More than 20 quasi-saint level powers, plus nearly 300 great Luo and other Tai, Jingxian, and Shuang level demons numbered in the millions. Besides that, there were countless demon heavenly soldiers with cultivation below Tianxian and Dixian, totaling over 100 million. In just a few years, the various armies had already arrived outside Buzhou Mountain. Within the territory of the Witch Clan, the sound of horns echoed through the heavens and the earth. Many great witches moved out. Jiufeng led the Witch Clan members to look towards the sky, feeling a sudden chill. Oh no, why is it this time? The 12 Ancestral Witches have all left our Witch Clan, and they dare to take advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack. Jiufeng couldn't help but show an angry expression. Beside him, the hot-tempered Xing Tian shouted angrily, "Damn demon race! Jiufeng, let's fight them! Jiang Chun, Hanba, you members of the zombie clan, charge with my Xing Tian faction. Kill one and count one. If I die, turn me into a zombie. Today, even if I shatter into pieces, I will take a few down with me." Besides Xing Tian, many other great witches shared the same attitude. Everyone is fearless in the face of death, but they hate the cunning and treacherous demon race for taking advantage of the absence of the 12 ancestor sorcerers to launch a sudden attack. Although they are protected by the innate 5 directions great array, many of the outer clan members have suffered greatly. The urgent task now is to bring the outer clan members back, then ensure the safety of the clan members and wait for the ancestor sorcerers to return. Upon hearing this, the many great sorcerers nodded in agreement. Soon, the entire Witch Clan mobilized and rushed to the periphery to help those clan members who were not within the array. In the heavens, Dijun and Dong Gong looked down at the Witch Clan, which seemed as small as ants, and their mood instantly improved. It was time to teach this group of ants a lesson. Let this emperor burn 1,000,000 witches to vent his anger. After Dijun spoke, he transformed into a 3-legged golden crow and unleashed the sun's divine fire, which erupted forth. Boom! The sky was filled with divine fire, cascading down. It was clear that the Witch Clan was about to face disaster. Chapter 37, Ancestor Sorcerer. We have never heard such a strange request in our lives. As Dijun summoned the sun's divine fire, the scorching flames, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, instantly engulfed many of the outer Witch Clan members in a sea of fire. Immediately, a chorus of tragic screams erupted from their mouths. Seeing their fellow clan members being burned to death by the sun's divine fire, Dijun, Dong Gong, and the others could not help but show satisfied smiles. All sons, obey my command. Kill for this emperor. With a single command from Dijun, the many demon troops surged forward to slaughter the Witch Clan. Damn it! I will fight you to the death. Xing Tian, Quafu, and the other great sorcerers, witnessing the tragic deaths of their clan members, were instantly filled with rage. They raised their weapons and fought back with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. They manifested their true forms as great sorcerers, towering like giant mountains. Amidst the countless demon soldiers, they carved out a path through the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Seeing this, Dong Gong could not help but sneer. A few great sorcerers dare to resist, seeking death. After saying this, he raised his hand to unleash a strand of innate pure yang energy, which instantly transformed into a killing aura that severely injured 2 great sorcerers in an instant. Poof! Quafu and Xing Tian looked up to the sky in anger, raising their giant axes and shouting, "Shameless brat! What kind of skill is it to sneak attack from behind?" Dong Gong coldly laughed and said indifferently, "So what? For this emperor, Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. If you seek death, then this emperor will grant it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately summoned a powerful killing technique. Its might was so great that it could instantly kill any ordinary quasi-saint. Not to mention that Xing Qian and Quafu were merely at the Great Luo level. Were they about to die? Seeing the overwhelming demon and celestial armies above them, a sense of despair arose in their hearts. This was the crushing difference brought about by the disparity in realms. As a quasi-saint, Dong Wang Gong could easily annihilate them. However, at this moment, a loud rumble echoed. Suddenly, 5 great flags floated above the heads of all the great sorcerers. In an instant, the 5 flags erupted with unmatched power, gathering all the forces of the 5 directions, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, and turning them into a massive protective membrane for all. Boom! Dong Wang Gong's attack landed on the protective membrane, dissipating as easily as a cow sinking into the sea. What? Dong Wang Gong was first taken aback, then quickly realized, spirit treasures? How could the witch clan use spirit treasures? Don't they lack primordial spirits? Dijun was dumbfounded. What was going on? It seemed we had been played. They all said the witch clan lacked primordial spirits, but there must be exceptions. Someone in the witch clan must have a primordial spirit and refine the innate 5 directions flag. Big brother Dong Wang Gong, look below. There is clearly a very powerful great formation. In the demon race, both Dijun and Tai Yi had considerable knowledge of formations. Therefore, Tai Yi immediately recognized that they were being countered by a great formation. At the same time, they received extremely important news. Someone in the witch clan has a primordial spirit. Who could it be? Dijang? Xianming? Ho Tu? Damn it. Even if these guys were not in the witch clan, they still had such a trump card. Dijun gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, and said furiously, "No matter what, we must end this battle quickly. If the 12 ancestor sorcerers sense this and return, it will be troublesome." Initially thinking this battle would go smoothly, who would have thought that such a great formation would suddenly appear? Meanwhile, within the witch clan's territory, many great sorcerers instantly sensed that part of their power was being drained by the formation. At the same time, they activated the primordial 5 directions power to protect themselves within. Of course, this was not limitless. It required many witch clan members to jointly summon their powers to activate the formation. Fortunately, the current situation was quite favorable. Everyone, do not slack off. Let us continue to activate the innate 5 directions flag. Once our ancestor sorcerers return, they will undoubtedly die. After all, the 8 great sorcerers were not ancestor sorcerers. Their bloodline connection was not as strong as that between the ancestor sorcerers. At such a distant distance, they also needed some time to convey information to the ancestor sorcerers. Thus, the next thing to do was very simple. Hold on. Do not die. Obey my command. 10 directions, demon saints. 365 demon generals. Let my demon race's millions of heavenly soldiers strike together, break through their defensive formation, kill for this emperor. At this moment, with Dijun's command, the battle drums sounded in unison, and the horn of slaughter filled the heavens and earth. The demon army descended like a dark cloud. Dong Wang Gong also commanded the celestial beings to join the attack. In an instant, the sky above the witch clan's territory transformed into a scene reminiscent of brilliant fireworks. However, within it existed countless celestial techniques and divine powers. Many killing techniques rained down like a storm. Such an offensive shocked the great powers from all sides. The heavens and earth trembled. Huh? What's going on? Is the demon race attacking again? Have they not learned their lesson? They're back? Wait, what is that? The great powers turned their gazes, but the next moment, they were astonished to discover that 5 great flags were floating above the witch clan. Inherent 5 directions flags? No. Am I seeing things? Wasn't it said that the witch clan lacked primordial spirits and could not use spirit treasures? How did 5 supreme, innate spirit treasures suddenly appear? Damn it. 5. The witch clan actually possesses so many supreme, innate spirit treasures. Friends, we have been deceived. The witch clan has primordial spirits. The great powers cried out in disbelief, many cursing under their breath. Their original advantage was having one more primordial spirit than the Witch clan. Now it was gone. Not to mention, the Witch clan originally possessed an extremely powerful physical body. Now, they have directly transformed into a monster that excels in both life and cultivation, mastering both body and technique. At this moment, not only were the cultivators from all over the realm stunned, but even the Eastern King and Emperor June began to doubt their lives. What kind of joke is this? How can this turtle shell-like formation be so resistant? Emperor June's eyes widened as he watched nearly 500 Deluo and 40 quasi-saints, along with over 100 million demon clans. Among them were countless cultivators, such as Tai, Golden Immortals, and Mysterious Immortals. They actually couldn't break this huge turtle shell. Even more astonishingly, the members of the Witch clan were curled up inside, completely unharmed. Aside from the hundreds of thousands of Witch clan members they initially killed, not a single one of them had suffered even the slightest injury. At this moment, Emperor June suddenly felt a great humiliation. Can you at least give me a little face? If you had killed a few of your own, I wouldn't feel so bad. Damn, this is too fierce. Under the siege of so many cultivators, not a single Witch clan member inside the formation has died. Is this reasonable? Is this FING reasonable? The cultivators from all sides looked at this extremely absurd scene, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Their scalps tingled. Meanwhile, above the boundless sea, Shuang suddenly sensed something and exclaimed in surprise. Oh no! The innate five-direction formation has been activated. Brothers and sisters, hurry back to the Witch clan. There must be an external invasion. Upon hearing this, many ancestral witches received the message conveyed by the great witches at the same time. Therefore, the ancestral witches did not hesitate to tear apart the space. In an instant, they returned to the territory of the Witch clan. As soon as they returned, they saw countless killing techniques above their heads, desperately trying to break through the innate five-direction formation, launched by numerous demon clans and celestial court cultivators. Oof! How dare you sneak attack my Witch clan while we're away? It seems that I must show you a thing or two today. Shuang snorted coldly, then raised his hand to cast several spells. Immediately, the innate five-direction flag flew to his side, inverting the five elements, reversing yin and yang. Rise! With Shuang's loud shout, countless golden lotuses and endless relics of light manifested above the formation. The formation began to shift from a defensive mechanism to a second state, the counterattack state. Let you reap what you sow. Shuang sneered, then activated the formation, instantly absorbing all the countless killing techniques with the power of the law. Following that, he returned them to the many demon clans in their original form. Boom! In an instant, countless colorful rays shot out. The techniques originally cast by the demon clans and celestial court were all reflected back. What? How did my sun divine fire come back? No way. How did my pure yang true chi seem to be controlled by someone else? Emperor June and the Eastern King immediately sensed something was wrong. But before they could react, in the next second, their sun divine fire and pure yang true chi turned directly into terrifying killing techniques, instantly annihilating millions of demon clans. Where are the zombies? Shuang shouted sharply. Immediately, the commanders of the zombie clan and the drought spirits rushed over. Commanders! Drought spirits! Here! Shuang looked coldly in all directions and said indifferently, pass the order down, turn all these demon clan members into zombie slaves. Our Witch clan's counterattack has begun. Understood? With Shuang's command, the zombie clan below began to rush around, collecting the corpses of the demon clans that had been blown apart. Ha ha ha. Good. Millions of demon clan corpses. Transform into my zombie clan's army of zombie slaves. The commander shouted angrily. Amidst the overwhelming killing intent, countless drops of zombie blood fused into the many demon clan corpses. Following closely, the cultivators of the zombie clan all shouted angrily. Rise! Buzzing. In the midst of the booming sounds, one after another fallen demon clans transformed into a powerful army of zombie slaves. The time for our Witch clan's counterattack has come. Sons, control the zombie slaves and charge. With a command, the army of millions of zombie slaves charged out of the formation, lunging at the numerous demon clans. The killing intent filled the heavens and earth. Bloodlight enveloped the area like a hell on earth. Terrifying. No. Big brother. What happened to you? Big brother. Third brother. I'm your big brother. Dad, what happened to you? Among the demon army, the heavenly soldiers of the demon clan watched helplessly as their kin, their brothers, and even their fathers transformed from the fallen corpses into zombie slaves attacking them. The scene struck a heavy blow to their fragile hearts. They were shattered. The demon clan members expressed, "I'm F-I-N-G shattered. Are you guys from the zombie clan this ruthless?" Many of the demon clans, unable to bear to attack their kin, were bitten by the opposing zombie slaves. The fierce zombie bloodline instantly spread like a plague to the surrounding demon clans. At this moment, the scene became incredibly spectacular. The entire battlefield transformed into a prehistoric version of a biohazard crisis. One by one, demon clans were infected and mutated, becoming fearless, fierce zombie slaves, crazily spreading out in all directions. Emperor June, Tai, and others looked at this scene, feeling utterly defeated. Damn, how could this happen? To solve the zombie slave problem, we must annihilate the controlling zombie clan. But this turtle shell-like innate five-direction formation cannot be broken no matter what. The zombie clan was holed up in the formation, controlling the countless zombie slaves, frantically tearing apart their kin. If this continues, it might be the end. Oh no, the 12 ancestors have returned. Daofra and Emperor June, we should retreat. The Eastern King timidly suggested retreating at that moment. You little brat. The great vengeance has not been avenged. How can we leave? Emperor June's eyes turned red with rage. He roared, determined to break through the innate five-direction formation and annihilate the witch clan. But unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, a massive crack tore open in the void above. Crack, crack, crack. Shuang clapped his hands, looking mockingly at Emperor June and the others. He then laughed and said, "It seems that you all look quite busy, but can you actually do it? After fighting for so long, you haven't even broken through my witch clan's defensive formation?" Emperor June, Eastern King, you guys really can't do it. The many ancestral witches stepped forward, their eyes filled with anger. Hundreds of thousands of witch clan members were killed or injured. Although it wasn't many, it was still a real casualty figure. If it weren't for Shuang's innate five-direction formation, the casualties of the witch clan would probably be even greater. This debt must be settled. You little brat. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Emperor June felt a surge of blood rush to his head upon hearing Shuang's words, as if his brain was about to explode. Cowardly weaklings. If you have the guts, face me and the 12 ancestors in battle. Only daring to sneak attack from behind. What kind of skill is that? Buzz. Emperor June felt like a mad bull had kicked him hard in the head. He was instantly furious, spewing blood. I'm furious. Shameless little brat. How do you explain your attempt to encircle and kill me? The Emperor, at Mount Buzhou, seeing that Shuang was practically the villain who cried first. Emperor June could no longer hold back. The ancestral witches, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sneer. Encircle and kill? Wasn't it you who came to encircle and kill us first? You still have a nerve to say that, with hundreds of the Luo and more than 20 quasi-saints, you were actually killed in return? Are you even capable? Exactly. With such a lineup, even in any corner of the Honghuang world, you could easily annihilate a faction. What? Do you still need a reason? Faced with the scorn of the ancestral witches, Emperor June and Dong Wanggong were instantly rendered speechless. Oh no, it seems to be the case. Not only did they feel ashamed, but even the cultivators who were paying attention to this matter cursed inwardly. What a ridiculous situation. Why bring up such a sensitive topic? That sharp-tongued kid. If it weren't for this turtle shell-like formation, would we fear you? If you have guts, come out. Dong Wanggong's face flushed red. He actually started to provoke a fight. Oh, you dare to let us ancestral witches out of the formation? Did you hear that? He said it. TSK, TSK. I've never heard such a strange request in my life. The ancestral witches chuckled and then stepped out of the formation. As they approached, a hint of panic flashed in Dong Wanggong's eyes. You guys, don't come over here. Chapter 38, The Quasi-Saint Corpse Puppet. Dong Huang's surprise attack. Dong Wanggong retreated step by step, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Do you really think my immortal court has no one? Tu Shan, corpse puppet, Qing Yi. In a moment of desperation, Dong Wang Gong hurriedly summoned several quasi-saints from the immortal court. The three leading figures were the three strongest in the immortal court. Tu Shan, an ancient celestial fox, has 9 tails, can traverse yin and yang, knows the past and future, and possesses a divine ability to evade 9 certain deaths. The corpse puppet Old Ghost is one of the most powerful ghost cultivators in the Hongwang world. The corpse puppets he refines are extremely strong, and even his own good corpse was refined into a quasi-saint level corpse puppet. As for Qing Yi Daoist, he is a powerful sword immortal in the immortal court, wielding the Qinglian sword technique, each strike capable of splitting heaven and earth. The three surrounded Dong Wang Gong, followed by more than 20 quasi-saint powers. Our immortal court has 28 quasi-saint powers. How could we fear your 12 ancestral witches? Who's strong and who's weak in today's battle is still uncertain. With allies, Dong Wang Gong naturally gained a bit more confidence. Fellow Taoists, kill whoever first kills an ancestral witch. This lord will reward them with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. As the saying goes, great rewards will surely attract brave men. This group of quasi-saint powers was precisely lacking powerful spiritual treasures to slay evil corpses. Upon hearing Dong Wang Gong offer such a premium spiritual treasure for the head of an ancestral witch, they were immediately moved. Even though each of the 12 ancestral witches before them was filled with immense blood energy and imposing power, but as the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This group of quasi-saint powers was willing to risk it all for the spiritual treasure. Additionally, whoever can kill Wu Shuang will claim the innate 5 directions flag on him. Suddenly, Dong Wang Gong fixed a resentful gaze on Wu Shuang and issued a targeted order against him. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang immediately revealed a head full of black lines. Damn it, this old man is targeting me. But thinking it over, after so many times, it's not surprising that they could see that I am the mastermind behind the 12 ancestral witches. Want to kill me? Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Wu Shuang sneered, and without hesitation, hid behind the many ancestral witches. If you have guts, come at me. Seeing this, the many quasi-saints were speechless. What? You were shouting so arrogantly, yet you ran the fastest? Cowardly rat, if you have guts, come out. Just relying on the might of the ancestral witches. You dare to speak wildly to us, seeking death. Although the many quasi-saints saw Wu Shuang, who possessed enormous treasures, hiding away, they were helpless against him. They couldn't help but feel anxious and jumpy. Huh, do you really think I'm stupid? You are all quasi-saints, attacking a mid-staged Aluo, and you dare swarm me? Do you have no shame? If I were you, I'd rather stomp my face into the ground than embarrass myself out here. Wu Shuang's sharp tongue hit the nail on the head. In just a few words, he made the many quasi-saints flush with anger. You little brat, how dare you be so arrogant? After being scolded by Wu Shuang, the Qingyi Daoist was furious. He raised his hand and summoned a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Qinglian sword, wielding it to tear apart the surrounding void for thousands of miles. His whole person transformed into a phantom and in an instant unleashed 3,600 sword strikes, tearing apart the surrounding crystal walls of heaven and earth with astonishing might. Want to bully the 13th brother? First, ask if I agree. Space blockade. Just as the Qing-Yi Daoist attacked with unstoppable force, a spatial law suddenly enveloped him. Instantly, the space around him was confined. In an instant, the Qing-Yi Daoist found himself trapped in mid-air, facing a massive fist that came crashing down on his head. With a loud bang, it was as if a watermelon had exploded, sending blood flying everywhere. What was white, what was red, scattered all over the ground. Only a body holding the Qinglian sword hurriedly escaped. One strike, just one strike. The so-called strongest sword immortal of the immortal court, the Qing-Yi Daoist, was actually obliterated by the ancestral witch's good corpse. Hiss! In an instant, gasps of cold air sounded continuously. What? Just one punch? Do you really think quasi-saint cultivators are made of paper? You are also at the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In the same realm? What gave you the right? Unbeknownst to them, The many ancestral witches' Kikian divine fist could unleash 10 times or even 100 times their own strength at any time. Although Emperor Jiang was only at the early stage of Hunyuan, the power of this punch was enough to rival the late stage of Quasi-Saint. Don't be afraid. There are only 12 of them, and there are also the demon clan's friends to support us. Are we really unable to defeat them? Charge! Dong Wang Gong saw many immortal court cultivators unable to resist the urge to retreat a step. He hurriedly rallied everyone's morale. Don't forget, that kid has at least 10 innate spiritual treasures on him. Kill. At least 10? Yes. Wu Shuang has too many spiritual treasures on him. Although rushing up now could potentially be crushed by the many ancestral witches, they are all quasi-saint cultivators with both their bodies and good corpses. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, at most they would lose a life. This is one of the benefits of being a quasi-saint. For every corpse that is slain, there is an extra life. It's all or nothing. As long as we kill this kid, it would be an immense opportunity that we might not get in a lifetime. Kill. The corpse puppet old ghost roared, immediately unleashing a chilling ghostly aura from his mouth, transforming into rolling black smoke that surrounded the many ancestral witches. Subsequently, from that black smoke, one after another, powerful Deluo corpse puppets emerged, densely packed, with a number exceeding 100. Just a little trick, and you dare to show off? The many ancestral witches looked indifferently at the numerous corpse puppets, and then raised their hands to smash one of the Deluo corpse puppets with a punch, saying indifferently, "The mixed origin cultivation is an existence that crushes the great Luo golden immortals. These corpse puppets are nothing to the many ancestral witches. The real trouble lies with the quasi-saint powers mixed among these corpse puppets." At this moment, the ancestor of the two mountain suddenly manifested his innate divine ability. Within the black mist, a nine-tailed celestial fox appeared, radiating profound light. In an instant, an extremely powerful illusion descended, although this only caused the many ancestral witches, who had merit protecting their bodies, to be momentarily lost. That moment was enough for the many quasi-saint powers to launch an attack together. Immediately, more than 20 pieces of innate spiritual treasures fell towards the ancestral witches. There were bursts of crackling sounds and continuous booming noises. Did they succeed? The quasi-saints couldn't help but show joy, thinking they had at least severely injured the ancestral witches. But the next second, they saw 12 ancestral witches, glowing with golden light and filled with boundless vitality, slowly walking out. What? Haven't they eaten? They don't even have the strength to hit. They still claim to be from the celestial court? What? Everyone focused their gaze and saw that the ancestral witches only had some superficial wounds. In fact, most of the injuries were merely cuts on their flesh. Damn it, that was an innate spiritual treasure. The ancestral witches' bodies could actually withstand innate spiritual treasures? Something's off. Very off. Are they stunned? Brothers and sisters, not only do they have merit protecting them, but their 9 turns origin skill has also reached the 8th level. Low-grade and mid-grade innate spiritual treasures can at most cause minor injuries. To cause substantial damage, at least high-grade innate spiritual treasures are needed. In the back, Wu Shuang looked at the stunned expressions of the quasi-saints and couldn't help but chuckle, sneering inwardly. Hee, the innate 5 directions banner belongs to me. Kid died. However, at that moment, above Wu Shuang's head, an ominous, ghostly face suddenly appeared. To be precise, it was a powerful corpse puppet that was half human and half corpse. Its face was withered, resembling a desiccated corpse, yet it was covered with strange black mist, filled with a chilling, ghostly aura. The corpse puppet of the old ghost? A quasi-saint level corpse puppet? Good heavens, to deal with me, they actually used their own body as bait while the corpse puppet snuck around to attack me? Wu Shuang looked at the oppressive corpse puppet rushing towards him. Just the quasi-saint pressure from the opponent was enough to stagnate the flow of his blood and energy. With his current cultivation, he really couldn't deal with this quasi-saint level corpse puppet. But alas, don't you know, my witch clan doesn't lack anything, just merit. Merit golden light. As Wu Shuang shouted, he unleashed a dazzling merit golden light. Infinite merit floated out from his spiritual platform, transforming into a celebratory cloud that hovered above his head. The merit power released from it instantly pierced through the layers of black mist on the corpse puppet. The power of merit is best at dispelling all evils. It is simply a natural nemesis for evil cultivators, ghost cultivators, and demonic cultivators. Just a single beam of merit golden light was enough to severely injure the quasi-saint corpse puppet. "Ah, you brat, you're seeking death." The corpse puppet felt as if it was being burned by fire, experiencing unimaginable pain, and the might suppressed by the merit power was gone. Damn it! Who would dare to use merit power like this? Ordinary people use merit power for protection or to enhance spiritual treasures. But you, kid, are wasting it like it's free. Just that last beam of merit power must have been worth tens of thousands of acres of merit celebratory clouds, right? That could forge a merit spiritual treasure. What a waste. How could he use so much merit to deal with a corpse puppet? No, we haven't even seen half an acre of merit power. And this kid throws out tens of thousands of acres of merit celebratory clouds. Spendthrift. This is simply too wasteful, no matter how much merit you have. It shouldn't be used like this, right? Around, many powerful beings observing this battle couldn't help but angrily scold. Too damn wasteful. However, just as Shuang had repelled the quasi-saint corpse puppet, a sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. Oh, interesting, he can sense my presence. But it's too late. Sun God Fire. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared in the clouds. The Eastern Emperor Tai of the demon race actually gave up his identity to sneak attack a great Luo golden immortal like him. Another sneak attack? Seriously? What else can your demon race do besides sneak attacks? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Wu Shuang's mouth twitched a few times. The next moment, he raised his hand. Innate 5 Directions banner. As he spoke, the innate 5 Directions Great Formation was immediately activated by Wu Shuang. A heavenly membrane instantly surrounded him. Following that, the terrifying Sun God Fire also fell upon Wu Shuang's head. The next moment, the power of the 5 Directions converged, and the innate 5 Directions Great Formation violently drew upon the blood and energy of everyone in the Witch clan. In an instant, it gained the power to contend with Tai's Sun God Fire. Buzz! Roaring sounds erupted. The Sun God Fire was absorbed by the entire formation like a mud cow entering the sea. Then, the whole formation turned a bright red. Southern Fire Light Banner. Wu Shuang raised his hand, and all the powers of the innate 5 Directions banner gathered onto the Southern Fire Light Banner. In the next moment, the Sun God Fire that originally belonged to Tai was instantly controlled by Wu Shuang, turning its direction to sweep towards the quasi-saint corpse puppet. No. How'd it come back? The quasi-saint corpse puppet didn't have time to think before it was instantly engulfed by the Sun God Fire. The next moment, a shrill scream echoed through the sky. The quasi-saint level corpse puppet fell from the clouds and into the formation. Seeing this scene, Wu Shuang couldn't help but grin. He unleashed the merit golden light and erased all the spiritual marks belonging to the old ghost from the corpse puppet. Immediately afterward, he directly implanted his own spiritual mark. Rise! The quasi-saint corpse puppet that had just been controlled by Wu Shuang, although covered in injuries, still barely retained quasi-saint level strength. At the same time, as soon as the quasi-saint corpse puppet was controlled by Wu Shuang, the old ghost's face showed a painful expression. Then, he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The quasi-saint corpse puppet refined from his good corpse was seized by Wu Shuang, instantly causing him to suffer a significant backlash, nearly causing him to lose his quasi-saint cultivation. At this moment, the old ghost stared at Wu Shuang in disbelief, angrily shouting, "Kid, you dare quickly return my corpse puppet." Wu Shuang laughed. "This is a quasi-saint level puppet. You think I'll just return it? Where's the good fortune in that? Why should I? I took it by my own ability. All right. You're not pretending anymore, are you? Then go to hell." The old ghost was furious and charged at Wu Shuang, but unfortunately, having lost his own good corpse, the cultivation of the corpse lord old ghost was on the verge of falling to the great Luo golden immortal level. He had just shown a slight flaw when Di Jiang raised his large hand and crushed his head. Death! A wave of fear close to death surged in his heart, instantly making the corpse lord old ghost panic inexplicably. No! In the next moment, blood mist erupted. Even the primordial spirit of the corpse lord old ghost was crushed by Di Jiang. The first quasi-saint was killed in battle. Moreover, there was not even a trace of his primordial spirit left. Completely, utterly dead. Hiss. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp, feeling an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Chapter 39. The Seal on the Infinite Sea. The ancient Hongmeng beasts, if there's one thing that cultivators fear the least, it's the destruction of their physical body. Because what they cultivate is the primordial spirit. Even if the physical body is destroyed, they can still rebuild the primordial spirit. Not to mention, quasi-saints in the early stages essentially have two lives. But now, the good corpse of the corpse Lord Old Ghost was taken by Shuang, and his main body was crushed by Di Jiang, not even sparing his primordial spirit. How could he survive? If it came down to risking their lives, all these cultivators would start to fear. What about this, East Emperor Jun? I just remembered I have a furnace of elixirs on the fire, so I'll take my leave first. As the first person started to flee, an endless stream of cowardly lizards followed. Lord Immortal, my partner has given birth. This is a big deal. I must leave. Farewell. Cough, cough, Lord Immortal, what about? In the blink of an eye, more than 20 quasi-saints from the Immortal Court had suddenly fled, over 10 of them. The combat power instantly decreased by half. Essentially, these quasi-saints were lured by interest from the East King and had no significant relationship with the Immortal Court. They were said to be loyal to the Immortal Court, but in reality, it was just a nominal affiliation. They could leave whenever they wanted. Seeing these people leave, East King was furious, his 3 corpses in rage, and his 5 spirits soaring. What a joke. The elixirs are still on the fire? Your partner gave birth? You don't need to find such a lame excuse to make an excuse, right? Watching East King being backstabbed by his own people, Di Jiang and the others couldn't help but chuckle and mock. East King, it seems your immortal court is not united after all. How come only one has died? And they start fleeing? With such mockery from Di Jiang and the others, East King's face turned purple. But if anyone was the most damaging, it would be Shuang. What is there to say? The Immortal Court and the Demon Court joined forces, and as a result, your Immortal Court's people were extinguished by the Demon Court's sun god fire? Oh, I say this might not be Too Yi's intention, right? Knowing that my innate 5 directions flag can perform transformations, yet deliberately using the sun god fire against me? How? Are you afraid the corpse Lord Old Ghost didn't die fast enough? If Shuang knows how to fan the flames, it's now. As soon as he said this, it immediately caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the Immortal Court cultivators. Although this kid had the suspicion of inciting discord, his words were not false. Daoist Tai Yi, do you want to use a knife to kill someone, weakening our Immortal Court's power? You see your demon soldiers suffering countless casualties, and you want to use our Immortal Court as a shield? A few suspicious individuals had already started attacking Tai Yi. But this Tai Yi is the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. How could he listen to this? The Emperor act. Do I need to consult you? As soon as these words came out, many people from the Immortal Court immediately exploded. What did you say? Are you saying you Demon Court want to be enemies with our Immortal Court? You killed the Corpse Lord, and you still have the nerve to make excuses? Lord Emperor, I think we don't need to waste time here. Let the Demon Court deal with the Wu tribe by themselves. It was still those few suspicious individuals who had already started advising East King to retreat. East King was also feeling quite troubled about this. This matter, Daoist Tai Yi definitely did not do it on purpose. You should not say too much. But how? Are you saying my words are not to be heeded? There was no way. He could only forcefully suppress this matter with his identity as the Immortal Head. But it was obvious that the people of the Immortal Court had already begun to suspect the people of the Demon Court. That damned Shuang. Sharp-tongued. This battle today, I'm afraid there won't be any benefits to be gained. East King's heart felt like it was bleeding. The Immortal Court had suffered significant losses with many great Luo Golden Immortals dead, and furthermore, a powerful quasi-saint had directly fallen in battle. Such a price was immense, making him feel a sense of retreat. Are you still going to fight? If not, we will have to take action. Many ancestral witches were watching the show with their arms crossed, wearing mocking smiles. Di Jun, Tai Yi, Kuanpeng, and others were also furrowing their brows. Big brother, it seems we can only deploy the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. Tai looked at Di Jun, bringing up a key point. The Zhou Tian Star Do formation. This is the demon race's trump card. Once deployed, its power is enough to annihilate all earthly fire, wind, and water. Terrifying indeed. No, this formation currently lacks the position of the Taiyin. If rashly deployed, it might not withstand the Wu tribe. However, Dijun is not a fool. Without absolute certainty, he would not dare to deploy it. After all, the 12 capital heavenly mystic formation of the Ancestral Witches is also extremely terrifying. If he deployed it, but couldn't subdue the Ancestral Witches, the price would be great. Today's battle can be considered a miscalculation on our part. We can only retreat first and come back later. Sighing softly, Dijun also looked at Dijiang and the others and said, "In today's battle, we admit defeat. But do not think that this vast world belongs to you. Not long after, this emperor will teach your Wu tribe to be utterly annihilated in this world. Let us go." After saying this, the group of demons began to leave one after another. As for East King and the others, they also had no choice but to tear apart space and leave. 13th brother, should we chase after them? At this moment, Dijiang also asked. No, our Wu tribe must not create too many killings. If they attack us first, then our counterattack will not be considered creating killings out of thin air. But if we chase after them now, it will be different. Wu Shuang also felt a bit of a headache. The rules of this vast world are like this. If others attack, and you counterattack, that counts as self-defense. Even if you annihilate millions of demon races, it wouldn't be considered creating innocent killings. But if they proactively leave, that would be different. Well, that's fine. Dijiang and the others nodded and decided not to pursue. They also understood the dangers of creating killings. After all, the calamity at the beginning of the Dragon and Han era led to the demise of the three former hegemonic powers of heaven and earth, and that is still fresh in their memories. They could not fail to learn from the lesson. As for the fallen clansmen, let them be transformed into the zombie race. Wu Shuang gave the order. Jiang Chun and Huanba both bowed and said yes. Ancestor Witch. After saying this, they also began to tidy up the battlefield. Thanks to the innate 5 directions great formation of the 13th brother, otherwise, our Wu tribe would have suffered heavy losses, losing several tens of thousands of Wu tribe members. This price is not too great. To say that not a single person died is improbable. After all, under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs? Having such a result, they were already very satisfied. This battle is a great victory. No matter what, we still need stronger means that can completely eliminate these calamities in the first instance. Wu Shuang nodded. He said, it would be best to force them into a life and death battle with my witch clan. Otherwise, with them coming and going as they please, it's really gone too far. A flicker of killing intent passed through Wu Shuang's eyes as he looked towards the 33 heavens. But how should this be done? The demon court is always a big hassle, and that celestial court is also a bothersome presence, like a fly. Thinking of this made Wu Shuang feel a bit of a headache. Forget it. Let's think about something else first. Right? Last time I obtained that Abbot Immortal Island and got a part of the Dragon Vein, but it wasn't a complete one. Perhaps I need to gather all 3 Immortal Islands to achieve it. Since that is the case, let us hurry and find that Ingzhou Immortal Island. Wu Shuang suddenly brought this up. The others nodded in agreement. Speaking of this, I actually have sensed something. Somewhere in the boundless sea, there exists a powerful aura of chaotic primordial force. It seems that there lies the final Immortal Island. At this moment, Hutu suddenly mentioned this. She was the ancestral, which who possessed a primordial spirit after Wu Shuang and naturally had the least amount of polluted aura. Therefore, her perception ability was only second to Wu Shuang's. Not to mention, she was at the early stage of Hunyuan cultivation. Hearing this, the other ancestral witches couldn't help but feel delighted. Little sister, why didn't you say this earlier? You didn't ask me. The war happened too suddenly, so even Hutu didn't have time to mention this matter. It was until now that the crisis was resolved that she had time to bring it up. In that case, let us follow Sister Hutu and investigate. Sound good. After saying this, the many ancestral witches left Buzhou Mountain once again. About 1,000 years later, they finally found that place filled with chaotic primordial force above the boundless sea. What is this? Above the boundless sea. The many ancestral witches looked at the vast chaotic primordial force and instantly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. They could see that the sea area before them extended northward for hundreds of millions of miles, all formed by a huge barrier of chaotic primordial force. Furthermore, countless Tao patterns, formations, and restrictions were scattered around. It seemed that this was a forbidden place, sealing ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts. They had heard that in the past, when the ferocious beast dynasty wreaked havoc in the primordial world, many innate deities, including Hongjun, teamed up to destroy the ferocious beast dynasty and sealed these ferocious beasts somewhere in the primordial world. Could it be here? At this moment, Xianming suddenly recalled and said, "Ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts." Wu Shuang's eyes lit up. These are incredibly terrifying beings. At the dawn of the primordial world, a large amount of primordial essence was born. Some primordial essence became tainted by the murderous and filthy aura of the 3,000 great Tao demons, transforming into fearsome, chaotic, ferocious beasts. Among them, the most famous was the later mosquito Taoist. This person was a blood-winged black mosquito among the chaotic, ferocious beasts. He was born at the beginning of the primordial chaos and, upon taking form, reached the great Luo golden immortal realm, excelling in strategy. And his survival techniques were comparable to those of the old ancestor of the underworld river. He possessed the swiftest innate divine power in the world, second only to Kuanping. However, this guy was too cautious, choosing to avoid the world until the time of the sealing of the gods. It was only when the Western Interceptor went to the battlefield of the sealing of the gods that he sneaked into the West and secretly devoured 3 grades of the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus. That was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. To think he could swallow 3 grades of it. This shows how ferocious he is. If this place seals ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts, there are probably countless ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts inside. Brothers, why don't we open a passage and investigate the details? If we can utilize them, these ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts may become a great help to my witch clan. With Wu Shuang's suggestion, the ancestral witches began to ponder. 13th brother. These ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts are extremely cruel and bloodthirsty by nature, and cannot be subdued at all. What do you mean by utilizing them? Wu Shuang smiled and said, "If the living ones won't do, then we can use the dead ones. Big brother, tear apart the space and go back to summon Jiangchun and Hanba. Where can I find such powerful bodies for my zombie clan?" Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches were stunned, and then their expressions turned ecstatic. Is that possible? Indeed. We almost forgot that Jiangchun and Hanba can transform the corpses of other clans into zombie slaves. If we can transform the ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts into zombie slaves, that would be truly extraordinary. Ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts. Although not all of them are as extraordinary as Mosquito Taoist, without a doubt, every chaotic, ferocious beast possesses exceptional talents. They have terrifying innate inheritances, just like how Mosquito Taoist can devour the world. Other ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts also have quite remarkable talents. Thinking of this, Di Jiang stopped being verbose and immediately tore apart the space to return to the witch clan. In less than half a day, with Jiangchun and Hanba arriving at this place, the two of them immediately sensed something. They were shocked. What a powerful, murderous aura. Behind this chaotic, primordial force, there are actually terrifying auras of slaughter hidden. It is said that their zombie clan is most familiar with the murderous aura of heaven and earth. But even Wu Shuang and the others couldn't sense the murderous aura behind the chaotic, primordial force. It seems we guessed right. Behind this chaotic, primordial force, it seals the ancient, chaotic, ferocious beast clan. The ancestral witches showed joy on their faces. Moreover, on the way here, Jiangchun and Hanba also learned of Wu Shuang's purpose. At this moment, the two of them were quite worried. We report to the ancestral witches. The murderous aura behind is too terrifying. If we rely solely on our cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to control the corpses of those ancient, chaotic, ferocious beasts. After all, they were only at the early stage of Great Luo, and their cultivation was far from enough to control these rumored ancient, ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang smiled. Your zombie clan feeds on filthy aura and derives power from the murderous aura of heaven and earth. You've arrived at this extremely murderous place. Isn't it enough for you to enhance your cultivation? In a while, we will open the seal for you, and you can just absorb the murderous aura belonging to the 3,000 great Tao demons. I don't believe that this innate murderous aura originating from primordial chaos isn't enough for you to enhance your cultivation. Jiang Chun and Han Ba were slightly taken aback, and then secretly delighted. Yes, what is there to be afraid of? We are the ancestors of the zombies. Chapter 40. Subduing the Hongmeng ferocious beasts, breaking through the Zhixiao Palace. Since that is the case, then there is no time to waste. Let us quickly break the seal and investigate. Di Jiang nodded. Then, along with the other ancestral witches, they all took action. Fortunately, the seals have been damaged over the years, and it was much easier to break from the outside than from the inside. So the ancestral witches didn't expend too much effort and tore open a passage. As everyone entered, they also set a seal at the exit using their own laws to prevent the internal murderous aura from harming the primordial world. Upon entering, the many ancestral witches, including Shuang, all felt a sense of oppressive aura continuously coming at them. The sky above seemed to have split open, and the time and space of the heavenly domain turned into a chaotic flow. On the vast ocean, countless gigantic corpses are scattered here and there, having gradually turned into massive bone islands over the years. On these bone islands, many ancient primordial ferocious beasts with eyes emitting red light are engaged in fierce battles with each other. Countless malevolent and murderous energies rise into the sky, adding a chilling aura to this chaotic sea area. Even with merit protecting me, the fierce and malevolent energy here still makes me feel a wave of discomfort. This is simply outrageous. Shuang, possessing immeasurable merit, had long expelled the turbid energy that infected him as a member of the witch clan from his body. However, upon arriving here, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if a suffocating pressure was constantly bearing down on him. What about you two? Do you feel anything? Shuang turned to Jiang Chun and Han Ba, asking. This place is like a top-notch blessed land for us. Such pure and powerful malevolent energy is enough for us to elevate our cultivation to a higher level. It might even allow our zombie bodies to undergo a qualitative change. Jiang Chun and Han Ba looked around, their eyes greedily swallowing. This place is simply fantastic for them. Well then, you can absorb and improve here. We will protect you, Di Jiang said slowly. Subsequently, many ancestral witches sat around, protecting Jiang Chun, Han Ba, and Shuang in the center. Thank you, ancestral witches. Jiang Chun and Han Ba immediately sat down and began to continuously absorb the powerful malevolent energy. As for Shuang, he carefully observed the streams of malevolent energy around him and faintly felt a great power within. Now that I have a slight understanding of the laws of power, I can see that there seems to be some powerful force hidden within this malevolent energy. If I'm not mistaken, Shuang's eyes brightened, and he looked at the many ancestral witches, saying, Brothers and sisters, I have a suggestion. Suggestion? Upon hearing this, everyone paused and looked at him in confusion. 13th brother, feel free to speak. Shuang nodded and explained, although the malevolent energy here is extremely terrifying and poses a danger to us ancestral witches, I sense an unparalleled great power within it. If I'm not mistaken, this should originate from the primordial source of the primordial ferocious beasts. Primordial source. Hearing these 4 words, the many ancestral witches were momentarily stunned. This is a significant matter. The primordial source is the supreme creation born at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, responsible for the creation of all things. Many of the original great beings, such as Hong Jun, Yang Mei, and others, had obtained this supreme power at the beginning of the heavens. Because of this, their foundations are among the top existences in the wild world, all of which are at the level of innate gods and demons. If they could obtain this primordial source, wouldn't it mean that our ancestral witches also have the opportunity to elevate our foundations to the level of innate gods and demons? Now, all 12 ancestral witches possess immeasurable merit. If we purify this malevolent energy with the power of merit and extract the primordial source from it, and then refine it, Perhaps we can elevate our foundations directly to the level of innate gods and demons. As Shuang slowly laid out his plan, the many ancestral witches present couldn't help but feel momentarily breathless. Hiss! If that's the case, this is truly a tremendous opportunity. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Not only should Jiang Chun and the others elevate themselves, but the 12 of us ancestral witches must not fall behind. After saying this, the many ancestral witches summoned their immeasurable merit. In an instant, the surrounding sea area echoed with wailing sounds. Clearly, the power of merit, this supreme creation, is extremely terrifying for those ferocious beasts. Because of this, at this point, no ferocious beast dared to approach. Shuang sat down and began to attempt refinement. About 500 years later, when a thread of mysterious yellow energy, as fine as a hair, appeared in his hand, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared in Shuang's eyes. It really worked. He could indeed refine the primordial source. However, the consumption was simply too great. Shuang felt cold sweat on his brow. Refining such a thread of primordial source actually required nearly 100,000 acres of merit. Currently, he had a total of 1 million acres of merit. Even if he used all of it for refinement, he was afraid he wouldn't get much out of it. Whatever, let's absorb and give it a try. Saying this, he immediately began to attempt to absorb and refine this tiny thread of primordial source. Boom! As soon as he absorbed it into his body seemed to explode violently. His limbs and bones instantly suffered severe damage. Damn, I'm at the 7th level of the 9 turns Yuan Gong. My physical body rivals that of a postnatal supreme treasure. Even ordinary quasi-saints can't break my body with a single strike. Yet this tiny thread of primordial source has blown my body to pieces. The overwhelming power surged into his body in an instant, restoring his previously shattered body. When he looked inward again, his meridians and flesh seemed to be stained with a golden light, revealing a sense of golden iron. It seems my physical body has become several times stronger. No way. Is this thing this powerful? In addition, Shuang's primordial spirit, and even his true spirit also received an upgrade. The entire process felt like it had completely destroyed Shuang, and then recreated him, as if he were reborn. Good. What a great thing. Shuang's face showed ecstatic joy, and he unhesitatingly continued the refinement. As the saying goes, the wild does not keep track of years. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. During this time, Shuang refined about 6 threads of primordial source, until he felt that his power of merit had been consumed too much. Shuang finally stopped. Looking around, the many ancestral witches also showed a surge in their auras. It seems their gains were not small either. What powerful primordial source! I feel like I can tear apart the crystal wall of the heavens and earth with just one hand. The ancestral witches felt their changes, and their hearts were filled with increasing joy. At the same time, the 2 zombie ancestors, Jiang Chun and Han Ba, began to reveal traces of divine demon power. They appeared like 2 supreme divine demons, their bodies radiating overwhelming malevolent energy, becoming increasingly exaggerated and terrifying. 3 heads and 6 arms, with a single eye containing the aura of destruction manifesting on their foreheads. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, the 2 erupted with a terrifying malevolent aura, rising like a demon lord above the boundless sea. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts around were prostrating in worship, their eyes filled with fear. We succeeded, dear ancestral witches. We have lived up to our mission and successfully ascended. Now, we have absolute confidence in being able to control those primordial, ferocious beasts. Looking at the changes that had occurred in the 2 of them, Shuang smiled slightly and said, "It seems that the 2 of you have greatly improved in your foundations, no less than our ancestral witches of the past. You have clearly reached the level of innate ancestral spirits." Good, very good. The so-called innate ancestral spirits are a level just below the innate deities and demons. This was indeed the level of many ancestral witches in the past. Now, having received the enhancement of the primordial origin, you have already surpassed the innate ancestral spirits. There is still a certain distance to the innate deities and demons, but it is not too far. Since that is the case, let us begin. After saying this, the many ancestral witches turned their gazes towards the primordial, ferocious beasts. A slaughter was inevitable. About several thousand years later, during the third sermon of Hongjun. During this period, the ancestral witches had killed many primordial ferocious beasts, turning them into zombie slaves. Once transformed, these primordial ferocious beasts possessed their own intelligence, almost indistinguishable from ordinary zombies. These primordial zombies were kept within the territory of the witch clan to serve as a trump card, useful in critical moments. After that, they went directly to the Chaos Zhixiao Palace. Finally, it was time for the last sermon. The contest for the treasure cliff was about to begin. Wu Shuang arrived at the Zhixiao Palace and, along with the many ancestral witches, found a place to sit down. Surrounding them, figures like Dong Wang Gong and Di Jun cast hostile glares, but they paid no mind to it. Soon after, Saint Hongjun stepped out of the void as usual. Sitting on the chaotic Tao platform, he calmly opened his mouth. This time, I will talk about the great Tao of heaven and earth. This sermon will last for 3,000 years, and after it concludes, I will announce an important matter. Upon hearing this, the many cultivators present were all shaken. What good news could there be this time? Last time, 2 immortal leaders were conferred. What happened this time? For a moment, the hearts of the many cultivators were filled with anticipation. Then, as Hongjun began the sermon, everyone calmed down and focused on listening. As for the many ancestral witches, they paid no attention and began to cultivate the 9 turns Yuan Gong. Wu Shuang originally intended to listen a bit, but as he listened, he felt something was off. Something was wrong. The content of the great Tao that this old thief Hongjun was speaking about seemed problematic, due to having the laws of power. Wu Shuang had long understood the fundamentals of the laws of heaven and earth. Although Hongjun had insights into various heavenly and earthly laws, they were not key points. Not crucial. He didn't elaborate at all. Fortunately, he had obtained the creation jade dish from the Father God. Although it was broken, it contained the true essence of 3,000 great Tao laws. But he was hoarding it? Forget it. I can't be bothered to listen to his ramblings. Wu Shuang cursed in his heart, then raised his hand and took out a purple gold gourd, pouring out a few immortal pills and swallowing them directly. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Immortal pills? What a good thing. This witch clan fellow can actually refine immortal pills? Just a bunch of robbers. No need to pay attention. Some around were envious, some were jealous. In any case, immortal pills like this were rarely seen. But unexpectedly, Wu Shuang treated immortal pills like jelly beans. In a short amount of time, he swallowed 5 or 6 more. During the 3,000 years of the sermon, he actually consumed over 1,000 immortal pills. This immediately made those cultivators who noticed this furious in their hearts. This brat actually treats immortal pills like jelly beans. So many immortal pills, probably over 1,000 pills. Wait, do you think you can eat them like meals? How infuriating. If I had so many immortal pills, I would have achieved quasi-saint status long ago. As time passed over the 3,000 years, Hongjun gradually stopped the sermon. Then, the many cultivators were still immersed in their realizations. Suddenly, at the place where Wu Shuang was, a terrifying suction force erupted. Following that, the vast spiritual energy in the surrounding Tao platform was crazily absorbed by him, as if a whale was sucking in water. In less than a moment, half of all the spiritual energy in the entire Zhixiao Palace was refined by him alone. This made Hongjun extremely furious. This is too much. The Zhixiao Palace has a complete dragon vein, accumulating spiritual energy for 10,000 years, and he actually absorbed half of it? Wasn't he supposed to have broken through to the Doluo level? Why is this commotion even greater than that of a typical Hunyuan Golden Immortals breakthrough? Hongjun's mouth twitched, unable to help but curse inwardly. You brat, do you think the Zhixiao Palace is your home? No wonder these ancestral witches come here to cultivate every time. It turns out they are eyeing the abundant spiritual energy of the Zhixiao Palace. Despicable, truly despicable. Now, Wu Shuang's foundation had been enhanced, and the amount of immortal essence he could carry far exceeded that of cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, the spiritual energy he absorbed was just enough for him to break through a realm. The Luo late stage. Success. Accompanied by the manifestation of myriad Tao rhythms and boundless vitality, Wu Shuang's cultivation finally broke through to the De Luo late stage. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but curse in their hearts. After consuming over 1,000 immortal pills, he only managed to break through to the De Luo late stage? How embarrassing. Everyone cursed, but regardless of who they were, they all knew what such a massive consumption implied. The greater the consumption, the deeper Wu Shuang's foundation proved to be. In the same realm, he was virtually unmatched. This was akin to two De Luo golden immortals, one being a small stream, while the other had a foundation as deep as the ocean. There's also a gap among great beings. The reason everyone said this was simply because they couldn't reach the grapes and claimed they were sour. After all, their foundations were completely insignificant compared to Wu Shuang's. Once Wu Shuang's breakthrough phenomenon faded, Hong Jun slowly spoke. This sermon has come to a perfect end. Next, I will announce some matters. The first matter is the establishment of the Xianmen Dao lineage and the acceptance of disciples. With this, the many cultivators below all showed expressions of anticipation, especially those 6 on the mat, who were extremely excited in their hearts. Whether it was the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, or figures like Dong Gong and Dijun, they all believed that becoming disciples of the saint was a done deal. However, in the next moment, Hong Jun said indifferently, Taishang, Yuanshi, Tonton, Niuhua, Jin, and Juni, you 6 have a fate with me. Today, I will accept Taishang, Yuanshi, Tontian, and Niuhua as my direct disciples, and Jian and Junti as registered disciples. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place erupted in an uproar. What? This is not right. Shouldn't the 6 sitting on the mats become the disciples of the saint? What is going on? Everyone thought that those seated on the mats would surely become the disciples of the saint. Even if they couldn't they would at least have great opportunities. Otherwise, why place the mats so prominently? This is not right. There is something seriously wrong. Oh no, they have been tricked by the ancestral witches. At this moment, Dijun's face showed a difficult expression. Damn it, he had finally managed to auction off a position on the mat. But now he wasn't even a disciple of a sage? What was this mat doing here? Is this a joke? Compared to Dijun's expression, which looked as if he had eaten a fly, he was even more furious, glaring at Wu Shuang and the others. The ancestral witches noticed this expression, but remained unfazed, even somewhat amused. The position on the mat was indeed originally meant for becoming a sage, but alas, it was meddled with by yours truly, and now it's gone. Hee. Wu Shuang secretly smiled. He had already guessed this outcome long ago. On the side, Dong Gong, although not wearing a painful mask like Dijun, felt a bit displeased. Although he was already the head of the immortals, being a sage's disciple seemed even more appealing. Damn ancestral witches. They actually tricked me. Thinking of this, he cast a resentful glance at the many ancestral witches. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators gradually began to catch on, faintly sensing something was off. Could it be that this position on the mat had nothing to do with becoming a sage's disciple? Were we all tricked by those ancestral witches? We scrambled for it back then, but it turns out it wasn't much use. These ancestral witches are truly detestable. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with complaints. But strangely, no one dared to speak out loud. After all, these ancestral witches had fists that were not to be trifled with. Hong Jun observed the reactions of the many cultivators and revealed a look of helplessness in his eyes. Back when he was deducing the will of heaven, he hadn't noticed that these ancestral witches were auctioning off the mat. According to the future he had seen, it should have been the 6 people he collected who sat on the mat. How did the script change so suddenly? Hong Jun felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. These witches still needed to be restrained. Otherwise, allowing those who carried the karma of Pangu to continue existing in the chaos would truly be troublesome. Hong Jun wanted to take over the chaos and manage the order of heaven and earth, but he couldn't avoid the 3 pure ones and the witch clan. What to do? After all, this chaos was created by Pangu. He had already taken the 3 pure ones as disciples and would have them achieve sagehood in the future. The karma of Pangu was of no use to him anymore. As for the witch clan, the calamity would naturally destroy them. Thinking of this, Hong Jun decided to grant Di Jun some benefits. With this in mind, he spoke, Di Jun, you govern the 33 heavens and restore the order of the chaotic cosmos, which bears great merit. Today, I grant you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan diagram. I hereby confer upon you the title of Heavenly Emperor. From now on, your demon clan may act on my behalf to manage the order of the heavenly realm. As soon as he spoke, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Heavenly Emperor. A sage actually conferred the title of Heavenly Emperor to Di Jun. My heavens, this is a huge blessing. With the word of a sage, Di Jun is bound to unify the chaotic cosmos sooner or later. Incredible. Truly incredible. All the cultivators were astonished. As for Di Jun, he was also momentarily stunned. Then, overjoyed, he bowed and said, Thank you for the sage's grace. He then accepted the Qian Kuan diagram and officially became the Heavenly Emperor of the Chaos. Originally, he dared to call himself the Demon Emperor, but didn't have the audacity to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor. But now, he was now the rightful Heavenly Emperor. Great. So great. Furthermore, now that you are the Heavenly Emperor, possessing the divine fire of the sun, yet having a solitary yang that cannot last, I shall bestow upon you another decree from the sage today. I grant you the goddess of the moon as your partner to jointly oversee the heavenly realm. The harmony of yin and yang aligns with the will of heaven. This is a heavenly marriage. It bears great merit. After saying this, Hong Jun raised his hand, and the sage's magical power manifested boundless brilliance, transforming into a decree that fell into Di Jun's hands. For a moment, his face showed wild joy. A heavenly marriage. And it was granted by a sage? Good heavens! Why are so many good things falling on my head today? This is exhilarating. It truly feels like a dream. Such an absurd plot feels somewhat unreal. Thank you for the sage's grace. Di Jun bowed once more, and his ambitions grew ever larger. With Hong Jun's decree and the title of Heavenly Emperor, wanting to unify the chaos and govern heaven and earth in the future was now a legitimate claim. Right? This guy's only happy now. Others dig a pit for him, and he happily jumps in. Sigh speechless. Shuang sighed inwardly, looking at the blissful Di Jun. Allowing Hong Jun to manipulate him, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Moreover, Hong Jun, you old thief, aren't you even going to pretend? Directly granting a heavenly marriage, plus conferring the title of Heavenly Emperor? Good heavens! If you want to suppress my witch clan, just say so. There's no need to be so roundabout. Isn't it obvious that you're favoring the demon clan, allowing them to grow stronger to suppress us witches? Hong Jun, you old thief, are simply irredeemable. Shuang secretly cursed Hong Jun a few times in his heart. After thinking about it, this old guy's also due to grant some treasures. Isn't he? Enough with the rambling, truly too much. Hong Yun, after dealing with the demon clan's matters, Hong Jun thought for a moment and said, upon hearing this, Hong Yun was slightly taken aback. He then stepped forward and respectfully said, Junior is here. Hong Jun looked at him and then raised his hand to summon a strand of purple golden energy. The purple energy, shrouded in mist, seemed to contain boundless creation. As soon as it was summoned, it released boundless brilliance, manifesting in the great hall and attracting everyone's gaze. The universe has creation, and chaos nurtures all things. Since the beginning of heaven and earth, 7 strands of primordial purple energy have been born. This item is the foundation for proving the Tao and the opportunity for sagehood. I deduce that you are fated with this item, so today, I will give it to you. After saying this, he directly handed the hot potato to Hong Yun. Good? Good. Are you digging another pit? This time, Hong Yun didn't sit on the mat, and you just gave it away for free? Below, Shuang, who knew the whole story, became even more speechless. According to the original history, the position on the mat in the Zixiao Palace was originally meant for both Hong Yun and Kunpeng. But later, due to Jian and Juni's feigned poverty, he gave it up. As a result, Kunpeng was also forced down, leading to resentment against Hong Yun. Thus, Hong Jun's strand of primordial purple energy was intended to manipulate all beings, making them compete and fight over it. In the future, this would allow Hong Yun's friend, Zhen Yuanzi, to to hold a grudge against the Western sages, and then Zhun Yuanzi would guard Mount Wanshou, severing the dragon veins between the East and West. The West will only flourish after the calamity of the journey to the West. Moreover, during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity, the primordial purple energy suddenly appeared, divided into 3, and was refined by the 3 human emperors. The result was that the Western lands remained barren for countless years until the calamity of the journey to the West. The 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity refined the primordial purple energy, but they still owed a karmic debt to Hongjun. Humanity fundamentally owes him a karmic debt. What a grand chess game! It truly is a game of chess with heaven and earth as the board, and all living beings as the pieces. Any rise and fall, any alternation, is grasped firmly in the hands of Hongjun. Wu Shuang understood this clearly, and his vigilance and wariness towards Hongjun deepened. After the matter of the red cloud concluded, someone inquired, "I report to the saint, you have passed down the method to sever the 3 corpses, but now in the vast wilderness, spiritual treasures are limited. Even with our miraculous methods, it is difficult to cultivate. We hope the saint can show mercy to all beings and bestow us some spiritual treasures." This rather shameless guy is none other than Dong Wanggong. This old fellow doesn't lack spiritual treasures himself, but insists on asking Hongjun for them. However, this plays right into Hongjun's hands. At this moment, Hongjun displayed a compassionate demeanor and said, "The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are all held by my former Taoist friends, but they have fallen in the battle against the demons. These spiritual treasures are of no use to me. Well then, I shall bestow them upon you, to benefit all beings." After saying this, Hongjun raised his hand and pointed, and the gate of the purple cloud palace slowly opened, revealing a massive treasure distribution cliff, manifesting with infinite treasure light, containing numerous spiritual treasures. Brothers and sisters, quickly act. Choose the best spiritual treasures. Discard the inferior ones. Wu Shuang immediately used his bloodline connection to directly summon many ancestral witches. Finally, they waited. This guy Hongjun ultimately intends to bestow spiritual treasures. Of course, he is not giving them away for free. Those who took the spiritual treasures, who doesn't owe him a karmic debt, and these 3,000 guests of the purple cloud and red dust, who isn't a powerful being. In the future, they will dominate various immortals and gods, not to mention being able to affect the entire wilderness. Their karmic debt to Hongjun means the entire wilderness owes him a karmic debt. Fortunately, Wu Shuang and the others do not care about this at all. After all, they are descendants of Pangu. The spiritual treasures of the vast wilderness should belong to them. They, who carry the karmic debt of Pangu, do not owe Hongjun a thing. After all, taking back what belongs to one's own family is only right. Good. Everyone act. The ancestral witches reacted quickly and immediately rushed towards the treasure distribution cliff. The many cultivators, still in shock, suddenly saw the ancestral witches rushing out and immediately felt regret for being late. Damn it, they got ahead of us. How could these ancestral witches act so fast? Bandits, quickly act. We absolutely cannot let them seize the opportunity. The group of cultivators each displayed their magical powers and methods. The 3 pure ones transformed into 3 streams of pure energy and sped away. Emperor Jun and Tai performed the transformation of the golden crow into a rainbow. Kuanping flapped his wings and soared thousands of miles. Niuhua, Fuxi, Dong Wanggong, and others also had their own methods. In an instant, the entire treasure distribution cliff was thrown into chaos. However, because they were a step slower than the ancestral witches, when they arrived at the treasure distribution cliff, they were greatly disappointed. Where are the supreme, innate spiritual treasures? Damn it, how did these ancestral witches snatch so many? There's still one here. This belongs to me. Oof. Want it. Each relies on their own abilities. Boom. When the first cultivator chose to act, the scene became extremely exciting. As for the many ancestral witches, they had already snatched over a dozen innate spiritual treasures and retreated. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, the 13th brother reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have had a hard time getting our hands on them. We've snatched 5 or 6 supreme innate spiritual treasures. and at least the others are high-grade innate spiritual treasures. A total of 18 innate spiritual treasures. Hongjun really has enough capital. The ancestral witches looked at the pile of shining spiritual treasures with satisfaction. As for Wu Shuang, he smiled and said, "These spiritual treasures should belong to us, the descendants of Pangu. We are merely taking them back. It's nothing extraordinary." The many ancestral witches also expressed their agreement with Wu Shuang's words. "Indeed, this is true. Since that's the case, let us leave. Staying here has no benefit." Just as Di Jiang and the others were about to leave, Wu Shuang said, "Not so fast. There is still a major matter." Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches were taken aback. "Major matter? What major matter?" Wu Shuang then smiled and said, "Brothers and sisters, have you forgotten that the red cloud holds a strand of primordial purple energy?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Yes, I almost forgot about this matter. 13th brother, do you want to attain sainthood?" "Well, given the merits we ancestral witches have now acquired, achieving sainthood through merit should not be a problem. Obtaining a strand of primordial purple energy would certainly be of great benefit." The ancestral witches spoke one after another, using bloodline transmission to discuss this matter. However, upon hearing this, Wu Shuang slowly shook his head and then transmitted, "I do not intend to attain sainthood. That is not what I seek. However, this primordial purple energy is a great opportunity that we cannot miss. Who knows, in the future, one among our 12 ancestral witches might be able to attain sainthood." Wu Shuang did not say it explicitly, but he knew that in the future, Ho-Tu would definitely attain sainthood. Moreover, she would become a true saint. However, she would pay a great price, transforming herself into reincarnation, and would never be able to leave the underworld in her lifetime. Although in the underworld she would be a saint, once she left the underworld, she would be nothing. This essentially confines her to the underworld, akin to house arrest. In fact, Wu Shuang had long considered this matter. Perhaps this seventh strand of primordial purple energy originally belonged to Ho-Tu's day. It was just that Hongjun, in order to scheme against the beings of the wilderness, bestowed this strand of primordial purple energy to the red cloud. As a result, the red cloud became a scapegoat, dying early and causing Zhun Yuanzi to resent the West, severing the dragon veins between East and West. If Ho-Tu could obtain this strand of primordial purple energy, she might not have to transform into reincarnation. Although Wu Shuang still did not know whether his speculation could come true. In any case, they must first obtain this primordial purple energy. Yes, what the 13th brother said is very true. All things in heaven and earth are the creation of the Father God. It is only right for us to take them. Let us go. We'll follow that red cloud. After saying this, the ancestral witches also headed towards the red cloud. At the same time, the red cloud and Zhun Yuanzi, having taken a few spiritual treasures, hurriedly left. "Sigh, red cloud, why must you accept the saint's bestowal? This primordial purple energy is likely the root of trouble. Now that the various cultivators in the wilderness know that this item is in your hands, it will definitely bring you trouble. As one of the few clear-headed beings in the wilderness, Zhun Yuanzi immediately recognized that this primordial purple energy is not something to be taken lightly. Hearing Zhun Yuanzi's words, the red cloud beside him remained unbothered. Were there so many people with ulterior motives? Zhun Yuanzi, there's no need to overthink it. Didn't he the saint also say, "This item is fated to me, and it is only natural for me to obtain it. Perhaps in the future, one could achieve great merits. It is also possible to become a saint, right?" Hongyun's consistent optimism left Xinyuanzai speechless. Chaos bell. Boom. At this moment, an ancient and simple bell suddenly appeared above the heads of Xinyuanzai and Hongyun. In an instant, the innate treasure, the chaos bell, froze the surrounding space, preventing the two from tearing through space to escape. Immediately afterward, Emperor Jun, Tai, Kuanpeng, and others swaggered out from the clouds. "Fellow Taoists, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you trying to go?" Kuanpeng's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment as he viciously stared at Hongyun and said with a gloomy expression, "What are you all doing?" Hongyun was still harboring a glimmer of hope. "What are we doing?" "When the position of the mat was auctioned, you suppressed me." causing me to miss out on the map position. Today, I will make you vanish into thin air and avenge this grudge. No. Originally, Hongyan thought they were just after his Hongmeng purple chi. Who would have thought this guy was actually after his life? At this moment, no matter how optimistic Hongyan was, he couldn't smile anymore. You want to kill me just for the Hongmeng purple chi? I can give it to you. Why must you take my life? Hongyan questioned angrily. Killing you will still get us the Hongmeng purple chi, won't it? Kunpeng snorted coldly and immediately attacked. Earthly fetal membrane. At the critical moment, Zenyuanzai raised his hand to summon one of the 3 books of heaven and earth, the Earth Book. This treasure is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Once summoned, it can manifest the earthly fetal membrane to defend against external enemies. A large earthly fetal membrane appeared, instantly blocking Kunpeng's attack. Seeing this, Emperor Jun and Tai couldn't help but sneer. Zenyuanzai, don't waste your efforts. With me and Tai here, you won't be able to hold on. After saying this, the two were about to take action, but the next moment, a powerful force came, tearing apart the sealed space around them. When they looked again, Zenyuanzai and Hongyan were actually speeding away. Who is it? Emperor Jun's brows furrowed tightly as he looked around. Hee, fellow Taoists, if you want the Hongmeng purple chi, we want it too. Next, let's see who has the ability. As he spoke, many quasi-saint powers stepped out of the surrounding void, such as Dong Wang Gong, Tu Shan Laozu, Qinglian Daorun, and others, all appearing one after another. Very well, I want to see who can escape from my hands. Kunpeng sneered coldly. He then transformed into a massive Kunpeng and soared into the sky. Soon, he turned into a long rainbow, madly chasing after the direction in which Zenyuanzai and Hongyan fled. Oh no, that Kunpeng's escape technique is extremely powerful. Quick chase. The various cultivators were momentarily stunned. Then they also rushed after them, millions of miles away. Zenyuanzai and Hongyan were fleeing frantically. Although they wanted to tear through space, the process of using this technique required a moment of time. In the tense situation of being chased, they couldn't afford to use the space-tearing method. After all, if something went wrong, they would be lost in the chaotic space turbulence, which was extremely dangerous. I already said, this Hongmeng purple chi is a huge trouble. You didn't listen. Now it's a big mess. Zenyuanzai looked at Hongyan with some exasperation, scolding him. As for Hongyan, he also had a helpless expression. I didn't want this either. Damn it, that Kunpeng is so petty. It seems today I'm truly doomed. With a face full of dejection, Hongyan had long lost the excitement he had when he obtained the Hongmeng purple chi. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, someone had already appeared directly in front of them. Chapter 42, The Ruthless Wu Shuang. Trapping various quasi-saints. Fellow Taoists, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you trying to go? Zenyuanzai and Hongyan suddenly stopped, stunned to see 13 figures before them, who had been waiting here for an unknown amount of time. Ancestral witches, are you also here to ambush me? If it were just a few from the demon clan, Zenyuanzai and Hongyan might still have a chance of survival. However, with so many ancestral witches here, they completely lost their confidence. Kill you? There's no need for that. What we seek is just the Hongmeng purple chi on you. It can't be pleasant having it on you, right? Wu Shuang teased. The situation where the demon clans Dong Wang Gong and others were chasing him had already been known to many ancestral witches. The one who secretly broke the chaos bell's sealing space was indeed them. You really just want a Hongmeng purple chi? Hongyan suddenly gritted his teeth, as if he had made some determination, and asked. We, the ancestral witches, always keep our word. The Hongmeng purple chi is indeed a creation of heaven and earth. And this primordial world was created by our father, God Pangu. This item should belong to our witch clan. Wu Shuang made his promise. This somewhat reassured Hongyan. Immediately, he was about to directly take out the Hongmeng purple chi and hand it over to Wu Shuang. However, the next second, Zenyuanzai hurriedly said, Wait, fellow Taoists, I have a request. At that moment, Zenyuanzai suddenly bowed to the many ancestral witches and then spoke. That Kunpeng is so petty. He insists on killing fellow Taoist Hongyan to relieve his hatred. I'm afraid that even if we hand over the Hongmeng purple chi, he won't spare fellow Taoist Hongyan. I sincerely request all of you to help us. If possible, I have a total of 13 ginseng fruits here, which I will give to you as a reward." After saying this, Zhengyuanzai unhesitatingly took out 13 ginseng fruits that shimmered with golden light, resembling half-year-old infants. As soon as these fruits landed in everyone's hands, a refreshing and fragrant aroma filled the air. These ginseng fruits contain the power of the 5 elements origin. Consuming one can extend life by 47,000 years. Although many ancestral witches have already lived in harmony with the heavens, such spiritual fruits, besides extending life, are most importantly capable of strengthening a cultivator's origin. They are truly top-tier spiritual fruits. All right, you do have sincerity, but just a few ginseng fruits aren't enough to make us take action. You must agree to one thing. At this moment, Wu Shuang suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Zhengyuanzai asked with some vigilance. "I will tell you this matter later, but rest assured, it won't put you in too much difficulty, and it might even be a great opportunity for you." Wu Shuang thought. Since he was preparing for Hutu's future ascension to sainthood, Zhengyuanzai was indispensable. He is the ancestor of Earth immortals. With Zhengyuanzai's help, establishing the underworld in the future would also be of great assistance. In fact, according to Wu Shuang's vision, this primordial world has a mechanism for completion. If Hutu does not transform into reincarnation, then reincarnation will not come into being, right? It shouldn't be. There should be a candidate, and that candidate should be Zhengyuanzai. So, it is absolutely necessary to start laying out plans regarding Zhen Yuanzi. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi merely pondered for a moment and then nodded without hesitation, saying, "All right, I agree. But, Dao Zhen Yuanzi, you don't need to sacrifice so much for me," said Hong Yun, who now felt a bit guilty. Had he known earlier, he would have listened to Zhen Yuanzi and not accepted the primordial purple qi. Now look, all the cultivators are starting to hunt him down. All right, there's no need to say more about our friendship. Next, I will trouble you all, my Taoist friends. Zhen Yuanzi nodded and solemnly bowed slightly to the many ancestral witches. Look at that. What grace. It is obvious that Zhen Yuanzi is not only clever, but also decisive in his actions, without any hesitation. Pulling him onto the witch tribe's big ship is undoubtedly the right choice. All right then, my Taoist friends, I will trouble you all. Hong Yin cupped his hands and bowed. Following that, he unhesitatingly summoned the primordial purple qi and handed it over to Wu Shuang. It was at this moment that a long rainbow streaked across the sky, and a furious shout rang out. "Stop! Put down the primordial purple qi." One could hear Kuanping racing thousands of miles, arriving before the many ancestral witches with the speed of thunder. He was just about to intercept the primordial purple qi in midair when he sneered. "How dare you snatch from my 12 ancestral witches? Seeking death." Unfortunately, even though Kuanping's escape technique was fast, it could not compete with Di Zhang's spatial laws. In an instant, Di Zhang activated the spatial laws, forcibly sealing the surrounding space. Kuanping's figure suddenly froze in midair for a moment. In that brief moment, Di Zhang delivered a heavy punch. With a loud bang, Kuanping instantly flew back like a burst of blood, crashing down onto a towering mountain, flattening it to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. "You all shall die." Although this punch did not activate the opening Heaven Divine Fist, it left Kuanping's body riddled with terrifying cracks. If he had used the opening Heaven Divine Fist, he would have likely been obliterated in an instant. Swish! Swish! Sounds of breaking through the air rang out in the void. Following that, one after another, quasi-saints appeared. A dense aura instantly filled the entire sky. Over 100 quasi-saints. Di Zhang was momentarily stunned upon seeing this scene. Goodness, it was as if all the quasi-saint powers of the entire primordial world had come. Besides the 6 individuals who had been taken as disciples by Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace, nearly all other quasi-saints of the primordial world had shown up. Most of these individuals had no grievances with the witch tribe. However, for this strand of primordial purple qi that could lead one to become a saint, they appeared without hesitation. Of course, most of these people hoped to reap the benefits as bystanders. But now that the primordial purple qi was in Wu Shuang's possession, things were a bit troublesome. If they all targeted Wu Shuang, the many ancestral witches might not be able to join forces to handle so many people. After all, while the many ancestral witches were powerful, they could only deal with about 30 quasi-saints at most at the same time. That is, one could handle 3 quasi-saint powers. But the current situation was different. Damn it, the entire Zhixiao Palace's quasi-saints have come. 13th brother, why don't we retreat back to the Buzhou Mountain? Using the power of the innate 5 directions great formation, we might be able to withstand them. Upon hearing this, Shuang couldn't help but slowly frown. If that were the case, it would definitely come at a cost. Over 100 quasi-saints, once they joined forces to attack the innate 5 directions great formation. Even if he possessed the law of force and could use the opponent's power to turn the tables, the so-called quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. So many quasi-saints were already beyond what the innate 5 directions great formation could withstand. Wait, I almost forgot a move. Ha ha ha, I have a plan. Shuang suddenly laughed wildly, feigning madness. What? 13th brother, have you gone crazy? The many ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback. No, I've thought of a brilliant plan. One that can make these quasi-saints pay the price. Ha ha ha. If they want to deal with our 12 ancestral witches, then just wait to die. Although they didn't know what Shuang's plan was, seeing his confident demeanor made the many ancestral witches feel a sense of unexplainable awe. To say it, 13th brother. Di Jiang didn't ask further. After all, there was not much time. It was better to just follow Shuang's instructions. All right, big brother, quickly tear through the space. We are returning to Buzhou Mountain. Next, I will lay out the plan. Trap and kill the quasi-saints. A fierce glint flashed in Shuang's eyes, making those who saw it feel somewhat horrified. What is he planning to do? Trap and kill the quasi-saints? Those are over 100 quasi-saints. The many ancestral witches were momentarily stunned, but they still followed Shuang's instructions. Subsequently, the many ancestral witches tore through the space without hesitation, bringing Hongyuan and Jin Yuanzi back to Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, the surrounding primordial powers, upon witnessing this scene, did not rush to take action. They gone back? Relying on their witch tribe's innate 5 directions great formation. Do they think they can escape a disaster? The primordial purple chi, such a tremendous opportunity. Even if it meant risking their lives, we are determined to obtain it. Chase. A group of quasi-saint powers, without hesitation, tore through the space and pursued Buzhou Mountain. This is bad. This time, I have caused trouble for my fellow Taoists. Sighed Hongyuan. Upon arriving at this place, he saw the numerous quasi-saints tearing through space behind him. For a moment, he felt a sense of guilt. Hearing this, Shuang laughed and said, "What are you saying? Just watch." Shuang smiled, then stepped into the void, arriving in midair, looking at the many quasi-saints. Shuang quickly hand over the primordial purple chi. Shuang, you little brat, you dare to heavily injure me. Today, I will not let you witch tribe go. Shuang, you witch tribe cannot escape today. All present Taoist friends absolutely will not allow you to possess the primordial purple chi. In the void, Di Jun Kuanpeng and Tai looked at Shuang with ominous expressions, their demeanor indifferent, completely forgetting how they had previously been defeated by the witch tribe and how they had fled in embarrassment. Fellow Taoists, now that the primordial purple chi is in the hands of the witch tribe, we might as well join forces to break this dam formation first. After that, the primordial purple chi can be contested based on our abilities. How about that? At this moment, Dong Wang Gong also directly started to fan the flames. That's not wrong. It's better to obtain the primordial purple chi first. This formation is powerful, but in the face of absolute strength, it is of no use. Shuang, quickly hand over the primordial purple chi. In that case, we can let your witch tribe go. To be honest, most of the quasi-saint cultivators were still unwilling to become enemies with the witch tribe. After all, dealing with the witch tribe would come at a great cost. Therefore, many still hoped to persuade Shuang to give up the primordial purple chi. They seized it themselves. Upon hearing this, Shuang sneered. Is there any reason for what you eat to be spat out? I will only say this once today. If you leave now, you might escape a disaster. If you insist on being enemies with my witch clan, then what will happen, I cannot guarantee. As soon as these words were spoken, many quasi-saint powers furrowed their brows. What will happen? Does the witch clan still have some trump card that hasn't been used? Very well. Let them take action first. If they can break through the witch clan's great formation, it won't be too late for me to intervene. The situation is not right now. It's better to watch from the sidelines. A group of cautious individuals immediately left Mount Bujo, disappearing into the clouds, carefully observing what would happen next. With this departure, nearly 50 quasi-saints left. There were still over 80 quasi-saints remaining. A bunch of cowards. If they don't break through the witch clan now, when the primordial purple chi appears, how can they seize the opportunity? Whatever. More people make it easier to act. Who knows? It might be me who dies. Hee. As for the remaining people, they each had their own hidden agendas and different thoughts. Shuang looked at these individuals and couldn't help but sigh. Alas. It's hard to advise the damned. Very well. Shuang sneered, then directly urged his cultivation. He opened his mouth to declare to the heavens and earth, "Today, I, Shuang of the Witch Clan, will complete the order of the great calamity. Anyone undergoing tribulation shall not be assisted by others. If not exceptional, the calamity will strengthen its power according to the different cultivation levels. Let the heavens witness this." As soon as he spoke, Shuang's words transformed into boundless Tao texts, surging towards the sky. In an instant, the heavens echoed. Waves of heavenly merits descended upon Shuang. This act of completing the calamity order succeeded. What is this? What is this kid trying to do? What does this mean? This scoundrel. He has cut off the path of our younger disciples' tribulation. How infuriating. In an instant, curses erupted. Many ancestral witches were also filled with confusion. What on earth is the 13th brother trying to do? Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were also stunned. What is going on? But the next second, with the release of Shuang's aura, a late-stage Daluo Jinxian aura spread around. Boom! In the 9 heavens, calamity clouds surged, and boundless thunder rumbled. The calamity has arrived. Ha ha ha. I see now. 13th brother is going to use the heavens to kill. Previously, he successfully broke through in the Zixiao Palace, but did not reveal any aura of cultivation, which is why the calamity did not appear. Now that he has completed the calamity order, once he triggers the calamity, it will be these quasi-saints who will suffer. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, many ancestral witches also understood. Brothers and sisters, quickly retreat into the Great Formation. The next part is up to me. Shuang transmitted this to everyone, urging many ancestral witches to leave first. At the same time, the aura of the calamity instantly locked onto Shuang. Following this, according to the calamity order he just completed, everyone within the range of the calamity was locked on. What's going on? I haven't even broken through yet. Why is the calamity locking onto me? Such a terrifying aura. Why has the aura of the calamity suddenly become so dreadful? That's right. It's because of the calamity order this kid just completed. Damn it. This kid has set us up. In an instant, many quasi-saint powers suddenly understood something, feeling their scalps go numb. Damn it. You want to seek death alone. Don't drag us in. Moreover, we are here, and the power of the calamity has increased. Aren't you going to suffer too? The innate 5-directional Great Formation. At the same time, Shuang waved his hand, activating the innate 5-direction flags. At this moment, everyone present suddenly realized, oh no, this kid has the innate 5-direction flags. His defense is astonishing. We are going to gamble with our lives. Shuang, you really deserve to die. Above the heavens, the furious roars of mighty beings from all directions echoed. They did not want to accompany Shuang in seeking death. Immediately, some began to flee. However, the next second, rumble. A terrifying calamity thunder fell from the void, instantly making those who had just fled feel their scalps go numb. Their bodies became battered and torn. My good corpse. Damn it. I should have known not to covet this primordial purple chi. The cultivator cursed angrily for a few sentences. Although he was only struck by a terrifying calamity thunder, it caused severe damage to his good corpse. Barely holding onto half his life, he hurriedly fled. The remaining individuals also understood. Even if they fled, they had to leave half their lives behind. Damn it, I'm all in. The next second, another person braved the thunder calamity, frantically fleeing. Rumble. With a burst of terrifying thunder calamity, the good corpse of that individual was torn apart. Damn it, I've suffered a huge loss. That Gaia's treasure used to sever the good corpse was only a low-grade innate treasure. Therefore, it couldn't withstand the thunder calamity and was directly struck down along with the good corpse. His cultivation also instantly fell. No choice. I have to escape. After cursing a few more times, that individual fled as well. The remaining cultivators, at this moment, also braced themselves to face the overwhelming divine thunder. Boom, boom, rumble. Above the heavens, the terrifying thunder rumbled continuously. Those who originally wanted to seize the primordial purple chi paid an extremely heavy price. Some had their good corpses struck down and their cultivation fell. Some were heavily injured. Although their good corpses remained, they were also severely weakened. And those who used post-heaven treasures to sever their corpses, these individuals were left with only their primordial spirits. After all, the stronger the treasure used to sever the corpse, the stronger the power. Those using post-heaven treasures were naturally weaker. Under this super-enhanced thunder calamity, their fate was extremely miserable. Thankfully we were cautious. We left early. Otherwise, this calamity would have directly locked onto our aura. And even if we tried to escape, we would have to pay a price. In the void, those 50 or so quasi-saint powers all spoke with lingering fear. Forget it. Whoever wants the primordial purple chi can take it. The witch clan is too ruthless. They actually used themselves as bait, leveraging the power of the calamity to slaughter the quasi-saints. Poisonous. Too poisonous. I'm leaving. That terrifying thunder calamity continuously struck one quasi-saint after another, making those cautious observers feel their scalps go numb. In an instant, they also did not wish to stay any longer. Still greedy? If they continued to be greedy, they might lose their lives. As for Shuang, although the power of the calamity was raised to a terrifying level, possessing the innate 5-direction flags, had astonishing defensive capabilities. Several rounds of thunder calamity did not cause him significant harm. On the contrary, due to the cleansing of the thunder calamity, Shuang's physique became even stronger. Especially the Panga bloodline within him became much purer. Although he looked rather disheveled, his body tattered, and several times he seemed on the verge of death. The innate 5-direction flags were indeed incredibly powerful. He managed to block him. No, we have to leave quickly. Otherwise, we will pay a huge price. At this moment, Emperor Jun was struck by lightning, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was also struggling to hold on. This kid, if this grudge is not avenged, I swear I will not be a demon. Kumpum was already heavily injured. After being struck by the heavenly tribulation a few more times, he was in a terrible state. Several pieces of acquired spiritual treasures were destroyed. It broke his heart. The demon clan members were also retreating at this moment. As for Dong Wang Gong and the others, they had long escaped. With many quasi-saint powers leaving, the calamity clouds above the sky instantly dispersed by more than half. Finally, it was restored. I almost couldn't hold on. Shuang relaxed his expression and said, still feeling a lingering fear, "Damn it. If it weren't for the innate 5 directions banner in hand, I would have probably been finished long ago. Damn it. This kind of poisonous scheme is really too dangerous. I should use such tactics less in the future. Life is precious." With a sigh, Shuang continued to overcome the remaining heavenly tribulation. Because there were no quasi-saints present, the power of the heavenly tribulation returned to its normal intensity. For Shuang, this level of heavenly tribulation was simply easy. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation, the ancestral witches tidied up and collected the quasi-saint corpses struck dead by the heavenly tribulation, along with their scattered spiritual treasures. To be honest, this haul was indeed quite large. Hundreds of bottles of elixirs, hundreds of acquired spiritual treasures. Oh, there are actually 6 innate spiritual treasures? What a profit. Shuang cheerfully counted his gains, leaving Heng Yun and Xin Yuanzi beside him in shock. This guy seemed to be on the verge of death several times just now. Yet he can still smile? What kind of heart does he have? Fellow Taoist, you really are a tough one. Xin Yuanzi's mouth twitched a few times, unable to help but say, Shuang, thank you for the compliment. Xin Yuanzi was stunned. Am I even complimenting you? Xin Yuanzi was completely speechless. As for the other ancestral witches, They also wore playful smiles, seemingly unconditionally trusting any decisions made by Wu Shuang. It felt strange. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun thought it was a bit odd, but they couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Damn it, these ancestral witches are really reckless. Chapter 43. Plotting against the Tying Goddess. Did Emperor Jun get greened? Chapter 43. Wu Shuang. I just want to give all the women in the world a home. Fellow Taoist Xinyuanzi, do you think this Wu Shuang will sell you out in the future? Han Yun cautiously transmitted sound to Xinyuanzi. Seeing Wu Shuang set people up, even calculating himself in the mix, such a ruthless person is indeed a bit scary to be around. What are you afraid of? Although Wu Shuang is indeed a bit bold in his actions, looking at the results, he should have considered everything thoroughly. Xinyuanzi began to realize. It seems that Wu Shuang is risking his life, but in reality, he has the innate Five Directions banner. The defense of that thing is simply heaven-defying. Even other ordinary quasi-saints might not withstand a single strike of heavenly tribulation. But Wu Shuang? Not to mention just withstanding it, even if a few more strikes came, he might not be in trouble. Moreover, after being struck by lightning, this guy's vitality clearly became even more robust. Good heavens! Are the members of the witch clan this abnormal? Using heavenly tribulation to temper the body? Strong. Being able to befriend them is indeed a good choice for me. 13th brother, what do you want Xinyuanzi for? Looking at this old Taoist, he doesn't seem that powerful, right? At this moment, Emperor Jiang and the others finally began to inquire about Wu Shuang's intentions. Hearing this, Wu Shuang transmitted sound. Brothers and sisters, have you forgotten? Xinyuanzi is the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, and all Earth Immortals in the wild world originate from him. In other words, if Xinyuanzi is willing, it is not impossible for him to control the entire land and mountains of the wild world. The so-called Earth Immortal is one who becomes immortal by relying on mountains and rivers, gathering the power of a region to become mountain immortals, water gods, and similar existences. Certainly, one or two may seem weak, but if there are many, they can directly borrow the entire land and mountains of the wild. This point can be seen from Xinyuanzi alone, being able to sever the dragon veins of the east and west. I see. It seems that 13th brother is quite thoughtful. In the future, if our witch clan wants to control the wild world, we must first draw Xinyuanzi over, control the land, and then defeat the demon clan. Master the heavenly realm. In this way, the great cause can be achieved. Ha 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 ha. The ancestral witches were quite excited, their eyes sparkling with excitement. However, in Hong Yun's view, these guy smiles were quite eerie. Meanwhile, in the chaos, in the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun sat on high platform. Below him, 6 disciples quietly listened to Hong Jun expound on the true meaning of the Tao. After a moment, he imparted boundless laws to the 6, allowing them to possess the true principles of the laws that ordinary people cannot have. Now, Master imparts to you the true principles of the Tao, so that you can achieve sagehood in the future. Soon, Master will merge with the heavenly Tao and will no longer concern himself with worldly affairs. The wild world will still need to be managed by you. Just a few words revealed a tremendous piece of good news. Hong Jun was going to retire and hand over the wild world to them 6 to manage. As for this matter, Niwa was not too concerned. She had no intention of dominating the wild world. However, the 3 pure ones and the likes of Jin and Junie were quite excited. To become kings and ancestors, to dominate a region, to live freely and happily, was what they longed for. Moreover, now that Hong Jun had granted them the 6 paths of primordial purple energy, they were already on the verge of becoming saints. After pondering for a moment, Jin and Junie suddenly thought of something. They then spoke. Master, although you have asked us to manage the wild world, the witch clan is currently very powerful. Not long ago, my disciple's good corpse was destroyed by them, causing my disciple to have to start over. In this case, how can we disciples of the Xianmen manage the wild world? Jane and Junie were quite resentful. Furthermore, as soon as these words came out, they immediately received the approval of the 3 pure ones. Indeed, what the 2 junior brothers said is very true. Master, this witch clan is a disaster. If we do not resolve this, it will be difficult for our Xianmen to manage the wild world. The 3 pure ones were stoking the flames. wanting Hong Jun to take action to eliminate the witch clan. However, Hong Jun was completely indifferent to this. It doesn't matter, the world has calamities, and there is a cycle of ups and downs to maintain the balance of the world. The witch clan will naturally have a day of decline, just like the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans of the past. Although Hong Jun did not speak directly, there was no doubt. He just hinted a few words and directly revealed that the next calamity would be the witch clan. So it is. Now in the wild world, the most powerful forces are none other than the witch and demon clans. Could it be that the next calamity will be the calamity of the witch and demon clans? Taishan guessed slightly and directly arrived at the conclusion. Hong Jun smiled without speaking. Thus, everyone understood. Taishan was right. In an instant, the three pure ones, Jin and Zhuanti, were overjoyed. Good. If that's the case, then we don't have to worry too much. In the future, we only need to focus on our cultivation and strive to attain sainthood as soon as possible. The small Wu clan will eventually bring about its own destruction. Each person had their own thoughts in their hearts. Although they did not express them, there was no doubt that they all hoped for the early demise of the Wu clan. However, Niwa could not help but feel worried. If the calamity of the Wu and Yao is as such, then wouldn't Taoist Wu Shuang also be in danger soon? After Hong Jun finishes his preaching, the 6 disciples of the Xianmen also left the Zixiao Palace. The 3 pure ones returned to Kunlun Mountain, while Jane and Juni went back to the western Shimi Mountain. As for Niwa, she hurriedly went to the Wu clan. Upon arriving at the Penga Temple and seeing many ancestral witches, she said with some concern, "Fellow Taoists, I have an important matter to discuss with you. This is of great significance, and we must not leak the secrets of heaven." When Wu Shuang heard Niwa's message, he slowly raised his head and looked toward the outside world. It seems that Hong Jun has leaked some information. That's good. Let us go to the Penga Temple to discuss it. After the ancestral witches spoke, they raised their hands and wrapped Niwa with their own blood energy, preventing her from being restrained by the Pangu pressure within the Penga Temple. Inside the Pangu Temple, there's the protective aura of the great god Pangu, and no one, not even a saint, can sense anything happening within. Niwa naturally knew this. So, as soon as she entered, she informed the many ancestral witches about the calamity of the Wu and Yao. The calamity of the Wu and Yao? In the future, our Wu clan and the Yao clan will actually be the protagonists of the world. This is amazing. Ha. I never expected that our Wu clan is destined to be the overlord of the world. Ha. Upon hearing this, Niwa couldn't help but frown. Really? You all have the danger of extermination. Yet your first reaction is not to feel worried, but to be ecstatic? Is this really necessary? Cough, fellow Taoists. In my view, you should think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, when the calamity strikes, won't it be dangerous? Niwa continued to advise. In response, Wu Shuang slowly nodded. Thank you, Taoist Niwa, for informing us of this matter. See, this is the benefit of befriending Niwa. It's as if I have placed my piece beside Hong Jun. Whatever Hong Jun wants to do, I can learn about it through Niwa. Well, you're too polite, Taoist. Next, our master Hong Jun will be in seclusion to merge with the heavenly Tao, and during this period, there will likely be many troubles. Fellow Taoists, you must take this seriously. The many ancestral witches were not fools. They were indeed happy to become the overlords of heaven and earth, but to say they were not worried would be impossible. Yes, we should take this seriously. 13th brother, what do you think we should do? Wu Shuang didn't need to think much and directly replied with a smile. As for the calamity, it's only a matter of time. Now that we have perfected the heavenly calamity order, the speed of the calamity's outbreak in the future will naturally slow down significantly. We have plenty of time to prepare. During this period, we just need to keep a low profile, refrain from killing, and accumulate merit. After all, with merit to protect us, even in the calamity, we will have a chance to fight back. These were all things Wu Shuang had prepared in advance. The many ancestral witches understood this. 13th brother, did you already know that our Wu clan would eventually face such a day? So you prepared early and allowed us to accumulate so much merit? At this time, Emperor Jiang couldn't help but ask, how could it be? I'm not a saint. How could I know about future matters? But in my view, our Wu clan must dominate heaven and earth, and to walk this path of domination, It is inevitable to become a sacrifice in the calamity. The first calamity of Long Han has not passed for long. Learning from the lessons of our predecessors is essential. There is nothing new under the sun. Any changes are just repetitions of previous events. They only need to carefully analyze the reasons for the decline of the three clans, and they can slowly solve it. No wonder, Taoist Wu Shuang. No wonder your Wu clan has accumulated so much merit. It turns out that this was all your idea. Niwa realized at this moment that the merit of the Wu clan and their current achievements were largely due to Wu Shuang. You don't need to be surprised. Who told me I was the first to be born with a primordial spirit in the Wu clan? It's reasonable to have a bit of a clever mind, right? Niwa, that's not just a clever mind. You've grasped every major trend of heaven and earth and exchanged it for immeasurable merit. This is not something that can be accomplished just with a clever mind. The Wu clan has truly produced a mastermind. Fellow Taoist, your talent really impresses me. Niwa couldn't help but exclaim. All right, let's not talk about this. When soldiers come, we will block them. When water comes, we will cover it. We'll find a way. There is one more thing I want to ask you, Taoist. Cough. Wu Shuang cleared his throat and then asked, I wonder, Taoist Niwa, how is your relationship with the two lunar goddesses? Lunar goddesses? Why you ask this, fellow Taoist? Niwa was slightly taken aback, her tone changing a bit, seeming somewhat jealous. No, 13th brother, isn't this a bit too much? Asking about another woman in front of Taoist Niwa? Oh dear, I'm not saying you, 13th brother, but you are too fickle. Exactly. Little brother, you are going too far. Hearing Wu Shuang's words, the ancestral witches all secretly communicated and expressed strong condemnation. In response, Wu Shuang directly ignored them. Oh, I see. Now that Hong Jun has bestowed heavenly marriage upon the two goddesses, he hasn't consulted them at all. How tragic is that? They can't even choose their future partners. This is too undemocratic, too unfree. Wu Shuang's words were filled with a sense of freedom. Indeed, the two sisters are indeed pitiful. Oh, sisters? Hearing Niwa's tone, it seemed that she had a good relationship with the two lunar goddesses. So, is Taoist Niwa on good terms with the two goddesses? Yes, indeed. I have never liked wandering between heaven and earth. Although the Guanghan Palace is cold, the two sisters resonate with me quite well. Therefore, I call them my sisters. Goodness. It is well known that Niwa is a famous homebody in the wilderness, someone who can stay at home for tens of thousands of years without going out. Similarly, the two lunar goddesses are also like this. They are even more severe. They didn't even go to Hongjuan's preaching. They are truly of the same kind as Niwa. Thinking of this, Wu Shuang secretly smiled and then put on a compassionate expression. He then said, Actually, I just want to give all women in the world a warm home. If the two goddesses do not wish to marry Emperor Jun, then I, Wu Shuang, am willing to represent my Wu clan to accept the two goddesses. Even if Emperor Jun goes to war with my Wu clan over this, I will not hesitate. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches were instantly buzzing in their heads. You brat, you want to give someone a home? You are just lusting after their bodies. How shameless. Cough, cough, 13th brother, we cannot agree to this. It's not worth it to go to war with the Yao clan over two women. Exactly, 13th brother. You don't need to compete with Emperor Jun for a wife. You already have Taoist Niwa. Wu Shuang heard the ancestral witches' transmissions. Suddenly, my head was filled with black lines. Go away, go away. My relationship with Niwa is innocent. Besides, I'm not after anything from her. Brothers and sisters, have you forgotten the heavenly marriage granted by Hong Jun? This is a great virtue. If the demon clan really succeeds, they LL turn around and come for our witch clan. Do you believe that? As the saying goes, a word can awaken someone from a dream. The many ancestral witches who had just been teasing Wu Shuang suddenly understood. Why didn't I think of this earlier? No, I was just thinking the same. 13th brother, I support you. We must provide a warm home for the two lunar goddesses. Di Jiang touched his wise head and, like a master of changing faces, was the first to agree with Wu Shuang. The other ancestral witches gradually caught on. I knew it. 13th brother is still not fickle. Well, it seems we really need to intervene in this matter. Everyone secretly discussed it and looked at Niwa, saying, Niwa, your sister is our sister too. If our sister is bullied and treated unfairly, we cannot stand by. Don't worry, If Dijuan dares to force her, we'll just hang him up and beat him. Niwa looked at the many ancestral witches and couldn't help but furrow her brows. Something's not right. This is very wrong. What are you trying to do? Why are you stirring up trouble? Besides, the two lunar goddesses may not disagree. Let us wait and see. If the two sisters really don't agree, then I'll let them come to the witch clan to hide. But I can't intervene directly. After all, this is the decree of our master. Niwa reluctantly agreed to this matter, but always felt something was off. After chatting with the many ancestral witches for a bit, she went straight back. However, when Niwa returned to her creation dojo, she heard a series of voices filled with grievances coming from inside. Brother Fushi, come and judge for us. Why does the sage have to intervene in our marriage? Why must we marry someone else? We just want to stay in the Guanghan Palace and live our peaceful lives. Indeed, all homebodies in the world fear stepping out of their comfort zones the most. Upon hearing this, Niwa suddenly felt unwell. What? Did Shuang really hit the nail on the head? With a strange expression, Niwa descended from the clouds and returned to the dojo. Two sisters, are you well? As she approached, Niwa spoke to the two. But upon seeing them, she noticed the two goddesses were tearful, their eyes slightly red, looking quite aggrieved. Sister Niwa. The two came forward, leaning against Niwa's side, crying like rain, full of grievances. Sister Niwa, we don't want to get married. We just want to guard the lunar star and live a quiet life. Sister Niwa, now that you have become a disciple of the sage, can you help us plead with the sage to retract the decree? Listening to their words, Niwa's expression became even stranger. Are we really sending these two to the witch clan? What if Shuang is attracted to their beauty? Niwa's mood became complicated. This is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Although Shuang isn't overly handsome, he has a certain charm. Confident, refined. He always seems to have victory in hand, no matter what he does. Such a person is extremely attractive to the two naive lunar goddesses. After thinking it over, Niwa finally sighed, alas. Sisters, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the master has his reasons for doing this, and I can't dare to interfere with his decisions. Hearing Niwa's words, the two immediately cried even harder. Is there really no way? Why must our fate be controlled by others? Does a sage's word mean we have to pay with our lives? It's unfair, so unfair. This struck a chord with Fushi's compassion. Alas, sister, you should help them find a way. They are too pitiful. Indeed, for them, this is a calamity. Why is it a calamity? The demon clan is also the main character of the calamity. If they become part of the demon clan in the future, they be doomed to perish with the demons? At this moment, Niwa finally made up her mind. She nodded and said, if you truly don't want to marry Dijuan, you might as well go to the witch clan and seek the protection of the ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches, having the cause and effect of Pangu, fear nothing. Even if the master is a sage, he wouldn't dare interfere with their matters. This, after all, is a way out. Hearing that they wouldn't have to marry, the two lunar goddesses were overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. Great. Thank you, sister. We will go to the witch clan to seek the protection of the ancestral witches. It seems they're quite anxious. They didn't even ask what conditions the witch clan has. Well, then sister will let you go again. Fushi, why say again? Brother, don't worry about it. Oh, I understand. Fushi revealed a meaningful expression and smiled without saying a word. Meanwhile, Niwa's face turned slightly red like a ripe peach. Delicate and enticing. Yes, I'm back. Niwa faced Shuang with a look of speechlessness, her face filled with helplessness. Ah, Niwa, welcome, welcome. I assume these two are the lunar goddesses? In the Panga temple, many ancestral witches looked over and saw the two lunar goddesses, with their cold elegance and stunning beauty, moving like startled swans and standing like the bright moon. With icy skin and jade bones, misty hair and cloud-like tresses, they were indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Even Shuang couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. We have met, fellow Taoists. Xia, Changxi, Bo's here. The two goddesses slowly bowed, but there was a hint of fear in their expressions. They thought, where have we been brought? This place feels terrifyingly oppressive. Is this the Panga temple? Is this the 12 ancestral witches? How imposing. So scary. Dijiang grinned and said to the two goddesses, you two need not be formal. Just treat this place like your own home. Upon hearing this, the two goddesses inexplicably felt a bit more at ease. How strange. Saying this, it really doesn't seem so tense anymore. Moreover, the Panga temple was not very bright, somewhat dim, with the stars scattered around, creating a vast galaxy, which was rather reassuring. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The 2's incredible adaptability left Niwa speechless. What? Weren't you just a bit timid? How did you adapt so quickly? Niwa couldn't help but complain in her heart. The following events unfolded naturally. The two lunar goddesses directly settled in the territory of the Witch clan. Shuang specially built a Guanghan palace for them on that immortal island. The two goddesses once again enjoyed a life of solitude without disturbances. Unfortunately, when this news reached the demon court, a green glow appeared above Dijun's head. It was like a vast grassland in Hulunber. A galloping steed raced above his head, leaving Emperor Dijun completely dumbfounded. What? The Witch clan has kidnapped the two goddesses. Chapter 44. Dijun, oh no. My wife has run off with someone. Kidnapped? Many demon cultivators showed difficulty upon hearing this. Why are you all stammering? Dijun was also slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask. Initially, when he heard this news, he thought it was the Witch clan that had abducted them. Given their bandit-like style, it was hard not to suspect. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, actually, it wasn't a kidnapping. The two goddesses of the moon voluntarily went. What? Voluntarily went? Dijun was instantly stunned. What kind of joke is this? I am the Heavenly Emperor bestowed by the Saint Hongjun. Why would the two goddesses leave their rightful position as queens to go to the Witch clan? Impossible. This matter is absolutely impossible. The two goddesses must have been kidnapped by the Witch clan. They will stop at nothing to suppress my demon clan. The two goddesses were surely abducted. Although Dijun vaguely felt something was amiss, his pride told him he couldn't believe anything other than a kidnapping. Otherwise, as the Heavenly Emperor, he would feel too aggrieved. A dignified saint has bestowed upon him a heavenly marriage and granted him a saintly decree, yet his wife ran off with someone. Where'd he go to seek justice? Moreover, if she had run off somewhere else, it would be one thing, but it just had to be the Witch clan, the clan that has a deep-seated grudge against the demon clan. This is difficult. It's simply too difficult. This is outrageous. The Witch clan is being too much. Big brother, we must make the Witch clan pay the price. It won't be long before you and I can slay the evil corpse and become mid-stage quasi-saints. At that time, many demon saints will also have the chance to slay the evil corpse, and when that time comes, I won't believe that their so-called innate five-direction formation can withstand the brilliance of my demon clan. He was also furious at this moment. He immediately expressed his intent to directly attack Mount Wuzhou and demand an explanation from the Witch clan. Upon hearing this, many powerful demon beings beside him also slowly frowned. Attacking the Witch clan is fine, but those guys from the Witch clan are too cunning. They've lived for so many years. Yeah, I've never seen such a sunny group of people. First, they blocked the entrance to Zhixiao Palace, then directly snatched the mat. They even came up with some kind of auction. Highest bidder wins? Bah, that clearly is a trap for us. Even if we can't obtain the mat position, whoever's opportunity it is, Saint Hongjun still has to give it, right? Additionally, during the previous treasure distribution at the Treasure Cliff, they snatched away more than a dozen innate spiritual treasures. It's truly despicable. However, fortunately, there were many treasures at the Treasure Cliff. The demon saints also obtained some spiritual treasures, enough to deal with the next corpse slaying. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, Eastern Emperor, attacking the Witch clan is indeed a major task we demons must undertake. However, in my opinion as an old minister, we still need to recruit more manpower. At this moment, Kunpeng suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, Dijun's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. This guy Kunpeng, besides having decent cultivation strength, is also quite wise. Listening to his proposal can't go wrong. The demon masters can speak frankly. Kunpeng nodded slowly and continued. Currently, the saints have 6 disciples, among which the one with a connection to our demon clan must be the Tao friend Niwa. She will surely become a saint in the future and will have great fortune bestowed upon herself. If we worship Niwa as the empress of our demon clan, we can borrow her power. If she becomes a saint in the future, it will surely be of great help to us. Besides, there are also the three pure ones from Kunlun Mountain and the Immortal Court. They also have a great grudge against the Witch Clan. This time, if we can obtain the joint assistance of Niwa, the three pure ones, and the Immortal Court to attack the Witch Clan, we will definitely achieve a great victory. With Kuanpeng's explanation, everyone understood. Recruiting Niwa and the three pure ones and forming an alliance with the Immortal Court is indeed a good idea. All right, then it's settled. After saying this, Dijun took many innate spiritual treasures from the treasury of the Demon Court and sent people with his decree to various places. Whether it is the three pure ones, Niwa, or Eastern King, they're all on Dijun's list. Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. Taishang looked at the three middle-grade, innate spiritual treasures before him with indifference in his eyes. As for Yuan Shi, he wore a cold expression. What does Dijun count for? Just because he was granted the so-called title of Heavenly Emperor by the Master, he thinks he can recruit my three brothers? A mere group of wet birth. Horned creatures are not worthy to stand with me. Yuan Shi remained as arrogant as ever, completely unwilling to pay attention to that demon clan. However, Tongton, upon seeing this, said, "What second brother said is not without reason, but the Witch Clan is currently powerful. Although the Master said we don't need to care. It is indeed difficult to swallow this resentment. Big brother, I suggest we still participate in the expedition against the Witch Clan. If we can defeat the Witch Clan, we might also be able to reclaim our spiritual treasures." Taishang pondered for a moment and then said, This matter indeed has feasibility. Very well. Let the Demon Clan be the vanguard, and we will wait for the opportunity to act. If we can avenge the grievances of the past, that would be good. The three of them still held grudges. How could they allow the Witch Clan to thrive? Without further thought, the three reached a consensus. All right, now we must hurry and try to break through our cultivation. To deal with the Witch Clan, we must reach the mid-stage quasi-saint level to have certainty. After saying this, the three of them directly began to enter seclusion in the Tao field of creation. Niwa looked at the spiritual treasures sent by Dijun and the words of worshipping her. She immediately frowned. Empress Niwa? She emperor? Brother, we are indeed born with extraordinary talents, but we are not of the Demon Clan. Niwa was somewhat dissatisfied. Although Dijun said he would worship her and Fushi as the empress and emperor of the Demon Clan and would provide Niwa with a heavenly realm named Niwa Heaven in the 33 heavens as her Tao field. Niwa was still unwilling to become any empress. Firstly, she knew that in the future, the calamity between the witches and demons would surely bring destruction and bloodshed. Secondly, because she was on good terms with the Witch Clan, she didn't want to have too much contact with the Demon Clan. Since my sister doesn't like it, then just ignore it. It doesn't matter. Fushi, on the other hand, remained calm as always, showing no concern for this matter. Well, that's fine. Kaiyun, return this spiritual treasure to the Demon Clan. Niwa was too lazy to explain and directly had her disciple Kaiyun return the spiritual treasure. Not long after, around 1,000 years passed in the chaotic world. During this 1,000 years, Wu Shuang's refining skills improved again, and he is now able to refine top-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Furthermore, he has refined a large number of spiritual treasures and bestowed them upon the members of the Witch Clan. These spiritual treasures do not require spiritual energy to activate, only needing to draw upon blood vitality to unleash their power. In addition, the 12 Ancestral Witches have also gradually broken through in their cultivation. It won't be long before they reach the mid-stage of the Hanyuan realm. At this moment, within the Panga Temple, Wu Shuang had just set down the forging hammer in his hand and was slowly walking down from the forge. Suddenly, a great witch hurriedly entered the hall, reporting to the Ancestral Witches. There seems to be an external enemy attacking from beyond the heavens. I have instructed the tribes to gather back, and I asked the Ancestral Witches to make a decision. As Jiufeng finished speaking, the Ancestral Witches appeared one after another. An external enemy is attacking? Which audacious ones dare to offend our Witch Clan's territory? Dijong's expression was indifferent, his aura increasingly restrained, filled with a powerful sense of law. Over the years, his mastery of spatial laws had greatly advanced. After all, he had attained the primordial spirit. Comprehending the true essence of the laws came even more quickly. As for Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, they still could not condense their primordial spirits. Although this was quite strange, they did not pay too much attention to it. Reporting to the ancestral witches, the newcomers seemed to be cultivators from the celestial court and the demon court. They are coming with great momentum, and their numbers are unknown. Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches snorted coldly. They then tore through space and stepped out. Once they arrived outside of the heavens, they saw a vast expanse of heavenly soldiers from the demon race appearing in the sky, their numbers reaching hundreds of millions. The innate 5 directions formation. Without any hesitation, Shuang immediately activated the formation to actively defend against the external enemies. It seems that Jun and Tai must have made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, it should be related to the 2 goddesses. After Shuang finished speaking, the nearby ancestral witches teased. Isn't this because you stole someone else's wife? No wonder Jun is anxious. Ha ha ha. 13th brother, I see that the 2 goddesses are also stunning beauties. Why not pursue them? Exactly. Only the strong deserve absolute beauty. Since you are an ancestral witch of our witch clan, what's the harm in having a few more wives? The ancestral witches continued to tease Shuang as if they were completely unconcerned about the rolling black clouds above. All right, now that a great battle is imminent, brothers and sisters, please don't make fun of me anymore, Shuang said, indicating that he had gotten used to it. Women? That would only delay my cultivation speed. Bold witch clan, you dare to take away my wife, a crime deserving of death. Today, in the name of the heavenly emperor, I will bring down divine punishment upon you. In the heavens above, thunderclouds rolled, and boundless divine fire howled. Hundreds of millions of fierce demon soldiers descended, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The pressure was immense. However, the many ancestral witches below were completely unperturbed. Jiang even had the mind to joke, Jun, you came so late. The 2 goddesses and Shuang already have hundreds of children. Oh dear, you're late. Jiang was known for his rumors. As soon as he said this, Jun's face instantly turned as red as a burning iron pot, emitting wisps of blue smoke. With a whoosh, the divine fire howled throughout the sky, shattering half of the celestial dome, causing even the crystal walls of heaven and earth to break apart. You insolent wretch! How dare you insult this emperor like this? Jun felt an unnamed fire rising from his feet to the top of his head, instantly enraging him. The spirits of the 3 corpses surged, and the pride of Wuling's sword. What a joke! Hundreds of children? How can you be that prolific? Ah, that is my woman. In an instant, the expressions of Dong Wang Gong and the many powerful beings from the celestial court changed repeatedly. This isn't good, right? Stealing someone else's woman and saying such things in front of him? The witch clan is truly malicious. This is heart-wrenching. Heart-wrenching words. Some powerful beings from the celestial court chuckled secretly, while others sighed. But without exception, they looked at Jun with a hint of pity. How tragic. His head is practically glowing green. Oomph. Jiang, you big brute. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I, the goddess, have hundreds of children with Daoist friend Shuang? If you keep talking nonsense, we will tear down your Panga temple. Just as Jun was filled with indignation and suffering, suddenly, the 2 goddesses appeared at the scene, their faces flushed, scolding Jiang. Oh, the 2 goddesses. It was just a joke, don't take it seriously. Jiang chuckled, not minding. Oomph. You are completely tarnishing our purity. Exactly. Xia and Changshi said, quite seriously. How about this? We'll give 13th brother to you. Then it won't be considered tarnishing your purity. It's justified. Jiang was still laughing. But the 2 goddesses were already so embarrassed that their necks turned red. They looked at Shuang, then at Jiang and the others, truly unable to find any rebuttal. After all, they also thought Shuang was quite good. If it were true. Oomph. So you were deceiving this emperor. Very well. The 2 goddesses need not worry. Today I will rescue you both. Jun continued to pursue the 2 goddesses. But to his surprise, the 2 goddesses turned around angrily and said, Who needs your rescue? We came to the witch clan willingly. Why should we become your heavenly queens just because you have the decree of a sage? Who we choose as partners is our own decision. We don't need the heavenly emperor to worry. Not. You truly came on your own? Just to avoid marrying this emperor? You even came to the witch clan? Jun's face turned red. He increasingly felt like a clown. The Dong Wang Gong and others could hardly contain their laughter. Turns out, they didn't want to marry you at all. What flag of rescuing the goddess of the moon are you waving? Isn't this just a slap in the face? How embarrassing. So embarrassing. I am infuriated. I am absolutely furious. You witch clan, today I will not rest until I destroy you. After saying this, Jun's whole being suddenly split into three. He transformed into three figures. Two of them were his good and evil corpses. Mid-stage quasi-saint. Indeed, Jun has made a breakthrough. Shuang slowly furrowed his brow. Reaching the quasi-saint level, each breakthrough in realm represents a tremendous leap in strength. In the early stage of quasi-saint, it is rare to have the opportunity to defeat those in the mid-stage. If it were just Jun who had broken through, he wouldn't need to worry. But at this moment, as Dong Wang Gong and others slowly spoke, the thing he was most worried about finally happened. I didn't expect that Jun Dao's friend has also made a breakthrough over the years. Unfortunately, among our celestial court cultivators, there are also a few friends who have become mid-stage quasi-saints. After speaking, Dong Wang Gong also manifested his good and evil corpses. A terrifying pure yang aura erupted from him, like a sun illuminating the heavens. Behind him, 5 mid-stage quasi-saint cultivators also revealed their auras. All were mid-stage quasi-saint powers. All right, this emperor need not hide anymore. All you demon saints, reveal your cultivation. Let them see. Now they're worlds apart from my demon clan. As soon as the words fell, behind Jun, 5 mid-stage quasi-saint powers also appeared. A total of 12 mid-stage quasi-saint cultivators released terrifying pressure in the heavens. Instantly, the surrounding celestial dome was filled with massive cracks resembling turtle shells. As soon as the 12 mid-stage quasi-saint cultivators revealed themselves, they had already shattered the crystal walls of heaven and earth. Such a realm, such strength, was indeed terrifying. In the mid-stage of quasi-saint, it is indeed not comparable to the early stage of quasi-saint. They merely manifest their powers, yet already exude such a terrifying sense of oppression. Shuang looked around. Even though he had already sent out the innate 5 directions great array, the many shaman cultivators under the array still felt that extremely strong sense of pressure. Many of them hunched over, with the weaker ones collapsing directly under it. At this level, there is already the possibility of devastating destruction. No wonder the Dragon Han's first calamity, once it occurred, affected all beings in heaven and earth. This is just 12 quasi-saints in the mid-stage, yet there is such pressure. If they reach the later stage, the peak, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Shuang felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart. Walking the path of chaos, although it has a crushing strength compared to the quasi-saint path, it also means that this path is fraught with difficulties. Without comprehending the true essence of the laws, one cannot break through. Currently, many ancestral shamans are just one step away from entering the mid-stage of chaos. But at this moment, these guys have come knocking on the door. Isn't that too coincidental? They really know how to time their arrival. Shuang cursed inwardly and then spoke. Prepare to activate the 12 capital celestial array. Only in this way can we have the strength to fight back. The many ancestral shamans all looked serious and nodded. This is even more terrifying than having hundreds of quasi-saints in the early stage appearing simultaneously. After all, at the quasi-saint level, the gap between each realm is immense. A mid-stage quasi-saint can easily handle 100 early-stage quasi-saints. But now, 12 have appeared directly in front of them. This is troublesome. Fellow Taoists, this palace has come to lend you a hand. However, it was at this moment that on the clouds, beams of transformative mysterious light suddenly manifested. Following that, Niwa and Fushi stepped through the void and arrived. They floated down, like celestial beings descending to the world, shrouded in countless splendid rays of light. Sister Niwa, Brother Fushi. At this moment, the 2 lunar goddesses also excitedly rushed over, one on each side, hugging Niwa's arms, calling her Sister Niwa in a very clingy manner. Seeing this scene, Shuang felt quite envious. Alas, why must you make things difficult for Nuwa? Why not come at me instead? What? Nuwa, what is this? When Emperor Jun saw Nuwa appear, he was instantly stunned. Did I not worship Nuwa as the Nuwa Empress? How is she now helping the shaman tribe? Nuwa Empress? This palace never agreed to this matter. Previously, when the colorful clouds returned the spiritual treasure, do you still not understand this palace's meaning? This, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the fairy of colorful clouds had come to return the spiritual treasure he had given. But he thought that was just Nuwa being aloof, disdaining to accept any treasures. He didn't expect that he, the dignified heavenly emperor, would first be looked down upon by the two lunar goddesses, and now also be scorned by Nuwa. Nuwa, you really intend to help the shaman tribe? Emperor Jun's expression grew increasingly grim. Fire flared in his eyes, and murderous intent surged. The more he looked at the shaman tribe, the more displeased he felt. Otherwise, this palace has long been allied with the shaman tribe. How could I be your demon tribe's Nuwa Empress? Go dream your blue sky and white sun dream. Humph. Though this palace has a human body and a serpent's tail. Am I really that strange? Is it true that all strange beings in the world must belong to your demon tribe? After Nuwa said this, she looked at Shuang with concern and said, Shuang, fellow Taoist, you all need not worry, for I am also in the mid-stage of quasi-saint now. If Emperor Jun and the others want to deal with you, I naturally will not sit idly by. Hearing this, Fushi shook his head helplessly. Sister, are you here to help the shaman tribe? Aren't you? Before Fushi could finish his thought, Nuwa interrupted, Brother, what are you talking about? All right. I won't say anything. After the telepathic communication, Fushi looked at Nuwa and Shuang with a teasing smile. As for the many ancestral shamans, they were almost in the same mindset as Fushi at this moment. Oh, 13th brother, why aren't you thanking Nuwa? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Such a great opportunity to increase your favorability. And you're actually frozen? Really useless. Shuang, thank you, fellow Taoist Nuwa, for coming to help. Additionally, fellow Taoist Nuwa is not strange. Where in the world could there be a strange being as beautiful as fellow Taoist Nuwa? This was genuinely from Shuang's heart. But to Nuwa, it made her feel somewhat flustered. Ah, really, is it true? She felt her heart racing, her cheeks flushing, and beads of cold sweat forming on her neck. Naturally, Shuang nodded slowly. Seeing Shuang's serious expression, Nuwa couldn't help but feel a surge of romantic thoughts. The demon tribe members nearby felt a chill run down their spines. What? Is this still a disciple of a saint? How can he be so shy in front of you, Shuang, like a young girl? What kind of love potion did Shuang feed Nuwa? Emperor Jun and the others were even more puzzled. Chapter 45. The Great Array of the Heavenly Stars? A saint-level formation. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, making some ancestral shamans uncomfortable. They couldn't help but mock Shuang from the sidelines. However, Shuang had long since gotten used to this and naturally ignored it. As for the demon tribe, Emperor Jun quickly realized what was happening with Nuwa. Damn it, Nuwa has been with the shaman tribe from the beginning. Meanwhile, Dong Wanggong, observing the scene before him, couldn't help but frown and say, Fellow Taoist Emperor Jun, previously you mentioned you had brought Nuwa to your side. I only agreed to join this battle after hearing that a disciple of a saint would become your demon tribe's Nuwa Empress. If the situation is now like this, it may be difficult to deal with the shaman tribe. Dong Wanggong, after all, had been frightened before and was being cautious. But to Emperor Jun, this sounded like betrayal. What? Fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong, do you also want to betray my demon tribe? Seeing Emperor Jun's almost murderous gaze, Dong Wanggong realized he had misspoken. Coincidentally, Emperor Jun was currently being looked down upon by others, and he brought this up. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Fellow Taoist Emperor Jun, I am of one heart with you. I swear I will not rest until the shaman tribe is exterminated. Looking at Dong Wanggong's earnest demeanor, Emperor Jun finally felt a bit better. No matter, even without Nuwa's assistance, so what? Now we have already become mid-stage quasi-saint powers. Those 12 ancestral shamans are no longer our opponents. Although Emperor Jun still appeared confident, Dong Wanggong had already mentally prepared to run away. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a poor monk. Dealing with the shaman tribe cannot be rushed. Well then, fellow Taoist, you may take action now. I have heard that you recently created an unparalleled great formation with immense power, capable of harnessing the strength of the heavenly stars and the power of countless gods and demons for your own use. Today is just the right time to utilize it. Upon mentioning this, a proud look appeared in Emperor Jun's eyes. Naturally, after speaking, he raised his hand and waved. In an instant, 365 great Zhou Tian star flags were summoned, along with 14,800 small Zhou Tian star flags. The moment these two major banners manifested, the entire world changed dramatically. What was once a bright noon suddenly transformed into a starry night. In the heavens above, countless stars shone brightly. The immense power of gods and demons, the power of the stars, was drawn from the chaos by the banners. My demon clan brethren, set up the formation. Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. With a fierce shout from Emperor Jun, millions of demon soldiers, along with the 10 great demon saints and 365 demon generals, manifested in the sky. Each occupied a part of the banners, pouring their entire celestial power into the formation frantically. Immediately, a dazzling light appeared in the heavens, like a blazing sun. Emperor Jun and Tai manifested as a three-legged golden crow, releasing boundless golden flames of the sun, taking their positions at the sun's seat. As for the position of the moon, it could only be temporarily controlled by the 10 great demon saints due to the lack of suitable candidates. However, because of this, the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation was not complete. Its power was merely 1/10 of a fully realized Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. But even at just 1/10, the terrifying power that manifested still shook the heavens and earth. It drew the shock of mighty beings from all directions. The Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Shuang stared at the heavens, feeling alarm bells ringing in his heart. This formation was a true supreme formation. If it could be fully unleashed, it could contend with saints in a short time. One could say that such a formation was almost one of the pinnacle formations in the Hongwang world. Other formations of this level included the 12 capital heavenly God's Great Formation of the Witch Clan and the Tongtian's extermination of a mortal's sword formation. Brothers and sisters, be careful. The power of this formation is extraordinary. Shuang immediately summoned the primordial 5 directions flag, protecting the many ancestral witches within it. On another front, deep in the clouds, the 3 pure ones and others had already arrived. It seems these wet-born, horned creatures have some skill. No wonder the master would appoint him as the heavenly emperor. Yuan Shi's expression was proud. Although he still appeared indifferent on the surface, he was genuinely shocked inside. The two beside him, Tai Shang and Tong Tian, also couldn't help but secretly marvel at the terrifying nature of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. It possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, obliterating all fire, wind, and water, and reshaping the sun and moon of the Hongwang. Below the heavens, the countless beings were terrified by the formation's horrifying power, prostrating on the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. Even those below the Deluo Golden Immortal level felt an extremely terrifying suppression, almost unable to exert their full strength. The 12 capital Heavenly Xian Yuan Great Formation. At this moment, Shuang also urged the creation Green Lotus, activating the 12 capital Heavenly Xian Yuan Great Formation. In an instant, a vast expanse of heaven and earth was manifested, within which was unpredictable and filled with boundless power. As this formation was summoned, Shuang directly handed over the control of the formation to the many ancestral witches, transmitting a message. Brothers and sisters, you take charge of the formation and face the enemy head-on. I have a plan. If it succeeds, it may be able to overturn this Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Faced with Shuang's decision, the many ancestral witches unconditionally supported him. As for Nuwa, she also stood with the ancestral witches, joining forces to resist the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Just ants. Do they dare to shake this sky? Seeking death. Emperor Jun presided over the formation, using Tai Yi's Chaos Bell as the formation's eye, reversing yin and yang, inverting time and space, tearing apart billions of miles of void, stirring the immense powers of gods and demons, the power of the stars. In the heavens, a finger manifested. That finger was 1 billion miles in size. It gently pressed down toward the entire 12 capital heavenly Xian Yuan Great Formation, already exuding an immense pressure. All right, it's time to strike. Fellow Taoists, follow this emperor and break through this primordial 5 directions Great Formation. At the same time, Dong Wanggong also began to lead many celestial court cultivators to charge forward. This time, with the collaboration of mid-stage quasi-saints, the entire primordial 5 directions Great Formation barely withstood a few attacks before dozens of cracks appeared. After all, Shuang had left this place and was not overseeing the formation. Fellow compatriots, we cannot take a step back. We will fight them. The great witches joined forces, summoning their own vital energy and pouring it into the formation, constantly repairing the cracks. As for Jiang Chun and Han Ba, they led the zombie clan members out of the protection of the primordial 5 directions Great Formation, directly attacking the many celestial court cultivators. Many celestial court cultivators, however, were unconcerned. Just a bunch of ants. Do they dare to contend with us, celestial beings? What a joke. Unfortunately, as soon as that person finished speaking, the next second, they heard Jiang Chen's cold words filled with immense killing intent ringing in their ears. Oh? Is that so? Hongmeng fierce zombies. Kill them all. With Jiang Chen's command, a large number of Hongmeng fierce beasts transformed into zombie slaves surged into the sky. They carried boundless primordial killing intent, instantly dyeing the world crimson. Ancient Hongmeng fierce beasts. How is this possible? Where did the witch clan find these ancient Hongmeng fierce beasts? Before the celestial court cultivators could react, they were already engulfed by the ferocious Hongmeng fierce zombies like a tide. The battle, at this moment, plunged into a brutal scene akin to a meat grinder. On another front, the many ancestral witches joined forces to summon the opening heaven divine fist. They originally thought that this punch would definitely break through the Zhou, Tian, Xing, Do Great Formation before them. But what they did not expect was that when the opening heaven divine fist collided with the finger that gathered billions of divine and demonic powers and boundless star power, it actually produced a tremendous annihilation reaction. With a loud boom, the entire sky seemed to shatter, turning into a vacuum. The immense residual force flattened billions of miles of land. Countless mountains collapsed, and boundless earth was leveled. Just one collision shook the heavens and earth. It actually ended in a stalemate. The ancestral witches were all stunned, and their expressions grew increasingly grave. It seems that the concerns of the 13th brother were not unfounded. This Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation is indeed powerful, and now we can only contend with it, but have no means to break it. I hope the 13th brother can find a way to break the situation. The many ancestral witches placed their hopes on Shuang as they continued to resist the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Meanwhile, Shuang had already utilized the space laws, swiftly moving inside the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Inside the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation, it was like a vast universe. Stars were scattered everywhere, and boundless divine and demonic powers enveloped the area. Each star reflected the stars in the sky, making it seem like an endless universe. Since it was difficult to break from the outside, he would find a way to overturn it from the inside. Fortunately, he had considerable mastery in formations. Shuang raised his hand and summoned a pitch-black long spear. God-slaying spear, he declared. On that pitch-black spear, an incredibly terrifying killing intent suddenly manifested. This was one of the 2 supreme treasures obtained in the West. The innate treasure, the God-slaying spear. Shuang had long since refined this treasure and was able to activate it. However, he had always kept it as a trump card, never revealing it in front of others. But today, when he summoned this spear, the entire Zhou Tian Star Do formation suddenly trembled. What was happening? No way. How could that kid sneak into the formation? Di Jun and Tai Yi immediately detected Shuang's presence. They both wanted to activate the formation to annihilate Shuang. Ants and rodents, how dare you sneak into this Emperor's formation and seek death? After saying that, the star power within the formation was mobilized. transforming into countless large zircon stars, continuously attacking him. But what surprised Jun and Tai was that above Wu Shuang's head, a red long rainbow had manifested, followed closely by a giant spear that suddenly appeared within the formation. Want to deal with me? Talk to my god-slaying spear. Wu Shuang sneered and immediately summoned the god-slaying spear without hesitation. Instantly, this innate treasure, radiating terrifying killing intent, tore through the void for billions of miles. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous loud noises, one large zircon star after another was destroyed by the god-slaying spear. Its terrifying power was enough to crush everything. The god-slaying spear, an innate treasure. How could it end up in your hands? Jun's eyes revealed an expression of shock upon seeing the god-slaying spear. Clearly, he hadn't expected Wu Shuang to have such a card up his sleeve. Still daring to be distracted? Eat my punch. However, just at that moment when Jun was distracted, the many ancestral witches seized the opportunity to activate the 12 capital Heavenly Xian Yuan formation, evolving the power of the 13 laws into the heavenly opening divine fist. Boom! With one strike, a full tenth of the entire Zhou-Tian Stardo formation was instantly destroyed. In the sky, countless demon race heavenly soldiers turned into a sea of blood mist within the formation, and corpses scattered across the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Wu Shuang rushed forward without hesitation. He waved his hand and directly plundered hundreds of small Zhou-Tian formation flags. Jun, your Zhou-Tian Stardo formation is broken, and I'll help you fix it. After saying that, Wu Shuang directly activated the power of heavenly merit, combined with a strong formation power, infusing it into those hundreds of small Zhou-Tian formation flags. Immediately, he refined those formation flags in an instant. Wow! At the same time, as Wu Shuang refined the formation flags, Jun suddenly suffered a backlash, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. You actually plundered this emperor's formation flags. Jun's face was filled with disbelief. This kid, he actually possessed the laws of formation. The laws of formation are a kind of power that can only be comprehended after having a considerable understanding of formations. By using this power, one can break others' formations, even refining and utilizing others' formations. But the problem is, such things are only theoretical. After all, even refining formation flags requires a certain amount of time, right? How could you refine the formation flags in less than a moment? However, the next second, when Jun saw the merit power surrounding Wu Shuang, he suddenly understood something. Merit power? You used merit power to accelerate the refining speed? Wu Shuang chuckled and responded, exactly. Hiss. At this point, including Jun, the many powerful beings surrounding them couldn't help but gasp. What a waste of heavenly resources. That's heavenly merit. How could you use it to speed up the refining of formation flags? Spendthrift. This kid is simply the first spendthrift of the Hongwang era. Is heavenly merit something you can use like this? I can't even bear to look. What a sin. The sounds of curses continued to echo. In response, Wu Shuang was quite speechless. So what if I have a lot of merit? How I use it is my business. Enough of this nonsense. Let you all see my power. After Wu Shuang said this, he immediately activated those hundreds of formation flags, directly merging them into the entire Zhou-Tian Stardo formation. In an instant, Jun and Tai both felt that there seemed to be a traitor in their great formation. Not good. Jun suddenly felt a chill down his back. His heart tightened, but the next second, a power of stars that he was very familiar with erupted within the formation. Boom! With a loud bang, countless demon race cultivators fell within. They were originally maintaining the formation, but suddenly, their own formation attacked them. Damn it! This is like my right hand hitting my left cheek. Too ridiculous. Shameless brat. Return this emperor's formation flags. Jun couldn't hold back anymore and immediately burst into curses. However, Wu Shuang, who was wreaking havoc in the Zhou-Tian Stardo formation, laughed and said, just because you say it's yours, it's yours? I say these are my formation flags. To be honest, Wu Shuang was relying on the fact that the Zhou-Tian Stardo formation had not yet been perfected, giving him the opportunity to seize control of the formation. If the Zhou-Tian Stardo formation had been harmonized with yin and yang, with suitable controllers for the Taiyin and Taiyang positions. He would definitely not have been able to enter. He wouldn't have been able to use the formation flags to control the opponent's great formation. But still, who told you Dijun to be so arrogant? The formation hadn't even been perfected, and you dare to use it? This is just like lifting a stone to smash your own foot, right? You, shameless brat. That formation flag clearly has this Emperor's divine, thought Mark. How dare you say it's not this Emperor's formation flag? Dijun was furious at this moment, unable to stop himself from cursing repeatedly. But Wu Shuang, with the intention of driving him mad, calmly responded, "Oh, you mean that? I was just about to ask you, why did you leave your divine, thought mark on my formation flag?" Hiss. Listen. Is this even human language? All the powerful beings around, including Dijun and the others, gasped and fell into silence. It's over. Completely over. Can you act like a human being? You're infuriating this Emperor. Go die. Dijun was extremely furious and actually began to activate the Sun God Fire to attack his own formation. This time, it played directly into Wu Shuang's hands. Come on. After saying that, Wu Shuang controlled a corner of the formation and dragged a large number of demon race formation corners to withstand that Sun God Fire. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. No, don't. Countless screams suddenly echoed within the formation. With this strike, Dijun killed a lot of his own people. By doing this, Wu Shuang seized control of even more formation flags. Gradually, he directly grasped 1/5 of the entire Zhou Tian Star Do formation's power. Moreover, with the power of the laws of strength, Wu Shuang could mobilize all the power in the world. At this moment, he also unhesitatingly communicated with many ancestral witches, brothers and sisters. It's time. Work with me from the inside and out to break this damn great formation. After saying that, Wu Shuang activated 1/5 of the power of the Celestial Star Array and unleashed the Opening Heaven Divine Fist. Opening Heaven Divine Fist. Outside, numerous ancestral witches also joined forces to activate the Opening Heaven Divine Fist. Two enormous fists like the sky came crashing down from both inside and outside the Celestial Star Array. In the next second, a deafening roar echoed, and the entire Celestial Star Array instantly collapsed. Even Dijun and Tai were severely injured by the immense power. Wow! The two of them spat out blood, their faces pale as paper. Many of the demon clan also scattered out from the Great Formation. Almost everyone suffered significant backlash. After all, the formation was broken, and those who set it up also had to endure a strong backlash. Despicable, shameless, to use such lowly methods against this Emperor. I am unwilling. Dijun howled at the sky, feeling incredibly aggrieved. Damn it, he was actually severely injured by the power of his own formation. This is simply too embarrassing to admit. You were so arrogant just now, weren't you? Now, let's see who will win. The many ancestral witches. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, prepare to strike again without hesitation, directly aiming to annihilate Dijun and Tai. But in the next second, a heavy sense of killing intent suddenly filled the heavens and the earth. The next second, swish, boundless sword light manifested. The four swords of the immortal execution. A loud shout was heard, followed by countless killing sword energies pouring down from the sky like rain. Immediately after, the many ancestral witches were pierced through by that killing sword energy, leaving behind hundreds of holes that penetrated through their bodies. Moreover, that killing intent clung to their flesh like maggots, inflicting tremendous Dao injuries on them. Such Dao injuries could not be repaired in a short time. The ancestral witches all suffered considerable injuries. Dijun, my friend, are you already done for so soon? It seems we need the three of us from the Sanqing to take action. At this moment, Tontian slowly stepped out from the clouds. Countless sword lights coalesced behind him into four supreme immortal swords, which are the four swords of the immortal execution. A sneak attack. How cunning. Good. It seems you have been waiting for this opportunity. Dijun and others wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, secretly astonished. The power of the four swords of the immortal execution was indeed terrifying. Their bodies were already comparable to low-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Yet, they were still pierced through by the four swords of the immortal execution. Indeed, the first killing weapon of heaven and earth was not just a rumor. After all, the four swords of the immortal execution were the first killing weapons that were born at the beginning of the world. Because of this, later immortals often used swords as killing weapons. Among all weapons in the world, swords are the foremost. What if it's a sneak attack? The discussion of victory and defeat is merely written by the victor. After we win, we will naturally be above board. Yuan Shi spoke indifferently, with a tone that was even more grandiose. Hearing this, Shuang couldn't help but curse a few times in his heart for being shameless. Chapter 46. Turning the situation around, the perverted method of rapidly advancing to quasi-saints. However, one must admit that what Yuan Shi said was the truth. If they won today, how future generations would speak of it would all depend on them. All right, very good. But so what? Do you think you've won? Shuang, holding the god-slaying spear, looked indifferently at the crowd in front of him. Although the 12 ancestral witches were heavily injured now, they had not lost their fighting capability. After all, the killing power of the four swords of the immortal execution was indeed terrifying. Besides the Panga banner, which had the strongest attack power, the four swords of the immortal execution were already the most powerful existence. However, in the next second, when the supreme Taiji diagram appeared, Shuang's pupils couldn't help but constrict sharply. If we, as disciples of the saints, cannot defeat even a few tiny ants, then we would be unworthy of being called disciples of the saints. The Supreme smiled as he clapped his hands, a calm expression on his face. At the same time, he also unleashed his full pressure. Beside him, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian did the same. Instantly, the terrifying and inexplicable pressure made Shuang feel somewhat breathless. Another mid-stage quasi-saint? Good. Just after severely injuring Dijuan and Tai, now 3 mid-stage quasi-saints have appeared. 13 mid-stage quasi-saints. Looking around, the many mid-stage quasi-saints exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The originally slightly favorable situation for the Witch Clan was suddenly reversed. Not to mention, that Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian all possess supreme treasures. It's a pity that my true self has not yet refined the Panga banner. Otherwise, today, just relying on myself alone, I could have destroyed your Witch Clan. Yuan Shi spoke indifferently. As he raised his hand, he summoned the celestial celebration clouds. Countless golden lamps, jewels, and radiant light surged, further protecting him under that innate supreme treasure. Fortunately, the Panga banner has not been refined by him. Otherwise, it would truly be a huge problem. Shuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Panga banner were really summoned, even with the god-slaying spear in his possession, he might not be able to compete with it. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue out? With such boasting, why don't you come alone? Shuang transformed into a long rainbow and returned to the side of the many ancestral witches. His eyes filled with a hint of provocation as he looked at Yuan Shi. You, kid, you have already chosen the path to death. Being confronted by Shuang like this, Yuan Shi naturally became furious. Indeed, without the Panga banner, he didn't dare to go alone. All right, second brother. Why waste words with them? Let's take action, the Supreme said indifferently. Immediately, he summoned the Taiji diagram. In an instant, a golden bridge manifested from within, calming all the earthly fires and winds. The Taiji diagram, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures, also had immense power. Just by being summoned, it shook the 9 heavens and overshadowed the 8 wildernesses, the earth's fetal membrane. However, it was at this moment that a loud shout rang out. Suddenly, a massive earth fetal membrane enveloped the many witches. With a loud bang, the golden bridge of the Taiji diagram instantly transformed into a sky full of brilliance, unable to penetrate that massive earth fetal membrane. At the same time, Zhen Yuanzi, stepping on clouds with his head suspended in the earth book, arrived. Upon closer inspection, his cultivation had also reached the mid-stage quasi-saint. My fellow Taoists, seeing you in crisis, I have come to assist you. Zhen Yuanzi? He is actually willing to help the Witch Clan? Wu Shuang and the others were slightly taken aback. When Yuhua came, Wu Shuang was not surprised. But what was Zhen Yuanzi after? Was it just to repay the favor of saving Hanyan last time? That shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. This guy, Zhen Yuanzi, must have something he wants from the Witch Clan. Thank you, Daoist friend, for your assistance. However, to be fair, this guy came at just the right time. Just in time, the Earth Book blocked the Taiji diagram. Although the Earth Book is merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Taiji diagram is a supreme innate treasure. The two are not on the same level. However, the Earth Book is a companion treasure of Zhen Yuanzi, who has long since completely refined it and can unleash its full power. As for Taishang, how long has he had this treasure? At most, he has only refined a portion of it and can barely activate some of its power. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi was able to block the might of the Taiji diagram in an instant. Zhen Yuanzi, do you really want to become enemies with us for the sake of the Witch Clan? Taishang's expression darkened as he saw his Taiji diagram being blocked. He was quite surprised that Zhen Yuanzi would come forward to help the Witch Clan. You can help the Demon Clan, but can I help the Witch Clan? Besides, if it weren't for the fellow ancestral witches last time, my friend Hanyan would have died at the hands of the Demon Clan. This poor Taoist, am quite vengeful. Wherever there are demons, there I am. Zhen Yuanzi made his stance clear right away, saying that he disliked the Demon Clan. What do you do about it? Taishang was momentarily stunned, then frowned and said, "We are not here for the Demon Clan, but for the Witch Clan. That's not acceptable either. You must know that the fellow members of the Witch Clan have helped me immensely. In my heart, they are already my dear friends and brothers. If you want to deal with them, you must first ask if I agree." Wu Shuang listened to Zhen Yuanzi's words and felt something was off. He feared that the next line would be about needing more money. However, in Zhen Yuanzi's heart, is my Witch Clan truly that important? All right. Zhen Yuanzi, you thick-browed, big-eyed person, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. When it comes to boasting, you don't even blush or skip a heartbeat. If you're so stubborn, then don't blame us for being merciless. Yuan Shi coldly snorted, then began to activate his techniques, chanting incantations. Heavenly Thunder, be my seal. Jade Void Divine Thunder, cleanse the universe. Countless spells were cast, and the world changed color. Above the 9 heavens, divine thunders roared. The vast aura of the Jade Void manifested, containing an inexplicable might. What is this? Wu Shuang glanced at it, and felt a power that seemed to originate from the laws of strength appearing on Yuan Shi. The laws of strength, although it is only a part, this is indeed the power of the laws of strength. Could it be that the 3 pure energies of Tai Ching, Shangqing, and Yuqing are closely related to the laws of strength? It makes sense. After all, they are transformed from the primordial spirit of the Father God. And the innate 3 pure energies they inherited are naturally a part of the laws of strength. Wu Shuang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Without hesitation, he activated the innate 5 directions flag, the innate 5 directions great formation. As he spoke, a membrane of heaven and earth enveloped everyone. In the next moment, rumble. The Jade Void, divine thunders fell from the sky, tearing apart the void for billions of miles. The entire innate 5 directions great formation almost couldn't withstand an incredible force. Fortunately, under the bloodline sacrifices of many members of the Witch Clan, this strike was successfully blocked by Wu Shuang. Anyone capable, come together. Let's see if my Witch Clan is afraid. Wu Shuang blocked the Jade Void divine thunder and then further provoked the crowd before him. "You, arrogant!" The 3 pure ones all shouted in anger. At the same time, the 10 mid-stage quasi-saints of the Demon Clan and the Celestial Court also joined the 3 pure ones. Dong Wang Gong spoke to the 3, friends of the 3 pure ones. Since the Witch Clan insists on seeking death, let us fulfill them. We join forces. And even if the Witch Clan members are completely annihilated. At this moment, Dong Wang Gong unhesitatingly chose to act alongside the 3 pure ones. Upon hearing this, Taishang frowned slowly, feeling something was off, but this was quite in line with the Witch Clan's usual arrogance. The ancestral witches were indeed fearless. If someone else said this, he might suspect a trick, but when the Witch Clan said it, it seemed reasonable. Well, so be it. Fellow Taoists, Let's act together and slay the ancestral witches. After saying this, the mid-stage quasi-saints all reached a consensus. Ha ha ha. It is said that those who do unjust deeds will perish themselves. Did you ever think the day would come? Di Jun and Tai Yi, although they had lost their fighting capability, couldn't help but mock excitedly as they watched the numerous ancestral witches about to be defeated. Hearing this, Wu Shuang couldn't help but curse, "Defeated underlings, don't speak." Wu Shuang found it hard to understand their champagne-popping mentality. Did they think they had already won? Not necessarily. Soon, you won't be able to laugh. Attack. Kill. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying aura of slaughter filled the heavens. In an instant, Niuhua, Jin Yuanzi, and the many ancestral witches were on high alert. Big brother, as soon as they activate their divine abilities, you immediately open multiple spatial rifts leading to their side. At this moment, Wu Shuang suddenly transmitted a message to Di Jiang. Although Di Jiang was puzzled, he slowly nodded without saying more. Following this, the many cultivators in the heavens began to unleash their divine abilities. One Qi transforming 3 pure ones. Jade Void Divine Thunder. Slaying Immortals 4 swords. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Pure Yang True Qi. Supreme divine abilities manifested in the heavens. Their might vast and ready to unleash. However, upon seeing this scene, Wu Shuang revealed a barely noticeable smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Zhou Star Array Flags. Explode for me. As Wu Shuang waved his hand, spatial rifts appeared around him. In an instant, hundreds of Zhou Star Array Flags rushed into those spatial rifts, appearing next to the many quasi-saint powers. This is, before they could react. The next moment, a series of violent explosions reverberated throughout the heavens. The Zhou Star Array Flags, infused with the power of gods and demons and the power of stars, erupted with a terrifying force. It must be known that when cultivators activate their divine abilities, there is a moment of vulnerability. After all, they need to chant incantations and activate spells. And just this moment of vulnerability was enough for them to be unable to defend against Wu Shuang's means. At the same time, Di Jiang opening spatial rifts was also something Wu Shuang had informed him of in advance. After all, with the spatial laws, Di Jiang could instantly open multiple spatial rifts and tear apart space without needing preparation time. In an instant, the heavens were filled with screams. That terrifying explosion instantly engulfed 13 mid-stage quasi-saints. When the dust settled, it was seen that the 13 mid-stage quasi-saints had been blown to smithereens. Even Yuan Shi and Taishang, with their supreme treasures protecting them, were still left bloodied by the powerful force. Even if they didn't lose their good or evil bodies, they were still severely injured. As for the other mid-stage quasi-saints, it was dire for them. They had little in terms of defensive treasures. Most of them lost at least one good corpse. Among them, the 4 weakest were directly blown apart along with their good and evil corpses. That was equivalent to consuming 2 lives in a row. At the same time, due to such severe injuries, their cultivation instantly plummeted, and they lost most of their combat power. You, despicable, shameless, brat, destroying my good corpse, damaging my Tao. I will not rest until I take your life. This makes me furious. The many severely injured quasi-saint powerhouses once again experienced Wu Shuang's methods. So dirty. No, how could these ancestral witches have such dirty tactics? By provoking them to join forces against them, they instead exposed their flaws in casting their divine abilities. Good heavens, these ancestral witches are too sinister. Beside them, the many onlookers watching this battle couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle, looking at the many powerhouses injured by Wu Shuang. They were saying to let others gang up on him, and yet you turned around and pulled out such a huge bomb to blow them up? All right. You lured them here to kill them, right? All right, stop you shouting. Now, the situation has reversed. Wu Shuang grinned. His smile grew increasingly radiant. Now it's our turn. After saying this, Wu Shuang immediately summoned the primal blue lotus and the 12 capital heavenly mystery formation. As he spoke, a magnificent great formation manifested at that moment. The many ancestral witches vanished one by one, leaving only a vast and unpredictable world that enveloped all the quasi-saint powerhouses within it. Fellow Taoists, be careful. This formation contains boundless creation. Do not underestimate it. Shuang immediately sensed something was wrong with this great formation and hurriedly spoke up. Hearing this, Yuan Shi, still somewhat unconvinced, angrily retorted, "What is there to fear? How dare he plot against this venerable one? Today, I will make him pay with his life." The immortal slaying and divine punishing treasure knife. Yuan Shi brought forth a treasure knife. It radiated cold light, revealing boundless innate energy. Once summoned, it displayed a terrifying murderous aura. This knife is a top-tier innate spirit treasure, possessing supreme, killing power. If a saint were to wield it, even a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian would have to fear it 3 points. Those below 10,000 years of cultivation would be terrified and fleeing upon encountering this knife. It truly is a supreme divine weapon in the world of Hongwang. At this moment, Yuan Shi summoned this treasure and instantly infused it with vast, immortal essence. The treasure knife transformed into a colossal blade that slashed towards the surrounding world. However, in the next moment, the surrounding world suddenly changed. Boundless mountains and rivers transformed into nothingness in an instant. Yuan Shi's slash actually struck empty air. Immediately following, Wu Shuang's voice came from within. "Good treasure. This seat will gladly accept it." What? Hearing Wu Shuang's words, a trace of astonishment flashed in Yuan Shi's eyes. Before he could react, a powerful force of space instantaneously emerged. The space was severed. A sealed space was created, directly sealing that immortal slaying and divine punishing treasure knife within a separated space. Instantly, Yuan Shi lost all connection with the knife. With a splutter, Yuan Shi spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, feeling that his primordial spirit imprint had been forcefully erased by Wu Shuang. How is this possible? Yuan Shi was immediately taken aback. He was a mid-stage quasi-saint powerhouse. How could his spirit treasure be erased by a mere late-stage Daoyuo Jingxian? Ridiculous. This is too absurd. Little did he know Wu Shuang, with the support of the 12 capital heavenly mystery formation, had the combined power of many ancestral witches. With the strength of 12 ancestral witches and the laws of power, it was natural for him to easily erase his primordial spirit imprint. You seem quite surprised? What? Now you can't be arrogant anymore? Wu Shuang was always one to kill both body and spirit. Even before making a move, he had already begun personal attacks. You only know how to use insidious tactics. If you have the guts, fight me face to face. Yuan Shi was furious and was about to charge out, but was forcibly held back by Shuang. No, be careful. That kid might have another trap for you. Yuan Shi was immediately stunned. No matter how furious he was still scared of being tricked. All right, this is what you said. Then we will face you in battle. As Wu Shuang's words fell, a magnificent giant phantom suddenly emerged between heaven and earth. The phantom wielded the god-slaying spear. Standing on the ground, head held high to the heavens, grand and magnificent, towering billions of miles. It looked terrifying beyond measure. The god-slaying spear, accompanied by the many ancestral witches, they all shouted in unison. At the same time, they all urged the god-slaying spear. In an instant, a terrifying aura of slaughter engulfed all the quasi-saint powerhouses present. An innate supreme treasure. Another innate supreme treasure. Amidst the waves of shock, the many quasi-saints, including the 3 pure ones, were all heavily injured by the god-slaying spear. Boom, boom, boom. Several muffled sounds rang out. One quasi-saint after another was sent flying by that strike. Everyone was vomiting blood, staining the void red, especially the 3 pure ones. Although they withstood most of the power due to the defenses of the celestial cloud of all heavens and the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, the 2 of them paid a heavy price. All their immortal essence was exhausted. Even the spiritual energy of their spirit treasures dissipated significantly. Good. You ancestral witches indeed have considerable means. Today's battle, we admit defeat. Second brother, third brother, retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuang swallowed a few immortal pills and directly tore through space to escape. They had suffered greatly, losing even one of their spirit treasures. Remaining would only make them lambs to the slaughter. As for Dong Wang Gong and others, they were not faring much better. Most of them lost either a good corpse or an evil corpse. Their cultivation plummeted. Fellow Taoists, the situation is dire. Let us go. Dong Wang Gong gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the many ancestral witches. With that, he cursed. This emperor, will remember today's events. After leaving a harsh word, the people from the celestial court hurriedly fled. As for the demon clan, seeing so many quasi-saint cultivators defeated, they naturally did not dare to linger. Di Jun and Tai Yi hurriedly led the remaining demon clan to escape back to the 33 heavens. After this battle concluded, the many ancestral witches did not fare well either. All the ancestral witches were heavily injured. They had forcibly activated the 12 capital heavenly mystery formation, almost exhausting their lifeblood. As for the witch clan and the corpse clan, they also suffered considerable casualties in the battle. Fortunately, the corpse clan, due to the ferocity of the Hongmeng fierce corpse, was not significantly harmed. In summary, this battle was a narrow victory. Wu Shuang slowly shook his head, inevitably cursing Hong Jun in his heart. Damn it, Hong Jun. What kind of quasi-saint method is this? It's simply too perverse. With a spiritual treasure, one can break through their cultivation so quickly. You have to know that reaching the level of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal means that every breakthrough takes tens of thousands or even millions of years. But quasi-saints? They don't need that. They only need a powerful spiritual treasure and to accumulate enough cultivation, and they have the chance to break through. The speed is astonishingly more than 10 times faster than Hun Yuan cultivators. This time, I've suffered a huge loss. Wu Shuang sighed slowly. The pressure is on. I need to think of a way to enhance the strength of my witch clan. Otherwise, when they sever my original corpse and break through to the late quasi-saint stage, that would really be troublesome. Wu Shuang thought to himself. Wu Shuang, are you okay? Your complexion doesn't look good. I have a 5-turn elixir here. Take it first. At this moment, Niuhua came to Wu Shuang's side, showing concern and offering the elixir. Wu Shuang held the jade bottle in his hand, feeling warm inside. Niuhua is really kind. If she hadn't helped during the confrontation with the heavenly court just now, the casualties among the many clansmen of the witch clan would have been even greater. But that old guy Xinyuanzi, aside from showing up at the beginning to fight a few times, started slacking off afterward. They were fighting hard in front, and this guy was just watching the show in the back. No, I need to find out what this old Taoist is really here for. With our relationship, he wouldn't risk his life to help the witch clan. Wu Shuang's heart was filled with doubt. He squinted his eyes and slowly looked towards Xinyuanzi. What exactly is this guy up to? Chapter 47. Xinyuanzi's suspicion. Hongjuan's alignment with the heavenly Tao with this thought in mind. After bidding farewell to Niuhua, Wu Shuang took Xinyuanzi to the Panga Temple. All right, this place is isolated from the Honghuang world. Taoist, feel free to speak your mind. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi first laughed heartily and then said, Are you joking, Taoist? What could I possibly have to say? Seeing his pretentious expression, Wu Shuang immediately showed a face full of black lines. Oh, if you don't speak now, there may not be another chance. Seeing that Wu Shuang seemed to have seen through his intentions, Xinyuanzi then cleared his throat and said, Since that's the case, I will speak frankly. I don't know if Taoist has noticed, but that old Taoist Hong Jun has dug a big pit for us. Good. Indeed, it's rare to find someone so clear-headed in Honghuang. Xinyuanzi has indeed noticed something. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wu Shuang imitated him, keeping it mysterious. Taoist Hong Yun received a wisp of Hongmeng purple energy, which led various cultivators to fight over it, almost costing him his life. Moreover, now that Hong Jun has conferred titles as the Celestial Sovereign and the Emperor of Heaven, the current Honghuang world is clearly reminiscent of the early calamity of Longhan. The only difference is that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans of the past have been replaced by your witch clan, demon clan, and heavenly court. Furthermore, is there really no problem with the path of severing 3 corpses? How can it be so much faster than the Hun Yuan path? Such a shortcut. Could it possibly have no drawbacks? As Xinyuanzi listed various doubts, the nearby Emperor Jiang and other ancestral witches also nodded in agreement. What you said is very true. We also feel that these matters are quite suspicious. It's all because the 13th brother has foresight, allowing us not to cultivate that quasi-saint path. Additionally, it prevented our witch clan from engaging in slaughter and actively vying for dominance in the world, avoiding this calamity. Zenyuanzi said, though you are a smart person, you are still not as good as us ancestral witches. Ha ha ha. Emperor Jiang stroked his wise-looking head, looking very pleased with himself. Hearing this, Zenyuanzi looked at them with much suspicion. Did all of this come from Wu Shuang's thoughts? Wu Shuang, you are not simple at all. You actually figured this out long ago. It seems I did not find the wrong person. Seeing Wu Shuang's foresight, Zenyuanzi felt much more at ease. He then laid out his thoughts. Since that's the case, I will not hide it anymore. Fellow Taoists, I want to form an alliance with you. It's better to have more people to work with. I, Zenyuanzi, am willing to advance and retreat together with you all. An alliance? It seems Zenyuanzi has seen through that old Hongjuan's ill intentions. He almost got his good friend Hongyan killed. He is also being cautious and starting to think of ways to unite various forces, preparing early. 13th brother, what do you think? Many ancestral witches pondered for a moment and directly transmitted their thoughts to Wu Shuang. An alliance? This aligns perfectly with my expectations. There's a saying that a lone tree cannot support a forest. If our witch clan wants to face the upcoming great calamity of heaven and earth, relying solely on our own strength is still quite difficult. Now that Niwa is already our ally, adding Zenyuanzi is also not bad. Originally, Zenyuanzi was part of Wu Shuang's plan to establish order in the underworld and improve it, including making Hutu a saint of the underworld to govern the realm. This is all part of Wu Shuang's plans for the future. If Zenyuanzi could join, it would naturally be even more perfect. Therefore, seeing Wu Shuang agree to this matter, the many ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Since Zenyuanzi is sincerely forming an alliance, we, the ancestral witches, naturally have no objections. This matter is settled. Hearing that the many ancestral witches agreed, Zenyuanzi smiled and said, well, since that's the case, I will be relying on you all in the future. Wu Shuang then said, don't be in a hurry to laugh. Since you see that old Hongjun unfavorably and want to seek a way out for yourself, you naturally need to have corresponding strength. As for the quasi-saint path, since you have already seen the problem, I will speak plainly. Since Hongjun has only released 7 strands of Hongmeng purple energy, it means he only allows the existence of 7 saints like him in the world. And these 7 saints will owe him a huge causal debt for becoming saints. After all, the Hongmeng purple energy is granted by him. But the strand we have is different. It is something we exchange from you, so naturally, it has nothing to do with Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Zenyuanzi suddenly froze. He hurriedly interrupted, wait, only 7 saints? Taoist, do you mean to say that the path of severing the 3 corpses cannot lead to sainthood? Wu Shuang smiled without speaking. Zenyuanzi immediately understood his meaning. Oh no, how did I not think of this point? That Hongjun himself is a top-tier existence among the powerful in Hongwan. How could he allow those unrelated to him to become beings exactly like him? This path must have issues. Taoist Wu Shuang, if it weren't for you today, I would have almost taken the wrong path. Zenyuanzi realized suddenly. You understand, that's good. The path of severing the 3 corpses is indeed a shortcut. All beings only need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen their cultivation, and with spiritual treasures, they can elevate their realms. Where would there be such a good thing? We cultivate Hunyuan and have to comprehend the laws, raising both realm and cultivation together. It is dozens of times more difficult than severing the 3 corpses. Are we fools? If there is such an easy shortcut, when we go for it, it's just that this shortcut must have unforeseen hidden dangers. Although Wu Shuang has not made it clear so far, Zenyuanzi has already understood the issues within. Good. It seems that I, the poor monk, have thought too little. With a sigh, Zenyuanzi couldn't help but curse Hongjun a few times his heart. Soon after, Zenyuanzi also took his leave from the many ancestral witches. Before leaving, he clearly stated that he would sever his cultivation and restart his journey towards the primordial unity. No longer would he walk the path of severing the 3 corpses. At the same time, Wu Shuang subtly reminded him that possessing the Earth Book should be a good starting point. This would promote him to become the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Once he became the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, commanding the Earth Immortals of the Hongwang, Zhen Yuanzi alone could become a force comparable to the likes of Di Jun and Dong Wang Gong. Zhen Yuanzi was a smart man. Without Wu Shuang needing to say much, he naturally understood. After Zhen Yuanzi left, the many ancestral witches also expressed their intention to enter seclusion, striving to break through to the mid-stage of primordial unity. However, in Wu Shuang's view, it would be difficult for the many ancestral witches to break through to the mid-stage of primordial unity in a short period. No, closing off and cultivating is not the best choice for us right now. Wu Shuang immediately refuted the proposal of the many ancestral witches. If we don't cultivate in seclusion, what other way do we have to enhance the strength of our witch clan? 13th brother, do you have any thoughts? The many ancestral witches inquired. Hearing this, Wu Shuang slowly nodded. I have an idea. Since our Father God has bestowed upon us his essence blood, can we, the ancestral witches, create a supreme great formation from the bloodline of our Father God to summon his true body back to the world? In this way, with the true body of our Father God, we will have a trump card. After all, you have all seen the Zhou Tian Star Do formation of the Demon Clan. Last time it was because his formation was not perfect that I could break through from within. But what about next time? If he perfects this formation, we will truly be in danger. Wu Shuang's words reminded them. Indeed, although I don't want to admit it, that Zhou Tian Star Do formation is indeed incredibly powerful. Moreover, they are taking the shortcut to quasi-sainthood, which allows them to break through faster than us. We must have a trump card in hand. With this thought, the many ancestral witches agreed with Wu Shuang's proposal. Then, what should we do next will be entirely up to 13th brother. Wu Shuang nodded. If I remember correctly, even if I don't say anything, the many ancestral witches can create this 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation from their own bloodlines. Now, I just need to find this formation from my own bloodline in advance. Brothers and sisters, please lend me your bodies, and I will combine your origins to comprehend together. With our blood, we shall recreate the true body of the Father God. After saying this, the many ancestral witches sat upright, calming their minds and releasing their origins, leaving it all under Wu Shuang's control. Then 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, one day, within the vast Panga Divine Palace, an incredibly terrifying aura of vitality surged forth. Following that, the infinite power of heaven and earth gathered at this moment. In the distance, an enormous and unmatched figure appeared in the world of Hongwang. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Activate. Sounds echoed. And then countless powers of gods and demons surged from the boundless chaos. The illusion solidified into a body. Next, that vast vitality gradually transformed into the flesh, bones, and organs of that giant. In a daze, a towering and terrifying giant slowly stepped out from the void. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sounds caused huge cracks to appear in the world within the vast Panga Divine Palace. In the boundless chaos, the figure of the Pangu god slowly stepped out. One could see his head suspended between the sun and moon, feet treading the stars. Every movement of his carried a supreme power capable of obliterating everything, reshaping the sun, moon, and Hongwang. As the true body of the Pangu god emerged, all the ancestral witches revealed excited expressions. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation has finally been completed. Ha ha ha. 13th brother, with this formation, I wonder if that demon clan so-called Zhou Tian Star Do formation can still deal with our witch clan. The ancestral witches were all filled with ecstatic expressions. Clearly, after more than 3,000 years of comprehension, they had finally succeeded in creating the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. After summoning the true body of Pangu, they quickly withdrew their powers, allowing the true body of Pangu to slowly disappear within the Pangu Divine Palace. Yes, this formation we have indeed created, but brothers and sisters, this formation can only be used as a final trump card. After all, just activating this formation consumed nearly half of our vitality. At this moment, Wu Shuang hurriedly took out a few immortal pills and swallowed them to restore some vitality. Although the other ancestral witches were excited, their faces also showed signs of fatigue. This 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation was indeed hidden within the bloodlines of the many ancestral witches. After a round of comprehension, Shuang successfully created it. But there was still one major problem. The consumption of this formation was too terrifying. Even using it once required the 12 ancestral witches to pay a great price. Even throwing a punch or kicking out would consume immense vitality. This consumption was indeed too high. It even required the use of origin vitality. This formation truly cannot be used lightly. Shuang smiled bitterly and then said, "The many ancestral witches were not overly concerned about this. It doesn't matter, after all. We now possess such a powerful formation, enough to intimidate the demon clan and give our witch clan ample time." "Well, that is indeed true." Shuang nodded, then looked up at the sky. With such a great formation, when the demon clan attacks next time, they can shake the mighty beings in all directions. They will not dare to trouble the witch clan in a short period. Now, with this trump card, the many ancestral witches felt a bit more confident. No matter how fast those quasi-saint cultivators break through, the witch clan has a card that can turn the situation around in dire straits. And this is the confidence of the ancestral witches, the trump card of the witch clan. After completing this matter, Shuang thought of something else. He waved his hand and directly took out an item. It was a divine consciousness imprint, filled with an inexplicable great power. The primordial imprint. 13th brother, why are you still keeping this item? The many ancestral witches couldn't help but ask. Shuang then said, "Although I don't want to admit it, the 3 pure ones are indeed transformed from the essence of the Father God. I kept this item to discern if there are any secrets within the essence of the Father God that can help me comprehend the laws of strength." After hearing Shuang's explanation, the many ancestral witches finally understood. That works too." Shuang nodded and then began to attempt to refine that divine consciousness imprint. As soon as Shuang's essence of consciousness merged with it, the laws of strength within his body surged forth like boiling water. The two combined, and Shuang suddenly felt an inexplicable and profound meaning surging throughout his body. In an instant, that supreme power, the surge within his limbs and bones continued unabated. Ultimately, it cycled through several rounds of celestial realms, falling into Shuang's spiritual platform. An unparalleled Dao seal appeared deep within Shuang's spiritual platform at this moment, releasing streams of pure qi. It truly succeeded. The law of power is indeed greatly related to the qi of the 3 pure ones. Now let me see what power this pure qi Dao seal contains. Shuang smiled gently, then activated the pure qi Dao seal. In an instant, his eyes reflected a transformation of heaven and earth, revealing a realm he was utterly unfamiliar with. It was evident that through the pure qi Dao seal, his eyes could directly perceive the origin of the laws of heaven and earth, witnessing the rules and truths governing all powers of the laws in operation. Faintly, it seemed as though infinite Dao sounds resonated in Shuang's ears. The laws of all things and every truth felt as if they could be comprehended by him. Swirling in his heart, "This is the power of the origin," Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. And he suddenly realized that the so-called pure qi actually stemmed from the origin power of the laws of all things in heaven and earth. All laws. The power of order could be utilized by pure qi, inexhaustible, limitless, and never-ending. Incredible. The 3 pure ones actually wield such terrifying power. No wonder that Yuan Shi could reach the heavens to establish the teachings for the myriad beings of the primordial world and explain the will of heaven. Shuang suddenly understood, feeling greatly shaken. If his law of power could utilize and comprehend any kind of law, then the pure qi could directly borrow the power of any law and order, even the power of divine punishment and heavenly thunder. Thunder law is not something ordinary cultivators can master. After all, thunder is the power of heaven's just punishment. Only those favored by heaven or those like Yuan Shi, who can borrow the power of any law and order, can wield it. His Yushu divine thunder was created in this manner. Wonderful. If I could gather the 3 qi of Tai Ching, Yuqing, and Shangqing, Wu Ti, I be able to master the root power of all things in heaven and earth? The pure qi can be said to be a source of power, established upon the order of all laws. And if pure qi is already so against the heavens, what kind of source power would Tai Ching and Shangqing possess? Unexpectedly, it's unfathomable. But Wu Shuang speculated that if the three pure qi unified, it would surely allow his law of power to advance further. At this moment, due to the possession of the pure qi Dao seal, Wu Shuang could distinctly feel that his law of power had achieved further perfection. It was connected internally and externally, top to bottom, allowing him to borrow the entirety of the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Even though Wu Shuang's cultivation had not broken through, his strength received a tremendous boost. How is it, 13th brother? Have you comprehended anything? The many ancestral witches looked at Wu Shuang with great anticipation, unable to restrain themselves from asking. Subsequently, Wu Shuang shared his discoveries and speculations with everyone. The power of the origin. Such an against the heavens force exists. The root power of all laws and orders. No wonder Yuan Shi has become so formidable now. It turns out he was born with such monstrous power. Damn it. I originally thought my mastery of the spatial law made me unparalleled in the world. But it turns out someone is even stronger than me. Di Jiang expressed his dissatisfaction. There's a saying, time is revered, space is king. Destiny is not determined, and cause and effect reign supreme. Among the 3,000 laws, there is indeed a distinction between strengths and weaknesses. Di Jiang, who mastered the spatial law, and Zhu Jiuyin, who mastered the time law, are both top-tier laws. Yet they didn't expect that the three pure qi of the three pure ones would be the source of power. Thus, our witch clan must step up our efforts. Wu Shuang nodded and said, since that is the case, let us head to the sealing place and quickly find the abbot's immortal island. If there are any unexpected opportunities on the abbot's immortal island, we might be able to rapidly elevate our realms as well. For cultivators in the primordial world, aside from secluding themselves for hard training, the best way to break through is to seek opportunities. Some special opportunities can even allow a person to ascend during the day and become a great Luo golden immortal out of thin air. Just like that supreme, innate spirit fruit, Huang Zhongli. If a celestial were to smell the flower's fragrance, they could gain thousands of years of Dao achievement. If fortunate enough to eat a fruit, they could instantly become a great Luo golden immortal. Therefore, compared to seclusion, Wu Shuang believes that seeking opportunities is better. The many ancestral witches also agreed with this point. They were preparing to leave the Panga Divine Temple and head to the sealing place. However, at this moment, a resounding sound echoed through the primordial world, illuminating all directions with mysterious light. Buzz. Amidst the booming sounds, the colorful splendor of the 9 heavens manifested, illuminating the myriad realms, with countless auspicious omens and extraordinary sights appearing continuously. Hong Jun's grand voice transformed into rolling Dao sounds, carrying a sense of holy majesty, resonating throughout the 8 directions. Today, I have merged with the Dao of heaven. I shall be the Dao ancestor of the primordial world. From now on, I will no longer inquire about worldly matters and shall preside over the order of the Dao of heaven, becoming the spokesperson of the Dao of heaven. This declaration echoed across the 8 directions, shocking billions of beings. Cultivators from all realms bowed to the heavens, shouting in unison, "Congratulations, Dao ancestor." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang felt a great sense of relief. Hong Jun has merged with the Dao of heaven. Good. This is a good thing. Merging with the Dao of heaven means he will no longer act at will. He can no longer act recklessly as before. After all, Hong Jun represents the Dao of heaven. The Dao of heaven is the order of the universe. There can be no opportunity for favoritism. This undoubtedly gives the witch clan a chance to develop. Currently, because of Hong Jun's favoritism towards the demon clan and the immortal court, the witch clan feels a sense of oppression. This old Daoist Hong Jun has actually merged with the Dao of heaven, but that is fine. With him merged with the Dao of heaven, he can no longer interfere in the matters of my witch clan. No need to worry about him. 13th brother, let us go. Di Jiang and the others shared similar thoughts with Wu Shuang. Subsequently, they tore through space and headed towards the sealing place filled with countless ancient fierce beasts. Chapter 48. The 5 great ancient fierce beasts. The blood-winged black mosquito appears. The sealing place, having been reconfigured by the ancestral witches, allowed them to arrive at this hidden location on the vast sea at any time. In the vast primordial world, only Hong Jun, who originally set up this enormous seal, and ancient powers like Yang Mei would know of this place's existence. However, even upon arriving here, Wu Shuang's mind was still pondering how to resolve the drawbacks of the 12 capital heavenly god slaying formation. 13th brother, don't think too much. You look so worried it's really unpleasant. Our witch clan fears neither heaven nor earth, so why would we worry about the hidden dangers brought by a mere formation? At this moment, Xianming discerned Wu Shuang's thoughts at a glance and spoke to comfort him. Thank you, Sister Xianming. Yes, why should I trouble myself? There is a saying, there will always be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. I should not overthink it. This time, we must find a location of the Yingzhou Immortal Island. If I am not mistaken, many ancient powers from the past should have regarded this Yingzhou Immortal Island as the eye of the formation to seal this place. After pondering for a while, Wu Shuang arrived at this conclusion. After all, the Penglai 3 immortal islands are transformed from fragments of the primordial chaos, and there is a powerful seal of chaotic primordial energy on them. Many ancient powers must have directly expanded the seal of the chaotic primordial energy of the Penglai immortal island, using this vast, limitless sea as a forbidden place to imprison the ancient primordial ferocious beasts. Yes, what the 13th brother said is absolutely right. Since this is the case, let us hurry to this central area. Thus, many ancestor witches headed towards that central area. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian sat opposite each other. After more than 3,000 years of cultivation, their injuries to their origins were finally completely healed, and their cultivation strength returned to its peak. At this moment, Tongtian couldn't help but curse those damned 12 Ancestor Witches. They actually used such schemes to harm us. It truly infuriates me. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi also showed an angry expression, then said, it seems that although we have many means, we still don't have full confidence. Last time, I observed the celestial demon clan's Zhou Tian Star Do formation, which was quite powerful. In my opinion, why don't we, the 3 pure ones, create a supreme great formation to deal with that witch clan? With Yuanshi's suggestion, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Tongtian's eyes. Formation. Second brother, if we're talking about formations, I have considerable attainments. Indeed, second brother and third brother, this is not false. If we can create a supreme great formation, then our 3 pure ones will surely be able to walk horizontally in this primordial world. Taishang nodded in agreement. However, he pondered, but from which aspect should we create this formation? At this moment, Tongtian also expressed some confusion. Taishang thought for a moment and then provided an answer. In the past, our father god's primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones. Now, why don't we return to one as the 3 pure ones and create a 3 pure ones return to origin great formation? With our Taiji, Shangqing, and Yuqing energies, we can recreate the primordial spirit of our father god. As soon as Taishang proposed this, both Tongtian and Yuanshi's eyes lit up. All right, please, second brother and elder brother, lend me your Taiji energy and Yuqing energy for use. Upon hearing this, Taishang and Yuanshi both slowly nodded. Soon after, the 3 sat on the high platform, releasing their origins and merging them into Tongtian's body. Then, he activated the formation's laws to deduce the supreme great formation. Thus, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the other side, at the seal location, after 1,000 years of rapid progress, the many ancestor witches finally arrived at the central area. Sure enough, as Wu Shuang had speculated, a majestic immortal island appeared before the many ancestor witches. It is indeed here. Ha ha ha. 13th brother, your deduction was indeed correct. After saying this, the many ancestor witches rushed towards the immortal island in front of them. upon seeing that the vast immortal island was covered with countless powerful Tao patterns, each possessing an extremely strong aura. These were all laid out by many primordial powers from the past. Although everyone wanted to enter this immortal island, they were blocked by the powerful seals above. Fortunately, while these seals were strong back then, they had already suffered damage now. Forcing them open should not be a problem. Shuang examined for a while and found a weak point in the seal. Then he said, right here, the sealing power here is the weakest. Brothers and sisters, act quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and then raised their hands to activate the spells, chanting the true words. Heaven opening divine fist. As soon as everyone spoke, that incredibly terrifying punch continuously struck at the weak point of the seal. Boom! After a while, with a violent roar echoing, the seal was finally breached by everyone, creating a gap. It worked. Let us go up and take a look. After saying this, the group of ancestor witches rushed onto the Yingzhou Immortal Island. If the Penglai Immortal Island had many spiritual treasures, then the Yingzhou Immortal Island had a large number of immortal plants and spiritual roots. Scanning around, Shuang was shocked to find that there were no spiritual treasures on the Yingzhou Immortal Island at all. What a strange thing. Logically speaking, the three immortal islands should all have spiritual treasures. How could there be none? After thinking for a moment, Shuang suddenly seemed to understand something. He realized that since many innate powers had arrived at this island long ago, they must have taken away all the spiritual treasures on this island. It was likely that Hong Jun also obtained many spiritual treasures on this immortal island back then. After arriving at this conclusion, the many ancestor witches felt a bit regretful. It was indeed a pity to have fewer spiritual treasures. Fortunately, the spiritual roots and plants nurtured here had not been taken away. Naturally, the spiritual roots and plants between heaven and earth require long years to nurture. Although they took away the spiritual treasures back then, the spiritual roots and plants that had not yet completed their nurturing were left here. This indeed provided the many ancestor witches with significant gains. In the depths of chaos, the three pure ones arrived at this place. As the three activated their cultivation and summoned the three pure ones' energies, Tong Tian began to cast many spells. The three summoned the Taiji diagram, the four swords of extermination, and the Panga banner. Three pure ones returned to origin great formation. Rise! As Tong Tian spoke, unexpectedly, amidst the vast chaos, a colossal giant manifested. The giant appeared ethereal, carrying the Taiji diagram, with the four swords of extermination hanging above its head, and holding the Panga banner in its hands, stepping out from the chaos. Boom! 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 Amidst the roaring sounds, countless star rivers collapsed and shattered. The surrounding millions of miles of chaos were torn apart by its terrifying power. It worked. It finally worked. Ha ha ha. Our three pure ones also have supreme, great formation. We have awakened the primordial spirit of our Father God. At this moment, the three of them showed ecstatic expressions. However, there was also a look of fatigue on their faces, as if they had consumed too much energy, causing their faces to turn pale. Let us put it away. Third brother, although this great formation is powerful and can summon the primordial spirit of our Father God back to the human realm, it consumes a tremendous amount of our primordial spirit power. This formation should not be used lightly. Hearing Taishang's words, Tong Tian also slowly nodded. He then raised his hand to put away the great formation. Excitedly tearing through space, he returned to Kunlun Mountain. Several hundred postnatal spiritual roots, 18 innate spiritual roots, even 2 top-grade innate spiritual roots. 13th brother, this time we have gained a lot. The many ancestor witches gathered the numerous spiritual roots on the Penglai Immortal Island. Upon counting, the harvest was indeed immense. The innate star tree and the innate five-needle pine. These 2 top-grade innate spiritual roots were surprisingly hidden on this Yingzhou Immortal Island. Shuang looked at the 2 top-grade innate spiritual roots, his eyes filled with joy. Although these 2 spiritual roots were not very famous, their effects were extremely strong. The innate star tree contains the power of the stars in the universe. Consuming one can grant the innate power of the stars to refine the body, causing a transformation in the practitioner's physical form, making it comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. As for the innate five-needle pine, its efficacy is no less than that of the ginseng fruit. It matures once every 50,000 years and takes a total of 150,000 years. Furthermore, its fruits are divided into the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with 10 of each type, totaling 50 fruits. If a practitioner consumes one fruit from each of the 5 elements, they can gather the energy of the 5 elements, strengthening their foundation and saving hundreds of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. If an immortal consumes one of each, they can condense the 5 energies in their chest at once, achieving the unity of the 5 energies, the gathering of the 3 flowers of the crown, and becoming a great Luo Jin immortal. At this moment, Wu Shuang collected all these spiritual roots, planning to enjoy them slowly after returning to the territory of the witch tribe. "Everyone, hurry over. Look at what I have discovered." It was at this moment that Ho Tu suddenly called everyone through the bloodline transmission. Hearing this, everyone hurried to the location of Ho Tu's day. It was a vast cave deep within the Yingzhou Fairy Island, which was enormous. Upon entering, it revealed a world of its own, vast and open. It was as large as hundreds of millions of miles. Here, there was even a small world. No, the aura of malevolence is so strong. As many ancestral witches entered this small world, they immediately felt a sense of discomfort. The malevolent aura had a great destructive power on their primordial spirits. If they inhaled even a little bit, it would damage their primordial spirits. "No problem. We can use the power of merit to counter this malevolent aura," Wu Shuang said, and he summoned the golden light of merit. Sure enough, the dense red mist-like malevolent aura around them began to dissipate. As their vision cleared, everyone saw Ho Tu standing beside 5 enormous corpses, radiating golden light, looking at those gigantic beings with a mix of astonishment and fear. Wu Shuang and the others approached Ho Tu, their faces filled with shock, unable to hide their astonishment. Ancient, primordial, ferocious beasts. Moreover, they all exuded the aura of peak Hunyuan level. Even after countless years, the aura of these ancient, primordial, ferocious beasts still retained the peak state of their former times. Although they had long fallen, just the aura they emitted made many ancestral witches feel a strong sense of oppression. Wu Shuang focused his gaze and identified their origins: Zhu Huai, Hu Dou, Fei Zhuyin, and Zhuanghen. These were all ancient, primordial, ferocious beasts under the command of the Beast Emperor Shun Ni. Wu Shuang's judgments were based on various symbols passed down from ancient times. For example, Hu Dou, which resembled a giant dog, emitted divine flames all over its body, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Similarly, Zhu Huai, which had a cow-like appearance but with 4 horns, human eyes, and pig ears, was enormous and adept at devouring living beings. Each of these ancient, primordial, ferocious beasts had unique physical characteristics. A slight differentiation revealed their identities. However, why were there only 5? According to rumors, Shen and I had a total of 10 primordial ferocious beasts under his command. Yet now, only 5 were seen here. Where did the other 5 go? Wu Shuang couldn't help but wonder. In response, the ancestral witches were indifferent. Who cares? 13th brother, why think so much? Although these 5 primordial ferocious beasts have long fallen, their blood power is still very rich. We can use the power of the heavenly way to refine the malevolent aura from them and fuse their blood to strengthen ourselves. For many ancestral witches, these once ancient ferocious beasts were like enormous treasures. The blood power from each ancient ferocious beast was enough to enhance their strength. Well, since that's the case, let's not overthink it. We should bring this fairy island back to the witch tribe's territory first. After saying this, the ancestral witches joined forces to move the vast Yingzhou Fairy Island to the witch tribe's territory. They then merged Yingzhou Fairy Island with Fangzhong Fairy Island into a single island. At that moment, on the 2 fairy islands, a resonant dragon roar echoed in all directions. A phantom of a golden dragon of fortune appeared. It seemed that once they obtained the Penglai Fairy Island and unified these 3 islands, the witch tribe would possess a complete golden dragon of fortune. At that time, the witch tribe could harness the power of the golden dragon of fortune to strengthen themselves and also use it to resist external enemies. The so-called golden dragon of fortune is an unparalleled divine object formed when fortune gathers a large amount of spiritual energy and vitality, manifesting as a physical form. The dragon veins of the primordial world are themselves a gathering of the earth's spiritual energy, vitality, and fortune, akin to the pulse of the earth. Some powerful dragon veins even have the potential to give birth to a golden dragon of fortune. Clearly, the dragon veins of these three fairy islands are such powerful existences. Now, after the ancestral witches had gained immense rewards, they promptly settled the many spiritual roots and then directly returned to the Pangu Divine Hall to begin attempting to refine the corpses of the 5 ancient primordial ferocious beasts. Brothers and sisters, I have an idea. Although we refine the source blood from them, we should leave a portion. Later, we can hand them over to Jiang Chun and Han Ba to attempt to turn them into zombie slaves. If so, our witch tribe might be able to recreate the ancient primordial ferocious beasts. Listening to Wu Shuang's suggestion, many ancestral witches nodded in agreement. This is true. If we leave a trace of the source blood, then after they turn into zombie slaves, they can absorb vitality and slowly recover. At that time, the witch tribe will have a group of powerful fighters. The ancestral witches readily agreed to this. Well then, let's begin refining the blood power now. After saying this, everyone joined forces to summon the power of merit and began refining the blood power. The first to be refined was the one with the weakest blood power, Shuang. At this moment, as everyone continued to refine, the power of merit was being consumed like flowing water. In just a few hundred years, the power of merit accumulated over many years by the ancestral witches had already been consumed by more than half. Finally, after consuming so much merit, the malevolent aura on Shuang was completely refined. A pure and abundant blood power transformed into a blood pool, appearing before everyone. All right, now let's start absorbing the blood power to strengthen ourselves. The ancestral witches exchanged glances and then stepped into the blood pool, beginning to absorb the power of blood and enhance themselves. With the operation of a 9 turns Yuan Gong, the continuous flow of blood power erupted with terrifying strength, like rivers and seas surging into their bodies. In just an instant, they felt their bodies comparable to low-grade innate spiritual treasures develop cracks. What powerful blood power! This ferocious beast Shuang, if alive, would surely have a body comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, right? Wu Shuang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Although their bodies were tearing the incoming blood power, his body was quickly repaired, and the restored physical form was significantly stronger than before. Thus, after a long period of arduous cultivation, unknowingly, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When many of the ancestral witches completed their training, each of them was filled with an overwhelming aura of vitality. Boom, boom. Waves of terrifying vitality surged and roared within them, as if countless ancient fierce beasts were hidden inside, howling. The explosive power transformed their physical bodies directly to the level of mid-grade innate spirit treasures. Strong, indeed, they were incredibly powerful. Ha ha ha. The vitality of these fierce beasts has indeed provided great assistance to our witch tribe. Everyone showed joy on their faces. This was just from refining the vitality of one ancient fierce beast. There are still 4 more. Although their cultivation level had not yet improved, their strength was already dozens of times stronger than before. Well, having refined this fierce vitality, a trace of the original vitality was also left behind, which should be sent to the zombie clan. Let Jiang Chun and the dry corpse try to see if they can turn it into zombie slaves. Regarding Wu Shuang's suggestion, everyone was very much looking forward to it. After all, this was one of the top 10 ancient primordial fierce beasts. It was one of the strongest 10 primordial fierce beasts. If they could revive it and use it for the witch tribe, it would undoubtedly be a powerful combat force. Thus, many ancestral witches left the Panga Shrine, preparing to head to the territory of the zombie clan. However, just at that moment, A buzzing sound suddenly came from around the Pangu shrine. Following closely, a vast swarm of black mosquitoes surged towards the ancestral witches. What is this? No way. How could there be so many mosquitoes? How did they get into our witch tribe's territory? The ancestral witches were momentarily stunned. Big brother, quickly use spatial sealing. Shuang shouted sharply. Jiang also reacted belatedly. He immediately activated spatial power, waving his hand. Space sealing. Suddenly, a surge of spatial power instantly confined the surrounding space, forming a massive spatial cage that surrounded the many black mosquitoes. The buzzing and roaring sounds continuously came from inside that space. Only then did Shuang see clearly the aura emanating from those black mosquitoes. Innate fierce and murderous aura, and a trace of primordial aura. These were also primordial fierce beasts. Hearing this, the ancestral witches were immediately stunned. What the heck? How did primordial fierce beasts end up in our witch tribe's territory? Did we accidentally bring them back from the sealed land? That shouldn't be the case. The ancestral witches all showed confusion, unable to help but speak up. But in the next second, Shuang discerned the origin of these primordial fierce beasts. They were all blood-winged black mosquitoes. Blood-winged black mosquitoes, a well-known primordial fierce beast. They have another name, widely circulated in later generations. Mosquito Taoist. The mosquito Taoist is not a single blood-winged black mosquito, but a group of blood-winged black mosquitoes. It can transform into countless mosquitoes, feeding on the enemy's essence and spiritual energy. The mosquito Taoist does not exist as a single entity, but as a collective. As long as one survives, it will not perish. However, this group of blood-winged black mosquitoes before him seemed to have not yet developed consciousness. They had not transformed into the mosquito Taoist known in later generations. Could it be that they are blood-winged black mosquitoes of the same root and origin as the mosquito Taoist? If following the timeline, the mosquito Taoist should have already been born in the world by this time and hidden in some place, indifferent to worldly affairs. But how did they suddenly appear here? Shuang couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling waves of doubt in his heart. But in the next second, as those six-winged black mosquitoes instinctively crashed against the spatial seal in one direction, Shuang suddenly understood something. They came for this fierce vitality. Brothers and sisters, these are blood-winged black mosquitoes, one of the ancient primordial fierce beasts, known for their insatiable appetite. Even innate spirit treasures may not withstand their gnawing. My innate 5 directions great formation must have been gnawed to create a loophole, allowing them to slip in. Chapter 49 Rebirth of Me in the Primordial World and in creating humanity, what the heck? 13th brother, your innate 5 directions great formation can be gnawed open by this thing? All the ancestral witches were taken aback upon hearing Shuang's words. After all, Shuang's innate 5 directions great formation was something that many quasi-saint powers working together might not be able to break. Yet these blood-winged black mosquitoes managed to accomplish such a terrifying feat that was indeed shocking. Shuang looked at the astonished expressions of everyone and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. This thing, don't even mention my innate 5 directions great formation. In later generations, even the 12-grade merit golden lotus from the west was devoured by the mosquito Taoist. This shows how powerful they are. These primordial fierce beasts have extraordinary abilities. If they can be subdued, they will undoubtedly become a great asset to our witch tribe. Shuang nodded slightly and then said, upon hearing this, many ancestral witches also spoke up. Indeed, if they can be subdued, it will be extremely powerful. 13th brother, how do you plan to subdue them? Shuang smiled and then said, very simple, just intimidate them. After saying this, Shuang released his own aura. Instantly, an immensely powerful force of vitality, along with the pressure of the law of strength, crushed all the blood-winged black mosquitoes, making them unable to raise their heads. Submit to me, or die. As Shuang's words fell, they entered the consciousness of all the blood-winged black mosquitoes. Indistinctly, Shuang clearly heard a collective consciousness questioning him. Who are you? We will not submit to anyone. Sure enough, These blood-winged black mosquitoes had already developed a certain level of collective consciousness. The so-called collective consciousness is actually due to the peculiarities of insect types, which often lead them to obey a particular consciousness command. The entire group follows a single consciousness's instructions for attacking, reproducing, and feeding. Although they seem like individual entities, they possess only one consciousness. Not knowing what's good for you. After Shuang said this, he raised his hand and shook it. Boom! A full 10,000 blood-winged black mosquitoes were crushed by Shuang. In an instant, half of this group of blood-winged black mosquitoes was killed by Shuang. However, just as he killed half of the blood-winged black mosquitoes, Shuang suddenly noticed a unique mother insect among this group of blood-winged black mosquitoes. It was the largest in size and lacked wings, wrapped among the many blood-winged black mosquitoes. Clearly, it was the collective consciousness of this group of blood-winged black mosquitoes. Go! Finding a clear target, Shuang did not hesitate to cast a mental imprint that landed deep within the spiritual platform of that blood-winged black mosquito. In an instant, the blood-winged black mosquito let out a piercing scream. Before they could react, Shuang immediately shouted, "Still not submitting?" As Shuang spoke, the mental imprint he left in the mother insect's spiritual platform was simultaneously activated, causing it to experience intense pain. At this moment, they finally realized he simply couldn't defy the person in front of him. Helpless, all the blood-winged black mosquitoes could only bow their heads to Shuang and utter a humble phrase, "Master." Listening to its tone, it seemed to be quite unconvinced. In response, Shuang had a complete set of submission methods: coercion and temptation. Thinking of this, Shuang immediately raised his hand and took out several corpses of ferocious beasts, tossing them to the blood-winged black mosquitoes, saying, "Take these to enjoy. Follow me, and you will only gain countless benefits. One day, you will understand that following me is the best decision you have made in this life." Seeing the few ferocious corpses, which were incredibly fierce and full of vitality, the numerous blood-winged black mosquitoes almost surged forward, consuming them like a storm, leaving not even a bone behind. Isn't this the corpse of a peak-level ferocious beast? These blood-winged black mosquitoes actually devoured everything without leaving a trace. Even for us, refining their vitality would require considerable effort, right? Jiang and the other ancestral witches were secretly shocked upon witnessing this scene. Shuang raised his hand and took out a small silk bag. This bag was a postnatal spiritual treasure he had obtained earlier. With a very simple function, it could contain the space of a river called the mountain river bag. It could be considered an ordinary spatial spiritual treasure. From now on, you will stay inside my mountain river bag. Without my orders, you are not allowed to move freely. Do you all understand? Listening to these words, the blood-winged black mosquitoes, who had just feasted, radiated a full red glow, as if they were satisfied, showing a look of great contentment. It seemed that following this guy in front of them wasn't so bad. "Yes, master." After saying this, the group of blood-winged black mosquitoes buzzed and surged into Shuang's mountain river bag. Having eaten their fill, they soon fell into a deep sleep, their bodies radiating red light, as if they were slowly evolving. Subduing these blood-winged black mosquitoes was quite effective. Eva Hunyuan powerhouse. If caught off guard and suddenly faced with such a group of insatiable creatures, would probably suffer a great loss. Shuang wore a kind smile, which made many ancestral witches feel a chill in their hearts. Goodness, they couldn't help but wonder who would be so unfortunate in the future to become the prey of these blood-winged black mosquitoes. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Blood Sea, a Taoist slowly expressed his doubts. Why are there over 20,000 fewer? Did they encounter some danger? This primitive world is indeed perilous. I should continue to stay here and not go outside. After saying this, the Taoist closed his eyes without further thought. In the creation Taoist field, Niwa had been in seclusion for a long time and felt a bit frustrated. So she left her place of seclusion, sitting in a pavilion, looking at the mountains and rivers in the Taoist field, sighing. Sigh. After years of seclusion, why can I sense the immense merit that Master spoke of belonging to me? The merit of the heavenly Tao is indeed hard to obtain. She had been in seclusion for many years, constantly sensing the opportunity to become a saint that belonged to her. Although Hongjun had clearly told her that she must have a great merit affinity, no matter how she calculated or sensed, she could never figure it out or sense it. Feeling frustrated, Niwa turned her gaze towards the distant Mount Buzhou. I wonder what Taoist Wu Shuang is doing now. After saying this, she couldn't help but shake her head, a blush crossing her face. What am I thinking? Why do I have to think of him? Biting her lip, Niwa suddenly said, right? Why don't I go find my sister Shiha and Changshi to chat? If I can happen to see him, that would be nice. After saying this, Niwa left the creation Taoist field and headed towards Mount Buzhou. Not far away, Fushi, who was seated in the Taoist field, looked at Niwa's departing figure and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Finally couldn't resist it. Not long after, when Niwa arrived at the territory of the witch clan, many ancestral witches immediately sensed her presence. Immediately, a group of ancestral witches headed to the Fa Zhang Immortal Island. Upon seeing Niwa, at that moment, the two lunar goddesses were accompanying her, chatting and laughing, and with her stunning beauty, it added an extra touch of charm. Taoist Niwa. It's been a long time since we met. What brings you to my witch clan today? Wu Shuang stepped forward and smiled. Oh, it's you Taoist friends. Niwa looked at everyone, and a hint of sorrow crossed her eyes. Actually, it's like this. Subsequently, Niwa recounted the matter of the great merit mentioned by Hongjun. Hearing this, many ancestral witches spoke up. 13th brother, why don't you help Taoist Niwa think of a solution? If Taoist Niwa can become a saint, wouldn't our witch clan have a saint? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Niwa felt something was off. Wu Shuang also showed a black line on his forehead. What do you mean by the witch clan having a saint? No, this teasing isn't supposed to go this way. Fortunately, Niwa didn't understand what the ancestral witches meant for the time being. Wu Shuang quickly said, if it's about this matter, perhaps I can help Taoist Niwa. Upon hearing this, Niwa's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Really? Then thank you, Taoist Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang nodded slowly, then said, years ago, the Pangu great deity opened up the heavens and the earth, creating boundless merit. What is called merit is nothing more than adding bricks and tiles to the primitive world. Just like we previously supplemented the order of the calamities, anything beneficial to the heavens and the earth counts as merit. Taoist Niwa, you cultivate the laws of creation. Have you ever thought about what kind of creation is the greatest merit in the world? Just this one question made Niwa ponder. Creation. She vaguely felt a sense of enlightenment stirring in her heart, but it felt like it was separated by a thin veil. Even though she felt very close to it, she couldn't quite grasp the specifics. Taoist Niwa, you look at the picturesque rivers and mountains, the grandeur of the world, which truly captivates the eye for years without tiring. But have you ever thought, if the world had no sentient beings, who would appreciate such scenery? Wu Shuang looked at Niwa, his gaze carrying a hint of appreciation. He didn't know whether he was referring to the beautiful scenery or the person in front of him. I understand now. I understand everything. At that moment, Niwa finally broke through the last layer of the window paper. She realized what the great deed she was meant to accomplish was creating sentient beings. I want to create a race of beings. A strange sense of enlightenment stirred her heart. Immediately, Niwa rose with radiant light, heading towards Mount Buzhou. Many ancestral witches and the two lunar goddesses also followed her. Upon arriving at the foot of Mount Buzhou, she sensed more clearly in her heart. Looking at the magnificent Mount Buzhou, she said, Niwa reverently worships the Pangu great deity. Years ago, you opened the heavens and the earth, creating boundless wonders. Today, Niwa wishes to create a race in your image. This race shall be the human race, the so-called human form, in this era of the primordial chaos, refers to the shape of the Pangu deity. The so-called human race is the lineage that carries the essence of the Pangu deity. This single intention predestines the human race to be the protagonist of the future primordial chaos. At this moment, Niwa worships Mount Buzhou. In an instant, the entire Mount Buzhou resonates with booming sounds from all directions, as if the Pangu deity has agreed to this matter and has made a response. It seems that the Father God also acknowledges this. Taoist Niwa, if that is the case, then I will lend you a helping hand, Wu Shuang said. and immediately raised his hand to summon many treasures: the human creation whip, the 9 heavens soil, and the 3 light divine water. All the conditions for creating the human race were prepared by Shuang long ago. Originally, Shuang intended to create the human race himself to gain immense merit. However, it seems that the one destined to create the human race is none other than Nuwa. After all, she has received the acknowledgement of the Panga deity. How strange. Why do I feel that these things should belong to me? Nuwa felt puzzled, sensing that these items were meant for herself. Ahem, Taoist Nuwa, don't mind these details. Shuang knew he had intercepted Nuwa's opportunity and laughed it off. Today, I will help my friend create this human race. Since it inherits the image of the Father God, it must also possess the bloodline of the Father God. After saying this, Shuang immediately offered up his own essence blood. The quantity was immense, almost more than half of the essence blood within Shuang. At this moment, although his face was pale, he knew that such a sacrifice would surely bring great rewards. Thank you very much, my friend. Nuwa's expression brightened. With the essence blood of the witch clan, this would further align with the Panga deity. Therefore, Nuwa held up the 9 heavens soil, mixed it with the 3 light divine water, and incorporated Shuang's essence blood. Then, she began to mold clay to create humans. After a round of molding, 3,000 men and women appeared beside them. Immediately, Nuwa summoned her own origin and exhaled a breath of creation energy, which fell upon the many clay figures. Reciting the true words, she activated the spell, Transform Creation. As soon as she spoke, the supreme divine ability transformed death into life, turning one lifeless clay figure after another into living beings. With the appearance of the first batch of innate human race, they naturally had innate perception and were born with intelligence, understanding the principles of heaven and earth. Thus, they immediately bowed to Nuwa and Shuang, saying, "We pay our respects to the Holy Mother. We pay our respects to the Holy Father." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's face turned red. Did she just create a bunch of children with Shuang? Taoist Nuwa, having only 3,000 innate humans is far from enough. This human creation whip can assist you. Shuang handed over the human creation whip made from the innate gourd vine to Nuwa. She did not hesitate and immediately waved the whip, striking countless clay points that scattered around. As the creation's mysterious light swept by, a large number of postnatal humans were continuously born at this moment. In total, there were 129,600 of them. As soon as the group of postnatal humans was born, they imitated the innate humans and bowed to Nuwa and Shuang. At the same time, Nuwa immediately declared to the heavens and established a grand oath. Today, I, Nuwa, and Mount Buzhou have molded clay to create a race for the primordial chaos. We call it the human race. May the heavens witness this. Human race, arise. As soon as she uttered these words, the heavens echoed. The 8 directions roared, and streams of rosy light surged forth, with boundless auspicious colors appearing. Millions of acres of merit clouds carried immense purple energy from the east. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth, while celestial flowers rained down, and countless pure holy rains fell upon the primordial chaos. In an instant, all the cultivators in the 8 directions were shocked, turning their gazes towards Mount Buzhou. This is the human race? Taoist Nuwa actually has such great fortune that just creating a single race could yield such immense merit? The human race? A lineage born from the Panga deity? Goodness, this human race can actually possess such immense merit. Across the 4 seas and 8 desolates, all cultivators revealed envious expressions. Even the 3 pure ones, Jean and Zhuanti, could not help but exclaim, "Senior Sister Nuwa has attained enlightenment? It's a pity that we thought we, the 3 pure ones, would be the first to realize the opportunity to become saints." Alas, on Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones could not help but sigh, their eyes filled with envy. Sigh. In the barren West, how can we accumulate enough merit to allow us to become saints? Brother, how is it that Nuwa has such good fortune? Jian and Zhuanti also expressed their sentiments. It was evident that all cultivators believed that the current primordial chaos would give birth to a second saint. After all, Nuwa possessed the primordial purple energy. As long as she had enough merit, she could attain the Tao and become a saint. However, as the millions of acres of merit clouds descended, a full 30% fell into Wu Shuang's body. I seem to have taken my friend's opportunity. Wu Shuang looked at Nuwa with a hint of apology. Never mind, Taoist Wu Shuang. Being able to collaborate with you to create such merit is due to your guidance. This merit is rightfully yours. Wu Shuang looked at Nuwa's sincere expression and felt increasingly guilty. He had gained a godlike perspective, knowing the origins of everything. Speaking of which, even without him, Nuwa could still achieve it. However, if one does not act for oneself, heaven will destroy them. What he did might delay Nuwa's path to sainthood, but might not all be a bad thing. Taoist Wu Shuang, these children will stay at Mount Buzhou. Please take care of them. You are their holy father. And with you here, I can rest assured. The human race had just been born and was naturally quite weak, requiring protection from others. Wu Shuang nodded and smiled, saying, Taoist Nuwa, just rest assured. After saying this, Nuwa expressed that she had some insights and was preparing to return to contemplate. Wu Shuang did not stop her and allowed her to leave. Because of his intervention, Nuwa would likely take tens of thousands of years longer to achieve sainthood. However, the path to sainthood has never been easy, especially becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao. Once one becomes a saint of the heavenly Tao, they would inevitably become a puppet of the heavenly Tao, spending their lives at its mercy, conforming to the great trends of heaven and earth. If Nuwa became a saint, she might have many regrets, especially concerning some events that would later unfold. Therefore, Wu Shuang felt that it might be better for her to attain sainthood later or not at all. Of course, the choice was in Nuwa's hands, and he would not obstruct her. After sending Nuwa off, Wu Shuang looked at the many humans. They all looked like hungry infants gazing at him. At this moment, Wu Shuang's eyes were filled with a hint of affection. After all, they were his children. 13th brother, you and Taoist Nuwa already have children. Impressive. Chapter 50. Azura, slaughtering humanity. 3 forces mobilize against Mount Buzhou. 13th brother. These little guys are so weak. Can they survive in this vast and primitive world? Why not bring them into my witch clan? Let my witch clan teach them the skills to survive. The group of ancestral witches teased Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was already immune to their jokes. However, the matters mentioned by the ancestral witches were quite important. The human race was still too weak. Even though he had offered his own blood to give them a stronger physique, they were still weak compared to the myriad races of this primal world. At least their starting point was clearly much better than the original human race in the history of the primal world. Whether it was the 3,000 innate human races or the 12,960 postnatal human races, they were all born with cultivation and had received the luck bestowed by heaven and earth. Subtly, there were signs of dragon roars and phoenix cries above their heads, indicating that the luck of humanity was beginning to show. Forget it. If you teach the human race, you will definitely lead them astray. It's better if I do it myself. Wu Shuang shook his head with a bitter smile. Letting the ancestral witches teach, they would end up turning the human race into a second witch clan. They feared nothing and were extremely arrogant. Therefore, Wu Shuang decided to handle it personally. After Nuwa created humanity and gained immeasurable merit, the cultivators of the various factions in the world began to contemplate this. Especially in the underworld, above the sea of blood, the ancestor of the Nether River, who had now broken through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint, was particularly concerned. Creating a race could actually yield such great merit. If my true self emulates Nuwa and creates a race, wouldn't I also gain immense merit? The Nether River pondered this and immediately began to deduce, trying to seek out an opportunity. After all, for the beings of the primal world, heavenly merit was a top opportunity that could be encountered but not sought. Then, after 1,000 years of comprehension, the Nether River truly gained some insights. So it turns out, by conforming to heaven and earth, one could create a race and obtain merit. Since this is the case, my true self shall uphold the path of slaughter in this world and create a race. Ha ha ha! Above the sea of blood, the Nether River laughed out loud, filled with an inexplicable excitement. Not long after, the Nether River created the Azura race and gained a massive amount of merit. With this, he bestowed the power of merit onto his companion spirit treasure. The two swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, transforming them into merit spirit treasures, capable of killing without causing karmic retribution. The forces of the primal world were amazed by this. In the territory of the Witch clan, Shuang looked in the direction of the Nether River, lost in thought. For these past days, he had been racking his brain about how to improve the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Until today, after seeing the Nether River create the Azura race and gain immense merit, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Shuang's mind. Friend, Nether River has such great creation. I report to the Heavenly Emperor, if my demon clan could pull in the Nether River and combine with the forces of the Celestial Court, we might be able to deal with the Witch clan. In the Demon Court, Kunping noticed the immense merit gained by the Nether River and also recognized the potential of the Nether River and the Azura race. Good. This Azura race was born in response to the slaughter of heaven and earth. If we can win them over, they will surely become a great help. The Emperor said, I will personally pay them a visit. Tai, Kunpeng, you two come with me. After saying this, Emperor Jun took Tai and Kunpeng to the underworld Blood Sea. Not long after, in the primal world, the Demon Court, Celestial Court, and the Blood Sea officially formed an alliance. In an instant, these three forces formed a massive entity, causing fear among the cultivators of the myriad races across the 8 directions and various celestial mountains and caves. These three forces have actually joined hands. What are we scattered cultivators supposed to do? Sai, why don't we all go seek refuge in the Celestial Court? After all, Emperor Donghua is the celestial head bestowed by the Tao ancestor. If you dare to go, I won't accompany you. Seeking refuge in the Celestial Court may be good with a backer, but they are dealing with the Witch clan. Do you dare provoke the Witch clan? Ridiculous. Which of the 3 major forces is not formidable? It's good to take shelter under a big tree. If you don't go, I will. In the world, scattered cultivators murmured among themselves. Many people took action, either seeking refuge with the Demon Clan, the Celestial Court, or directly joining the Nether River's ranks. This further boosted the 3 forces. However, there were still many who chose not to get involved. Nowadays, the Nether River, Emperor Jun, and Dongwang Gong were well known. The 3 forces were like a massive entity spanning the primal world, leading them to act even more arrogantly. The Celestial Court looted scattered cultivator spirit treasures to increase their strength, while the Demon Court continuously subdued the various races of heaven and earth to strengthen the demon race. As for the Nether River, due to the Azura race being born of slaughter, they incited killing everywhere, slaughtering countless beings. In just 1,000 years, this led to widespread resentment among the myriad races of the primal world, yet they were powerless against them. After all, those myriad races were like ants compared to the alliance of the 3 major forces. In response, the ancestral witches gathered in the Panga Shrine to discuss the matter. 13th brother, now that the Nether River, Emperor Jun, and Dongwang Gong are all coming for us, what do you think? As always, many ancestral witches immediately asked for Shuang's opinion. The Witch clan was now almost entirely led by Shuang, with the ancestral witches serving as combat power. Additionally, the zombie clan was secretly subduing a large number of primordial ferocious beasts to supplement their strength. The power of the Witch clan was continuously increasing in the shadows. In my view, their current arrogance and actions of inciting slaughter across the world are a tremendous boon for our Witch clan. Shuang immediately understood the situation and was delighted. The calamity is meant to eliminate these wrongdoers. Our Witch clan has been hiding in Mount Buzhou not out of cowardice, but because we understand that this is our fate. We do not engage in slaughter and avoid calamity. If this continues, it seems we have a way to break the witch demon calamity. Yes, we also think so. Friend Nuwa has clearly told us that we will face the witch demon calamity. Now our Witch clan has not only avoided slaughter, but has also accumulated much merit. When the calamity erupts, it will not fall upon our Witch clan. Let them continue to be arrogant. Ha ha ha. The ancestral witches all smiled at each other. The current situation was completely under their control, because they had obtained the corpses of many ancient primordial ferocious beasts. Although their cultivation had not improved, their physical bodies had gained tremendous enhancement, comparable to mid-grade innate spirit treasures. Even a late-stage, quasi-saint cultivator might not be able to break through their physical defenses. Additionally, Shuang already had a clear solution to the issues regarding the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. By the way, 13th brother, have you made any progress on the solution to the 12 capital celestial gods killing formation? Upon hearing this, Shuang also nodded slowly. I have verified it, and this method is indeed feasible. By then, the 12 capital celestial gods killing formation will definitely scare that bunch of guys. Brothers, just wait and see. Shuang clapped his hands and smiled, exuding confidence. You handle things, and we can rest assured. Although Shuang did not explicitly state what his method was, the numerous ancestral witches had no doubts about it. This shows how much trust the many ancestral witches have in Shuang now. However, just when the many ancestral witches wanted to continue discussing, suddenly, a person rushed into the Panga temple. Upon closer inspection, it was the great witch Shuang. I report to the ancestral witches. Members of the Azura clan have appeared in the human territory. Although we arrived in time, many humans have still died or been injured. Upon hearing this, Shuang immediately felt a surge of unnamed anger. What did you say? Shuang had never seen Shuang so angry before. He trembled all over and hurriedly said, "We failed to protect the humans in time. We are guilty. Please punish us, ancestral witches." Seeing this, Shuang also slightly lost his composure. He realized he had somewhat overreacted. Now that his realm has improved, he holds a high position among the witch clan, and his mentality has undergone subtle changes. Even a reprimand or a single scolding could terrify his fellow witch clan members. It is not your fault. How many humans did they slaughter? Shuang quickly inquired. I report to the ancestral, which nearly 100,000 humans, all postnatal humans, as their numbers have grown significantly. They gradually migrated outside your protective formation. Thus, they fell victim to the Azura clan's cruelty. Listening to Jiufeng's words, Shuang frowned slowly. The human population is reproducing too quickly. In just 2,000 years, the postnatal humans have grown from originally 129,600 to over 100 million. Therefore, some humans migrated in search of suitable living spaces and left the protective formation they had originally set up. Although only 100,000 humans died, Shuang had long regarded them as his own children, his own flesh and blood. The Azura clan actually dared to harm his descendants. This is truly unforgivable. Raise troops. I will personally exterminate these ants. Shuang's face turned ashen as he slowly stood up. Although he did not say much, the many ancestral witches present, including Jiufeng, sensed Shuang's overwhelming killing intent. Thus, everyone wasted no time and hurriedly left the Panga temple to head to the battlefield. Ha! The hearts and livers of these humans are truly delicious, especially the flesh and blood of children under 3 years old, which is even more tender. Kill. Bring back more humans. Let the ancestors taste the flavor of human flesh. In a certain tribe of the human territory, the two of the 4 great demon kings under the old ancestor of the underworld, Fantion and Pasan, were leading many Azura clansmen to slaughter. Surrounding humans were in a state of panic. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground. Mother, wake up. No, don't kill my child. I'll fight you to the death. Within the human territory, cries of wailing and shouting echoed everywhere, chilling the heart, with human flesh hanging everywhere, striking fear into all who saw it. The 2 great demon kings were transformed from the old ancestor of the underworld's own essence blood, possessing the strength akin to the old ancestor of the underworld. Thus, they were born with the power of a great Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, due to the old ancestor of the underworld's careful cultivation, their cultivation skyrocketed. In just 2,000 years, the Fantion broke through to the late stage of Great Luo. As for Pasan, the leader of the 4 great demon kings, his cultivation reached the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, the Azura clan uses killing to prove their path, and their killing power is very strong, often accompanied by a fierce aura. Ordinary cultivators are no match for them. Presumptuous. Do you know where this place is, and dare to slaughter here? At this moment, the great witch Xing Tian and Kwa Fu arrived at the scene. Both possessed the strength of the peak of Great Luo. In the face of these two demon kings, they displayed a terrifying, overwhelming posture. Which clan? Humph. We're just killing some two-legged sheep here. What does it have to do with your witch clan? Although they were wary of Xing Tian and Kwa Fu's strength, the two were not afraid. In their view, the Azura clan now had the old ancestor of the underworld, as well as the demon clan and the celestial court as backing. No one among the myriad races dared to provoke them. Two-legged sheep. Good. I see you are seeking death. Who doesn't know that the human race was created by the ancestral witch Wu Shuang and the sage's disciple Enhua? You are so presumptuous. Do you not fear the punishment of the ancestral witch? Xing Tian also laughed in anger. Indeed, the young are fearless. Back when the ancestral witch Wu Shuang designed to trap and kill the quasi-saints of the heavens, these guys had not even been born. They have only been born for merely over 2,000 years and dare to be so arrogant. This is truly seeking death. A joke. Ancestral witch? Where are they? If the old ancestor of the underworld were here, what storm could they stir up? Pa San sneered, utterly unconcerned. However, after he spoke, suddenly, a torrent of overwhelming blood power surged forth. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended upon him. Kneel down. A voice filled with unmatched dominance echoed through the surroundings. The demon king Pa San was instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, forcibly kneeling on the ground, struggling to stand no matter what. At the same time, upon seeing that familiar figure, the humans all knelt down before him, tears streaming down their faces, filled with excitement. Holy Father, it is the Holy Father who has come to save us. The ancestral witches have also arrived. Holy Father, ancestral witch, please help us take revenge. They slaughtered our kin, robbed our wives and daughters, and even insulted us by calling us two-legged sheep. Holy Father, you must seek justice for us. The humans were filled with grief and anger. Their eyes bloodshot, and resentment surged to the sky. Who is it? Pa San was shocked. He never expected that with just one sentence, he, a dignified demon king at the peak of Great Luo, Golden Immortal, would be unable to control his own body. Moreover, he instinctively felt a sense of inexplicable fear, as if he was about to face a death he could never have anticipated. His whole body trembled. Then, when he looked up at the sky, he saw 13 imposing figures, their eyes filled with cold indifference and a murderous intent, staring at him. Hiss! Pa San couldn't help but gasp. Since his birth, he had only seen such an aura from the old ancestor of the underworld. In an instant, he suddenly realized. The once arrogant expression on his face was now filled with panic. What do you want to do? I'm Pa San, the leader of the 4 great demon kings under the old ancestor of the underworld. Do you dare to disrespect me? At this point, Pa San still wanted to use the old ancestor of the underworld's name to threaten the many ancestral witches. Upon hearing this, in Wu Shuang's indifferent gaze, only a cold-killing intent responded. Ants, you are not worthy of my hand. Make your move, leave none alive. As he spoke indifferently, the long-waiting members of the undead clan appeared one after another. A terrifying group of primordial undead slaves erupted with overwhelming murderous intent at that moment, instantly scaring all the Azura clan members to the point of losing control of themselves. Or were they born from the slaughter of fate? The primordial beasts turned into undead slaves before them were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying. Kill! With Wu Shuang's command, in just a moment, the millions of Azura clan members, including the Demon King Pa San and the Great Brahma, all turned into blood food under the mouths of the primordial undead slaves. Ah, you've suffered. Wu Shuang looked at the many human clans with a complex expression, then raised his hand to use the laws of creation, one by one bringing back to life those who had not yet died. Seeing this, the many human clans were naturally extremely grateful. However, Wu Shuang was pondering more matters in his heart. The protection of the human clan was far from enough. If it was just about using formations to let them live within the protective grand formation at their development speed, they would eventually break free from the range of their protective grand formation. If they wanted the human clan to develop safely, the only way was to find a way to enhance their strength so that they could have the power to protect themselves. At the same time, above the sea of blood, the rolling blood sea, filled with a filthy aura, within the blood-colored great hall in the ocean of blood, the underworld river awakened. His eyes instantly revealed a trace of furious anger. Which clan brats? How dare you kill my son? When Pasan and the great Brahma fell, the underworld river immediately sensed their deaths. At the same time, he could feel that millions of Azura clansmen had been nearly wiped out. For a moment, the underworld river's eyes were filled with rage. Good. Since you which clan seek death, then don't blame me. Now, I have borrowed the power of virtue to successfully sever my own corpse, achieving the peak of quasi-saint power. Next, be prepared to welcome the end of your witch clan. After saying this, the underworld river tore through space and left the sea of blood. On the other side, after settling the human clan, Shuang returned to the Panga temple with many ancestral witches. Brothers and sisters, I have a matter to seek your consent, Shuang suddenly said seriously. Hearing this, the many ancestral witches couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. 13th brother, if you have something to say, just speak it directly. Shuang nodded, then solemnly said, I want to teach the human clan the 9 turns Yuan Gong to help them gain the ability to protect themselves. Upon hearing this, the many ancestral witches couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought it was something major. So it's just this? 13th brother, you are too distant. The human clan is formed from your blood, and in essence, they're also a branch of our witch clan. They're also children of the Father God. So why can't they? Besides, if it weren't for you, how would we ever find the 9 turns Yuan Gong? The attitude of the ancestral witches immediately made Shuang breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he had overthought it. His brothers and sisters did not see the human clan as outsiders. Thinking of this, Shuang couldn't help but bitterly smile and shake his head. Had he known they had this attitude, he would have taught the human clan the 9 turns Yuan Gong long ago. Previously, he had been worried that the many ancestral witches would regard the human clan as outsiders, so he had refrained from teaching them. Now, hearing this, Shuang felt much more at ease. Thank you, brothers and sisters. If the human clan has the 9 turns Yuan Gong, they should be able to have some ability to protect themselves in the future. If we only protect them, it would be of no use to the human clan. They still need to become strong themselves. Listening to Shuang's words, the many ancestral witches also smiled and said, No problem. Let us go together to teach the human clan. Teach. Shuang was somewhat taken aback. Wait, you guys with thick eyebrows and big eyes can also teach. What? What kind of look is that? You looking for a fight? Di Jiang glared at Shuang's questioning expression, instantly filled with anger. He raised his large hand and slapped it down fiercely. Smack! Shuang immediately felt dizzy. Good heavens! How has their physical strength become so much stronger? Now, we already have our primordial spirits. How can we not teach? That's right. 13th brother, you underestimate us too much. Alas, you guys are fine. But Gong Gong and I still don't have primordial spirits. Looking at everyone's eager expressions, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, the 2 who still did not have primordial spirits, couldn't help but cast envious glances. For some reason, all 8 great witches were on the verge of giving birth to primordial spirits, yet the 2 of them could not. Perhaps they needed an opportunity to break this shackle. Not long after, in the above the 33 heavens, in the Lingxiao Palace, Dong Wang Gong, Di Juntai, the underworld river, and others took their seats in turn. After a discussion, the 3 factions decided to send troops to Buzhou Mountain. Now, the emperor and his brothers, along with Dong Wang Gong, have all achieved the peak of quasi-saint power, and there are nearly 50 other quasi-saint mid-stage powers. This time out to battle will surely help the Underworld River avenge his grudges. Underworld River friend, rest assured that which clan is doomed. Di Jun's expression was stern, but he was secretly pleased in his heart. He had waited for this day for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years ago, he and Tai had already broken through to quasi-saint mid-stage. Moreover, many quasi-saint early-stage cultivators from thee and had successfully broken through to quasi-saint mid-stage by using the spiritual treasures they seized. Now, their 2 great factions are extremely powerful. In this vast Hongwang world, almost no one dares to contend with them. They have been waiting for an opportunity to attack the Witch Clan. Now, With the incident of the demon king Pa Sun and the great Brahma being killed, they could rightfully send troops to attack. Then I will trouble the two friends. At that time, my Azura clan will surely make the Witch clan pay blood for blood. The underworld river's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the hovering above his head emitted terrifying pressure, making those who saw it feel a chill in their hearts. Since that's the case, then let us send troops. Today, we will tread over Buzhou Mountain. As soon as the words fell, they began to mobilize, and the sea of blood also started to mobilize. Meanwhile, beneath Buzhou Mountain, many ancestral witches were teaching the human clan, the Nine Turns Yuan Gong. They all possessed Wu Shuang's bloodline. So though the Nine Turns Yuan Gong was quite difficult to cultivate, many succeeded in entering the threshold in a short time, especially the 3,000 innate human clans, who were currently seated around a blood pool, continuously absorbing the blood energy within. Their bodily aura was constantly surging. In just a few hundred years, their cultivation had risen several major realms. The 3,000 innate human clans had all reached the levels of and even. However, it was at this moment that, beyond the 9 heavens, an endless began to stir. Following closely behind, the sound of drums and the roar of thunder reverberated at this moment. Many ancestral shamans raised their heads towards the sky, their expressions indifferent. They really came. Wu Shuang snorted coldly, his eyes filled with a hint of killing intent. Chapter 51. The fierce primordial beasts, Pangu's true form, reappearing in the wilderness. Outside of Mount Buzhou, the demon army surged forward, as always, filled with overwhelming demonic energy. However, this time it was different. Among the strange aura, there was a thick, overwhelming sense of ferocity. At the same time, billions of Azura were stirring up the blood sea. The vast blood sea was engulfed in boundless, filthy, and ferocious energy, causing even the beings from all directions to tremble in fear and retreat. On the other side, the Eastern King led numerous immortals from the celestial court, summoning boundless rays of light and clouds, ascending to the heavens. For incredibly terrifying, powerful auras swept across the heavens and the earth. Late-stage quasi-saint powers. Indeed, the path of the quasi-saint is truly a shortcut. Wu Shuang saw the overwhelming aura sweeping in all directions and immediately activated the innate 5-directional formation, raising a barrier to protect both the human race and the witch race. Wu Shuang did not expect that it had only been less than 10,000 years, and the 4 of them, Dijun, Tai Yi the Eastern King, and Ming He, had already broken through to the late-stage quasi-saint realm. Although other cultivators, due to their inferior talents, had not reached this late-stage quasi-saint level. Just the 4 late-stage quasi-saint auras were enough to crush hundreds of mid-stage quasi-saints. It was truly terrifying. Jia. Little witches, dare to kill my descendants? Today, I will make you pay blood for blood. Ming He stirred the boundless blood sea, obscuring the sky and emitting chilling, hoarse voices. The sound echoed in all directions, making people's hearts tremble with fear upon hearing it. Ming He, just a heap of filthy blood from the Father God. And you dare to be so arrogant in front of us ancestral shamans? Truly seeking death. Wu Shuang spoke indifferently. His voice was grand, resonating throughout the heavens. With just one sentence, it infuriated Ming He. Even if I am filthy blood, I am also transformed from the bloodline of the great god Pangu. What is the difference with you witches? Moreover, I possess innate ferocious energy that is much stronger than your witch race. Ming He's greatest taboo was when others mentioned his origins. After all, he was transformed from a pile of Pangu's filthy blood. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't sound pleasant. For a primordial being like him, dignity mattered. Ha. What a joke. All 12 of our ancestral shamans are transformed from the Father God's essence blood. We are countless times stronger than you, Ming He. We dare to call ourselves the true lineage of Pangu. Can you, Ming He? The numerous ancestral shamans laughed loudly, striking at Ming He's most sensitive point. Yes, he did not dare. You little rascals, truly deserve to die. Whether I am the true lineage of Pangu or not, what does it matter? As long as I can surpass you. Even if Ming He was furious, he did not dare to act rashly in front of the many ferociously powerful ancestral shamans. After all, no matter how arrogant he did not dare to challenge all the ancestral shamans alone. All right, you ancestral shamans, do you only know how to talk? Today, I lead 48 mid-stage quasi-saints of the demon race. Plus, with my friend Ming He and the 38 mid-stage quasi-saints from the celestial court, we will trample your Mount Buzhou. Let us see what your witch race can do against our three-way coalition. Jun sneered, fully confident of victory. In total, there were 96 quasi-saint powers, along with their 4 late-stage quasi-saints. This terrifying momentum was indeed at the level of destroying heaven and earth. It had to be said that the path of cutting the 3 corpses passed down by Hong Jun was indeed a terrifying shortcut, as long as the talent was sufficient. And with spiritual treasures and enough resources, a large number of quasi-saints could be born almost every 10,000 years. The vast spiritual energy in the primordial world was gradually absorbed by these mighty beings, further accelerating the occurrence of calamities. But Shuang believed they were merely seeking their own doom. It seemed that this old Taoist Hong Jun had truly plotted against everyone in the wilderness. According to his layout, the more quasi-saints there were, the faster the calamity would break out. In less than several 100,000 years, this calamity would surely erupt completely. Shuang looked up at the sky and saw that each quasi-saint had a calamity aura swirling above their heads. They were all beings destined to face calamity. However, due to the protection of merit power, the witch race had not attracted any calamity aura until now. That was the difference. They were destined to be destroyed in the calamity, but the witch race was not necessarily so. Yet a group of rabble dared to boast. Enough with the nonsense. Let us fight. Stop talking like a bunch of women. Shuang's sharp tongue continued. Just this one sentence made Jun so furious that he was ready to explode. Brat, what did you say? Shuang shrugged, looking speechless. I've never seen such a strange request. Still dissatisfied with being scolded? Women? Boom! Jun felt as if his head exploded in an instant, his whole body erupting with rolling solar divine fire. Rage surged, blood boiled. Seek death. Come die for me. Jun shouted angrily, raising his hand to unleash the vast solar divine fire. In an instant, it transformed into an endless sea of fire, descending upon Shuang. Shuang countered the attack, activating the innate 5-directional banner, chuckling, "Thank you, friend, for lending me the solar divine fire." Innate 5-directional formation. He spoke, then activated the formation, summoning the innate 5-directional banner. Instantly, the many witches in the formation sacrificed their own blood to empower the formation, buzzing with a series of booming sounds. The boundless sea of fire was instantly absorbed by the entire innate 5-directional formation. Under the impetus of the laws of power, it transformed into Shuang's strength. With a wave of his hand, he redirected the momentum, heading straight for the many demon celestial soldiers. In just a moment, the rolling solar divine fire instantly burned millions of demon celestial soldiers. Countless demon cultivators cried out in anguish within that supreme divine fire, suffering heavy casualties. You, despicable and shameless. Jun's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. They hadn't even officially started yet, and millions of demon soldiers had already been killed or wounded. Moreover, they had died at his own hands. This was outrageous. This innate 5-directional formation was simply too sinister. Using the same trick, you keep falling for it. Jun, is your brain filled with tofu dregs? Shuang continued his verbal onslaught, his tongue twisting, provoking Jun to the brink of madness. Shameless brat, how dare you insult me? At this moment, Jun was at a loss, unsure whether to attack or not. This made the many ancestral shamans nearby laugh. 13th brother, your mouth is truly powerful, with just a few words. You've wiped out millions of demon celestial soldiers. Oh dear, why did Jun offend 13th brother? Ha ha! Laughter erupted all around. The expression on Emperor Jun's face became increasingly vivid. His complexion instantly turned a pig liver color, and he angrily shouted, "Tai, take action. Today, we must annihilate the witch clan between heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Dongwang Tai slowly nodded. He then summoned the Chaos Bell, calling forth the 48 mid-stage quasi-saints of the demon clan. Wu Shuang's innate five-direction formation could transform the opponent's power into their own, but it was not without limits. Many members of the demon clan had already sensed this. If all the quasi-saint powers launched a joint attack, Wu Shuang would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Therefore, these demon powers appeared above the clouds, all urging their full cultivation, unleashing countless killing techniques that erupted with terrifying murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, Mingyi and Dong Wanggong also spoke up. Brothers, crush the Buzhou mountain. Let them see the might of our Azura clan. After saying this, the ancestor Mingyi transformed into a three-headed, eight-armed figure. In a vast blood sea behind him, 480 million blood god sub-avatars manifested. Each of them possessed the terrifying power of the peak of Deluo. This was the ancestral divine ability of the ancestor Mingyi, the blood god sub-avatar. Mingyi was known as the blood sea that never dries, the Mingyi that never dies. Even a saint would not dare to exhaust this boundless blood sea, or they would face immeasurable karma and even fall from their saint position. This was Mingyi's greatest reliance. On the other side, Dong Wanggong commanded numerous celestial court cultivators, totaling 3,000 Aluo, 38 mid-stage quasi-saints, and 108 early-stage quasi-saints, along with his own terrifying late-stage quasi-saint cultivation. This erupted above the entire sky. Just the moment their cultivation was revealed, it caused the sky to shatter with spiderweb-like cracks, truly terrifying. At this moment, all the various cultivators and many powerful beings took action. A great battle was about to erupt. Brothers, let us kill together. At this moment, the 8 great shamans led millions of Witch Clan troops on the battlefield. Boundless blood, energy, surged into the sky, transforming into a vast blood cloud. The many members of the Witch Clan were also extremely terrifying, especially the 8 great shamans. They were just one step away from entering the early stage of the mixed-element golden immortal realm. But the most terrifying ones were not them. Zombie clan soldiers, primordial zombie slaves. Kill. On the other side, many members of the zombie clan urged a large number of zombie slaves to appear. Among these zombie slaves were not only the people of the 3 clans from years past, but also a large number of demon corpses. However, the most terrifying were the primordial zombie slaves directly summoned by Jiangshun and Hanba. The moment these terrifying primordial zombie slaves appeared, they suppressed the entire Azura clan. The ancestor Mingyi's pupils trembled violently. Primordial fierce beasts. How is this possible? Ancient primordial fierce beasts actually appeared here. Besides him, Emperor Jintai and Dong Wanggong were also exclaiming in shock. Zhuhua, Huidou, Fei, Zhuyan, Aohen. This is actually the 10 great primordial fierce beasts from years past. At this moment, with the appearance of the 5 terrifying primordial fierce beasts, the entire battlefield erupted in waves of astonished cries. Simultaneously, cultivators from all directions were also shocked. What? How is this possible? Aren't these the 5 strongest fierce beasts under the beast Emperor Shin'enai from years past? How could they be subdued by the Witch Clan? What is going on? All the cultivators from various heavens were dumbfounded, staring at this scene with expressions of horror in their eyes. It was clear that the appearance of these 5 ancient primordial fierce beasts was a heavy bombshell. In just an instant, it shocked everyone. It could be seen that although these 5 ancient primordial fierce beasts only released initial mixed element powers, they still exuded an overwhelming aura, fierce and inexplicable, reminding people of the apocalyptic scenes from ancient times. In ancient times, the beast Emperor Shun had 10 strongest fierce beasts: Tao Tai, Tao Wu, Xiong Qi, Chaos, Xiu Shi, Ao Hen, Zhuyin, Fei, Huidou, and Zhuhuai. These 10 strongest fierce beasts possess the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing chaos in the wilderness for billions of years and creating boundless slaughter. Furthermore, they were the fierce and evil spirits that fell under the hands of Pangu during the initial opening of the wilderness and were formed by the combination of primordial essence. Therefore, Each of them had the power of the great avenue's divine demons. They were truly terrifying. 13th brother. It seems that the deterrent power of these ancient fierce beasts is quite impressive. It wasn't in vain for us to expend our blood to control these ancient fierce beasts. At this moment, Emperor Jiang and the others couldn't help but chuckle and speak. These ancient fierce beasts were indeed difficult for Jiang Chun and Hanba to control. However, Wu Shuang had thought a method, allowing many ancestral witches to work together to leave their bloodline marks on these 5 ancient fierce beasts, making them unable to disobey the orders of the witch clan. After being transformed into zombie slaves by Jiang Chun and Hanba, they even regained part of their former memories, possessing self-awareness and their innate divine abilities. It could be said that aside from their cultivation dropping slightly compared to ancient times, they had not lost any of their other abilities. Kill. At this moment, with Jiang Chun and Hanba's command, many ancient fierce beasts charged towards the numerous early-stage quasi-saints. Those early-stage quasi-saints were merely caught off guard and were devoured by the 5 terrifying ancient primordial fierce beasts, losing over a dozen of their ranks. After devouring those quasi-saint cultivators, the aura of these primordial fierce beasts actually increased once again. There was even a hint of a sign of gaining strength through battle. This was one of the most terrifying aspects of the ancient primordial fierce beasts. Even if they suffered severe injuries, as long as they could devour the life force of other beings, they could continuously repair their bodies and enhance their strength. The more they fought, the stronger they became. Just this one charge caused a large number of early-stage quasi-saints to be thrown into chaos. Emperor, save me. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Prince Donghuang, save me. Waves of shrill screams instantly forced many mid-stage and late-stage quasi-saints to turn to deal with those troublesome primordial fierce beasts. Just at that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly resonated through heaven and earth. With the booming sounds echoing, a series of red lights appeared in the sky. Mosquitoes? No, what is this? An early-stage quasi-saint looked at the densely packed, blood-colored black mosquitoes around him, initially not paying much attention. But as those black mosquitoes flew closer, he was suddenly shocked. What is this? My spiritual treasure. No, these damn creatures can even devour postnatal treasures. Not good. My immortal slaying sword. What on earth is this? The sky was filled with blood-winged black mosquitoes, erupting with astonishing combat power, targeting the spiritual treasures' bodies, and even the divine abilities and laws of the many quasi-saint cultivators. They could actually be devoured by those terrifying blood-winged black mosquitoes. In just a moment, dozens of spiritual treasures and more than 10 early-stage quasi-saint cultivators were completely consumed by the blood-winged black mosquitoes due to their overconfidence, leaving not a trace behind. The incredibly brutal scene even made the experienced and blood-soaked ancestor of the underworld river feel a chill run down his spine. Primordial fierce beasts. Blood-winged black mosquitoes. How could they be primordial fierce beasts again? The underworld river recognized these black mosquitoes. Deep in the sea of blood, he had encountered these troublesome creatures more than once. They stealthily consumed his sea of blood, but he could never completely exterminate them. Over time, he became too lazy to deal with these nuisances. After all, for his immeasurable sea of blood, the occasional appearance of tens of thousands of mosquitoes posed no significant threat. However, today, the blood-winged black mosquitoes before him numbered at least 1 million. Moreover, they were continuously feeding and reproducing. Just consuming one early-stage quasi-saint cultivator could cause their numbers to surge by hundreds of thousands. The process of their continuous reproduction and division was simply nerve-wracking. Killing hundreds of thousands only resulted in millions more, and they could even consume spiritual treasures. This terrifying ability finally made Emperor Jun Donghuang gong, and the underworld river realized that they must suppress these primordial fierce beasts. Everyone, act quickly to deal with these primordial fierce beasts. The urgent matter was no longer about dealing with the ancestral witches, but with these primordial fierce beasts that were consuming and slaughtering everywhere. Your opponents are here. With a loud bang, a massive fist appeared in the sky. With just one punch, it shattered the void for billions of miles. In an instant, a magnificent great formation pulled all the mid-stage and late-stage quasi-saint powers into it, preventing them from interfering with those primordial fierce beasts in the slightest. 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation. 12 ancestral witches. Do you really think a single formation can trap us? The underworld river was getting anxious. His own Azura clan was being pushed back step by step under the attacks of numerous undead beings. Not to mention those unmatched, primordial fierce beasts. If this continued, his clan members would likely be completely wiped out. Yet at this moment, numerous ancestral witches took the initiative to attack, summoning the 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation, trapping them all within it. You can give a try. Let us see whose people die out first, or whether you can break the formation first. Wu Shuang's figure appeared in this vast world, wearing a mocking smile as he looked at everyone. Despicable little ones. The ancestor of the underworld river, enraged, stirred the vast sea of blood. In an instant, the boundless, filthy, and murderous sea of blood surged towards Wu Shuang. But in the next second, Wu Shuang's figure vanished within the formation, disappearing without a trace. Friend of the underworld river, do not act impulsively. This formation may seem like a world of its own, but it can indeed be broken with force. If we join forces, we can easily break this formation. Dong Wang Gong, having fought alongside many ancestral witches, naturally knew the method to break the 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation. Good, let us take action. Many powerful beings nodded in agreement, then unleashed numerous killing techniques and countless spiritual treasures, creating a tremendous force that struck fiercely at this formation. Boom! With a loud explosion echoing in all directions, the entire 12 capital heavenly mysterious Yuan formation instantly vanished. With a spitting sound, the ancestral witches all spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. With the formation broken, they naturally felt unwell. 13th brother, it's time. If we keep hiding, the losses will be enormous. At this moment, the many ancestral witches looked towards Wu Shuang. In response, Wu Shuang nodded, then turned to the not far away Jiang Chun and Hanjia. Jiang Chun, Hanjia, obey my command. Sacrifice the primordial undead slaves. With a single command, the two great zombie ancestors nodded in agreement. Following that, a large number of primordial undead slaves stepped forward at this moment. Roar! Terrifying roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Those primordial undead slaves directly self-destructed. Immediately after, their overwhelming blood power transformed into a vast blood pool containing divine and demonic power. At this moment, Wu Shuang raised his hand and summoned 12 formation flags, placing them on the foreheads of the